观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端转上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 lpl.qq.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。
Greetings. Wait, there's actually one or two messages just for you because Montes also hopped into the stream early. Welcome, good morning, afternoon, evening, good night, whatever it is near you. 3 series today, folks. We're up nice and early here over in Berlin. And we have Anyone's Legend versus BLG today, which is an absolute banger. So get ready for that. See our 2 international representatives come home. And see how they're doing after their international forays. We're just getting ready, getting ourselves some coffee, and you know, doing all the good stuff that you do in the morning, like, I don't know, brushing your teeth, walking your goldfish, all of these things we're doing, and we'll see. Sorry I ended up missing yesterday, by the way, folks. Yeah, I needed a day off, bluntly, but we're back now, and looking forward to it. See you all in just a second.
感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯，酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高净游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段。本场比赛是在彭争不息、未来可期的深圳 NIP 主场进行。让我们有请双方对阵战队。 首先欢迎深圳 Ninjas in Pajamas， 上单 Solo Kill， 打野奶油，中单 Doing B， 下路 Leave， 辅助 Naked。 欢迎 Ultra Prime， 上单一剑，打野君豪，中单 Saber， 下路白夜，辅助小夏。 到第3赛段组内赛第2周第6日的第1场比赛，深圳 NIP 对阵 UP 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Greetings, hello, and welcome everyone. I have done all the things that I said I would do. Isn't that incredible? Let me just see if everything is live on the other stuff. Yes, it is, and perfect timing. We have ourselves a draft. So, what that means is that we can get into talking about our first series, NIP versus Ultra Prime. NIP doing very well in this split so far. Ended up losing to EDG, however. They are clearly second best team, I think, within our group Nirvana. Ultra Prime. They picked up a win yet? Let me just think. I'm trying to remember how things went against the other two matchups. No, sadly not. There are two. They went 1 and 2 versus TT. Sorry, just had to rack my brain. I did, of course, cast that series, and things fly by, don't they? NIP not go. Are you leaving Rise open against Doomby? You doing that? You sure that's something you want to do there, Ultra Prime? Is that really something you want to do? Interesting. Yeah, less convinced about that. And they ban the center. So Rise is open versus Doomby. Surely a first pick opportunity. Gwen, though, and they snap that up. One of the other permanent bans on this patch. There's Rumble, but you know Rumble still struggles versus Gwen in a 1v1. What else do you even consider worthwhile trading for this? There's Talia. Talia's been sure something. Doomby got 0-2'd on Rise Galio yesterday. Yeah, we did take a break yesterday, but still, I mean, I did see that Doomby lost that second game on Galio. That second game was pretty close up until there was one team fight when it went all awry for them. Rise picked up by Saber instead. So rare to see a series with NIP, which with Rise open or Rise being played, which isn't by Doomby. It's so often just banned away from the whole damn series. I guess Ultra Prime just didn't want to deal with it for the entirety of the series. It is Fearless, of course, so it can only play the one time. It does make sense with that in mind. Give them two things they have to choose between, and make them trade OPs, which is the bonus of this. Talia Shinzao. NIP have shockingly little engage right now, which is a problem. They kind of need to go something like Jin plus, you know, your big engage supports like Rel. I'm really quite worried that NIP have kind of left themselves without engage tools, actually. That could be a bit of an issue. Could really be an issue, actually. Rumble locked in as well. So double AP solo laners for both teams. Not like there's a Galio or anything to take advantage of that. Questions now about that bot lane. I'll try and batting out the Rakan. Yeah, no, I really think they need something like a Rel. They don't have any primary engage yet. You know, Shin's out Talia, they can follow up well on stuff. Gwen is very lacking in a hell of a lot of CC, obviously. On the other side, I mean, Ultra Prime have plenty of options, right? I think they just want a winning lane. I don't think they need anything particular. Well, no, they have a bit more engaged with Cyclone, a little bit more. Just need, again, probably a heavy CC support, and then they're sorted, really. So Ultra Prime's objective, get themselves a winning bot lane that has some big engage. Now, they could lock in the Ryle on 4th if they want. They banned away the Civet. Hey, Sam, how's it going? Sorry, there's probably like a towel behind the door which is stopping it from opening so much. But yeah, we're live on all the places. And NIP Ultra Prime Game 1. Interesting to know that, you might be interested to know that Ultra Prime didn't ban Ryze or Galio, and they ended up getting the Ryze even though they're on red side. NIP opting to first pick solo kills Gwen first instead, which that was a little out of left field for me actually. I didn't quite expect that going through. Yes, that is what we have. Ezreal now locked in for Bayit. Other side, Kai'Sa Ryle. That gives them the engage that they were looking for. They really do need that. Aha, success. Sorry about that one. They lock themselves to Braum. So at Ultra Prime, they have good skirmishing. I don't know if their team fights are going to be exemplary unless you get a really, really good angle from Junhao. Junhao is a great carry jungler. He has often been the heart and soul of this Ultra Prime lineup.
Yeah.
If he's carrying, you know something good can happen. Obviously, this guy is very good at what he does. On the other side, Niket has himself the Rel. He has been playing well recently, and NIP did get 0-2'd by EDG just the other day, though, worth noting. And they actually ended up playing Ryze and Galio and losing both of them, which is
I think part of that is EDG looking quite good right now.
Oh yeah,
and part of that is obviously Palkia, their new support, being a bit of a revelation. He's doing very well right now as an up and comer. We need to try and right the ship here a little bit because we expect NIP to be one of our better teams in the lower group. A little bit rolled at first.
You can see that. I'm going to quickly grab myself a coffee or something from the other room.
If you pour out two, I have already made the coffee. It just needs pouring.
Wonderful.
Ready to go? I shall ensure chat is well looked after until your return. May it be swift, indeed. Getting ready, of course, for game 1 here. Just had that bit of a chat about NIP's recent unfortunateness. Fortunateness? I'll have to wait. To the riff we go. Let's set the crowd jumping. There's our yelling completed for the day. NIP with a solid Jayor count there. Leaving the cat just turning up to bot lane at the moment, but Bayit and Xiaoxue just hanging around as well. Ezreal Q comes on forwards. The cat mounts up. Doesn't leave that much. Ooh, bit of an engage going on forwards. Leave ends up getting hit up. Will flash away. Stays alive. That's a lot down bot side burn there. Good work from the Braum with the level 1. Flash though from the AD carries. That additional cleanse may be a bit problematic. Flash from Xiaoxue looking for more. That was leaving to a horrible spot. Over comes Naya. Might be too little too late though. Supercharging away. Can't quite get up, and Bayit in danger. Has got the barrier rolling. Trying to get that passive down from Braum. Flashes to ensure it won't quite happen that early. Crash down buying some time. Naya try to heal up. He's got a red buff heal. He does get it. 2 for 1 on the bot side. The flash away meant that Braum couldn't get the passive in. Huge deal there early on. Junhao now trying to find an opportunity to get down here. Of course, Nayo came off his clear to make that happen. He's going to have to give up the Raptors, I think. And Junhao knows it. So he's heading on over to steal away that camp. Of course, coming away 2-0 from that bot. So probably worth it for the Xin Zhao regardless. So I don't think they'll be too frustrated about giving that one up. It's actually not. He's going to come on over. He's still only level 2. Has got the longsword ruby crystal, though. Misses pretty much everything. So kind of ends up being the worst of both worlds there. Oh, okay, towards that bot side again with this is the replay as we were talking about. Flashing straight on top of Lee, who then tried to supercharge away, couldn't quite get out before the damage followed him. And then flashing there to prevent the passive from Xiaoxia. Only starts stacking like here, right? Or finishes stacking rather there. And red buff plus that crash down is enough to keep Nayo up. He went down to sub 10 HP there. Officially getting some whacking done. Going to be picking up that top side scuttle crab. We'll see the Raptors there, actually. We'll get to steal 1 or 2 of those away. Nope, but John now here on that reset. No, he's not. He's still just continue to try and complete that second clear, so he picked up that second scuttle crab. But again, he'll be down that effective camp for Nayo, but it's not the end of the work, because he got 2 kills bot side, so feeling very happy about that. Nayo now looking to go mid lane, unraveled up, prevents Saber from flashing too freely.
Okay, and I'm ready to roll. Heard there was a 2-for-1.
There was bot side, yeah.
Shinzo getting 2 early kills. That is no bueno for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, the long and short of it is Nayo managed to counter, basically came down bot side to save, so he was on his Krog having just cleared red, and Baye and Xiaoxia went all in bot side and killed off Leaf, who had blown his flash very early on, as had Baye, to be fair, at the level 1. And they managed to get the kill onto the Kai'Sa, nearly got the kill on the Shinzo, couldn't quite. Now looking mid, flashing onto Saber, who doesn't have a flash anymore. So I think he's just dead. The win becomes lightning across 2. Very nicely done.
IP really using this early power they have well, actually, with the Shinzao and the Rel. I would have thought that, you know, eventually Ultra Prime at the 1 item mark would start to take over, but we're not near there yet, are we? Still about 4 or 5 minutes off that power spike for Ultra Prime, besides the Braum, of course, who does silly things all the time, really. NIP 3-1. Good early game, of course, looking to bounce back from their loss. I think NIP have been looking good here in Group Nirvana, even though they did lose to EDG. I'm not going to say I don't think it was a blowout, and I'm also not going to say I take too much away from them because of that, because I think EDG look really fantastic. I think it should realistically be NIP and EDG going towards second solid close, putting that on the top side, and the cat's on the roam again. He's everywhere.
Oh, Daisy just not leaving the lane.
Ends up getting the flash away from Jing, who is the latest victim in Prime's 100% kill participation so for this early game. Is traded, of course, for that dragon on the other side, but Rumble losing that flash is definitely something that's exploitable. You've got a Talia that can fly into their side of the lane. You've got Shinzao, who's very fed in this early game, that can exploit that too.
Very much so. There are the kills. NIP, very strong early game outside of like that close 2v2 bottom. It's all turned around by now, so it ends up all kind of mostly coming out of the wash. Now you've got a very strong Shinzao from the early game. Talia's been involved too. It means the scaling factors of your Gwen, of your Kai'Sa, more to wait for.
Bot lane getting their push in. Top side, growth spawning in a minute. Remember, still have that flashless Rumble. Still something that can exploit if you have doing beyond a global champion. No, it's not the Rise, and it's not the Galio just yet. That will be available later in the series. Saber, as we said, one of the weirdest things about this draft for Those who've watched plenty of Doomby after his return. I still have a bone to pick with Doomby as he chose to take 2 years off when I was like casting on the official stream of the LPL. And he comes back after the stream's dead, so I never get to officially cast him, which
it would have been cool.
It's annoyed me, Sam. It has.
Did you get to cast Uzi?
Oh, Sam.
Yeah, but I see you did, didn't you? Because he came back for.
Well, Sam. Not only that, I cast Uzi's last ever professional game of League of Legends. Regional Finals 2023 EDG versus Weibo. It was a 4-game series. He had a Zaya cripple kill, which was really good. Of course, lost that series, and it was the end of his career, sadly, for him. But yeah, I was there for a little bit of his history. Grub started now. Is there a realistic contest? Well, Rise with no teleports on the other side of the map. Kaiser is 2, so both teams down a powerful member if they do want to commit to this.
Very much so.
Kill pulling that ultimate. Prime. I don't have to worry about that Gwen ult nearly as much. However, while all that's happening, NIP have just walked over and secured 3 grubs, so no real contest in time.
Wall comes down, Cyclone comes back across from John. Now there's the equalizer. That's pretty mediocre actually. Crescent Guard now coming on in. Soloka went in a little deep though, and ends up dying for it. It's all going a bit wrong. Passive beginning to get stuck wherever you get a look. John Howe also flashing away. Don't too much damage, but that turnaround there with the Cyclone ends up buying enough time, and a little bit awkward there from Soloka, who didn't have the flash to get involved.
Also ended up blowing his W and his ult a little early, thinking that Ultra Prime were collapsing onto him. He didn't have the best way to impact that fight in the first place either. NIP will walk away with the 3 grubs. I still largely think they end up walking away the better from that. Both teams losing a flash in the process too. Both junglers down that now. But NIP, look at this. I mean, Lead has just gone into mid lane and might even be able to get himself a play on this wave. No, not quite. Had to dodge away from some Ezreal threat there. But yeah, not strategically still fine for NIP. But the execution of that last play left a bit to be desired. Saver getting some access to side lane farm here as well now. Got himself a plate or 2 in bot side, shoving out that wave top. Rise getting gold. Always a nice little mini objective where you can get it. Also tonight, Spirits Maker as well. Saw you over in. Appreciate you so much for the resub, and I hope you're doing well. And NIP win to you two.
So, 1.5 into a dragon. Doing what we can at this point. Just wait and see what the next plan is.
Minute until that dragon, as you were saying. And now we're reaching the point where I do think Ultra Prime's team comp is going to come online quite shortly. And NIP needs to be afraid of that. You have, Wukong going towards... It's not going to be the Triforce first, interestingly. It's going towards... Let's do that Thunder Sky first item. You see less of nowadays. It does tend to be that Triforce into the Black Cleaver.
Very true.
But it does mean he's a little bit more frontline, less DPS. You do have decent damage on this team, though. Of course, you've got 1 item spiking champions across the rift, really. Ezreal's decent at that, obviously very good at that. Rumble and Rise are no slouches either. Dollar kill, eating a bad trade here, but only 20 seconds till the dragon might stick all that now if you don't want to contest that. They are in bot river with everyone else, so Selkill will have to back up, get back onto the map. That's a bit of a problem actually if NIP do want to approach this.
Yeah, of course, the Rise no TP, so they couldn't join it. So there is something to say for that. Does mean, I think, with the Realm Warp available, exactly, the roam down that river may be making me a liar here.
Sometimes you can get a little bit caught out by that because he has tier 2 boots, had the wave push, and has that ultimate. So Rise, you proc the passive, dip off for the wave, get a little bit of move speed. Fire will jump away from the wind becomes lightning. But yeah, solo kill, going towards top side, no TP himself now. And it means that Ultra Prime have forces on bot side, and they call down the Rise.
And they have Dragon being pulled over by in the river. Out comes the Weaver's Wall, splits Junhao off from the team. In goes the cat. Magnustorm only also, but it's not to buy it. Important member gets to flash away. Nayo trying to back out. The Flame Spitter damage is brutal. Nayo now in danger. Has got the Crescent Guard rolling, but got hit by the Brawn Pass. Made things very tricky. Dragon still alive. Nayo trying to take it. Would love to spike it. Does so. Audacious charge in. Gets the heal. Trying to get to damage back on a Saber. And Leave gets to ult him with the Killer Instinct. Passive proc. Kill onto the Rise.
and NIP end up getting themselves their Dragon 2 Ultra Prime with more members and there with a little bit more force as well. The start of the fight made it look like Ultra Prime were going to walk away with it. As you were saying, the Flame Spitter damage, the Equalizer, they looked good, but the subs just wasn't quite there. Leave ends up turning up, had that one item, and ends up taking that extra kill at the back end of the fight. NIP getting the better end of that.
Indeed. Xiaoshu sticks around, makes sure that Fire gets a shield. There she is. Leave was just threatening a little bit more there with the Kraken Slayer up and ready already. Nika was the one casualty there from NIP. We'll see again. Exactly how they managed to pull it off.
Well, Leave wasn't here at the start of it, so you think, well, okay, don't have the Kaiser, and it kept maybe a bad timing for the ultimate. They do catch the Ezreal, use that flash, use that E, and you can see that this is defensive Brawl, defensive Cyclone. You think, okay, well, typically those are really good things. But they do overstay, and Junhao goes a little bit too far. Leave gets to stack up, and ends up getting a ton of attacks between the two. It's just a series of micro oversteps, which are very easily punished by NIP. Nio doing a great job jumping in for that free talent strike, and Ultra Prime, a lot to be desired really in the teamfight execution there.
Yeah, not exactly what they were hoping for. Either way, the NIP who come away with that dragon, come away with the kills on the whole, find themselves up 1,000 or so gold here. Largely found actually in Leave's pockets.
Which is kind of terrifying, because this is the kind of draft where Kai'Sa gets pentakills.
Yeah.
Like, there isn't that much engage on either side, really, folks. There's a little bit of CC from the Rune Prison, of course, and then Brawn passive when you proc it. Outside of that, not great ways to deal with a Kai'Sa. So what's likely going to happen is, Leave's going to go do that thing which gets you banned from a casino. It's going to start, well, it's not going to go card counting, it's going to go cooldown counting instead. And, hang on a second, Jen going to get dove on the spot side now, and it kept popping that ghost, and they catch the rumble.
Oh, baby. Good ult on in. Nice to find that with the Killer Instinct, and the Kai'Sa's getting donated all of this gold. Feels real good.
Another kill to that Kai'Sa. It's just hellish for Ultra Prime now, because we were just saying, well, Leave's going to be cooldown counting and get himself kicked out of the casino. If he sees the CC abilities used, like I guess the Brawl and then particularly that Rune Prison, he's going to have a free angle onto someone, and there's no one that can really stop the Kai'Sa damage. You can ult to position behind the Braum shield, so he doesn't get the extra damage reduction from that. If Ezreal has to use his E early, you just get to follow him. It's one of the great reasons why Kai'Sa has always been, ever since her release, an answer into the Ezreal, instead of the assassin archetype there. And Ultra Prime, they're left with a bit of a tricky decision now. They do have their power spike right now, but they give us so much gold over to their Kai'Sa. I don't think they can ever really confidently approach a fight unless they can really determine whether Leave is locked out of a fight or not.
Speaking of, Niket might be in danger here as he was potentially up to space, taking up a quite scary members. Won't quite happen. Also, Alteration comes on down onto the Herald, which will likely be Ultra Prime. A real way, I think, for NIP to contest that one right now. Willing to give that up some shove in solo lanes, and sneaky off solo, go to get first turret, but into the pajamas, and that gives the full feed to strength.
And they'll be happy with that one. You know, Gwen getting gold is, much like we were saying earlier, Vi's getting sideline gold, nice little micro objective. Most carries would like that, and Gwen being one of the hardest carries in top lane is no different. That was a spellbook Unite thrown onto Nio to give Xiaoshu some access to other summoner spells from the spellbook. NIP got all their ducks in a row right now. They've got decent wave play. You have Q upgrade from Kai'Sa very early, obviously. Talking about getting the 3 kills early. You've got solo kills. Just got that first turret in the side lane. Doomby's happily shoving and using that second level ult now to hold pressure over the map.
Okay, clearing up the wave. Rumble. He's obviously put a lot of time into over the years. We were chatting about him the other day rather. From Frank Esports. I remember there was another player in the league who used to be on Frank.
So that was Wacko, but Wacko is now retired. He was from the PCS. I actually can't remember who else came over from that team.
It might be Solo Kill. I'll go look it up. I'm trying to remember who it is, because I remember having this musing about this the last time. A few years back at this point. We had 1 or 2 top laners who started or had part of their careers at Frank Esports.
Okay, there was YSKM, of course.
Of course, yeah.
We do occasionally crop up some of the Pacific talent that comes through. from, you know, PCS/LMS. And of course Apex too, getting a great trade against Egen, hitting every single one of those rocks. Wow, hitting even more, forcing the flash at the end of the day.
Yes, the value he's looking for there. That'll be the reset courtesy you have being empowered by that Herald take. Won't lead to all that much right now, obviously, but Dragon just spawned. NIP were on it, but there was a far side alteration spotting it out. Will be second Dragon Fire. The squad is Ultra Prime heading up, or rather heading into the river with a fair amount of force.
Using the Herald with that counterweight, pushing in mid lane. Talked about the power of that Herald earlier. Crashes into that turret. Won't be able to get the full thing. And on the NIP, it loses a lot of HP on the tower. But it's not going to be the tower itself, and they are still around in this area of the map for a potential contest around the Dragon. Ultra Prime not really getting what they wanted there. They do get one shove of mid lane. Some poke on to leave is nice. Kai'Sa being a champion that doesn't really build sustain outside of Legends Bloodlines from passive. Dragon now started up. Ultra Prime teleporting. Are they going to teleport back in? Well, they have the rumble to do so. They're going to do that right now. Braum is back. He's not got the spellbook teleport. Ultra Prime will simply give up the third Dragon. And, yeah, not much coming of that Herald play out, really.
Really? I have done my research. It is indeed solo kill. He used to be another one of the
sorry, you're absolutely right. You know, funnily enough, I completely blanked on that, but now you've said it. It's coming back to me.
It was a little while ago again. He got loaned out. That was one of the things, that he got loaned to one of the LPL squads. Man, he was a bit of a sub at some point and then got
we have the battle of the Frankies for top players. You know, one of those teams which was a staple, I suppose, of PCS and I suppose now the LCP. Not currently in the LCP, but of course had the red buff too.
Runwalk about to get in danger, tries to ult away and will cleanse after, alongside the flash, stays alive, but they went really hunting for leave.
He did, but I mean, he was overextended, it was a good angle, but here's the clap back.
Comes down the Weaver's Wall, John How looking for something. Oh, and it kept with the Magnet Storm on 3, trying to stay alive as Fire gets to hop on out, puts the shield down, but Niall with that Crescent Guard gets so much value. The attempt on Lee's life may have left him badly scarred, but he has never been stronger in his resolve.
And the Dark Lord Doomby flies in from the right side, and on the other side, they are spinning. It was a pretty good trick. Turns out as is Weaver's Wall. So it starts off with a jump forward from the Ezreal, applying red buff, getting some good damage down, and forcing Leaf to return to retreat a little bit more. Saber trying to use the weapon of the enemy, the rise against Doomby himself, but couldn't quite get himself the kill. Now they've used all of their tools, overextending, and there's a 3-man ult coming through. Solo Kill's died in a solo kill, not solo kill. Solo Kill has gotten a solo kill in the picture in picture as Egen goes down.
Does indeed. Then on to that to come we go. As NIP will start that one up. He's supercharging over at this point at 2.5 life to Kai'Sa. He is getting pretty damn scary, and things are beginning to get out of control here for Ultra Prime.
The last minute or two has made what was a fairly large concern into one which is now very unavoidable. Ultra Prime have objective bounties across the place. They are going to split them out, take mid lane out of turret. I think they'll be able to take top lane out of turret on the same wave too, though. So as far as responses go, that's pretty damn good. They're going to get a good, what's it call it? Not swing back, the thingy, the elastic kind of slingshot back. The tower giving, you know, individually 380 gold over towards Saber there too. The damage that was done was pretty massive. That's a pretty good answer.
At the very least, NIP pick up a tier 2 as well, which of course is worth about 700, so they're feeling pretty happy about that. The gold lead still seems to be in a pretty decent spot there. So 5,000, 4,500 gold up. Let's do my math a bit more correctly there. Seraph's Realize for the Taliyah. We've got 2.5 the same for the Kai'Sa. So look at this.
Do an integration by parts 4 times.
I never did learn how to integrate.
Integrating's not that hard actually. Yeah, most integration, basic integration is not too bad. It turns out most things in physics are integration. Egen has been integrated into the grey screen. He's well and truly been accepted there now. He's trying to get a pick on for the ult, doesn't get it.
And trapped slightly awkwardly there by his own wall, but never mind, we'll knock it right back down again. The Weaver's Wall, wind becomes lightning, that's how that W spell goes. Landed onto Saber briefly, who did try to teleport Saber's top laner and just turned up to stare at his corpse, which is a bit awkward. Either way, a bit tough. Worth noting actually, the solo kill went for the Riftmaker first, not the Nashes or anything as well, if that's not being commented on. So went for a little bit more sustain early on here.
I have to say for Gwen, if you're not... I haven't seen Nash's Tooth first for a while now. Riftmaker first. There was a time when Gwen wasn't building Riftmaker at all.
That's true.
But I think for the recent few patches. For the last while, which we've seen Gwen be just turbo broken this year, pretty much always been Riftmaker.
Has it always been Rift? Because I don't know it's been Riftmaker, but my memory was it being second after things like Leandri, but I might just be not remembering correctly.
That is for Rumble.
Well,
So
yeah,
Rumble would end
I
up
think
going
I
for
just
that.
took a bit of a...
Yeah, I think so. Gwen's in a little bit of a weird state, right? Because she doesn't want to go. Well, she doesn't really like the Leandris in the first place because obviously she has enough damage.
Yeah, that's true.
And also she needs, if you're gonna go for something which is an extended kind of combat damage item, you need just a little bit extra cooldown reduction. And then the Omni Vamp when it starts turning online just breaks this champion. It means
The more you're talking about this, the more I actually remember you are indeed just right now.
Yeah,
I think I'm
Sam,
just remembering
I wasn't-
Rumble builds.
I wasn't gonna call you out too hard. Now I am.
Yeah,
Sam,
I was just wrong. That's fine.
a
It
Rumble build.
happens.
And in fairness, if you're building Riftmaker, you tend to see the Leandris too, the double mass stacking. I mean, for any other champion that builds that item, you're not.
We have something like Bloodletter's Curse. We do still see some mass
That's true.
stacking.
That's true. Yeah, Bloodlight is a very powerful item right now. That item has become really cool. I enjoy playing that an awful lot within Arena. Saber trying to get a rune prison down, so I'm not able to do so. Ultra Prime trying to split the map and play around the rise and stuff like this. They've fallen into a point now where I don't think they're going to be able to lock down NIP's members at any good time. You have literally a rune prison for instance CC. Besides that, Cyclone doesn't feel too impactful because you see the monkey walking and must be doing flash E's. Even then, it's pretty hard to get that much value onto you. Now NIP will take themselves another dragon. They're just completely chilling on the map.
Yeah, Leave solo kills it. Leave solo kill himself. He's actually on the other side of the screen, which is why they didn't know. There's one happening right now, two at the same time. Very unusual.
Yeah, I know. They're letting this get out of hand now. There are two of them. Ultra Prime, currently in a bush, but again, like they don't have something like a Leona. They're gonna get engaged on themselves.
There's the shove back afterwards, trying to find the value. Might be dangerous to get will flash away. The equalizer buys some time. Leave not actually able to get that much value, but then solo kill TP's in. Weaver's wall ends up kind of splitting NIP away from their targets as Vaya tries to hunt away though. Leave got to ult on top of him. Cyclone burn now by Junhao alongside that glacial fissure. But importantly, the AD carry is down and down. All his summoners. And NIP largely found what they came for.
Nikat is having a wonderful game here on the Rel. When he came into the LPL scene, this was the champion which he wowed us on. His second part of that split, which was, of course, on Ultra Prime as well, didn't live up to that same expectations, but now he's found his way onto NIP, spent a bit of time on RNG, the roster which, of course, got effectively relegated down to LDL. Just at the start of this year too, or rather just coming out from that last split. But Niket, a player which I think debuted quite well, and we were looking to see if he could do anything more than that, ended up catching Wukong out, gets the double shove back, obviously making that look a little bit strange there. And then the fight started. I mean, it's not like they can lock the Rel back into position. I do think solo kill a bit bold there.
Yeah.
Quite close to dying. Quite funny the way that he punted over the wall. You got one of those mega knockups where the game tries to find the nearest possible place for you to get deposited, but because there's a wall next to a wall, it kind of punts you double the distance. Very funny. Baron now going to get started, and Ultra Prime. Well, I mean, the jungler's just recalled. That's not a good sign at all. That's folks. That's a free Baron.
Yeah, didn't know, and now that's just a free Baron, as you said. They've got a Kai'Sa and a Talia. And a Gwen. It's all going down way too fast to counter, and there it goes. Baron now taken, and NIP can do no wrong at this point, it feels like.
Great shove.
Double shove. Nayo gets to go to the backside. Leave is there to follow up with the killer instinct. Magnus comes down to Shaosha. He will get followed up on. Junhao will warrior tricks over the wall. Nayo flashing on over himself, looking for some value when becomes lightning. Needs to be a bit wary here as the Rise try to put out some damage with Bayet, but cannot do so. Another two members down. It's Saber alone surviving on the Rise.
LPL Kai'Sa man leaves 7-1-3. Use that ult to reposition behind the Braum shield. Dermby's flickbacks have been sublime, and Ultra Prime is going to be a very short game and a short loss for Ultra Prime as NIP stomp home in game one.
Not going to be a very long one. 26 minutes. Baron secure pretty much on spawn, and the Nexus falling shortly after. Ninjas in pajamas striking back after their loss to EDG.
Folks, it doesn't get much cleaner than that. NIP walking away with the game one confidently. Doesn't even seem to cover it, really. We barely got out of bed and got ourselves our coffee and into game, folks.
I've got 3/4 of my coffee left.
I was about to say, like, we've barely had to get into it. They walk away off the stage already, and we'll be getting ready for game two.
Hello, folks. Glad to have you all in here. I am Initialise. The person next to me is Nymaera, and that's the channel that you are watching this show on. Either Twitch or YouTube. There are two different YouTubes. Could be on Olivia's YouTube as well, but obviously over the first time over the last week or two, over on TikTok. Actually, there's even a week. There you go. It feels like longer already. But welcome one and all to the streams. Thank you very much for coming and joining us. Thank you again for all that resub, Spirit Maker. I know, obviously, Alex mentioned it. Game, but it's nice to shout that out here as well. We are brothers that cast the LPL, on Cast League of Legends in general. You may have seen us on the LEC. We did some playoffs, quite cool. We've been doing things like NLC and EMEA Masters in the past as well. So we do a lot of League of Legends and esports related things. It is a pleasure to have you all coming to join us. Yes, if you can then support us, please do so by doing one of kind of three things. Number one, the easiest one is just hitting the follow or like button wherever you are at. It does help us with things like getting sponsors and all those things, which is very, very valuable. Number two, if you are on Twitch or use Twitch, please consider subbing to the channel. It does help fund us here in terms of our ability to keep doing the things we are doing. If you've got Prime, it's a great place to drop a Prime sub, as Spirits Maker did earlier. See, they showed us the way. And if you're not a Twitch user or don't really want to bother with subscribing, which is completely fine, we'll just be slightly sad about it in our heart of hearts, you can, in fact, just use the Ko-fi link. We've got a Ko-fi. Please, in fact, do Ko-fi and come and support us with that instead. And that one will be going out into all the channels we can make happen. I think Alex is going to offer us some great content in the form of horse girl racing.
Horse game. Just set it up in the background. We'll be taking a break now, folks, until the second game. So just chill out with us, and we will we'll do that thing where we chill out and try and do stuff. I had some really good campaigns the other day, folks. So I ended up getting I had a really strange one, which was I ended up getting a front runner for someone that's not meant to be a front runner, basically. But I made it work, so I'm not displeased at this whole situation. Right, I've got some dailies to do, so I guess I'll do them. We can watch some races while we're in things, and we'll get us up to the highlights first too. Actually, why not? Let's do that, and then we'll get through into things. Do you need anything, Sam?
No, I'm fine. I might run to the bathroom quickly, but if you're happy chilling out, that's also fine.
Yep. Cool. We actually have coffee pots back now too.
Fabulous.
What? Oh, come on. Man, it's getting really warm in this room again, actually. Which doesn't help when we're between games. I'm gonna shut up the windows as well. Whew, okay. Oh yeah, I can do pulls instead. Yeah, hang on, that's what I gotta do. I've got pulls. Okay, with some highlights then. We'll do some pulls as well. The highlights well. Okay, so they just gave up another 3,000 cards, so I can do 210 pulls. I should really go for support cards. Support cards are kind of. Oh, I'll do one on support cards, and maybe I'll do one on yeah. I do. Oh, you've done 90 pulls on the cards and have got an SSI. That's got to be wrong. You do get a free one, by the way, from the shop. You do get a free one. Let's all right. Let's do ourselves a temple. Okay. Rage. Okay. Got 2 golds. We're looking for. We're hoping that one of them upgrades like midway through the pulls. These are all meh. These like, this is just chaff, which you dread. Ah, it's not a great roll. Ooh, okay. Another gold. That's not bad, but probably not one I'd use right now. There's a hell of a lot of her. And this is good. I actually use this one. This one's actually good. I'm already using this one. This one's good. By the way, if you haven't put too much time into it yet, Zareth, you can just re-roll your account, basically. Do I do another 10 pull? I think I do. Unless I want to... Yeah, I do another 10 pull and just hope that I get Kit Sam Black or something. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it. Did I get a rainbow? 4 golds in there. That's a good start, because golds can upgrade into a rainbow as well. Like, they jump scare you a bit. Okay. Not fantastic. I don't use that one. That's a guts card, also not fantastic. gold. So 5 gold from this. This isn't bad. I do occasionally use this as 1. Come on, give us a rainbow something, please. Not fantastic. This one is okay. Okay, so not fantastic rolls, but yeah, that's not fantastic. It's okay. It's fine, I suppose. We'll do like 1 extra roll because I've got some. I got like one of the starter sets, so I can get like a tiny bit of the extra. Ooh, yeah, I can do 1 more. We'll do 1 for the horse girls as well. That just gonna be silver still? Whatever. Okay. It's not fantastic rolls, but it's okay. I need to run some adverts, so I'll do that. Wait, did I run adverts already? No, we've got the MVP. We should wait for them just 1 second. And it's Naya. Naya was really good on the Shinzo. What in the wallet destruction is this? It is a horse girl racing game from you know, from hell. It's actually a very fun game. What can I say? It's a very fun game. I do enjoy it quite a lot. Yeah, no, I had a fantastic game. Okay, and we've got 1 for the horses. See if we get anything good. Just anything which isn't. Well, sometimes the silvers are even fine. Like if it's Bakushin, it's okay because that's actually a very good silver. Whatever. Okay, so not fantastic rolls, but could be a lot worse. Okay, let's go over and uncap the cards which we can. Do we actually use this? Yeah, you know what, occasionally this is fine. I don't know whether I should be... Because you can, like, deconstruct cards and get resources out of them. I'm just wondering whether I should do that for some of the others. This one I definitely do, and I definitely want to use this too. So what does this hang? What does this give when we actually level it up? So we want to level this up now to max, because we actually use this one quite a lot. Specialty priority is not bad. Hint frequency is pretty good. Hint level's good. Fan bonuses, fine. Initial friendship gauge is pretty good. The higher you can get that, the better, of course, it gets towards. This is all very good, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Friendship training being friendship bonus 20%, also not bad. Yeah, and this is just a generically good card now. That's nice. We've already got this to max actually, so that one matters a lot less. And we can't wait, we can uncap other things. What? I mean, hi, sure, we'll do this. I've never really used it because I've already got what's it called? Super Creek. Super Creek is a very, very, very good card, and that's probably going to be used by everyone for forever. It's a very, very good card, and I don't really care for the other ones here. That's actually not going to lie. Yeah, I'm not going to use the other ones, so I'll actually just oh, that's maxes. Wow, they're all max. Jesus, okay. Yeah, I'll actually just get rid of all of these things. Run ad break swap. Okay, we get some horseshoes out of that, which we can or cleats rather, I guess they're called. Did we get anything here? No. Let's do some. Do we have daily races? No, and we don't have this either yet. Let's start a campaign then. Start a campaign. And we've already done this, right? Yeah. Cool. Now that raises the question of what do we do with that said campaign? I want to try another Medra run. Maybe I'll try another Medra run. Yeah, let's try another Medra run. I'm gonna do a front runner Medra. So the way that I do that is because I had a really, really good, had a very good Suzuka run the other day, and this will put front up to that. I don't have any guest slots yet because I used all of them yesterday. I think what I was doing, I think I was using this one. Yeah. Now, if I run with these two, if I run with these two, I get stamina, speed, and these are all like, this is like a 7-star from this A rank there, which is really good. 1-star on power is kind of meh, but then I also get 2 on speed, 3 on speed, so that's still fine to see. So this is actually pretty good overall. I use friends. What's the? Oh wait, no, what's the? What's the other one going? I mean, this is actually a very good card, but very good stuff. But I already have a version of it. Where's hang on a second. Where's the? This is the one I want. Yep. This is a very good card. And by the way, when you're in breaks and in campaigns stuff like that, you're kind of looking for anything which is anything which gives you energy. Is this my front runner cards? Yeah, this is front runner cards. This card gives you a lot of front runner skills, which is really good. And typically, Medro is not a front runner, but this is more than a fine build for that, I've been finding. Okay, and we'll do the everything, we'll skip everything, you know what I mean. As I've done this campaign a million times now. I say that I've only been playing this for a week. Okay, 66 speed's pretty good for the start of it. That's a very good skill for later, the view from the leader's mine. That one's Suzuka's like big skill. Mute that and then we can Okay, and then we just try and get some triples if we can. Any triples? Nope. So we go stamina. So you're just trying to get as much friendship training as possible first. And you try never to rest if you can. Resting is the least efficient move you can have in the game. This gives us some speed up, I think. Hey, Akashi, how's it going? We're playing horse game. 2. We always go 2. You always choose speed if everything else is equal. How do I earn carrots? By getting trophies, doing well in the game, and doing certain daily missions and stuff, getting records, stuff like that. This is fine too, actually. I don't want to whip train too much, but getting 3 does fine. You want to take as many of those as you can. That's not great, because it's late surging. 2 on that. A little bit of stamina obviously never hurts. I think Super Creek only at level 1 kind of sucks. Oh, I've got mixing musics now. I need to, getting energy up in any kind. By the way, if you have a choice to get energy up, always take the energy up. It's very good. Okay, 2 on that. I do need to start getting some... Yeah, I'll do 1 on power, but I do really need to get speed up now, like, pretty badly. This gives some energy back. That option in that event. Come on. Give us the... Gonna go wit just because I really need a highest level. I need to get a good speed roll soon, otherwise there's a problem. This is good. This gives us some extra energy. Extra training always gives that. Always take that if you can, by the way. Like 5 for 5 is not good energy. And another 10 energy from that. Awesome. Really good rolls. And then we get the 2 on speed. That's good. Will Shadow be playing today? Yeah, apparently Shadow's playing today. You posted your current stuff in the I think this is speed. Oh fuck. Chose the wrong one. 2 on that's good. Anything better? Nope. This is fine. We should be okay now. But we probably need 1 more speed. Front runner corners is very good there actually. This continues the event line, which we do want because it gives us more value out of the card. Although that being said, it would have been quite nice to get. Maybe I should have turned that down actually. I'm actually gonna rest once. Gonna rest once in the hopes that I get a better speed next time. 70 up for the first one. Let's go. This one we choose the bottom one. I think it is. I've memorized too many of these events now. I think we're okay with 200 speed, actually. I think this should be okay. Oh, I should have been going for stam over that, too. I just want a friendship max, though, you know? Okay, what do we get in terms of skills? Front runner corners. Can't get this yet, which is a bit annoying. Straight away adapt is always good to get. We'll go front runner corners. You know, we get the 1 hint off of it, and I'm not going to be skipping races here. We'll do 1 race, then we should be fine.
How's your racing going?
I haven't actually got into a race yet, just doing debut race now.
Fair.
Is Shadow good? The thing is, for me, Shadow is very similar kind of player to Baytron, because they're both leaders of their teams. I'd say mid-table LPL junglers who make up for the fact that they're not the best in the league by being very decisive and easy to follow for the rest of their teammates. Like, TT looked really good comparative to their level, because Baytron would just pull the trigger very consistently, very obviously, so the rest of his team knew what was happening, really.
I will say I think Shadow tends towards carries, where Baytron tends towards like more utility.
I would say they're actually not too dissimilar, because Baytron also played the Lilia and stuff like that too.
I know, but obviously, like Shadow would more often go for Neferi Lee Sin, whereas Baytron would do things.
Oh,
like,
nevermore. So, I'm not Onivia, and neither is this Onivia. We are streaming on Onivia's channel, but my name is Nymaera. This is Initialise. This is Onivia's channel, and we're streaming on there because Onivia's given the opportunity to do that, and I think that's a pretty cool thing. And yeah. So, no, we're not Onivia, but we're streaming on Onivia's channel. We're kind of, you know, re-streaming it here. But we are checking the chat, so, you know. We're running a front runner Medro, which is not common, really. But, What is this game? It is a very popular game right now, weirdly. Cadril was playing it on stream the other day. It's been popping off on Twitch for weird reasons. It's a horse racing gacha game, except the horses are not horses. They are, however, each of these characters in the game is based off of a real-life horse. And they've actually done quite a good job of telling their story through the story content which they have in the game, which not everyone plays for, obviously. But it's, yeah. Wait, Cadril's also playing it right now? Awesome, cool. Well, if I'd like to say that, for me, is a tacit green light, then. This is now the meta for break content. I will need someone to tell me if I'm better than Cadril at this game, because I need that small satisfaction in my life, you know? Okay, debut race has gone fine. One of the great things about running front runners, if you have good stats, you don't tend to get tripped up in random races in the same way that you do for, say, late surger and stuff like that. Hey, fair, good to see you. Okay, cool. Debut went well. And that's just in time for our second draft as well, I think. Good stuff, good stuff. Oh, and this is the anime. I randomly rolled both anime skins on the same banner, which was super cool. I didn't even know that was that was insane, yeah. If I recall, Cadril only started this game. Yeah, Akashi, so did I. So did I. I don't know, I've learned quite a lot about the game. Like, that's not an excuse. I only started like 4 days ago too, or 3 days ago. Okay, cool. And then we'll figure this stuff out after. Because, of course, we have ourselves a draft to play. And we'll get into that. So, Ultra Prime got blasted game one. Very short game. NIP, of course, in the home arena of Shenzhen. Second draft. The center banned away from NIP last game too. Interesting. Ultra Prime chose that to ban that instead of something like a Gwen or the Rise, which they ended up picking themselves. I'm just saying, y'all are not respecting my horse girl expertise. If I did very, yeah, I'm doing very well. I've been learning my stuff. Apparently, the game's been out 4 years in the Japanese version, so there's a lot of content out there for it already. Aurora banned away early. So what are your big picks up and available now? So you don't have any Wukong, you don't have Pantheon Talia. 2 of those banned away from Fearless technically in game 1. 2 of them banned away here. Gwen's gone. Rumble's gone. Varus available. Varus is the next big thing, I think. And the Varus is easily locked in. Easily locked in. Nice, nice, nice. Okay.
My coffee. I put it down and realized I'd left it.
It's here, Sam. You have your coffee in here.
Not even joking. I was like, where have I left my coffee?
Crazy. I think the volume again on the clean feed's a little bit different today. You typically can tell from how loud the adverts are compared to it. If the adverts are really loud compared to the rest of it, it means that the clean feed is really quiet today. And then we have to figure that out in terms of balancing stuff too, which is really annoying. Lee Sin locked in on the other side, very early locked in. Takes it away from Junhao, who's a big player of it. And of course, let's be honest, folks, every LPL jungler has put their time into Lee Sin. I'm very surprised to see it this early though, but I guess with Wukong and Shinzo got, I mean, don't you lock in something like a Poppy immediately?
It's also Nayo's probably most iconic pick. It was what he kind of made his name on in LDL, so it's sort of like a bit of a comfort angle.
Okay,
too.
if you lock in something like that Jarvan, you're asking for it, because Jarvan gets destroyed by Lee Sin. Trundle is a better matchup. Now, it does stop you from locking in some tanky stuff. If you're going to lock in that Jarvan,
matchup.
It's really bad individual matchup. You get blasted. Hey, Alec, great to see you.
Hello, hello.
Awesome. I have a ton of feedback to process for my thesis, but maybe I can finish it in a week. I'm sure you can, I believe in you. The Scion locked in early. They hovered over that Jarvan for a long time, and as we said, there would be some issues with that. I mean, the Lee Sin's been locked in, so you don't need to worry about getting Trundled as a tank. Scion hates playing into Trundle. It's one of his worst possible matchups. And then they do lock in the Jarvan, so they lock in bad jungle matchup. Really, it is just straight up a bad jungle matchup. But the team fight looks excellent here now. I also think NIP need to be very aware that they could get Azir. I was speaking about this on Jamada's stream the other day, actually, because he was VOD reviewing over the LCK. The fact that Jarvan is good again breaks Azir even more. He is the only mid laner in an AD AP jungle mid pairing that empowers their target with the standard attack speed. Absolutely insane value. I think NIP need to get. I think they need to get rid of Azir ASAP. I think Saber, if he can play it, is
question.
Fantastic.
Al.
Yeah.
Does the standard work like? Is it an AOE around the standard?
Yes.
That's the way it is, isn't it? So
Yep. So and it's a very large AOE as well. So what happens is it goes from I believe 15% up to 30% attack speed, double for Jarvan himself, so, or rather, like, he has a passive of that, and when he puts it down, he gets another 30% of max rank. But 30% attack speed on Azir,
yeah.
when you already, especially when you already get that, so once you're at 2 items with a maxed out flag from your jungler, the Azir goes absolutely wild. So they ban away, you know, they ban away the Galio and the Akali, but I'm more worried about the Azir. I mean, you lock that in, surely things just go to hell from that point. I mean, Ultra Prime, they can ban away one more bad matchup from it. Yes, I understand that NFB probably looking more for skirmish comp at this point. But if you look in his ear with the Jarvan, again, I think that is the most broken mid-jungle combination on the patch right now, as long as Jarvan has a decent matchup. Sylas banned away, which is the Doomby special. And yeah, all I can think of is how nasty Azir would go here.
Yeah. They're getting rid of 2 of the biggest skirmish picks in the TF, and the Sylas on their side are Ultra Prime, and we've agreed with Azir as a front back, as an AP threat, as a good pairing with that Jarvan. Be problematic to manage. Look at Victor for Doomby.
It's another classic of his. He loves going towards that battle, Victor. Saw some great games out of Rookie from this recently too. Ultra Prime with support and mid lane left to pick. They're going to get support counter picked, but then again, you have a Varus. Realistically, how much is going to happen? Varus Jhin, they somewhat neutralize each other, and the support matchup doesn't tend to matter as much at that point. I think Alistar is completely fine here. It gives you, again, a better front line to play around, and for me, it's more a question about Saber. What are you willing to play here? It's not that tanky another team. I don't think you're locked. So funnily enough, I don't think you are locked into playing the Azir. You can go towards something like, I guess, the Ahri. Not a great matchup against the Azir. The Victor, rather. Where's the Birdman? Give me the Birdman, Saber. Where do he be?
Where be the Birdman?
Where do be the Birdman?
Baiting the Echo here is a fun hover.
I mean,
it would be a fun one. I think Saber is known for playing that little bit in the solo queue. It's being hovered quite a lot here. Well, wait a second.
Surely.
Oh!
Okay, we have an Echo mid for the first time I can remember this season. Now, funnily enough, also one of the other attack speeds.
He really enjoys that Jarvan standard.
Now, funnily enough, Nymaera and I were literally talking about this on stream just yesterday, thinking, well, okay, Azir is the only attack speed carry that goes AP in mid lane, unless I guess you play something like Echo or Diana. I haven't, folks. I'm gonna have to look this up. When the hell was the last time Echo was played mid? I mean,
mid especially. Like we've seen maybe a little bit of jungle.
Doomby laughing a little bit there because I don't think he expected it. I bloody didn't expect it either. We have the Arcane matchup.
It is.
The Zornite prodigies facing off in the mid lane. Enjoy yourselves, Arcane fans, because I don't know. This is a rare one. It's a very, very rare one. I'm flabbergasted, folks. I am flabbergasted. Just looking up our top tier games across the world. Has Echo been played even once this year so far? Loading the page. Either way, the coach is gonna fist bump. We'll get ourselves onto the Rift. And folks, what can I say? It is a very, very rare sight there. Echo versus Victor mid lane. Arcane activated. And Echo. Yeah, I just did not expect that. Of all the things we could have seen, that was not what I expected.
Very much. Huh. See how it works? I can see how it can punish the Victor. You can get beyond his gravity field, get into his face, where Victor has a lot less fun. Spike a lot earlier in the Victor if he's going towards that Battle Mage variant as well. This could all get very interesting, couldn't it? So. What was looking like a straight front to back option. Roll spam with a bit of wombo. All changed around. Onto the Rift we go. Some Scion emotes coming on through. Hold here. There is the NIP Skybox Gios. Take it from here.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Over the Rift we go, and Alex has done his hunting.
Okay.
Do you want to share the news?
Folks, this, as far as I can tell from what I'm looking at on gol.gg, this may well be our first Tier 1 Echo game since 2022. Wow. It has occasionally seen play in Tier 2 League of Legends, in non-Worlds qualifying regions or the minor regions back then as well. This is the first Echo we have seen in a very, very long time. Right there, 2022, the last time it was played mid lane in the LPL. It might have been played in jungle. I'm trying to remember. There are a lot of games in LPL. It has been a hell of a long time. Headbutt into the wall on to leave. Going for the Halo Blades tech as well. Now, funnily enough, so the TBT is going to just fizzle out there a little bit. Now, funnily enough, I am actually a bit of an Echo player. I enjoy this champion. And the reason this is so strong is you E-start, as you can see Saber here. It's not the Q for the wave clear. And you go Halo Blades because your passive does so much work. Plus, also, when you pop it, you end up getting a big amount of move speed to disengage from the play. This is a very, very rare pick in pro play, but it's so risky to play the Echo, and often you struggle to get the target priority you need. Saber must have been practicing this, though, and has incredibly good dive potential with the Jarvan. Jarvan puts down, looks for an angle. Echo puts down the W, and Jarvan pings people down into it. If you are Jhin or Victor, and you get caught in a Cataclysm without flash, you are going to get parallel convergence though. The Echo W will come down, and you will die. This is ridiculous. Folks, please anyone confirm in chat, or whether you've seen anything as well. Can anyone else remember an Echo game in Tier 1 play since 2023?
It's been a long, long time. It's been a long, long time. Either way, we are now in a very unusual position. Keep our eyes on it. The game has changed a lot since Echo was last being played. I'm not even sure what he's going to be building at this point. It started with an early Dark Seal. Reset for it. Saber, of course, famously on things like the Akali, the Yasuo. Part of the namesake. Echo certainly fits in that wheelhouse. Wouldn't get done with it. This is a minion or two there. Would have liked to get the Time Winder kill on those two backline minions. Didn't quite. Slightly obnoxious, but there we go. Best to threaten on this one. Again, you just get exponentially, that's the word I'm looking for, more threat. The moment you get level 6 and you can start to chrono break. Way back into life as John Hugo's looking for the flag and drag, can't quite hit Nio. Of course, with the shove on in mid lane, we'll get that one sorted. Actually looking for a potentially second reset in very short order. Saber again going to stick in lane. And a few minions here. Let's pick up this wave. Can't quite interrupt the Victor. Will be coming to TP back in. Bit of melee minion whacking occurring. Time Winder secures the backline. Look to reset here. Lichbane's rocket belts all been quite good. Maybe Nash's Tooth of the Jungle used to be a thing. Echo does love his Zonyas, don't tell Jensen. Exactly what the decision is. He's been a little bit versatile. Of course, it is the Halo Blades tech as well. I've seen things like phase rush in the past, but this means to get that passive ult a lot more easily as you go. Is it phase diving? Is that the name of the E?
Yeah, phase dive, I think that is correct. You got the Time Winder, parallel convergence, I think it's phase dive, and then you have Siege Drive Resonance, your passive, and then your ultimate is Chrono Shift.
Is it Chrono Break?
Chrono Break.
Zillion,
yeah. Well, yeah, you might be working on the Chrono Shift, but it's time for the Chrono Break.
Oh my days. God. Still one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen.
I'm still just so flabbergasted by this, but I'm happy to see it. Get into 2 immobile carries, very, very powerful. So, folks, expect to see, early skirmish plays if you can from the Echo. Echo has very, very good unexpected angles where you charge up your W from out of vision, flies into the play, and then you hop over a wall. Echo's E is coded quite strangely, so if you're next to a wall, you have extra dash range over walls, much like Gragasy has this too. It's made to be more convenient so you don't feel like you're left out to dry, and you can just kind of face plant into the wall. It gives you a little more forgiveness with that. But what that does mean is that you have really good ability to hop over walls and kind of go crazy, hop into that W. And as we're saying, the CC chain from front is insane. You get Sion and Jarvan corralling people into an area that can shepherd the enemy team into your W, makes it much more convenient to use.
It's really exciting. Of course, we are seeing a couple of these minions go asking as the Time Winder's not quite clearing that. Of course, Victor as a ranged control mage. Much easier for him to get access and control the wave where and when possible. See exactly how it all works out in the grand scheme of things. Nio is around, Doomby now potentially in danger. Still got, of course, that Chrono Break to work with the Saber. But he feels goes down. Xiaoxia now in danger.
Can you ult back? Can you ult back?
Get back in, and the Flag and Dragon now. Naya potentially in danger. Has to flash away. Phase dive forward. But then Niket turns up. Sonic Wave is there. And the heal from the Ricardo, the second row. Ejax TP'd in. It ends up being a 1-for-1 flash away from Niket. As the Flag and Drag came on through. Demacian standard, and that Marshall Cadence getting a lot of work on the game. Just about survives. It is a 1-for-1 in a very messy state of affairs.
That was a mechanical misplay by Saber. Ends up using the last of his mana, using the phase dive to jump forwards to try and get that kill. Ran out of mana for the ultimate. There was a window there where he could press ult and get that big splash damage onto both of the members there in the mid lane and get the heal at the same time. I think that was a big misplay by Saber. Which means that he does end up going down. He does get the 1 assist, he gets the 1 Dark Seal stack, but you have to wonder whether he could have made that out alive and potentially even threatened another kill.
Doesn't happen. Let's look at the replay here, because obviously it's initially Xiaoxia roaming who makes the play.
Does, and it's threatening the CC combo into the parallel convergence. Saber casts it early for the shield, and watch just about here. You could ult right back on both of them. Durnbly likely would have had to flash out, and Naya would have probably died there as well. Plus Saber would have gotten himself some extra heal from that too. Ends up losing his ultimate, losing his flash instead, and dying. So for me, big misplay there. Haven't seen the Echo for a little while. Unfortunately, I'll have to play the champion a little bit and appreciate the champion's mechanics and IP. We'll see whether they fall prey to that later into the game.
Oh yeah, I'm going to start roaming up. Throws down some hails of arrows. Awful weather, that.
And then we shall CS in the shade.
CS in the shade.
General, they say that Varus' arrows black out the sun, then we shall lane in the shade. And yeah, Elijah, bring up a good point there too. There was some, hang on, problem. There's level 6 Lee Sin. They're looking for a big play here. Get to double pulverized value. Knocked back is Niket, who will likely die here. Bayers only picks up on the Varus. And kill for Ultra Prime. Looking good for them. NIP, they do not want to fall behind with this composition. The enemy team is much tankier than them and has great access onto their carries. Giving up kills like this in the early skirmishes is not what you want at all. Saber gets very good wave clear here from a little bit of AP and that leveling up that Q. The early levels have gone fine for him. One of the worst things about Echo is his early laning phase against most champions. Kind of shit.
Yeah.
Doesn't
not
really
enough wave clear.
Yeah.
Not enough cooldown,
Yeah,
not enough mana.
exactly. The big thing is that you just don't have the presence in lane to walk up. 2 grubs currently taken for Ultra Prime. Now we'll be able to walk up and Q that last one. Doesn't have the smite. Don't think he'll need it though. NIP will take that 2-1 grubs.
We often do see a lot of teams overstay for the 3rd grub, but I was talking with Trouble a bit about this the other week. And she's saying, look, actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm seeing it, I actually just think teams need to start greeding for 3rd grub. It takes too long. And actually, you're only getting collapsed on a lot more for not that much additional game. You've already got the mark towards the feats of strength. You've already got the grub spawning off too. You're kind of fine with that. The 3rd grub is a bonus. If you stick around and give up a load of kills and a load of flashes, it often isn't worth it. So you can see that. I think Ultra Prime is certainly on board with that line of thinking. To say, look, we've got the 2. We kind of got what we came for.
Yeah, and so what we'll see is one of 2 things. If you're an AP jungler, you'll just smash them out because you're very, very good at farming them most of the time. If you can farm them well, yeah, take the 3rd one, especially when you have split pushes. Of course, 3 grubs, pretty damn good. But if you're an AD skirmisher, most of the time you don't farm them quick enough to rather return the investment on the time that you have though. The most valuable thing you have as a jungler is time. Time spent farming, spent pressuring lanes, taking objectives, and the objective part of that is, for an AD skirmisher, longer than it would be for the hyper farming, the AP junglers as well, which tend to have better clear speeds than their AD counterparts too. So what you'll see at that point really is effectively they'll clear 2, go off to do something else, and come back for the 3rd if that does happen to be the case, unless they're helped by their team. The most valuable thing you have is time. Echo would agree. You are so great. I didn't even consider that.
Dark Horse also got a great point on there as well. Echo mid from the team that brought you Rammus ADC. Rammus Yumi ADC,
yeah,
by the way.
Funnily enough, folks, I made a TikTok about this. You can go watch that. It's my second to last one that I made, which is talking about how Doggo, who pentakilled Faker only for the 2nd time internationally in his career, I think it's only maybe 5th time overall, 4th time overall, 2nd time internationally, a year ago was playing Rammus Yumi bot lane for Ultra Prime, the team on your screen right here, and it was bloody awful, folks. It was genuinely terrible, but he did do it. And if you don't love him at his Rammus Yumi, perhaps you don't deserve him at his pentakilling Faker in T1.
So, okay. Roundabout. Just clearing that up a bit. And of course, it is still actually a nominal gold lead for NIP. I know we've been chatting about the Echo because we've all been quite excited and kind of doing a lot of theory crafting. It's been really cool to watch. But actually, NIP is still laning quite well here on the whole. Ultra Prime, obviously, an objective, a kill of securing some of those markers towards Heat of Strength. It's certainly not a done deal with either of them quite yet. We've got 4 minutes until that next Dragon. Ultra Prime became the first one, worth noting, just as we were kind of musing about other things. But we'll see the Jin doing fairly well. Solo Kill got plate, of course, Doomby as well. Had been ahead in farm, but not really kind of leveled up as the game's gone on.
Echo's got the Proto Belt now too. NIP needs to be so careful. When Mythic items came out, we saw a bit of a return of Echo, who had only really seen play in bits of Season 5, and particularly Season 6 was his heyday. If anyone remembers the very famous TSM versus Cloud9 finals match, which happened in 2016 summer, with the sadly infamous stopwatch Jensen moment. He was having a fantastic game on the Echo before that. One of the most famous, probably the most famous Echo game in history, and people remember it for the one misplay at the end of the game, not the carrying he was doing beforehand. It's one of my big pet peeves in looking back at historical league. Actually, that one is a revisionist history one.
It's like fake as LeBlanc in Season 5.
Exactly.
It's like, look, don't get me wrong.
That is the big one. Yeah.
He it was a tough game. But even so, he was actually doing really well. It was Wolf's first time Nautilus that really sucks. Doomby just dived on there with the phase rush, and actually out comes the Arcane Storm.
Phase dive doing good work there. And as I was just saying, the Echo having the Proto Belt ever since Mythic items were introduced, but I suppose that it was technically around before. He just didn't build it before that. But when it came around to Mythics, he could really, because they gave him the flat pen and blah blah blah. It means that he can kind of he can E Proto Belt into his W. Often Echo would find this kind of really awkward middle ground where he'd E forwards after putting down the zone on the ground, the parallel convergence, and couldn't really get in range to timely get into the stun. Having the E and then the Proto Belt meant that you could get that stun very, very quickly. Most of the time before that, you could actually walk out of the Echo W a lot of the time, unless there was other CC. Echo can, if he aims it well, is much more self-sufficient now with this. And of course, in this case, too, he gives him ways to dodge out on the Dark Procession that can be put on the floor, and the Gravity Field as well. And so much extra utility for what is normally quite a risky melee champion to play.
Very much so. Got a stack on the Dark Seal and a Rocket Belt to his name. That's about it. But again, we're not really seeing that much action in a little while. The last time we saw was around that top tier 1. NIP giving over an extra kill awkwardly. Get a little bit slipped off from the squad at that point. Be all that much else happening here, aside from the fact that Solo Kill with that Trinity Force beginning to get a little bit more annoying as he throws down that Dark Procession. Did get clipped by that Decimating Smash, so gets hit by the Soul Flare after. It's a bit annoying. I'm assuming, unfortunate, that would have been nice.
Yeah, because the Roller Slide does technically punt pets away as well, because, it does that to both minions and pets. Raphael into the choke point there. Here comes the W. Here's the Proto Belt. Maybe no, choosing not to follow up on it.
A bit more value. Fight over the Dread Bug. Shower Shep. Trying to throw enough Nio. In goes Niken to the backside. Gets the quickness down, but will likely dive for it. Flag and drag through. Could not battle dance out to safety. Now they end up giving over their support. We'll try and fight over this red buff. NIP.
They really want
Gotta be careful of the parallel convergence. Gets the stun onto Doomby. In goes Nio though with the safeguard by Strike Saber. Will recall himself with that chrono break and get out to safety.
So a couple of summoners blown, a kill to Ultra Prime as well, as NIP did have control of the choke point and then gave it up. A little bit afraid, I think, of the Flash Cataclysm also within that choke environment, especially into the Echo as we had highlighted before. So NIP, I don't think they are respecting this skirmish combo from Ultra Prime as much as I would like from them. I don't think they've managed to leverage the Lee Sin versus Jarvan particularly well in the early game too. And now Junhao at that 1 item mark, having 3 assists, not getting bullied out by the Lee Sin. I think he's in a very good spot. NIP, I think they needed to get a little bit more done with the Lee Sin early, because it gets harder and harder to play into this later game. You hate playing into the Sion. You absolutely hate playing into the Alistar as well. You can never fly into the team with him just pressing W on you. And I think Ultra Prime are going to be in a very comfortable mid game now.
They very much are. Of course, the gold lead's not showing it quite yet. Potentially first turret here. Now you're step forward and will do. Change of corruption to worry about as it stands. TP top side. Should potentially disrupt this turret up here instead while all this is happening.
Yeah, I think Saber didn't quite have the information to know he was safe. It's going to be the Yorick flying up using that Demolish. So NIP set a goal quite clearly, saying, all right, let's get ourselves some gold onto this Yorick. Behind the Scion, interestingly, who's ahead in farm. Did we mention that yet?
No,
because the Yorick being ahead in farm is an anomaly at this point in the game. But Scion, in fact, ulting up towards the top side just to make sure there's no follow-up on that tower. NIP will get themselves that first tower, but they're going to get pressured in the mid lane. It feels like NIP just a step behind on the map, actually.
Hang on. Needs to land a little bit of down value there. That headbutt away means the chance to go right now. Charge, I think, may well be in danger. Has to flash out and does so. Okay, Ultra Prime. He got the dragon and kind of ended up being forced away from that mid tier 1. They have got feature strength at least.
Anti-synergy. The Varasalt was thrown onto that target, but they've just been headbutted away. Not the greatest combo I've ever seen of all time.
That's a me combo.
Mate, I have the Nymaera charm. I can't really fault you for that one.
What happens if you press X if you type an exclamation mark cannon in the chat?
That's a great. Hey, I will say I've gotten a lot better at farming cannons since I made that. You know, I've now got 2 pocket dimensions. Wow, crazy. Getting real estate here in the other realms. NIP pushing out side lanes well. DNB getting access to that top one, sharing that with Solar Kill. Will take the bot tower as well. So Victor getting a lot of gold the last few minutes. Ultra Prime, do you need to be a bit aware that if Victor starts popping off and goes towards, say, Leandries into Riftmaker, 2nd and 3rd, we might run into an issue for them, which is not dissimilar to what WE had the other day. No, it wasn't them. It was JDG had the other day, where they were playing against Rookies Victor, who just got way too... Oh, no, it was WE. Yeah, I mean, it's still Rookie, though.
Yeah, WE into IG, yeah.
Into IG. But yeah, they might run into this issue where the Victor takes so many cooldowns to kill that he just gets to sit there, gets full value out of Chaos Storm and the Gravity Field because you have to spend so much time in melee range trying to finish off this dude. That becomes a problem. Dive onto Solar Kill.
Jump onto him, he flashes away, still got the maiden roll.
Wow,
he just takes a lot of damage. Decent last right healing, but it's just not enough. And somewhere else, Jin also dies?
Egen ults it into mid lane, leave, didn't flash, didn't use the cleanse either, must have been completely sideswiped by the Scion. That'll open up the mid lane turret, and NIP, after getting such a good play onto the 2 side lane turrets to open up the map, that is a big mistake. And suddenly Ultra Prime get themselves a slingshot into the lead.
Unfortunate there, and no defense either mid or top means it's a bit awkward. I get perhaps we're looking a little elsewhere, but still, it is rough to lose 2 lanes at once. That is not what you're looking for. 2MB will try and hold this mid lane turret, but won't be able to do so. And Ultra Prime in the blink of an eye, pick up a couple turrets and their kill OT.
2MB clearing out the last of that wave, but now, yeah, Ultra Prime getting good access into that top side jungle with the top and mid lane outer towers being down and leave. He couldn't have flashed there. In fairness, he couldn't have flashed. He would have gotten completely hit by that ult either way. Getting really good angle on that ultimate, actually forcing leave into an instant death scenario. And IP lose their AD carry unexpectedly.
Now 2,000 gold up for Ultra Prime in a very strong spot here. The Shojin just getting done for the Jarvan for extra value in extended fights, because Jarvan normally wants to go in, get an auto, and then leave a lot of the time. Especially in team fights where you can sometimes end up a little bit risky to get just outside of that parallel drive. It was Yeg who played it last in... Yeji, okay. That would make a lot more sense in terms of pronunciation. It's like Yeg? Is that the name? Yeji, my days.
It's a capital G, Sam.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily change anything. I've seen how League of Legends players work. Dio, or hop away. Decent angle back on in, lands the Sonic Wave, but still, we kind of said there might be some issues here in grouped up fights for NIP, and as it stands, it's looking like there might be some issues in grouped up fights here for NIP.
Oh yeah, NIP need to somehow problem solve their way out of this. Solo kill being down, 1,000 gold on Yorick versus Scion is also simply unacceptable too. You must be doing more than this. The Scion is meant to be countered by the likes of the Yorick in individual laning. And now it's gotten to the point where you don't have that side lane pressure in the way that you need to force Ultra Prime away from their aggressive dives, because they're afraid that you know, they're going to lose something on the side lane. Saber has 2 items. Lichbane is turbo broken on Echo. Turbo broken.
So easy.
It gives you extra move speed. It gives you that cooldown reduction. Of course, you are such a big auto attacker that you get tons of value out of that too. Of course you do. Getting hit by Lichbane E is rough. It is very, very nasty. NIP they have been very much blindsided by whatever the heck happened in this draft. They're starting up the Ada Khan. Ultra Prime, do they see it happening? Yeah, they do. They're walking up the river towards it. Not low enough HP to really force this right now, so NIP will have to be tanking the Ada Khan if they want to get any value out of this. No teleport on Echo, though. That could be their option.
I might give them a 5v4 here. Ada Khan down to half. Junhao stepping forward. TP's now coming on in.
Yeah, it's a 5v4.
It's going to be the 5v4. Ijon tries to find some spacing. It's pulled back by the Dark Procession, but he's still zoning out 3 members of NIP.
Huge. If they can reset this Ada Khan, it is a win for Ultra Prime. They're going to go towards it again.
Oh, he just takes Smite. Unfortunate. Ultra Prime picked that one up in the 4v5. Well played by them. In comes Sion, trying to ult onto Nio. Will need to hop away.
And Echo had managed to get himself much closer to the play that time. NIP, I see the angle, try and force the numbers advantage, but they don't get the objective. Nio would have had to trade his life for it. I have to say, I think it would have been worth it at that point. Get the objective to see if you can get out. Kick and Flash were available, maybe able to disengage. NIP, I think the instincts were largely in the right place. Again, the execution just not quite there, which is often I think the case for these Group Nirvana teams. I'm not going to say they always have bad ideas. Dragon now started. Echo, one of the better objective killers in the game, to his passive permanently cocking really on those objectives too. It's great damage there. Echo's helping too, and they jump onto Naket, who will have to W to safety, and indeed does so.
Does indeed, but that will likely be sole point. No real way to stop that right now, and there it is. And Ultra Prime, after the Echo, the skirmish gone from NIP just doesn't really get rolling here in a lot of ways. Even a little bit lost, I have to say.
They needed to get more out of the Sion, for one. They needed to get more of the Lee Sin early game, get more out of the Sion and the side lane. Not Sion, well, technically out of the Sion's lane, but the Yorick into the Sion and the side lane.
Dive onto him under that tier 1. Looks like it costs a lot more than I think they were hoping for.
That too, but you know, he was already behind before that.
Yeah.
He was even in CS, actually slightly behind there too. Sion managed to hit some towers as well. NIP didn't get any grubs. They didn't manage to use the Lee Sin to play around that, and NIP, this has just been strategically, they have been outplayed, both in draft, I think, and then also in the early game play. I thought initially, well, okay, the Lee Sins will bully out the Jarvan, that'll be fine, and yes, while there is the Sion Alistar, which the Lee Sin hates playing against later, surely you'll get value before that. Nope, wasn't the case. Victor did, I mean, one of the reasons the Echo was picked is that actually Victor can't do that much versus the Echo in the laning phase, which is surprising actually, given that Victor is normally a very good laning phase champion, but Echo can just E-start and run at you with the Hailblades, which is indeed what happened. Ultra Prime, I mean, real credit to them. They understand the composition, they understand the champions in a way which, you know, not everyone does. And bloody hell, I mean, not everyone understands Echo. No one's played it for 3 years. 3 years since we've seen this in Tier 1. Insane.
Spellslinger's shoes as well now at this point, so even more upgraded pen. Very easy to lock down level 15. There's a bit of a menace here. Gonna try and get on top of him. Oh, Nio. Try to get behind him, and actually a really good phase dive away. And then he managed to get kicked over the wall out to safety, and that now leaves his mid lane tier 1 very vulnerable.
Tier 2 going down very quickly. The 2 grubs helping them with that. And NIP, where is the counterpunch? Sion has found out Doombeat.
Trying to turn that around. Doombeat gets a bit of value. Flashes out the decimating flash. I think he might have been in danger there. Decent damage back here. Don't know whether it leads to all that much. Deadly Approach goes wide, and Junhao gets to walk out as well.
Doombeat losing Flash is terrifying now for NIP because you have a Flash Jarvan on the other side and the Echo to follow up. Dragon was not on the table just yet, but when it does come up, Doombeat will be playing without Flash around that objective. And if it comes to something like a Baron contest too in the next 5 minutes, yeah, that's going to be a problem too. Lee does have his summoners. I don't think he has the damage to carry the fights though. Not great at
missed the cannon, Saber.
And yet Saber did miss the cannon, so
that's it. It's over.
And hey Raz, how's it going? You enjoying our Echo gameplay? The E-Start Halo Blades tech into mages. It's been pretty fun over here. And yeah, I mean, at Ultra Prime, credit to them. They are not just picking something for the sake of picking it. They look practiced.
Question again, because obviously it's the first time since 2022 in the LPL that we've seen Echo made it tier 1. Is it also just in general?
Yeah,
just in general.
Sam, that was the last, as far as I can tell, looking at the websites which I have available to me. Unless someone else has something to the contrary, this is the first global tier 1 Echo since 2022.
In mid lane specifically.
No, Sam.
In general.
This is in general.
In general.
I
thought we'd seen some Echo jungle at some point. I thought
it's been a while.
Boogie or someone would have done it.
You know, in tier 2 we have, but
wow.
Tier 1.
Nio tried to find the angle, ends up kicking Xiaosha back. Who's got the unbreakable will? Oh, that is not pretty. And down goes Leave as well, who will, well,
oh, it's so ugly.
It's so ugly. NIP look for the pick, instead fall on their own sword, and I think NIP might just be bowing out of this game. The first game was a 27-minute victory for the home team of NIP. Ultra Prime might just be returning the favor. They don't even need the Baron, they can walk up.
I think it's falling on their own sword, it's falling on EJ on the one sword in the top lane. The Sion's been a menace alongside the rest of the squad, and Ultra Prime have basically had no contest this game.
I think they can end the game.
I think so.
There's a flashless Victor. They have the Lich Bane.
Oh my god.
Derby will go down. They'll use the Lich Bane on the towers. I think this is game.
They are going to keep rolling. They have the Arcane still running, but Baya's got his passive stack. That means the autos will keep on rolling. Nayo is here, gets punted back into the fountain. Ultra Prime, in very easy fashion, just walk and end the game.
Ultra Prime turn back time and win the second game with an Echo pick we have not seen in the top tier of League of Legends in 3 years.
My days.
They were practiced on the pick. They've clearly had this prepared, and it looked very, very clean. Love what they're bringing to the table. That was awesome to watch.
Hello, folks. I'm Initialise. That is Nymaera. We are casting the LPL and the first Echo mid. Watched Echo. I need to actually just get that statement correct. Since 2022, a tier 1 play. That was cool. You could be even cooler by hitting the like, follow, and subscribe buttons on various different channels. You could be even cooler by using your Twitch Prime. And the coolest by also donating to the Ko-fi link to help support us do the things we do. And that would be pretty awesome. Alex.
Hello.
Anything else you'd like to say to that incredible spiel?
I can't wait to play more Horse Skull game. You know, I feel like that's the content you really need right now. And you know what's really weird? This is going to be a 3-game first series. It's not felt like a long series at all, partly because it's not been a long series. These are 2 incredibly quick victories. But NIP in the first game were playing very, very effectively as well. I think Leaves Kaiser was very good. It obviously didn't walk away with the MVP because it ended up being Nayo, which ended up walking the MVP for the Shins out there. But yeah, I mean, these have been 2 very clean games while ahead. Gonna have a deciding game. NIP will get to be on blue side. We'll see whether it's a 100% blue side win rate series, but NIP need to go back to the drawing board a little bit. That they were clearly not prepared for that game in the way that Ultra Prime were to play that. Yeah, Darkworld. I've been playing the horse game a lot on stream the last 2 days. I've only been playing it this last week, but I have a couple of A ranks now. I had a really good Suzuka run, and we'll talk more about that when it comes around to horse time.
Okay, so the other side of this, I've got to call it out. I like Nayo's Lee Sin. I do. That has to be one of the worst Nayo Lee Sins I've seen in a long time. Could not find a good kick to save his life. I get that it was tricky. I get that things have fallen apart, but like, we saw desperation kicks onto Echo, who just phase dived at an awkward angle, so you kick him out to safety, and he still had R to work with. I mean, just look at the damage numbers there, because basically, Ultra Prime didn't have to fight. Doumbé did some poke, good for him, but let's be real. Let's be real. They just didn't have to do anything. Leave does half the damage of Baye, but we just didn't have any fights. We didn't. We had like 1 at the end, and Ultra Prime just got to sort of walk at objectives.
An effective gameplay it was too. We'll get ourselves back into that too. Sam, do you mind grabbing me another coffee? Of course I can.
Do you want me to use what we've got? The cafetiere?
If there's enough for that, yes. If not, I will.
I will say that coffee's very nice in the cafetiere.
It is, yeah. So that's so folks, this is how like Berlin coded we are now. We have there are some in East Berlin and Friedrichshain. There are some fantastic like hipster cafes basically. And like there's a lot of coffee roasteries, just as places which just do coffee roast. And I got some lemongrass coffee from a place just around the corner, which is really, really good. All right, okay, it is time for horse game, folks. So we're doing campaign Medjugorje McQueen, the anime version, running them as a front runner because I had a really good Suzuka run, which now gives like a ton of speed, and then also a lot of front runner aptitude and stats and stuff. So that's been really good. I need some more. Oh, yeah, okay. So what we're doing here, what I've learned for Medjugorje's campaign, it's a little bit risky, but then again, I'm doing multiple runs on this anyway. You go for the G1 here for the fans, and you just keep training up until that happens. Because I guess we go a little bit more power. Yeah, power's fine. We need a little bit of power, right? But just train your stamina at the same time. 3. I need a good 3 somewhere. This is okay because there's nothing. I don't want to go guts. You never want to train guts. Really, guts is a bad stat. Always take the energy in events if you can, unless it's really, really good. So, like, there's one from Kitsam Black, which gives you... is it straightaway adept? And that is a really good skill. 3 on speed, let's go! Leaving Varus open incident, true, true. I mean, I think that it... Oh, this is... What was this again? What was this? Which one is this? Stamina or skill points? Actually think 30 skill points is better than the alternative here. Because it's not energy. This 6% is fine, we can tank that. Good. Now we need to rest though. This is speed and power, I think. We don't want to... Yeah, we want to rest. Okay. He's our MVP. Jiang, I mean, that ult in mid lane was insane. That ult in mid lane was very, very good. Okay, it walks away with the MVP. Cool. Back to horse game. Go horse. Very important things you see. 3 on power. Protect that. We are friendship maxing. Because you really want to get friendship training as early as possible. The, we get power. I actually think we wit train here so we get an extra training in. Because wit training is effectively a free training. Effectively. What does this do again? Energy or stamina? We'll go for the energy. Normally I go... Why am I choosing the other option there, actually? I should always go for the end. A little bit of stamina wouldn't go amiss here, but this also gives... No, this gives friendship training. We need to do that. So I am training wit too much. I'm training wit too much. I'm feeling bad about that. BDD's playing Malzahar. Oh yeah, this is great. This is our line to get Swinging Maestro, the best skill in the game. 3 on stamina. That's good. Oh, we're gonna have the stats to win the... I don't know if we're gonna have the stats to win the G1. I don't know, actually. This could be risky. So I think we get... We've got one more turn. If this is a... This is fine. I think we win now. This is really risky. Like, I am playing this pretty... Yeah. So it doesn't matter if... We don't need to win it. I'd like to. We don't need to win it. I do want to get this at some point. Can't get that right now. Do we have any things we want to go here? Front runner corners. I don't really want to get this right now. This isn't a long one, right? I think maybe we just tank this. How are our stats looking for it? Guts is pretty low. Everything else is fine. Fuck it. We try it. This is kind of... This is a bit of a spooky one. Now, this is typically spooky because if you're running pace and stuff like that, you can often... So at this point in the game, you don't have the power to break out of packs if you get caught in the pack. What skills have we got? Front runner... It's okay, it's fine. Whatever, this should be fine. Because we're running in front runner, you don't tend to get caught in the pack as much. Because if you have good stats, front runners don't tend to get locked out as much. Now, the way this game really falls to shit is if we get slow start and then also rushed, then I think we're just completely screwed. That's where you yeah, that's where things go pretty bad. Okay. Oops, yep. Okay, so if we come second, I don't think we'll be coming below second. We should be fine. It's just that if we want like a quote-unquote good run, we want to come first, because that gets you ahead in terms of fans. That becomes important later, because if you, I think it's in your 3rd year, if you have 60,000 fans by start of February, you get to level up your ult. Then it's 80,000 by April. You get the next level up, and then at the end of the year, at the start of December, you get a 3rd level. So you can level up your ult 3 times if you have good fans. Okay, alright. Prage, let's just hope, please no late starts. We've trained a lot of wit, so we shouldn't get late starts easily, but you never know. Boom. Howdy. Oh, thank you. Okay, no late starts, good. I think we're safe now. Just need to not get rushed. Yeah, JDG's coming in 3rd, by the way. I know someone was not coming in 3rd. They're playing 3rd today. Okay, we're going. This is pretty good. We're ahead of the other front runner. We're basically running the style. Which is this the game that's just horse racing with anime? Yes, it is, John. Yes, it is. Run on a course. Okay, so we got our skill. We didn't get a slow start. I think we're safe now, but you never know. Is there still a chance to get rushed? Rushed makes this, like, a little more concerning. Like, this second runner might try and draw level with us, but I think we just have... Because basically, I think what happens is, once you proc the skill, you keep those stats for the rest of the race. So if you're slow start or rushed, you kind of lose endurance / stamina / whatever. We should be fine now. And I think also now... This is one of the things... This is one of the reasons I wanted to build this character the way they are. Their ult is very hard to proc for reasons which I just don't understand. Their ult just doesn't proc very easily. But if you're kind of running out of steam on the final straights and you're like just ahead of someone, it'll proc then. So a lot of the time, that's how you get your ult. And I think that's better from Front Runner than it is from Pace Chaser, which she's normally meant to be. There we go, we get the anime ult. This ult is really hard to proc, by the way. Not all anime is goon bait. No, not at all, no. Some of it's highly concerning in other ways, but yeah. Say that somewhere actually. Hang on, we're safe now. We literally got all of our skills. We got our ult, which is really hard to proc. And we didn't get rushed or late start. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're good. If that goes on like another 50 meters or something, well, that's kind of rough. Cool, nice. That's a really important race to win. Major on the queen. Okay, cool. Nice. Nice. That we're set up for a pretty good run now. Set up for a pretty good run. Okay. So we get ourselves our fans. So you can basically random roll between energy drops there. So you can either get -15 always, or anywhere between -5 and -30 for the other one. Okay, that's good. We 17 turns to that. We should be fine now to just train. Let's go get energy from this. Do I have enough for 33%? Even with 4 on this. I try it. Fuck! Oopsies. Well, that was greedy as hell. Oopsies. We rest now. Oh, that was so greedy of me. It was so greedy of me, man. Well, whatever. I think if you're trying to get like a good run, you do have to just pray for RNG sometimes. 33% was too much though. That is just, it's just the way I play games, folks. Probably do need to train speed too on this. It's not as good friendship training because the other one would have got close towards the other stuff, but yeah. I really want to get Swinging Maestro. We should be able to get ourselves... Oh yeah, we're going to get our inspiration soon as well, which is good. This should be fine. 4% is good. If you're losing 4%, then just the gods hate you, you know? Okay, mood's up. That's fine. There's one there. This... Is this stamina or is that something? Speed and skill. Okay, cool. Level-headed. We never take that, but it's just nice to have something, I guess. We try it. 10%'s a little high for wit failure. It's okay, we get another friendship review from that though. We probably do still need to rest. Inspiration is good. Now we see what sparks we've rolled. Like, we don't have the best aptitude for these sparks, but it's fine. Did you ever ping the Discord that you went live? No, I tend not to ping Discord that I go live a lot of the time. Straightaway recovery is very good, getting 3 levels for that. We're definitely taking that. 1% for that. 34, we need to rest. But no, I tend not to, because people tend to then just turn notifications off for the Discord. What was this again? Is this... Skill points, energy... skill points, speed, or... Here we go speed, because I don't care for the hint for the other one either. Getting -10 energy from that's a little annoying, but it is what it is. We train speed with Rainbow again. I think for this, this gives us chance of 30 energy, chance of a mood down. Nice. That's good. That's good. We got the good roller. As always, we do the, you know, we roll high and hope for the best. We always high risk roll. This gives us This normally gives us a very good skill, but we're not running the style which uses that skill, so that's a little bit moot now. We run speed again, I think, actually. Oh, we've got the beach training coming soon. We rest. So you want to be full energy going into beach if you can. I say that, I'm going to do this for friendship training. And we get another hint as well, which is, this character's pre-positioning is not bad, actually. That's actually okay. Now we just see what we get. We do this because it gives us double friendship, even though it's missing out on a friendship training. Oh, it didn't give us both of them, actually. That's a little annoying. We do this, and then we actually, I think we actually do a rest. Normally I don't rest at the beach, but it does give you energy, and it gives you a mood up. Let's rest. Okay, this is fine. Then we go for the power from this, I guess. And then what do we get last? Ooh, that's pretty good. I don't actually like how low speed we are for this point in the game. I really don't like how low we are for this point in the game, actually. 23% is quite a lot. Either way, okay, let's get ourselves off of that and back into the draft. Of course, the most important thing that we've got going on here as well. Let's turn off this music over here, too. All right, game 3. Both games have been very, very quick here, folks. We are back into our game. Trundle banned away once again. Wasn't banned away. No, was it banned away the last game? No, it wasn't banned away the last game. It's just the Lee Sin was early picked. NIP back on blue side. Blue side has won every game in the series so far. What are our first picks? Auroragon, that's typically something that pops up in game 2-3. Is a very powerful, very hard to answer pick. I don't know. Hard to think about what's left now. Any AD junglers left? Don't really want a poppy first pick, do you? Priority bot laners, I don't think there are that many of them left. I'm actually not sure what your first pick priority is. Solo kills Ambassador, that's fine, but you see, like, I think the actual OPs which are left up available, not that crazy. I guess there is Doomby's Galio. That's one thing which you'd really like to lock in at this kind of point.
Yeah, definitely a possibility.
Ultra Prime on the other side. Now I have to see if they... I mean, you had a very cool comfort draft for Saber the last time. I say comfort, something a little bit more inspirational from him. Cassante, decent matchup into the Ambassador. Neither of them really kill each other. And then they try and impact the team fights in different ways. Ambassador more as a solo diving threat, Cassante more as a frontline with a bit of a side of that too. That one's a fine matchup, but it feels like neither team really wants to commit to anything right now. They just want to play, you know, answering the draft if they can. A little bit of comfort because some of those power picks are around. Xiaoxia gets the Leona, one of the best engaged supports. In fact, besides the Nautilus, pretty much the only engaged support left.
May well be. Cassante picked up as we were sort of noting, and they've got some of that frontline already in for Ultron. Do they want the engaged support? I guess probably here. Viego being hovered.
Now, in so many tanks already, I don't love it. Because normally you want to burst someone out very quickly, use the Ambassador ping onto someone. And if you do kill someone like Leona, fantastic. NIP will need to have very good first target damage, though, to get through a Cassante or a Leona. Comparative to, say, Khan, Karma, stuff like that. Doomby gets the Galio. That is now a very good composition where if the Ambassador ever hits ult, Galio into the backline. Something that the Shy was doing an awful lot of at the start of Ambassador's release, and that felt very, very powerful. You see the jungle match down to the Viego. Don't tell me you've... Oh, don't tell me you've
They got more?
Look, Saber has a lot of... More? Saber is a melee assassin player. Hovering the Talon and Kiara, two of my favorite champions nowadays. Would have been so cool. The Lucian comes in. You have the Leona, which is very good at proccing Lucian passive now as well, and Lucian's very good at proccing Leona's passive at the same time. Strong laning phase. They can ban out some bot lane champions too now.
They want to do with it all, but then if either way, the Lucian is now locked in by, of course, taking it away from Leave, who is a big Lucian enjoyer when and where he can get a hold of it. Senna banned away. Again, another one of those specialties for Leave, and Leave, when he's not carrying, the team looks a lot more I don't know, shapeless maybe is the way to put it. Didn't have a great game 2, and compared to the game 1 where the Kai'Sa was terrifying, the team looked night and day, which I think is quite telling in and of its own right. See what they want to ban away here themselves. Zyra away from Junhao, because obviously they could use a bit of AP threat somewhere. Interesting. Maybe they are aware that they're looking for an AD mid here for Saber. I was going to say Senna, that's the wrong S beginning champion. Valios banned out by Ultra Prime, another one of those leave specialty pocket picks. I wonder whether he's get rid of like the Lilia or something here as well, if they're considering potential AP threats from the jungle, even if they are a little bit lower priority than they were a year ago or so.
Thank you for the follow, by the way, that just came through as well. And yeah, now Saber was a Tryndamere mid player. He has obviously been up to shenanigans in his solo queue, and let's be honest, Tryndamere was always very, very good into Galio.
Are they thinking Diana after this?
I mean, it would be AP, which they don't currently have, and it's not like NIP could take it away after that point. Farm's better than the Viego. Okay. Come on, please.
It would be really risky into Galio.
Okay, double AD comp. They probably still will go for an AP jungler last, but I don't think it's the Diana now.
Yeah. It would have been fun, but Yasuo Diana into Galio, Viego sounds
why not?
a bit
Why not Yone then? By the way, I've been following Tempest, who is like a very, very notable Yone player who has cooked up some really fun new builds. Yuntal, i.e. Zeke's Convergence, is really, really 1v9 right now.
Why did I mean, I can sort of get Zeke, so you get the additional AoE when you ult.
It's just mainly just about Yuntal, but also Kraken Slayer very, very good right now. Leave returns back to his Smolder, which means that if you ult in now with the Ambassador, the Galio comes in, the Smolder comes in as well with the ultimate, and someone takes a lot of damage. Still think not great damage onto someone like the Cassante. Also think this draft is now entirely on the Ambassador, which is a bit of a... It's not even a bit of a problem. It's a big problem now.
Yeah, it will be. Debating now the jungler. I think Lilia and Nidalee probably come to mind. Junhao, a bit of a Nidalee enjoyer. Maybe this is the angle, and there we go.
That's the draft. Subscribe if you don't want to hit the adverts. Got to do that next. I forgot to put them on because I was getting engrossed in Horse Girl Gaming.
That's fine.
Nidalee comes through for Junhao. A bit more mobility to avoid something like the Ambassador. This game for NIP hinges on whether Solo Kill can consistently hit good ultimates. If he can't, this game is going to be very, very difficult. Ultra Prime on the other side, they have a Leona for engage. They do have double AD carries. They have to be very, very wary of those resets. So, Solo Kill is a good Ambassador player. He's very comfortable on this champion, and they'll have to stop him getting value. This Ambassador, and whether it gets value, is the story of this game.
It very much will be. So, where do we find ourselves now, really? We'll keep our eyes on it. Chatting a little bit with Jamada and Aragon. Aragon in particular isn't that big a fan of the Viego right now. It feels a little bit like, I think the way he put it was lack of all trades. Jamada wasn't quite, it was a bit more ambivalent, but we've seen Viego, especially early on, get a bit risky. You can sometimes feel like you're not doing all that much.
Yeah, so there are... No, I do agree. Look, Viego is not top tier. This is why we're not seeing it in game 1 and 2.
Yeah.
This is why we're seeing it in game 3, when all the AD skirmishes are out. Good thing about Viego, farms better than other AD champions. That's one of the better things. And as opposed to someone like a Graves, who's completely not in meta right now, but still farms well as an AD jungler, you are very, you bring some utility, and you are an innate win condition in yourself. I think Viego is very good to play for teams who are a little bit less certain of how they want to play the game, because it gives you a very clear way to play the game.
The first time.
And oh wow, it's my own personal skin within League of Legends, King Viego. Definitely not me on the riff there. But yeah, I definitely understand the hesitation around the Viego pick, but it has some value. Let's hear some of those gyros where they are and get into the game.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
So, a little bit of a question there. And welcome to the chat, by the way, Percurium. Nice to have you in here. And a fairly insightful question there. And some concerns about basically not sure how they feel about a group Nirvana Nidalee. And I think there is something of a conversation to be had there, because there's two ways to look at this. One, the coordination in group Nirvana isn't going to be as high, and therefore the Nidalee won't work because you're not coordinated enough to make things off. Number two, The coordination in Group Nymaera is not so high, and therefore it is scrappy enough that the Nidalee can skirmish their way to victory.
And I will add a third point of view, which is less about the joke. Very funny. I appreciated that. Is that Junhao is a carry jungler and the heart and soul of Ultra Prime. If Ultra Prime do well, typically it is off Junhao doing well. Now, he was doing a lot of stuff like Shinzao. He was doing a lot of stuff like Neferi and even Zed, actually, at some points as well. The Nidalee, it's obviously a mechanically intensive champion, but Junhao has that in spades, and we do have, wow, strong trade on the bot side. Ignite for barrier, drop between the two lanes. The damage onto the AD carry is more important, though. Ultra Prime come out ahead.
They do indeed. Buy it. They'll do their very best.
Wow, an early recall, and Leave has not gone the teleport either.
Wow.
Can't afford to do that into Leona. Wow, that is a pretty low roll, actually, for Leave. You shouldn't be stood there in the first place, but getting hit by a blind Zenith Blade and the Lucian W for the double tap and so the Leon. So you get hit by...
the move speed.
So you get hit by... Yeah, you give Lucian his move speed. You give Lucian his passive double auto, which, because you are CC'd, it gets more damage. And also it procs the... Oh my god, they're level 2, they're zone off the turret. That level 1 from Leave may have cost NIP. No. I think this level 1 could well cost NIP the game. That is how bad this belt lane laning state is going to be. Niket is trying to hold the wave as best he can. I don't think it's going to stop them from zoning from tower. And Junhao on the Nidalee now gets a huge green light to invade, because let's be honest, what the hell is the other team going to do about that? They find out the Viego.
They know exactly where he is. Junhao's now starting it up. Onto the red buff we go. Nio, without that arrowed path, will be able to really walk up there. So just has to give the red buff up. At least Leave should finally be able to get towards the wave, but he's 2 CS to 17. He's dropped the wave.
Yeah, so it's life-saving for Leave there, as he ends up getting some XP, but that bot lane play is the kind of thing which will lose you a game of League of Legends. You do not have the leeway to lose lanes in a whole side of the map like that. Nidalee is going to take away that red buff, going to get ahead in terms of farm. I doubt that Viego can stick around to fight for bot scuttle as well. Corki has push, bot lane has push. Does now feel like he has to go for something? He's trying to go for a cheeky play on mid, because what the hell else does he do? He'll try to go towards the top side scuttle, but this is also another problem. He's late to the top lane scuttle, so he's even going to be late on his first recall, and his first recall will be worse because he's dropped a camp. He won't be able to afford the longsword ruby crystal if he's going towards something, well, either of his choice first items. Nio has been, sadly, outplayed by his own bot lane.
Poppy's just recalled because she got chunked low. Nidalee now having just taken a gauntlet, leaving the wolves alone to go try and make a play there, but all the while Nio has gone mid. Flash away from Saber, avoids the Spectral Maw, but now look at Nidalee. Poppy's not going to be there either.
No, but again, Nio is just losing time. The most important thing you have as jungler is time. Junhao's going to start stacking up the Conqueror, not going to dash into the Poppy, going to keep Leave alone on the side. Do they just dive?
Think about it. Bayer was the one who ate a lot of damage there. Leave doing his best. Flash to the sun of the trap, but of course the Nidalee's not taken the aggro yet. That steadfast presence is deadly enough. Junhao's in danger. Had to flash out to safety. The turnaround with the Primal Surge will keep him alive after the Shara Shot came flying. Niket can maybe look for a little bit more here. Spear goes wide. Ultra Prime get away with it, but my god, Niket did the Lord's work.
That was a very overambitious dive. You were already winning in this game. Just take the small win then. Saber, he doesn't have mana for his Valkyrie right now. Nio spotted going across that, and Nio will luckily get himself a Raptor's recall now. That dive, I think, resets things just a little bit. Leave's picked up a lot of farm. Nio's not going to be punished that much. Ultra Prime had the wonderful first step, but can't capitalize. That's actually a bit of a heartbreaker for them. They should have been significantly further ahead than they are right now.
Yeah, and you see what the process is there. Initially, it's Junhao trying to keep people away from the turret, and that's fine. But then the problem was, Bayer ends up taking up so much damage before the dive even began because Leave just unleashed a full combo on him. And after that, they try to do it for the dive, and Niket, as flash stun, gets the steadfast presence down to prevent like 2 or 3 dashes, and it just gets even uglier.
So first back, coming in for junglers soon. Junhao going towards what looks to be a Lichbane first, has the Aether Wisp. The inventory gets the Dark Seal as well. But honestly, credit to Nio, rolling with the punches. Took a couple of risky decisions. It has worked out for him. Really thought that bot lane play had completely ruined the game. Smolder has his cull now, is going to be behind farm. Misses a big stack wave on bot side, actually, choosing to avoid the lane instead, but will lose another wave because of that. And that is not exactly great for NIP. Ultra Prime, look, still in a decent position. fast. Oh, that's a problem. Ult comes under tower.
Oh, Leave's in danger. All out, and Ejan gets the kill.
And Leave trying to get some stacks on top side. You had just been swapped out of the dangerous lane. Smolder is never meant to die against a Cassante. It's one of his best goddamn matchups in the game. Look at going bot side.
Oh, and then goes the perfect execution, and comes the Galio as well. So the hero's entrance required. Flash away from Bayer, keeps him alive. What's happening now with the rest of the play? Shouter may now be in danger. Exhaust on the solo slows him down. Should allow them to escape here.
Sucks that NIP can't get anything off of that because Corki is left alone in mid lane. And Leave is losing farm topside at exactly the same time. Ultra Prime, they avoid the first big combo of the game. We were saying in draft, the biggest thing will be how the Ambassador performs. Does hit the ult there, which delivers Galio in, at least blows some flashes. But it's not enough for NIP. And sadly, sometimes when you're draft, you can't foresee the fact that, you know, your AD carry is going to get level 1 double tap Zenith Blade by walking up to a brush too far.
In fact, again, into Cassante you have that happen. That's really tough. All the while, of course, we've got to recall, I remember, Leave, a very clutch playoffs match. Standing a little bit too far up in mid lane, flapping away, getting caught dying in a clutch moment. Hosting NIP a series.
However, you know, Leave has so often been the guy for NIP, even with Durnby and the name value he brings. Leave, I think, has been the best player in NIP, and I don't think that is contestable. I think he's been fantastic. So we expect great things from him. We expect him to be the backbone. I think his Kai'Sa game earlier in this series was really, really good. Eugene was potentially looking for another trade there on to Leave. Of course, flashless Smolder, pretty easy to abuse. Got a Poppy on his side of the map now, though that was the window to do something. It's a little bit of damage. Any chip damage you can do means an awful lot. Eugene running that Ghost as well, by the way, not going for that flash, definitely helps you run down the likes of that Smolder. Even Smolder, the Galio just can't escape you at that point.
Right, with the fabulous statement, the only way is up. Come on, that's great.
I can't believe in all my years of casting LPL, I've never said that. I've said go beyond plus ultra, or you know, good old My Hero Academia stuff. Grubs have now spawned. Good first backs for both jungler. Phage for Viego puts him in a really good spot for HP and that extra bit of mobility. Shasha, don't walk up to this brush too far. Take a little bit of a chunk.
Well, we've got the level 6 actually on the Leona. Could be a bit problematic. Young now coming on down himself.
Neither support having level 6 though, so no Poppy ult either. Bayer walking over. Mid lane priority should secure at least one grub. NIP, do you try and push out and recontest?
Arrow path comes on down. Nayo gets inside it, can start to wander around. There's a sussy looking shape on the floor as NIP looking for a potential angle on it. Saber on the other side will maybe be in danger, but the double shield of Duran value is pretty good. Turning around is coming on for Zijak. Tries to get value on the backside. Does go down, but not before they lose the Poppy. Body secured by Nayo, but the damage from that big one. Oh, Saber! Valkyrieing forwards claims another.
Saber pulls up the big one. Looks like Excalibur, that one, and cuts down the team of NIP. And the servant of Ultra Prime in the mid lane. It's an S rank for that. That's going to be 3 grubs for Ultra Prime. A couple of kills again. And NIP wondering where it went wrong. They got the reset, but it didn't lead to the fight win.
The unlimited rocket works. What happened? Just kept hitting a few of them. Their AoE at the back end was brutal.
Yeah, that's actually Ultra Prime actually stands for unlimited pill. It's very easy to confuse.
That's the one.
So Eugene holding a really good front line here. He takes a lot of damage, but he takes so long to die with the ult, the W getting a ton of Omnivamp through from his W's and Q's, that it takes a little too much time. And honestly, Eugene, the amount of damage he puts out from that space is insane. 4-man big one afterwards. The signature skill of Saber there going absolutely wild. Wait, what's the skills called?
Noble Phantasm.
Noble Phantasm. By the way, if you've never played or partook of anything like Fate, what's it called? Fate. Wasn't called Fate Stay Night.
That's the one.
You're gonna be referencing that a lot now.
Why Stay Night?
Sam, I don't know.
Yeah, well,
It's probably
leave on the other side.
What it is?
It's leave night.
Yeah. Oh, there was that reminds me of my favorite graphic we've ever accidentally ran with LPL. So back when we were working with Chinese production back in 2023, when we went out there to Xi'an for the regional finals, we wanted to have a graphic of Uzi coming into EDG and Leave going. Mm-hmm. And what they did instead is they typoed Leave as they had Uzi in, leaving instead. Yeah, it was just, they mistyped it. Sadly, they didn't run it, but I have a picture of it for proof. Because we were just cackling there. It was like hysterics. And I just like, look, I'm not going to lie. We were a little bit delirious from lack of sleep and working like 10-hour days, 5 days back to back. Because it was like the last day of the competition. All coming through.
Damage onto Leave and just about survives. Niket again with the clutch save. Keeps the AD carry alive because they went looking.
Dragon now going to be very hard to contest with the HP disadvantage. If you're trying to steal with a lucky Q, can't do so. First Dragon of the game taken quite late, but it does go to Ultra Prime. Saber wins these. Saber very much wins these. Nio does not have the items to tangle with. What is... Oh, this is... Oh, okay. This is worth noting. Bit of tangent. Now it's going to die here.
Gets away for a second, but a flash on forwards. Galio out! Doesn't save him from the auto attack, unfortunately. And Duembe's going to have wasted the long cooldown.
Oh, Duembe really thought he had saved him there, but the last auto attack comes through and takes down the Ruined King. On the other side, Saber just do need to keep finish up on this point. Is not going for the Triforce first. Is going towards the Triforceless build, likely going towards Shojin first, which gives you very, very good scaling damage in longer fights. Gives you a lot of HP. 400, I think it is, from that first item. And then also giving you very good W cooldown on the Valkyrie later into the game, because the Shojin gives you more cooldown reduction than the Triforce does itself. It's been a build which Knight played a little bit. We've seen it once or twice about the place. I'm wondering if Chovy did too, but it's been around the place for the last year. Not quite common yet, but does have a lot of power.
Cast a 55-minute game between Lost Returns and Verdun. Tora is playing for that squad now, if you remember him.
Oh, from the old XR.
Indeed, alongside SLT, formerly of Vitality and Senkux.
Cool.
So it's, in fact, Senkux, of course, once had Tori as his support. Either way, the long and short of it is Solicle's about to die.
Has no flash, has ult.
Later. Flash for the shield of Daybreak into the all-out. Nice combo there from Ultra Prime. Wait, the turnaround. Hang on. That repudiation slow was pretty damn good.
Eclipse shields the repudiation, gets enough out of that, and Jiang is lucky to make it out alive. Didn't have that first item. It's building towards that Thorn Melt, but didn't have it completed for that dive. Maybe would have killed that if he had the extra resist. Then transferring into damage for the Cassante. Not able to do so. In fact, was building towards the Frostfire Gauntlet. Either way, if he'd had that back, it would have definitely killed. Ultra Prime, not able to get that dive off, but still very far ahead in this game. 2.5k ahead by this gold, by this time margin. He's very, very good. They also are up in a dragon, up in Grubs. They are still very, very happy. NIP on the other side. They are hitting their first items now too. As soon as they hit that Triforce on Viego, you need to look for a reset play. How long can you realistically hope to scale? It's a bit of a hard question. Culling finds only a tailed end of damage there. Not great accuracy if you buy it.
Unfortunate there. The flap enough to get out of safety. Now, Rise, solo kill, might be dived again here. Saber with that Shojin. Basically, just about to say we had loads of Shojins and Senkux also in the Shojin Corki. Was the long and short of that statement I tried to make earlier. But either way, that's the end of that. Also, worth noting, Ejang, I don't know whether we called it out. Has gone Ghost, not Flash this game on the Cassante?
Yes, I did call that up.
Yeah, I kind of blanked on that little bit there.
Okay. Turns out when we spend so much time casting together, sometimes the voices, even though we work together, they do fade into the background just a little bit because we're looking at other things. Turns out I'm trying to run 4 streams at once, moderate them, look at chat, and give you an entertaining cast. It's a lot of attention to buy up there. That's I have to say. Q back there actually from Lee. Got the lucky crit on the Q. But yeah, no, that's in fact, folks, why we took a bit of a day off yesterday, because it felt like it's a double Nirvana day. Not to disparage anything. However, it feels like they're less important matches than the matches which people would rather tune in for. But honestly, it just felt like time to take a day off. Still a little bit burnt out over here. Appreciate bringing. Well, we very much enjoy bringing you the content which we do, and watching and casting the LPL. It's kind of, I've spent over a 10th of my life now being involved in the LPL.
Wow.
Leave.
In danger. Leave gonna throw down the ult. That much all out on the other side, though. The violence continues. Duembe in danger. Throws down the shield of ground, trying to ult away, and does so.
Goes towards the Viego in the jungle, but long cooldown burned. You don't have cooldown reduction in this kind of build. It's not like he's got ult hunter stacks and stuff like that to work towards. Duembe's Galio has been banned for most of this year. He lost on it versus EDG. I don't think it was necessarily on him, but God, look at that extended damage there from Saber, though, actually, from the Shojin stacked up.
Yeah.
But right here, again, just feels like he's not able to get the lane pressure which his team needs. Herald's being started, teleporting from Egen, doesn't have ult, but he can just be a front line. We'll be fine.
Doomby isn't here, worth noting. He couldn't TP in. Niket knocks him away. Xante not around. Herald taken. That means feat of strength taken by Ultra Prime. And now Flash on in, looking for an engage. Ult from Bayer. Sorry, that's not from Naya. Onto Bayer. Gets them a kill.
Lazy from Bayer. You can flash out there and be completely safe. You walk next to that wall. You got to know what's going to happen against that Poppy. Didn't have the reaction speed to make that work. And now, because the AD carry's dead, NIP have an angle towards that dragon. Bayer got to do better than that in those clutch moments against the Poppy.
Zhang still hurts there with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Leave loses about half the HP there. Backsteps enough of them, but not the EWQ.
NIP, you know, they're going to get an angle into this dragon, but in the state of the game, it's still not looking fantastic for them. Jane did a great job of dealing with this Smaller, by the way. Smaller, typically, as you were saying earlier, it's a counter matchup into the Xante as a 1v1. I guess in this game, you know, they didn't level up against each other, so it's not like the Smaller has the XP advantage. You know, Ultra Prime, I thought they might be the worst team in the LPL now. Ever since RNG and OMG relegated, they were out of the bottom two. I thought Ultra Prime might be the worst remaining team within the LPL. They played well here today. I love their game 2. The game 3 here is working quite well too. Now, Ultra Prime are still a team which struggles when the pressure turns on. One of the reasons why they didn't make it through into Group Ascend last summer, when I really felt they deserved it actually for a lot of their play in the group stage of that split. But NIP, if they were to lose to Ultra Prime here, that's a bit of a warning sign, actually. They lose 2 days back-to-back. Perhaps a little rattled by that EDG loss as well. And now we see if Jun out. Can he drift it into the bot lane turret?
Looks like he's doing a decent job of Tokyo drifting it in. Nice work there. Family secured. Now an all out on the other side of Doomby, potentially in danger. TP coming on in though. Solo kill backs away.
Not wanting to get the ambassador into the thing. Sam is allergic to teleports, apparently.
Apparently, yeah.
Oh god, no, I got across the map.
Oh no.
Ultra Prime get themselves 2 turrets in one fell swoop, get themselves another dragon. And while the gold lead is not, you know, the largest you could ever see, it is very large for this time mark, and they have every objective in the game. I mean, NIP have 2 kills, it's not a perfect game, but Ultra Prime, real credit for them for rolling NIP in this early game. This game for NIP, in draft we were saying it's about the ambassador, can you deliver the Galio into the backline? Now I think the issue is you are so far behind, I don't think it matters if you do. I think there's too much HP on the Corki with this build. I mean, look at that goddamn HP Corki has. That's just not okay. The Shojin gives you so much base HP as an item. Level 13 as well, doing very, very fine on that. So you can't pick him off as well. Maybe you can catch out the Lucian or the Nidalee, but the Nidalee will eventually go Zonya's as well. NIP are running out of time and they're running out of targets. They will scale with the Smolder, but I just don't think he'll ever come online early enough with all the objectives going to Ultra Prime, posing game-ending threats to NIP.
That. Maybe spotted that briefly, trying to get rid of some of these control wards. NIP need to just wait on Smolder scaling at this point, realistically, is their way out.
But this is the problem. You are going to get Dragon Sold at some point. You are going to be losing side lanes.
Dragon, yeah.
You have no turrets to secure your own map presence, because what is going to happen now is Ultra Prime will push up into the enemy jungle. They're going to take away all the jungle farm, including scuffles like this. The Viego will get pushed out. Viego will fall further behind. You're going to lose a lot of gold with that, because Ultra Prime can still clear through all of their own jungle camps too. It's one of the worst things about losing all of your outer turrets is that you can't defend your jungle, so you have to contest for your own jungle camps, while Ultra Prime gets, let's say, a third of your jungle camps, whilst also taking all of theirs. It's a huge amount of slow trickle gold.
It's challenging, especially because it is a Nidalee who does take those camps very, very quickly. He's got the Lich Bane done, building towards the Leander. He's second. Close to a certain point, you become mostly a heal, but you've got double AD carries to do that with, and that's kind of fine.
Credit to Leave, though. Very good stacking. 210 stacks before 20 minutes.
That's very good,
It's
actually.
very good
Yeah,
stacking, considering what happened at the level 1. Leave will need, how many war waves after this one? Another 3, right? Needs about, yeah, I'll need another 3 waves, unless one of them is cannon, then it'll be 2. Probably 2 waves if he gets 1 tag onto a champion or something like that. So he'll have his upgrades. He is at 2 items. He's actually ahead in gold compared to Bayer too. In Leave We Trust, it's so hard to play this game out though.
Niket with body blocking that tri-brush for the potential angle on in. Nice front step there from Leave Me, so doesn't get hit by the solar flare. Still got a flap to work with. Smolder then sends the ult out tag Jun.
Actually just given him, they've given him his 225 from that. They were trying to take that fight just before he got that play. Okay, well, NIP, it's a hard game, but In Smolder we trust. In Smolder we trust indeed. Question chat, is Shojin better than Triforce and Corki? As far as I'm aware, it's a little bit different. Triforce is still more bursty. Shojin's better for the DPS and a bit more survivability, self-sustainability. Atacon taken down. NIP contesting though.
Down to 2,000 HP. Can't get anywhere near, and the Atacon is taking the fight. After might get interesting. Blown up the Cassante. Smolder executes them. Saber now in danger, and that's a double to lead.
What is the thought process from Ultra Prime there? Egen did not need to go that far, and the Smolder goes kind of wild there. The 2-item spike and the execute coming online. Ultra Prime get themselves the Atacon, but they lose a lot of their gold lead there with those 2 kills going over. One of them being that shutdown on the Corki, who picked up a lot of gold in this game.
At the very least, they pick up a lot of petals. Now 33 to 5, so it's probably about 3,000 gold's worth of petals. But still, he's going to mat it into this Smolder. We'll have a look at the replay, because Egen tries to body block. It just comes at the cost of a bit too much.
Cassante is not that tanky unless he uses his W. I think he makes a big mistake channeling his W forward. You channel that backwards every single time there. Gets wall stunned afterwards. Big mistake after what's been a good game from him. Saber caught out, obviously, after that point. I think he would have thought EGM would survive a little longer. Obviously miscalculates that one. I don't know what happened to his Valkyrie either, actually, there. Dragon spawning now, though. Ultra Prime looking to get Chemtech Soul Point, third Dragon.
Of course, it would only be Soul Point because the Dragon stacking's been very slow. 2 Dragons in 22 minutes is pretty slow, I think, all things said and done. NIP now in a very good spot to just keep scaling. They've got the 2-2-5 stack, so they can play for the later fights just happily. Solfair Lands, but it's not really led to all that much.
Not that much, and Smolder's actually starting to get some decent poke. The Nidalee Spear is returning some in kind. NIP, they have the Smolder getting those executes. You have the reset win condition. Will it be enough here?
Fire throws down, McCullen gets a bit of a chunk of doing, but all not much value as Mom is called. In comes the Super Scorch Press. Egen gets tagged by a few more of those.
And Bio just got hit by the splash damage again. Bad positioning on the Lucian.
Oh no!
Oh, the blast cone!
What was that? The vision toggle there from Yuzurba showing some value. Leave did flash, worth noting.
That is important. Getting that Smolder flash, very important. Ultra Prime not finding an engage, getting chunked out by the splash damage. Are they still looking for a contest? The Dragon's already gone down.
Try and get some mid lane prio instead and delay the engage on the other side. Solo kill goes on in with the Galio Heroes entrance. They'll bring down Egen, knocked away the Corki as well, so the damage wasn't there. Nice pickup from NIP on the retreat from the Dragon.
Ultra Prime anti-clutch in the last few minutes again. It's a horror story around the Atacon and the Dragon, giving up so much of their gold lead. It's effectively none now at this point. They don't get themselves the Dragon. They don't get themselves, game-ending potential here. And suddenly NIP are massively back in the game.
Well, they've kind of hit this point where Solo could just hit anyone with the ult, and it brings the Galio in, and that is enough to allow Smolder to kill someone. We'll get the replay. Who hit the clone? It was...
Who hits it? Who hits it? Who went to water?
Italy!
Junhao punts his team into the enemy formation. That is... I'm not going to lie, folks. Only Ultra Prime would make a play like that. This team was so far... This is like the... It is kind of like the bro curse of Ultra Prime, whereas like, they just have random, awesome moments, but then besides that, they let you believe just a little, and then it goes just way off-piste.
Yahoo out there somewhere crying again, just forever hurt by this team.
Yeah, and look, this game 2 awesome, 26-minute stomp. Game 3 here, the early game was awesome. I think that the level 1 from the bot lane, the early invade from Junhao worked out really well as the clean feeds just had a bit of a pause again. That's not on us. You can see the thing ticking along in the bottom left. We had this a little bit actually from NIP's arena just the other day. I'm going to imagine that NIP's Shenzhen clean feed just has a couple of issues with it. It'll refresh shortly. You'll hear the thing come up eventually. Hello. We are here in the background. You will hear us again at some point. Just to let you know.
Hey, I can hear it. It's coming.
It's back again. Just need to make sure that it's still there. We'll go back into that and get back into the game.
So. Now, going to have Nio. Just trying to stay safe here. Of course, the irony, of course, of Junhao knocking his Leona towards the Smolders. He got Smolders flash. They didn't burn any.
That's very funny. Honestly, very funny. If it was intentional, that's a different thing. It didn't look like
intentional,
it.
No.
Maybe it was, but it didn't look like it, did it? Doomby's ult's coming back up. They'll have that hero's entrance again. Doomby not been the main character of this game. I don't have to do that much on the Galio, which has so often been the go-to pick of his. Almost permanently banned against this team. Next Dragon up in 2.5 minutes. But NIP, they are so much more safe now than they were before. Galio's at 2 items, even though he's 2k behind, he'll be able to hold a lane fine now at this point. Ambessa, scary items 2 now, has gone for a bit of armor shred, as Kaza was noting in the chat, actually, the Black Cleaver second, not going towards the Shojin. Shenhao looking towards lead, but yeah, that Smolder stings now, doesn't he? As soon as he completes that infedge, that's a big problem. No flash though, and Jin's going for it.
Gonna try and find some value. Here comes Smolder up, trying to find some value with the lead. He's gonna get dragged all out. TP Ghost pick up on the Smolder.
Smolder might hurt, but he takes just as much damage as he always does. Baron now going to be finished. Leave over pushing in mid lane. Not for the first time here. NIP not supporting their AD carry in mid lane, and that will lose them the Baron after they just fought back into even.
I'm not gonna lie, part of it's also just bad vision control. How on earth does Sante get to TP Ghost flank all the way through your jungle to catch him out by wolves? What's happening there?
That is a great question. Ultra Prime will get themselves that Baron, and that now is game-ending potential. You can break the base with it, even if the game doesn't end on this push. That is what they needed. They breathe a sigh of relief. Their last couple of objective fights weren't fantastic. Getting the pick off on the Smolder, though, does all the hard work for them.
I think we're going to replay there as well, because I think Leaf thought he was fine retreating that way. Here we go again. So Leaf's got Nio behind him, trades up with John Hao. Kind of chooses that path to retreat, but the TP comes on through, and Leaf, I think, just chooses the wrong path. He's moving towards Niket, and Niket flashes and is just shy on the keeper's verdict. I'm talking a pixel short of knocking the K'Sante out.
Credit, I actually think Niket's had a good game. His wall stuns have been good. I think he's done what he can to protect Leave, but I think that the game had fallen apart away from them too early for him to really make as much of a difference. Infinity Edge completed for Leave now. For those of you that don't know, there was a buff to Smolder after Worlds last year when he was going much more bruised, you know, the Triforce Shojin kind of build, stuff like that, where he gets the crit bonus on his Q damage. So, and that does end up applying an Infinity Edge bonus to you. Once you get to this stage, Smolder does hit like a truck. Doesn't have fire cannon for the target access, but next time you Qs someone, watch that splash damage off the wave. It will do an insane amount of work.
So, see what he can do. And again, Leave is still going to be very scary. And now he has got his summoners back. It's a big deal here on the Smolder. Still very much win the game for NIP. Looking to find an angle here. Can you find... Potentially engage. Solo kill off on that flank. Could potentially look for a perfect execution of that hero's entrance combo we've seen. A heroic execution, perhaps. All the way by it. Heads on to this dragon. Soul point for Ultra Prime. Likely uncontested here by NIP.
So the last minute of the Baron, you know, will be used to secure that dragon, which they do. They get themselves soul point. Base not broken. Base not broken. 3,000 gold lead for Ultra Prime. A lot of that is on the Corki, who... Yeah, now at this point, with the Black Cleaver coming in too, Shojin Black Cleaver for Smolder... not for Smolder, for the Corki means you have... I think it's an extra 800 HP. I think it's an extra 800 HP between the two items. Might be 700, might be a little bit off that. Extra 800, 700 HP. Has the Ninja Tabi as well. Has a bunch of shred now between his Gatling gun and the Black Cleaver. So the Gatling gun applies ticks of Black Cleaver very, very quickly. Full stack it up in about a second and a half without getting any of the other damage down too. This Corki is very bruised up, but still does a ton of damage.
Now just managed to nab away that blue buff. Smite from Nio just a second early there. Was actually very tight, but either way, it is still John Ham picks it up with the auto, I believe. Blue buff secured. Potentially be a bit annoying here in terms of mana regen for the squads.
Saber pushing in towards this top side. Baron buff now fallen off. Maybe not the most wave clear. You can see he doesn't actually one-shot the back one. He's going... Wow, that's too far, dude. That was way too far.
It goes pretty deep and goes down. Smolder comes on through. You can see what they were trying to do with Leave coming to the lane, but it's just a bit too early. And now Nio is going to have to tank up that culling.
And there's no one better there. Derby, that is just the wrong play. Great reactions from Xiaoxia. Gets the flash Q immediately, stopping the CC chain from starting. Great play from the Leona to stop Derby's flash engage.
To make it happen, and again just a little bit desynced from the rest of the squad. Leave it over 350 stacks is becoming increasingly scary as the game goes on, and that's all well and good, but if you keep making basic errors like that, it will be problematic. Doomby just picking up the arm guard will be a little harder to bring low.
Leave trying to scale as best he can. You know, if he gets himself to next item, whether that is, I'd imagine it should be the fire can, but maybe he feels he needs extra ability to shred through The incredible armor stacking of the Cassandra goes for Lord Dominic's regards instead. Leave, I think he's had a mixed bag of a game, hasn't he? Parts of it have been good. I think he's, getting 1.5k ahead is partially just because NIP have just dropped all of Galio's farm to give it to the Smolder instead. His laning phase left a lot to be desired, but he's had some good moments outside of that too. Right over topside and the Skull Crab.
Execution on the fire! They blew him up! Nio stills the body. Now in the illusion, looking to dance around, can look to ult forwards at some point. Will do so with the Heartbreaker. They lose the bot lane.
Leave gonna go forwards. The Q doing good damage. Ult going across two. Great damage onto the Nidalee.
The Primal Surge, though, brings her back up to a bit better HP, but it's still going to be forced to run away. Ejang going to try and hold on to the mid, and there's bounties to pick up here for NIP.
And NIP get another fight against the run of the game. Neither of these teams is playing as cleanly as they did in their wins earlier, right? I mean, NIP have had some moments where they were a little bit ahead of the game. Ultra Prime have definitely had moments when they've been ahead of the game, and neither team has been as confident closing it out as they were earlier in the series. Chaosha should never be walking up like this so far. I mean, I guess you have 3 people in, but Bayer, bad game on the Lucian. Didn't manage to snowball that laning bleed. Got caught out a couple of times in Dragon fights. This Lucian performance is holding back Ultra Prime.
I don't think they were quite aware that Solo Kill was around until the last moment there, and at which point it was a bit like, oh, pick an expletive of your choice.
But the problem is, at this kind of point in the game, is that if you make an oversight like that, it loses you the game.
Yes, it does.
And that could, again, each of these plays now swings the needle a little bit back further to center, really. Saber's got a 4th item, gone for a Serpent's Fang Pulse. Now, that's one which I haven't seen. But the Shred is going to be absolutely nasty. Stops some of the shields from stuff like the Eclipse and a little bit from the Poppy shielding. Didn't do that much, I suppose, but the Earth it does give you some utility, and the lethality on Corki. Actually a pretty good style. Him! They catch out the Corki!
Good value onto the Corki. Needs to stay alive. Saber! Shattered! Needs to flash over the wall. Will not manage to stay alive. Now Junhao's in danger. Goes golden for a second or two, but I think he will be eating silver. Second best in that fight.
Saber caught out way too far up. Just because you have that extra HP does not mean you are unkillable. NIP, Pounce, get 2 picks in the space of 2 minutes, claim the Baron, will be able to reset in time for the Dragon, deny the soul from Ultra Prime, and the game goes on.
We're having a shorter day. The first 2 games were quick. This one's certainly not been a little bit more rapid for sure. Solo Kill steps on forwards here, trying to get as much value down as they can, get this wave shoved. They've still only got 1 turret this game. NIP have got a lot of gold to claim.
And they're ahead in gold. This could be an absolutely monumental gold swing. Leave has 4 items. He has an extra half in there too with the Last Whisper built in. This Smolder is giga late game now in Ultra Prime. On your heads, this is. You have thrown multiple time now as a bear on big objectives. You're allowed so many mistakes in a game, depending on how the drafts are and XYZ. I think the Atacama was the first big mistake. I think the Dragon after that point wasn't great either. And these last couple of picks in a row have thrown this game into the abyss. NIP, great picks from them. I think Solo Kill particularly has been doing very, very well at picking off people with his ultimate. We did say that the performance of this Ambassador could determine the game, and it might just well have done.
Worth noting here as well, now over 400 stacks is Smolder. That execute threshold just keeps growing, growing, and growing. He is an infinitely scaling champion, and he has been stacking very, very well this game as Leave. 2 oopsies, but the fundamentals on the champion in terms of just getting the numbers up have been pretty solid, to say the least. Nio looking at Yujang here. Niket jumped him into a wall. Damage back. Turn too far. The javelin toss goes wide. Particular toss of the proverbial coin, not the best. The turret goes down in bot lane. The gold keeps growing.
Ultra Prime, I think they've screwed the pooch a little bit here, folks. I don't see how they make it back from this. Too many items now onto NIP. Too many defensive items onto NIP, and Smolder can just keep doing the damage. Look at that damage through.
And the burn after.
Burn's insane, throwing out the ultimate for good measure, forcing him off the turret. But even if Ultra Prime get a slapback, there's a Death's Dance, there's a Zhonya's. There's too many things to cut through. They need to find a miracle pick, and Bayer just gets blown up. 4,000 gold behind, gets hit by 1 Smolder Q, and he's out of the fight. Bayer on the Lucian, having a bit of a nightmare.
What do you do at this point? It's just not been easy. Leave. Now at the 5th item, if that's not been noted. That Last Whisper has turned into a mortal reminder. All of the healing in the world be mitigated pretty heavily by that. The Primal Surges, the double AD carries will not be enjoying that particular item.
I think particularly late game, always go reminder over the Lord Dominic's regards. Just the extra healing debuff can be very, very powerful, especially when you've got spellbook heals, something like the place too.
Yeah.
People, AD carries have enough lifesteal late game to make a difference. It can be a big difference. And yeah, sadly, this is such an AD carry deck. Bayer has just had a nightmare late game lead. Yes, he's had his mistakes too, but God, he's so strong now.
Yeah, he hurts. 466 stacks. A couple hundred off the big time.
I'm trying to just reclaim. Wait, the big time? What's the big time? Is that a thing? The big time? The phrase?
I was going for 666. The number of
beast time. I think you said it was the big time. Because I know,
like, I did say big. There's the big time. It was.
Right.
I think what it was actually referenced was Pink Panther. I'm 006. One obviously big time.
Yes, let him hath understanding the number of the beast, for it is a human number. Its number is 666.
What a song! What a song!
So, yeah, man, yeah, obviously it's been a bit of a weird week for the rock and melt scenes. Aussies passed on, Prince of Darkness, but Iron Maiden, of course, in there too. It's one of the more seminal bands of the genre. Dude, tell you what, I got to see Black Sabbath on their last string of Black Sabbath tours. They did do some after that. But yeah, I saw them in Birmingham, their hometown. God, War Pigs, seeing them just for that song was
pretty
very,
special.
very worth it. Very, very good song.
I still really like the way you play Paranoid. You have that little extra note in.
Oh, yeah. I do it twin. The thing is, so Black Sabbath were never a band which did twin lead. I'm sorry, we're going off. Look, folks, we'll just do quickly some housekeeping here. We've got a Dragon up in a minute and a half, Baron up in a minute and a half. If there's a random pick, there's a random pick. Both teams will be fighting over Vision, and we'll see how they approach the objectives after that. However, after yeah, Black Sabbath never did twin lead. That was really an Iron Maiden thing. They were the twin lead band which came through, which is again why they were so important to the genre. Really, people didn't do that before. Nwabum, yeah, the new wave of British heavy metal. I thought Iron Maiden were after that though, because that was Saxon.
Oh, you might not.
Because I thought Iron Maiden were later than the genre known as Nwabum. It's like new metal, which is
but just earlier.
But earlier.
It's new, but within a U instead of an EW.
Yeah, so edgy. Jump forward in mid lane. Those smaller keys are gonna. I mean, that's a lot of damage for a late game Cassante to be taking. Actually, he's been put down to half HP very quickly, and you can see the Nidalee heal cut down by the Wall Reminder too. Bloody hell, Leave! Almost killed them by the culling in return. Jesus Christ, the damage both sides.
Youch. Leave will be able to heal up off that blue buff. But yeah, Leave can do the 1v5 and at this point if he gets the opportunity. I wonder whether he needs to sell off something for a Bloodthirster or something,
The thing is, I don't think Ultra Prime... Oh, wait, so he needs to sell for
Leave.
Now, the thing is, I actually don't think Smolder is getting hit in any reasonable team fight. I think...
Long will keep him healthy.
So, and on the whole, I think if you have a Galio and a Poppy paling to you, it's normally not nearly as much of an issue. Dragon coming up and Baron at the same time, 10 seconds in, Leave instantly deletes waves now, and you need to be so careful contesting against him, because the splash off of the wave from the Q can just end your fight. We've seen how much ridiculous damage the Fire Cannon can do.
516 stacks. Xiaoxia is being bled out. Public execution goes wide. Flash away. Keep Xiaoxia in one piece.
It is Smolder's late game. We are just living in it. And yes, that Bloodthirster could help him in terms of slapping back some of the damage. But this is uncontested damage he's putting through. It's doing so much work. Clears out another win mid-wave instantly. Xiaoxia, no flash to play out this now. Can't flash for the Zenith Blade. Leave. When's the next Fire Cannon proc? There it is!
Oh my days. Sneezes and breathes some fire. Zabaya nearly burns out. That was a W and a Q. Ult! Needs to be just about dodged away from. Bayer down about 10% HP. They need to reset. They need to get out of here. Ejang in danger. Doomby looking. Solar Flare to stop solo kill. Continuing to break down step forwards. Niket now throws down the step fast press, looking for an angle. Gets onto Xiaoxia. Can't quite get that done, but he will still fall. Leave gets the kill, and they continue hunting for more value.
The flash blown earlier leads to the death of Xiaoxia. Jun has nothing better to do but take some camps on the other side. Maybe go towards the Dragon. Trade Soul for the Baron. I mean, will NIP let them get there? There's a teleport down towards mid lane to stop there being some cheeky push from Nidalee. If they can get down here to contest, they can stop it. But I think NIP getting the Baron is still disastrous for Ultra Prime. I don't think Chemtech Soul is a game-ending buff for them. Yes, it's permanent, but the game might end in the duration of the Baron buff.
Just going to jump onto Saber, trying to get the kill onto him. He's in a 1v3 right now. Blew up the Corki. Dragon about to go down. Can't quite flash for the steal as John Howe flashes out to safety.
Saber dying there is disaster for Ultra Prime. They can't finish the Soul without losing one. And now with the mid lane are dead. NIP can use the Baron buff to try and break the base. Leave going for the 100% crit build on the Smolder does so much damage. This is why sometimes you see them not build the lifesteal. If you are good enough and get that damage down, God, it hurts.
6-2 and 1. Through 555 stacks, 111 off the big time. Now Ultra Prime looking to try and turn this around. Niket gets tagged just a little there, still doing just fine. But culling from Bayer does sting, but doing below. They can't end the game.
It's not, again, it's not the damage that they need to turn the game. And IP will break the base. Yes, they have given the permanent damage, the buff rather, over towards Ultra Prime. Great damage there again. Clears out a bit of the wave, slows down any follow-up. That's a very low cooldown at this point in the game too, when you have level 16 and of course your Shojin in. It's not that long cooldown. NIP will back.
Essence Reaver 2,
yeah. Essence Reaver 2, absolutely, yes. So they have the double cooldown reduction there. Ultra Prime, this game was so winnable. They were so far ahead in the right moments, but a couple of key objective fights went away from them by their own misplays, really. You are, however, in a situation now where the Smolder has gotten the value they're going to. The extra stacks don't matter that much anymore. You don't get your value from that. You get it from a lot of your items and then just a big break marks. After that, yeah, sure, the stacks help. Not going to end the game. Ultra Prime can catch up on gold because the enemy team is capped on item slots.
At this point, there's the GA picked up from Bayer. That could be big.
He sold his boots for it. He sold his boots to get a GA for what could be one last fight. Has both summoners, has ult up now, has 5 items, no boots.
Needs to be a bit wary. He is not all that tanky to the cues of Smolder. 2MB being jumped on, can maybe go gold, has to flash away. 2MB just about alive, he's dead!
2MB way too far from his team, goes down. They try and slap back onto Saber. NIP make a big mistake.
Has he got the Zhonya's? He had that arm guard in inventory for a long time.
He absolutely had Zhonya's.
Oh, 2MB.
Maybe he thought he would just live. That, 2MB, my dude. I know you're a world champion.
John now. Public execution, he returns the favor, goes golden. Smolder can keep jumping onto Bayer. Again, he doesn't have boots. Keep running away, half the HP. Smolder ult comes flying on through, still tags Bayer.
This game has become deeply unserious. Mistake after mistake. A game of throws, and well, I suppose there is a dragon, so I guess we can call it the game of ice and fire, Song of Ice and Fire. That was the Braum on the other side when you need him. Ultra Prime just got themselves a freebie. Both of these teams really disrespecting the fact that everyone has so much goddamn damage in this late game. If you are alone and you cannot buy time within literally a few seconds for your team to be there, you die before they can reach you. Ultra Prime losing a kill when they were in a great position after taking down 2MB meant that that peeling frontline tool was gone for NIP.
Well, 2MB will at least have TP and the Zhonya's cooldown up for this fight. Could be a lot worse here. Still not ending the game. Welcome to Nirvana, folks. Sometimes we see good things, but when games get tricky, not always the cleanest. Feels like NIP with this Smolder just need to find that one last advantage to break the game. But of course, Ultra Prime, you get Soul. Elder spawning in a couple minutes. It just comes down to an Elder Flip, folks.
Oh, Elder Flips. After what happened in this series, so 2 quick games into a very drawn-out, mistake-riddled slugfest. Now, it has been entertaining, folks. It is absolute cinema. But God, some of these fights really should have gone a little bit differently, should they? Is it really going to last another 2 minutes? I think it will be. I mean, we're seeing individual picks, but not actually game-ending picks. Full items for Bayer, who's now rebought his boots. He has remembered the feats of strength, so, you know, boots actually give him some extra value. If he can get himself the upgraded boots, he will be capped out and leave while he's 5,000 gold ahead. Probably now more like, I don't know, more like 4,000, maybe a little less than that.
Nearly at 600 stacks.
And you do get, I mean, so the scaling from the burn on your stacks is much less than it used to be. You do get a lot more damage from your E on stack. I think every 50 stacks of your E, it gets like a damage increase or like an attack speed increase or something like that. I can't remember. Let's be honest. Smaller with more stacks hurts. However, I would argue actually better to give the gold up to someone like Poppy, who will just get instantly deleted by anything else in this late game, or of course someone like the Diego or someone that can use it a little better. Dragon now up in a minute, and the game drags ever onwards.
Counterpoint.
Hello.
Not to disagree, but more as a conversation.
All right, sure. Play devil's advocate. Let's go.
the execution threshold increasing with stacks? Is that not worth playing for?
The execution threshold doesn't change anymore.
I thought
No,
it still did
that
off
was
stacks.
on release, or if it does, it's very
It's gotten smaller, but it still
very
does.
minimal, to the point where, look, at this point, an extra support item or a tank item onto Poppy would make a large difference. The extra stacking on the smaller, I actually don't think it makes that much of a difference.
Worth knowing that. Was for all you are infinite scale. Hear your wisdom there. Leave. Flop forwards. Needs to be a bit wary. Throws out a sneeze, and then comes Mom as well. We'll be fine.
God damn, the culling, yeah, that's the problem.
Wow! A turnaround though. Yeah, okay. Maybe the stacks do help in some capacity there with the sneezes.
Yeah, they do. He's been farming up a hell of a lot of them. If you ever face checker brush with a smaller end, effectively your team fight is over. Lucian will lifesteal up, and they do have Nidalee heals as well. Teleport into the brush. Leave, you need to be careful there, buddy. You remember, doesn't have the most life. Still has a little bit from Legends Bloodline, I'd imagine. He's hit by the Thornmail there too. That Saber's poke is going to be pretty nice here too, going into the hyper late game, and it is, folks, hyper late game, cresting 46 minutes in. Elder in 4. It has come down to it. Elder, flip, leave, flapping forwards again. Egen doesn't have flash to ult him back in. That ult threshold is really nice.
Galio jumping on a solo kill. Fire spin off from his team. What are they going to get? Valley want to shout. She needs to back away. Leave keeps him low. Solo kill survives. Baye will finally fall as solo kill's death dance ticks him down. They'll lose the AD carry though to 1-for-1.
1-for-1, but I do think losing the Ambessa is a really big deal for Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime have a second AD carry in the Corki. You don't have the same ability to dive onto the backline without that Ambessa now. Well, we are into the point where late game resets will do the hard talking. Ultra Prime going to start up that Elder. Where is the splash damage from the Smolder?
Io looking for an angle to him. He buys some time. Can't quite get it. The Winds of War damage. How comes Mom doesn't find all that much value? PTA session
Great
miss.
split. That big one was absolutely huge. Another warhead into the backline. Nio not quite found out there. Leave going around the side looking for the big splash damage.
He gets some value. He needs to flash over the wall away from the solar flare, but he goes back over the flap, and he killed off Corki. Corki is down. 2v goes golden, turns into a statue for a second or two. A small and kills off the Leona as well. Continue to hunt for more. Leave trying to get some autos. Will surely fall, but no, not before he takes a lot more damage down. Cassante survives. Everyone else down for the counts on Ultra Prime.
Low HP bars on NIP, but a bunch of kills. 4-for-1 as solo kill respawns from the earlier death. Can they teleport into the base? Well, bloody hell, yes they can. Double teleports in. Solo kill, I think they absolutely can. Solo kill is so strong as the late game ambassador. If he tags and ults onto anyone coming back, I'm pretty sure that's just the end of it. GA will help with that too.
They've got Elder too. I just don't know how much they can stand and deliver here. He's about to sell off the GA for the Immortal Shield Bow. NIP, 47 minutes deep. Looking to end the game. Culling use onto the wave. It's largely survived. Poppy ult away onto both. These Nexus turrets stand no chance. Ninjas and Pajamas. I think they've done it.
NIP climb the ladder into the hyper late game on the back of the little dragon that could, and clutch their way to a 2-1 victory. Was it pretty? No, but it's theirs. They win in front of their home crowd once again to go 3-1.
Look, it's in the movies. How to stack your dragon. Beautiful stuff. The Smolder late game win condition proves too much for Ultra Prime to handle.
I'll have you know, as a book series first, and the
It
books
was
are
indeed.
better than the movies. Don't come at me too hard for
they're
that.
different. I quite like
Yes,
the movies
they are
too.
different, Sam. They used the name of the books to make a very different movie. It's a different. It's like, remember the Halo show? It wasn't actually a Halo show.
Yeah, it's true. But I still quite...
Very, very off topic. NIP won the series. That was... Anyway, it was an entertaining game. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. As someone that knows these teams can do better than that, I am disappointed.
Look, I think we are seeing for NIP that if Niket and Nio don't snowball, things get trickier. I actually think Niket had a pretty solid game, but I think the team looks a lot more lost when they don't have that to rally around. And part two of that is if Leave is not playing well, if Leave is not the focal point, the team look a lot more shapeless. I think because Solo Kill is a really good tertiary carry, a good secondary carry, but I think if you need to be a primary carry, a little bit harder. And Doomby at the minute is very up and down as to whether that can happen. I think he actually had an okay Victor game. Like we saw the damage and stuff, but the team isn't as versed in playing around the weak Leave. And I think that shows too.
Well, that is our first series of the day, Dominic. It was a short series. Now, it was not. I got to run some adverts. We'll run the highlights, and we'll get into a second series today, which is the huge one,
Oh,
BLG
God,
versus
yes.
Anyone's Legend.
Yes,
So
yes.
absolutely stay seated for that one, folks. We will we'll get that to you shortly. And until then, guys, I need to just detox. We're playing horse game. I'm sorry. We're gonna
Do you want me to do anything?
Can I get a latte, please?
You
Sam?
absolutely can. Go sort that out for you. I'm gonna run to the bathroom first. We've got a little bit of time here, so I'll make that to happen.
Yeah, that was
Worst LPL game this year? No. We've seen some really bad LPL games this year.
that was pretty bad, actually.
I've seen worse. I remember some of the LNG games last split, Al.
Oh, that's yeah. Okay, no. In fairness, LNG existing makes that
LNG RNG maybe last split pretty awful.
that was pretty awful, actually. All right, we're I need to detox, folks. That was genuinely just an otherworldly experience for the worst. Okay, let's I'm gonna mute that for a bit, and we'll okay. So what am I doing right now? 23%. It's a bit high, actually. What's this? 0%. Let's do this and hope we get an energy up event at the end of it. Because we've got some decent... Do we have any skills? We don't have that many skills, actually. That could be a problem. Move down. Oh, poo. 365. Wait, did we get... Oh, we want to get straight away recovery. That's good. This is also not bad. This is also not awful. Front runner corners is good. We'll get front runner corners. And then we'll save the rest of the points. So now we have some decent skills to use. We have high wit, so the skills are more likely to do things. Yeah, no, I've been playing Musume this week. Yeah, I've been playing horse game. And, yeah, we're in, like, I've got some, like, good, like, I know there's, whatever, what's actually happening in the highlights. Oh, God, that's a goal graph. Wait, 75 by 48. What's 75 by 48? Jesus Christ. What? That's a 1.56... 1,560 damage per minute. Fucking hell. Jesus, that's insane. Yeah, that's incredible. Wow, that's a hell of a lot of damage. Okay, alright, let's play the race. We should be first, right? How are our stats holding up? Everything but guts, but you never train guts anyway. Never train guts, by the way, folks, if you can help it. Unless it's like 4 or 5 people early game. And even then, try not to do that. So we've got, yeah, we actually have decent skills now. We didn't have skills before. Oh, I shouldn't have leveled up the front runner corners again. You don't want to level up the ones with the circles twice because it's inefficient. It's okay, but it's inefficient. But right here, I want to make sure that I'm winning all of the races so I get maximum fans and maximum rewards. Yep. Okay. And we didn't roll Swinging Maestro yet, which is often what breaks the game. I have both of these, actually. I should do a special week run. I haven't really managed to get a good special week run yet. Okay, no late start. That's good. I think Focus is a good skill for... I think Focus is actually very good because it gives you less chance of getting late starts and reduces the impact of them. Or rather, reduce the impact of late starts, which can ruin one races. Okay, so we're in the front pack. I think we have better stats than the front pack. We shouldn't get powered out by them. We have enough power to break through that now. So we have... Is it straightaways or corners? We have corners. Wait, what? Hang on a second. One of the websites shut down betting odds while... Well, are you kidding me? Did one of the... Wait. Did one of the betting sites shut down their odds mid-game? That is... Wow. Are you kidding me? That's a really bad sign. Someone in Nivea's chat is basically saying that a betting site shut down odds mid-game because it was so sus. Is that true? That is mad. I don't think you realize how mad that is. That is really bad. Now, the thing is, sometimes games can get super messy, and I'm not dragging that. But, like, if that's a way that a site is responding to it, that's a bad look. What is it? CSGO Empire, I think it is? Wait, what? Oh, no, wait. I'm trying to... I don't quite understand the comment. Can you clarify on that? I don't want to stand behind that if there's no proof for it. I don't want to stand behind that. But, okay, well, this is looking like a good race, at least. The game that just happened, yeah, yeah. Nice. Good race. Like, and again, I don't want to stand behind that, because obviously that's a very grave allegation, but we'll check out... I mean, it's got to be Leave as the MVP, right? No, solo kill. Alright, alright. So, I mean, solo kill was really good, but I think Leave had a couple of mistakes, so maybe it's on him. Like, I really need you to clarify whether that's true, because that's a hell of a statement to make. I probably shouldn't have I shouldn't have, like, said that so... Yes, I am reading chat. I read all of our chats. I don't respond to everything because there's only so many conversations to have and only so many things I can do, right? But, like, that's a bold allegation. And I do want to clarify that's coming from someone in chat saying that on Onivia's chat, by the way. Mr. Sis BKL. Okay, so we've got... Ooh, this isn't bad, actually. 14%? We try it. 14% is fine, I think. Nice. Good, good, good. That's really good. We got a... Corner Adept is insane there, actually. Corner Adept is a very good skill. Should get enough for that too, right? 20% off? Wait, what time is it? What time of the year? This is okay. Yeah, we do that. We do that. Yeah. Corner Adept is a really good skill. Because you're pretty much always guaranteed to get it, pretty much. We do want that long corners as well. 35% off is a bargain for that. We'll probably get that before Haramakinen or whatever it is. Hey Asta, good to see you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well we tried again. We probably need straightaway recovery to win this. Well, do we need that to win? Number 2, we don't have... Yeah, we don't have the best stamina anymore, which is a problem. Yeah, there are someone in Onivia's chat is saying that a betting site shut down odds mid game because it looked sus. Now I get that's the last time I'm gonna say it until someone actually posts proof. That's the allegation. I don't know if anyone can go look into that. I don't know if anyone... Yeah. But like I don't know who this person is in Onivia's chat, but. And in fact, no, I'm not going to mention it again, folks. Until there's proof, I don't want to say that. So don't take my word for it. That's just what someone's saying. And I shouldn't really be saying that on an official co-stream. I really shouldn't be saying that. What's ultimate game? I don't know what ultimate game is. Ooh, that's some really good stats from them, actually. Okay, so we're gonna need some good stats. So we don't need the most power. No late start. That's good. We don't... This one might be a loss, actually. Oh, hang on. Let me put the...
好，我是主持人松琪，我们邀请到了深圳 NIP 的打野选手奶油，先跟大家打个招呼吧。大家好，我是 NIP 的打野奶油。欢迎奶油。
I should really not be saying that stuff on a official co-stream, actually, folks. Sorry, I really shouldn't be saying that without proof. And I'm not alleging anything. It's just someone saying that betting sites were finding it sus. But I should also not be amplifying the message, so apologies on that.
赵信在前期的时候2级抓下，换掉了2个人头，并且2滴血锁血成功，帮助队伍滚起了雪球。那一波自己
Not looking that bad right now.
那波对面下路太装了，然后我刷到10多人就过去把他们2个杀掉了。
可以说是很细心的抓到了对面有一点点稍微有点激进的一个打法啊。那在第2局
No, it's okay. I mean, like, someone said it in chat, right? So. Okay, so we didn't get corner recovery yet. We kind of need corner recovery, I think, because our stamina's low for this tier of race. Corner adept is good. And we haven't got rushed, which is fine. If we got rushed, I think it was pretty doomed.
第3把换的打法，明显感觉到你们想把宝压在小
Go Lightning
后
McQueen
期发育的阵容上。
Good
那整体
chow.
的游戏内容也正如大家所见，是
Okay, in a really good spot. And actually, you know, this might be where our ult comes in clutch. It's only a level 1 ult, but it does tend to work when you're running out of energy and you're getting pressured in the final straight, basically. Yeah, but by the way, yeah, Mr. Says BKL, like, you need to back that up if you're going to say that. Because you said that very confidently.
你觉得这个时候你作为 为打野的时候，一边要看资源啊，一边又要跟队伍去打团，你是怎么样平衡自己的节奏的？
Obviously, all it means is that a site believes it doesn't mean that.
边线他能玩就是。
Yeah. Okay, so we're in a really good lead right now. We didn't get corner recovery. But that's a late chaser. This is gonna get a bit spooky, actually. Yeah, we might need an ult. I think we might come second here, actually. Yeah. I think we might come second here. Late chasers are spooky. This could get really close. Yeah, this isn't looking fantastic. They're making a drive. We didn't get corner recovery. Running out of stamina. Okay, ult might save us. 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 No, Calzone. Well, I mean, yes, if there are threats, but... Oh, we got straight away recovery. Okay, that might save us. Oh, no, I think it's too late. I think it's too late. I think it's too late. Oh, it's close. No. Second. Third? Fuck. Okay, whatever. We didn't get enough recovery skills. Second is okay. It just means they don't get like the perfect run. Say whatever you want. No, it's more like if people from... No. It's not about that, Carls. It's more about if people related to the LPL see me making allegations like that. Which I'm not making those allegations, but amplifying stuff like that on an official co-stream, then that's obviously not a good look. Which is why I'm not doing that. And again, like, that's someone making a very serious allegation there. Okay. Okay, how many fans have we got? Do we have 60,000? 33,000. So we're going to need to get another race in somewhere. Maybe we want to do Japan Cup, yeah. We'll do Japan Cup. We have enough energy for, we have enough energy for that. What do I think? Too high. We'll do it, just because we have enough right now. This gives us stamina, I think. What have we got? Position's not that bad. Long corners. We should have got long corners for that race. That was stupid. We should have got long corners. Wait, no. Okay, and we'll just hope that we win this one. Because this will get us the fans that we need to get level up ults last time. It sucks that the ult didn't save us that last... Oops, what did I just do? Oops. Nio means cream? That's funny. Okay, and we hope we win this. There are 2 players named Cream in the LPL, that's funny. Okay, now we hope. Now we pray. This gives us, Japan Cup gives you like 30,000 fans. It's super broken if you can get it. Late start's bad. Okay. Well, now we're gonna need straight away recovery or something. Because we don't have the stamina to like do stupidly like long runs and stuff. Well, I guess this is a medium, but it's just not the worst. Okay, corner out up's good. Front runner corner. That's very good. That's just very good. Sehr good. That gives us a load of stats up. That's nice. Okay, big matchup coming next. Big matchup. Oops. Didn't realize that didn't do that actually. If I'd gotten Swinging Maestro, this would be so much better. The Swinging Maestro is such a broken skill, but I didn't get the right support card events for it. We need to get Super Creep thing. Hey, thanks for the follow. Like, we're still going to be completely fine for the campaign. It's just not what I want in terms of getting like max stats and good RNG and stuff. Because I haven't had an A rank Majora McQueen rank campaign yet, and I think I can get one. You know what? I probably should have gone... Maybe I should have gone Pace Chaser for that race, for long ones, until I get more... until I get Swinging Maestro. So you need really high stamina to do run long races. Shadow's playing Dodoko. Okay, this isn't looking great. Did we just end by going front run 2 big races in a row? Okay, ult's coming through. It's good. Anime ult. Does that matter? First? Oh, is the ult saving us? Do we have the stamina to finish this off, though? I think it's good. I think it's good. Maybe? We do not have the stamina for this shit, man. I think we're safe for this one. You see how scary it gets on the final straight? We just don't have the stats yet. Okay, we win that one. That's good. What will the score for this next one be? Look, I think AL are a much better team than BLG right now, and I think BLG is playing with a new jungler. So I think BLG, if they take a game, that's a punch up for me. That's a punch up. I really hope he's it. I root for AL, but LPL desperately needs a second powerhouse. They do. They absolutely do. You're not wrong. Okay, we got first. That's good. So at least we managed to get back to some of the fans that we didn't get from that last race. Now this is just a very good race to run because it gives you like a ton. This will mean that we get like 2 level ups of all. We've kind of got the level ups that we need now, which is good. I don't want to go for the low roll. This will give us energy back. Nice. Can we get anything from this? I think we actually rest. 70 energy up. Awesome. 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 I can't remember what this does. No, just that. That's fine. Okay, let's speed train. We really need some stamina though. Or we need fucking Swinging Maestro. Let's do all stats up. No, I actually want to get no, I need to get extra skill points just in case we roll Swinging Maestro. So yeah, Shadow's joining BLG, which is the big story, right? We'll train stamina. We can get another friendship out of this. AL BLG gonna be a banger. Hell yes, it is. Raffle. What did we get? I got the low roll in the raffle. It sucks. So you can get like really big stats up. Speed. Yeah, I need points in stamina, but also I need to be doing rainbow training too. This is good. This is very good. Got the because rainbow training basically increases the value of your training, obviously, and then it depends on the cards which get it as well. This is the level up event. Cool. The alt level up event rather. This is fine. You get more energy back from with friendship training from one of the cards I have. I just can't remember that. That's fine. That gets us pretty much up to Oh, you did like the NPC interaction stuff from Hades. Hades is a great game. I love Hades. Because I'm a huge roguelike enjoyer. In Rich's podcast earlier in the year, you guys were genuinely against Fearless Draft. Do you still hold the same stance now? Well, it's worth noting that we did split our opinions. I was a little bit on the fence. I was willing to see how it went. But I like had reservations, and I think I'm pretty much still in that boat, honestly. Like it's definitely not perfect. Which game started the NPC interactions? It's been a thing in Japanese games for forever, Carswell, really. Yeah, it's been a thing in a lot of Japanese games. Okay, we get inspiration this time. This is good.
之中都打出了自己的风采，让世界看到了你。这一次和诸多的强劲对手的较量，你觉得自己从中学到了些什么？改变和提升最大的有哪些方面呢？
我觉得我们虽然就是打了2个国际赛嘛，但是没有拿到最终的好成绩，就是说明我们还是要回来继续练，继续打磨自己。
那现在回到 LPL， 你是以什么样的心情和心态开启的第3赛段的比赛？
But I do want them back. That's the max stats possible. We've not rolled Swinging Maestro, man.
像今年你们的首战就遇上了自己的宿敌 BLG。今年呢，你们也是之前交手了5次，5次 AL 是5战4胜，这会不会让你们对于今天的比赛更加有信心呢？
我觉得我们现在打谁都应该是比较有信心的状态，就是我们不是会在意跟 BLG 的对战记录的。
好的，那我们也期待你们在今天比赛当中的表现。
We're not doing pace chaser. Maybe I should go pace chaser though. Long corners
同样，我们也请到了 BLG 的下路选手 Elk， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的
BLG 呢，今天就要开启自己的第3赛段。那想问问，经过短时间的调整，大家都非常关心，现在目前为止整个 BLG 的状态究竟怎么样呢？
我觉得就是
You go full strength in every game I play. I tend to go Dex because Dex gives you like way more skill expression. I feel.
然后就是正常投入训练了嘛，然后就是看比赛的。
I don't like the fact that we don't have much stamina. We've not rolled very well in terms of stamina. I saw gold ship and I'm happy. Yeah, I did. You know, I actually had a decent gold ship run the other day.
那在你看来，如果说今天你们想要战胜
I mean, we do have really good
需要在哪些
speed
方面
stats. It's just we don't have the stamina to
我
keep
觉
it
得
up.
AL 是一个就是打支援团，还有他们的一些团队沟通，其实。
Aside from Chovy, what among players do you think is long due for world title? There's no way you don't say Knight, right? It's Knight and Chovy who are like awaiting their world titles.
还是更多的就是要注意他们的换线，然后还有
career-wise,
团战的那些处理，还有打团吧。
I mean, I think you could throw someone like Xiaohu in there. Not necessarily on current form. This is the 6th time BLG AL are playing against each other this year. Yeah, they played a bunch, haven't they? Yeah, we'll get more and more race in before we'll get more and more race in. Slate starts bad. That's really bad. We actually might lose this now. We need straight away recovery. We have not got enough recovery skills. I wonder if okay, that's good. I don't actually know whether it's going to be enough though. We just don't have the stamina for long races, which is a big mistake, I think. The colors on the BLG jacket are sick. I like the BLG color scheme. I like the gradients they have. It's nice. Red up's good. Got a couple of corner skills, right? I think we have long corners and we have front runner corners. Good chat, like, oh, whatever, I'll turn the end. Okay, I don't know. I just don't think I don't think we have the stamina for it. I think I should have just not rolled into the rainbow training as much. Yeah, Panzer, I agree. Okay, so we're getting past that front runner. KO. It was Kyle. LCK always used to call him Kyle. I've just always gone with Kyle. Okay, are we gonna... Okay, long corners is good. Are we gonna get front runner corners as well? Yes, cool. Right, so we've gotten all of our skills, but we did have a late start. Okay, corner abs as well. Awesome, cool. We've had literally all of our skills. I just don't know whether it's gonna be enough, because late start, and we just don't have stamina. We didn't get Swing Maestro. What is this, human racing and horse racing? Exactly that, Lion King. Exactly that. It is. Each of these characters is based off of a real-life racehorse in Japan. For reasons which are beyond me. Okay, got a good lead. This is really large lead for a front runner, but I just don't have the stamina for the last straight. Shadow looks excited. Awesome. Cool.
AL 对阵 BLG 新季魅族即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Okay. I don't know. I don't know if we have the stamina for this. Okay, ult helps. It's a level 3 ult now, actually. This is significant. Level 1 ults don't do much, but level 3 does. Go, anime ult, go! I was so lucky to roll this, actually. I mean, the ult's really hard to proc, but I think it's very good on front runner. I don't think we're winning this, though. Poo. Nah, we're not winning this. We just don't have the stamina. This bad. Do you need to get top 2, or is it top 3? Oh, shit. Okay, that's not good. I'll just have to re-roll this real quick, then. Okay, let's just try. I'm literally just gonna like auto-resolve this. We'll try doing it from pace just because we don't have the stamina otherwise. I don't. 8th? Bloody hell. Okay, this is just a. Oh, okay, we've actually just tanked the campaign. Oopsies. We'll try another campaign after this. We'll have to. Oopsies. I misplayed that campaign a bit. I didn't lock out in terms of skills. Okay, ALVLG, obviously huge. Duocast this is, yep, Sam will be here as well. Yep. Is there even enough countryside to breed and raise horses in Japan? Absolutely. Japan is a huge country. It has a ton of countryside, yeah, for sure. Okay, into the game we go. First draft, Anyone's Legend versus BLG finals matchup. 6th time they've faced off against each other. And what a matchup it has been. Lots of our typical bans coming through, but we are going to get one of Annie Wukong, Pantheon, Rumble coming into play. Trundle also tends to break a lot of these drafts. Annie banned away. One of the biggest setup jungles. Aurora, also now on the table too, thinking about it as well. Both these mid laners love to play that. This mid lane matchup will be absolutely key. I think that on the whole, AL strategically have shut down Knight very well when they faced him in recent days. In recent months, really. Last ban for BLG. They banned the Talia away from Shanks. Azir is available. Shanks is more likely to play that than other LPL teams. It's bigger in the LCK than it is here. Stuff like the Trundle, not first pickable, I don't think, but can be very valuable. Shadow, of course, first matchup onto BLG, and BLG's third jungler of the year. We're only halfway through it. Rumble locked in first. Easy pick in there. Bin sometimes picks something like the Yorick into it. It's a Flandre special as well. Knight locks the Azir. Knight has put a lot more time into this pick. The Trundle in there too means that they can now lock in a tank on 3. They can go front to back. However, the answer from AL is right. You want a front to back? We can front to back. Maokai Yone locked in. If you lock something like Sion now, you do still have ways onto that backline. You can see the chess match happening between Tabe, the coach of Anyone's Legend, and BLG. I think the Sion is the right pick here. I still think it is. Yes, it ends up getting a little bit diffed by Rumble, you know, 2-3 items where Rumble can start to win out in the side lane with stuff like Leandris and then the Riftmaker if he wants to go towards that side lane build. Shanks on the Yone, a very notable player of the champion. BLG going into their second round of bans now, but again, you see those trade-offs being made in real time.
So, bans have been sorted. First 3 picks have been sorted. Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. I think BLG here, obviously, with their first showing with Shadow, it's a fairly big deal. But I mean, this is a massive task, Al. Going against AL, who were taking Gen G to 5 games. Sheesh.
Yeah. Anyone's Legend are the only team internationally to contest, realistically contest, the LCK teams. No, they went 5 games against both T1 and Gen G at MSI. They've had a good break, a good international foray. Both these teams, their first series back since they went internationally. They've been on the road for a while now. They didn't play in the first couple of weeks, of course, because they were still abroad. Bot lane bans, a lot of the big playmakers, which also have a side of lane dominance, are being banned away. For this matchup, something that Cubby was talking about quite a lot is how important bot lane is to this matchup too, because if BLG can get on out onto the map after winning lane, they look like a completely different team. I think the biggest reason why BLG fell apart at MSI is because On fell off hard. He was, I think, their second best player clearly during Split 2 and their playoffs run. He was crucial to their performance, but if On underperforms, you can see the impact on BLG. Other side, Kyle, obviously very important to AL as well. Their jungle support duo is the beating heart of this team. Alistair now being locked in for On. So not going to go for the support counter, but going for 80 carry counter pick instead, and also taking away Kyle's Alistair.
Senna now being a concern. Make that one. Hope that maybe the Corki don't like him very much on the Corki, but they might do it anyway.
I hope Corki has been a little bit maligned over time. Yeah, restart the TikTok stream.
We'll sort it. Alright,
Corki locked in. Corki locked in. Rel alongside us. They have the big engage now. You have Rel Rumble, you have Maokai Rumble. That's a hell of a large engage combo. Last pick, 80 carry for Elk. That's not available, that pick. I'll have to go for something else. If you pick something like that Draven, you are asking to do it. Honestly, I don't really like going towards that MF either. The Sivir goes in. I like the Sivir a lot more. You can tank that Maokai ultimate. You can even tank a Yone ultimate if you want. And you can play the front to back. I like this a lot now. BLG have themselves tanky frontline, long-range backline. Anyone's Legend, they will have to play to get on top of these carries. It is the bring your daughter to work day. Azir and Sivir. Sivir, the descendant of ancestor Azir. Anyone's Legend playing a very 2023 OMG comp. Tarzan is such a good Maokai player too. Shadow first game on the roster, playing the Trundle. He's not pivotal to the way this game works out, but those pillars are obviously huge in terms of disengage and potentially forcing people out of position. Ulting the first person into the play. If the Rel or the Trundle get, the Maokai get ulted, they will pop after that point. BLG playing a very different style to what they normally do. They very rarely play the scaling front to back like this. They prefer high risk, high mobility, high burst champions.
Very true.
This is very different from them. However, this is the style that was shown to be very popular at MSI. Gen G have been using this to win the entire year. Of course, they just dropped their first series the other day. Anyone's Legend. If you'd switch these comps around almost, I feel like they were maybe slightly more favored for the other side. Anyone's Legend playing for backline access. BLG playing to stave that off. First game of our finals rematch. The premier match of the LPL comes up again for a 6th time this year, I believe.
Big matchup all year. And there's BLG in their wonderful pastel jerseys. See how they play out today. Easy thing. Andre once again on his Rumble in the Jungle skin. He does love that one. It's ready for a killer matchup, a rematch of Spring Finals. Split 2 finals. Newell's legend off a big international tour. BLG looking to recover after coming out a little earlier than they were hoping for. On the riff we go. Crowd get the first word.
Bin's already flashed. He's already flashed. He'll go down for first blood here.
Oh, it's mid-Giles for BLG's own cheer. He's gonna go down. Surely Hope gets first blood here. Flashed out from Shadow. Looking to get on top of Hope. Gets the slow. What about the rest of BLG? Shanks roaming on up. They'll get the flash off of Hope for the flash off of Shadow, but it's still first blood going on to the Corki.
Bin, what was he doing there? He was trying to go for a level 1 ward or some kind of contest in the jungle. We didn't see all of it because it was coming in while we were loading into the game. We didn't see all of it. Bin losing the flash, kill over to the Corki. That is not what they want. However, Hope being down a flash at least gives some hope that the 2v2 can fight back. He was walking in for a ward and he was just scouted out. Bin, that's obviously well scouted out by anyone's legend, knowing that he was looking for that ward, but bad death for Bin at the early level.
Very much so, and of course, worth noting, Hope then comes out, not with a color or anything, he's gone for the fairy charm, so building towards likely the sheen early on, wants to be able to back for that one a little earlier. You feel pretty good, a little bit of mana regen, no bad thing there to work with.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the craziest first back. It means that actually, early laning-wise, Elkanon have a chance to get some 2v2s here. They want to push in the wave early, of course they do, but there is a chance for BLG to still utilize the time before Corki gets his next back, and that turns into a sheen before things get really out of hand. Elk's going to miss a couple of CS there, but he does get the shove. Level 2 hits. Actually overpushed just a little bit here. I guess it does go in and stops it freezing from outside the turret. Just a Q from Elk. You need to be on target with them. If they can get good laning phase before Corki gets a recall and spends more of that gold and gets an actual important item, you can maybe bounce back.
Just buy an extra healing pot as well is worth noticing. A little bit more sustain for that one. See exactly how it all works out. Bit of a look in there. I think that's MF on the screen. They're not quite sure. It might be Caitlyn actually is the other person it might be. It's a bit easy to tell, but they've got a little pool party banner at the bottom of the screen.
Shadow will get himself his early invade. That's important because bot lane did not manage to get shoved. They lost the shove to level 2. Shadow walks in, gets a buff steal. That's important. Get the Trundle ahead of the Maokai. Maokai hates playing against Trundle. And one thing, he just does not know how to deal with Trundle most of the time. You W into him late game and you get ulted, you immediately die. Tarzan needs to have a good game here. Either him or Kyle will need to somehow survive through the Trundle ultimate, whether that is by throwing the Maokai ult. And that, hang on a second, that's not a bad knock up there. Like back.
On's now potentially in danger here. Does get the heal to speed away, but Hope without the flash still got a little bit of scariness. Elk, so a lot more HP barrier to work with. No one on that side of Elk. Just like the cleansers need to burn it quite yet. So it ends up being a very even trade of HP bars. Remember, Hope still got the extra pot.
Hope does have the extra pop, but he was lower HP. Damage on AD carry always matters that little bit more. On tried to hold on to that heal for, well, tried to hold on to his summons for as long as possible, try and time out the ignite. Couldn't quite do so to get full value from the heal, I don't think so. Actually heal up a little bit, and the Triumph from Raw will give them a little bit more sustain as well. Always a little bit more value than you think there. Trundle on the bot side of the map, but does not want to be visiting bot lane.
No, he does not. Bin, top side, having a very unfun time here into Flandre. He gets a good set of burn. Sion. Not a bad matchup into the Rumble early, but Rumble can still get some good chunks down, especially because it hit the Scion and the wave simultaneously.
Oh, it's the glowing moat, not the Fairy Charm, by the way.
Oh, is it? Oh, Fairy Charm's
that's the support one.
Yeah, sorry, glowing moat. Fair enough. I think it's because it's a fairy in the bottle.
Yeah, it does look like a fairy in the bottle. It is very Legend of Zelda coded, but thank you for letting us know about that in chat. I do agree. Right, okay. So, X-Slash being charged, level 4 on AD carries, level 3 on supports, goes straight into a stun though, doesn't get the combo he really wants, but forces Kyle out of that brush and is now into a brush with vision on it, of course on same thing, because he's also in the warded brush into the side. 2v2 been hotly contested so far.
Got eyes on it. NIP, got the knock up there. Oh,
NIP?
I think I think of the last game.
I do, gotta get that other coffee in you.
I know.
Knight doing fairly well in this early laning phase though. Will be very important later in the game. The last Azir game, which Knight had, was actually very, very good. He had, a 5-man shuffle play off of On's 5-man Nico play. That game was mainly really decided, sadly, by On over-engaging a few times. That was part of his start of his downfall, really. I think Knight's Azir, it's a weird one, because I actually think it's better than a lot of people give it credit for. But it is true, it's not the champion you want to see. Both of these things can be true. I don't think he's, you know, the worst Azir player out there. I think he's still fine. He's actually won LPL titles by playing Azir as well in the finals, which is, you know, you don't get to do that for free. But so there's a bit of a middle ground to find in there, you know, right? Where you rightfully you rightfully criticize, like, you know, he's not Faker, Chovy, BDD Azir or something like that. But actually, he can play the role. And if you need the Azir for the team comp, which in this case, you do need the Azir for this team comp. It's a mobile backline mage, which can escape something like the Maokai, the Yone ultimate, has strong early laning presence, but then also that huge DPS late game. Dragon's now started, Shadow using that early power to start that up.
It's serviceable, perhaps, is the way to put it.
Okay, I would call it more than serviceable is the thing. I know that other people would stick at that and say, well, whatever. I think it is still better than that. It's just the problem is that Knight's so good in so many champions. You often want to see
it's still a downgrade,
the delta is kind of insane.
But he said what is serviceable for Knight is not exactly what you'd call. It is still very good for a lot of players. Knight a fair amount of damage. So Shanks finds a soul. Gets a decent amount of work there with the Unbound Soul passive.
Ends up losing the trade though, because he was in the minion wave and Knight got the E onto him as well, not just for the shield, but also a little bit of that damage. People forget that the AP ratio on... Well, there was a big change a little while ago, which one, shifted damage out of his Q, and more into like actual soldier autos, but there was another set of changes to his Azir, which were AP ratios up on his E and his R, which made him much more damaging when he actually goes for, you know, mid and late game shuffles. But it just means that if you actually hit the E onto someone, which is not always something that you... Well, let's be honest, you have to put yourself at risk.
Yeah, you have to actually dash into someone.
But if you do that, it's pretty damaging, a lot more than some people will realize. Bot lane even, mid lane even, top lane 10 CS lead. Somewhat expect that with the Rumble over the Scion. The fact that nothing's exploded just yet, not unexpected, right? 30 seconds till Grubs, both bot lanes staying in place. First fights of the game, anyone's legend will look to really rattle BLG. If BLG get to, you know, get a Grub, potentially two if they could. I mean, that'd be fantastic for if they can. Hard to do so versus Maokai and blue side contesting Grubs though. First ult of the game pins you against that wall, really nasty. But if you get to that point, they get to farm up in mid lane, get Azir to, particularly to the point where you can go Seeker's Armguard into Zhonya's.
Yeah.
I think BLG will see a winning angle from that. You need to get to that point though. Anyone's legend, you need to unseat BLG before they start getting resources. Teleport's going to come in from Spellbook. Grub's going to get started up, but they're going to be peeled off of. I guess that was just Shank's charge and Q, I suppose. Up in force towards this top side. BLG, are you contesting at all?
Thinking about it. Kyle, I think, who TP'd in that with the Spellbook. Doesn't kind of now end up towards the top side of the map as Grubs are being started. Over they come. Managed to flame spitter down a lot of these quite cleanly. Be able to hold on to these fights here for easy.
Credit to, I mean, obviously AL, big win for them to get those 3 Grubs. Kyle hasn't been on the bot side of the map for a little while though. We'll go on to him. We'll get the extra auto stun onto him too. Crash Knight could be cancelled out by the pillar. Used it onto Hope instead, so he'd have to Valkyrie over it to commit to a fight. Shadow, I mean, fairly quiet so far. Did get that the red buff steal earlier into the game. Kyle just overstaying quite heavily there, friend.
Oh boy, he's into 3 people. Manages to crash down and get away, but it will still be the red buff going the way of BLG.
He'll end up recalling as well, so not able to really stick around on the bot side of the map. Shadow getting a little bit ahead there. Again, just anything you can get with the Trundle over the Maokai can be quite important. And yeah, first backs have come through. Worth noting, by the way, this is a piece of advice from Tempest, notable Yone main. Don't go Zerka Greaves first on Yone anymore.
Oh, really?
You used to go with them at Yasuo and Yone. You used to buy them all the time when it gave 35% attack speed. Now they only give 25 attack speed. You can get for the same price recurve bow plus dagger, and it will give you the same attack speed plus 15 and magic damage on hit. Just a better item breakpoint from that. Gives you really good damage for trading. Right here, of course, you got the recurve bow anyway, but still, so that's not actually apparent here to Shags. That's fine. Not saying that, however. Something to note for you in your own games for Yone.
Do recurve bow, then get the boost. Kind of do it slightly inverted, basically. Not boots, then bow, bow, then boots.
I understand as a melee champion, you sometimes want that move speed, but I think, well, obviously you do, but the extra damage is really threatening when you go for your E-trades after that point, because you don't always need that second tier boost to chase people down.
And you get the move speed off your E ramps.
Exactly, you have a lot of mobility, you don't always need it if you're a good player, you don't always need that special, and let's be honest, you get the boost sooner rather than later anyway. For those first trades of the game and get some really nice damage onto them. So, Knight, actually 10 CS up here. I suppose it's meant to be an even matchup. 10 CS lead for the Azir. Pretty good, all things said and done, especially given that Shanks has been laning this year very well into Knight. Shanks has become the next mid laner to watch, I think, internationally now.
Yeah.
He had been kind of, you know, kept in the region, kind of capped in here by not going internationally for a very long time. And he did so well against Knight. I say that now, Knight is actually getting a big CS lead and getting a plate in this matchup. That shouldn't be happening here. Tarzan has ult, has flash. Good shuffler, that's like max range escape.
It's a huge amount of value there, sliding away.
And just safely buys time. I've said this a lot today. The most valuable thing as a jungler you have is time. Shanks does make himself a good trade there, and it's going to half the health of Knight. Now he's in threat of potential ult kill. Knight will then probably look for the recall off of this wave. Yeah, after he's lost that HP. He'll slide back over the turret probably, and indeed he does so. Shanks won't be able to cancel the recall from that point. BLG will wait for their mate lanes to come out on the map. But yeah, Shanks, he's been kind of just hidden regionally, because let's be honest, less people watch the LPL than international events. That makes a lot of sense, right? But Shanks has been very, very good. He has been having a hell of a year. I was going to try and stop him getting a plate in return, not quite able to do so.
Is that plate? Nicely done. Recovers that. Slight lead for Knight right now, who's trying to get the most out of that range v melee matchup. Nice little decimating smash there from Bin. On to Flandre, but Flandre still gets to stand there and deliver. Keep him zoned off the wave somewhat. Dragon starting TP.
TP coming in. Is Ben going to come in as well? Yes, we are fist fighting. Whoever can control the choke points is in the advantage here.
Hope now looking to come and join the play. Headbutt away on that skull. Oh, no, goes Kyle with a magnet storm. Massive value was nice to slide away, but everyone's just dead. Oh my days! Attracted to anyone's legend and regretting that. It ain't Valentine's Day and there's a heartbreak to be found. Flandre trying to trade out with Knight. May well be in danger. Still got the ability to get a lot of damage down onto the Azir. Gets the kill to Shanks 1-for-1 in terms of the solo laners at the end of it all.
BLG get cold feet and retreat into the choke point. We just said whoever controls the choke point controls the fight. Anyone's legend needed that fight to rattle BLG and stop them having a clean transition into mid-game. BLG, you must know better than to fight in that kind of choke point against a Rel while you're stacked up.
Alright, full on bind the soul across here. Hang on an Elka coming. This could get a bit dicey because Tarzan's still pretty low. He may well be able to claim the dragon here, but Tarzan after might be end up being traded out. Bramble smash away. Headbutt pulverize. Not going to get on Dolphin with him. He is going to take him very low. They're TPing behind. They have to turn and fight because they can't escape back towards the bot side. Azir's coming on in. Hope goes down. And now BLG punish the take of the dragon with solid TP angles. Shanks has gone back on in, looking for an angle. May need to jump over the wall here with his Q. Gets onto Elf, but misses. Unbinds his soul. Finds the value. Doesn't quite die. Pillar comes on down. What about Knight? Can he get in range? Slow from the smite over the wall allows Azir to get in range.
Azir gets 2 kills out of the fight somehow. Or rather, just one of those kills, and anyone's legend, after winning the initial play with a wonderful wombo combo, overstay and give BLG a chance to fight back when the ultimates were down, which they were afraid of. BLG should have been down and out after that fight, but AL stay a little too long, and the victory they had just before that is blunted somewhat. Look at this. The retreat back into the choke point is a big mistake from BLG. Massive 4-man combo from the Rel. Azir manages to escape and get some damage and makes this actually playable, I suppose. But that combo from Kyle is top draw. My MVP support from our region doing such an insane job there to set them up for success.
And they managed to blow up Knight at the end of it all. Now that feels great. But then the TPs come flying. And it ends up evening up a lot of the kills that were picked up. So this is where it all comes in. We start to see a lot of people turn up again.
This is a massive overstay. They didn't DPS the dragon down quick enough. Tarzan didn't have the flash to get over the wall. You were at least losing 1, so they thought, well, let's just go in. We can take some kills down. They do get the Alice, so that's something. But they just buy in a little too far. This is one of the things which I do criticize anyone's legend for. They are sometimes incapable of taking the first win, the small win, and getting away with it. They sometimes look for a bit more and try and look for the truly game-ending play. Shadow, awesome play over the wall here. Pillar gets some vision from Knight walking there. 2 Pillar knowing he gives vision. Gets the smite. Gets the slow from the smite and ends up giving Azir the kill.
That he does. 4 for 2 at that end of that play. Even if AL had won the fight before that relatively handily. Still, it's AL who got the dragon. It's AL who got the first 3 kills. And they are building towards feats of strength well.
So, Gold is fairly even. On will patch out Kyle. Doesn't have flash, does have the crash down. Doesn't do a decent amount of damage. They get stunned. Silent coming into the play. Here's the blast cone.
Oh, Kyle gets the blast cone out for safety, but then in comes Nature Scratch trying to find some value on. Flashing forward for the pulverize. Hope Valkyrie's away over the pillar. Kyle in danger, throws down the Magnet Storm, trying to buy some time for his team. The TP's now flying, but it's a little late as there's 5 people at BLG here. Knight slid forwards. We'll have a blast cone to get out to safety, but now Shanks looking for an angle. Finds the 2-man queue. 3-man ult, looking for some value. Where is that equalizer? You're right. It's on tonight. The rocket comes on down and Flandre burns him out. 1-for-1 as it stands, but now Bin's been slowed as well. Flandre continues to burn people out, and Herald is there, and BLG have gone too far.
That slide in from Azir is well too far, and now it's BLG's time to over-engage, overstay, and then get punished for it. It's the 1-for-1. I did initially think it was a little bit too much. Flandre was always threatening that hanging dagger, the Sword of Damocles above BLG, of teleporting in and using that equalizer. AL, they managed to slap back both of these teams out for blood, and I just wonder whether BLG should just be chilling out a little bit. You have the scaling front to back. Initially, good pick from On. There's no flash on the Rel here. You can force a lot of HP out. Elk is continually managing to get that move speed from the Sivir passive, auto-attacking. Hope gets a good chunk back onto him to stop it being a complete blowout. Things get weird from this point. You do have, you know, the extra combo coming through as Kyle gets caught in the same position again. And Knight, I don't think he realizes the threat that they're under. That is just a bad slide forward. I think he's played the game very well up until that point. So he managed to play very well in that last team fight around the Dragon, played well in the laning phase. That is a mistake of a shuffle.
Mortal Steel Fate sealed equalizer after. Flandre very happy to pick up a kill there with the equalizer. He's now up 1,000 gold in a very scary spot. Shanks ahead of Knight now after being behind a little bit in the early game. Well, unbind his soul and find Bin, but again, is Yone potentially able to start taking over the game? It's a very close game gold-wise, but what has happened is Anyone's Legend have got the first 3 objectives, they got the first 3 kills, they get the feats of strength. That additional level of support is super well.
We're sliding into a mid-game now where very even in gold. Also important to note too that it's even between the Azir and the Yone. Yes, Shanks got a lot of kills, but Knight has been farming well, and he's also had kill participation as well. Because of that, he can probably hold lane against anyone. He's about to get towards the Rylai's, which is really important. I think if Azir gets towards Rylai's and then also the Seekers, BLG are still in this game. Bin is 1,000 gold behind. That is a problem. This Rumble looks like they're going Riftmaker with that Phoenix Conex coming in next as well. Dragon, 10 seconds up. Yone has teleport in topside, will have some alone time on that tower.
Kyle burns the barrier, switching out to another summoner with the spellbook. Shanks all the while going to take that tower, as you're saying. Has got that TP to join. Ult also up with the Fate sealed. Dragon started by BLG. Do Anyone's Legend care that much?
I think they just want to get the solo lane gold. Get that first tower up in the top side for the Yone. It will give... they already have the beats of strength. Good damage from Hope for that. We've criticized this Corki before, but actually this game's been very good so far.
Again, something we were noting on GDC the other day is that Corki's win rate over time really does drop. The most of any AD carry. But in the mid game, so potent with that early kind of poke and spike and AoE. You can do a lot of work there. A little later on, things get a bit tricky.
Shanks got a lot of time on top lane. Now, the thing is, though, I think in 2024, BLG were fantastic at playing side lanes. Also over the side, that's the Maokai Classic.
Good value there, and again, it is Tarzan. I remember him doing obscene amounts of damage on LNG with the burn build.
Oh yeah, the brush sapling fight?
Yeah, I know the one we're thinking about. I don't think I've ever seen a Maokai do that much damage ever in a game. This game as well, double mask build, wants to have the burn, wants to be as valuable as he can be from that front. Doesn't mean he's a lot squishier though. Like, could maybe look for something a little bit tricksy there, but won't do it.
No teammates around, and there's always the threat of a flash rumble going right onto you. That would be a bad problem.
Yes.
Elk struggling to have as much of an impact this time. You can see actually under the mid lane turret there was a bit of miscommunication where he fired off his spell shield while Shadow was clearly blocking it. So we'll have to clean up for later. Also in that fight in the topside jungle, he got jumped on by Hope and didn't really have a great answer to that either. He's not at the point where he has all of those items yet. Just got a second one though. Second item, obviously a big spike for Sivir. Bigger for Corki. He's going to get the more mana once he casts a few more spells.
Question. Yes. This was one from chat, and I think it's pretty interesting. So, La Blue Tailed in there is asking, so why have Azir's kind of dropped away from Liandry's so regularly, and we're seeing more Rylai's?
Liandry's has only 68 right now, I think it is.
Yes.
I think it used to be something like 75, or maybe less than that. It dropped like 10 AP over time, and Azir loves that. Rylai's just a better stat item. There's also 4 melees on the side of Anyone's Legend. Rylai's helps with that. So if you now go Rylai's and then into the Seekers as well, you're very hard to deal with. On the other side, Riftmaker Leandri's completed for Flandre, winning over in the individual match very heavily over Bin. His laning, look, it's a hard matchup, but his laning, and obviously that early game death, not really helping him out too much here. BLG, nothing really to fight on the bot side of the map right now. 3 minutes. Different one until the dragon respawns.
Time is relative, that's fine.
True, yeah. And the passage of time is an entirely human construct. Time isn't. Time is a real thing. Passage of it.
So like our experience of time is very subjective.
Yeah, exactly. That it is. It's, yeah, Vatican has spawned. That's why BLG really want bot side control. I mean, they do have an Azir, 2 items. Does have really good DPS, even if it's not the Leandris for very good objective damage. It's still not bad with that. Bin holding wave topside has teleports. And if you can hold a freeze that, you can hopefully drag back some of that value. But God, he's so far behind. I just don't think the Sion's going to be that tanky in the team fights. That's a huge issue.
And you got second items done for Maokai, for Rumble. The bird is very much there. Shanks with the cracks there in the Blade of the Rinking as well. Now got a lot of threat on the side lane. He gets to auto attack with that build. You get the double procs on the Blade of the Rinking as well.
This is huge, because both Blade and Kraken both had buffs recently. That's a huge damage spike.
Already Kyle got Worry Face, still goes white, still looking for a bit more damage. Nature's Grass comes on down. Don't find too much more. There's a couple of burn there from anyone's legends, and not a huge amount of avail.
Yeah, that's not the best thing for them. And On has Spellbook TP. He can recall and come back in. That's one of the bonuses of the Spellbook. Really happy you highlighted that 2 item from Yone, but also 2 items from Maokai as well. The Blood Ladders will help the Rumble get some shred, which he doesn't currently have himself.
Worth noting, Outburned on the hunt, on Burn the Unbreakable Wolf. The front line from BLG a little bit more mutable. Onto the Atakan we're going. They will burn through this pretty fast.
This equalizer's going to be massive.
Oh, straight on top of 3. He turns up a Knight, needs to shuffle away. Atakan comes on down. The pillar interrupts the Magnet Storm attempt there. Not bad from Shadow to disengage, but the damage is done.
Yeah, that's why Rumble has remained first pick ban for about 3 years now. God, that was so much damage with the Leandri's Riftmaker. BLG lucky not to lose anyone. However, anyone's legend, they will get the Atakan, they'll get the mid lane turret, they have 3 grubs, they can push them very, very quickly. You can see that Flandre getting so far ahead of the Rumble, on the Rumble rather, versus the Sion, is causing a whole host of issues for BLG. Flandre, I've often criticized his individual laning, and I think at MSI, Flandre was the biggest problem for anyone's legend in terms of individual player performance. He was getting less impact in team fights, not laning as well at that tournament, which was, of course, one which anyone's legend were hopeful for. Ended up in a 3rd place finish after buying out in 5 games to both Genji and then T1. This is a disgusting ultimate onto both backliners. Insane. Back into live. Oh, getting ulted.
Shadow's also being chunked very low here. Hang on, that's a bit unfortunate from Shanks. Flashes away, unbinds, it's on his dead!
Shanks, what the hell was that? That TP sucked! The Maokai ultimate tried to corral them in, but Shanks goes in and doesn't have a shield bow with the 2nd item build.
Oh no.
Big problem there. Is On needs to be a bit careful, doesn't have his ult.
Yeah, he might actually be in danger here. We'll get Shattering Strike, the heal move speed. This could be sole point for BLG.
Okay, so AL fighting in the 4v5. They do have Flash Magnet Storm. I don't think you want to give a fight here, though. BLG, dare I say it, have looked mainly worse in the team fights, but are still surviving into the game. They get themselves that 3rd dragon. They can give up dragons now. What happened on the bot side? So Flandre out to blow his flash. Bin caught out here, though.
Could be in danger. Pillar comes on down to Kyle, but he's got a bit of a shield from the crash down. Should be all right. Thanks to the gift over in TikTok, by the way. GG indeed. Did that one after the Atakan play. And the moment after that got set, I'm not even joking, the play in mid lane happened. So maybe you cursed it, mate. And
just quickly bringing back the curtain as well. Thank you so much for joining us on these streams, for seeing games like this. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore. Flandre might be hunting Knight, but he has passive. Quite hard to do much about that Azir. Knight's got the nearly large rod in inventory, so likely going towards that Seekers. And I think if he gets himself a Seekers, he's so happy in this game, actually. So what happened here? Tarzan was on vision, W'd onto L to try and disengage, did get that phase, which that was fine. And I mean, Shadow's pillars have actually been very good. Yeah, tried to teleport the spawns, because Shadow went very deep, but I mean, On's recall and his ability to get back on the map, that was absolutely clutch. And Shanks, it's just a bad TP at the end of the day.
Yeah, it almost looks great in terms of how we can TP behind and punish, but it's just a little too long. It's still ends up getting horribly punished for it.
4 minutes until the dragon now. BLG can chill for a little bit. I say that. Baron spawning 15 seconds. Perhaps they won't chill for a bit. Shanks is now going towards a crit item 30. He's currently gone for a 0 crit itemization Yone. Has none from either the Kraken Slayer or from the Blade of the Own King. However, you know, Kraken and Blade are very strong items right now. Blade did just get buffed up from melees, which means that you get a ton of value from both of these items. Kraken always was pretty good on Yone, especially once the Gale Force was kind of taken out of the equation as well. Definitely on the top side of the map, post shoving in, making sure the Azir can get some value. The later this game goes, the more confident I am in BLG. However, one of the things which will be very problematic is this Rumble is so goddamn strong. Flandre can absolutely carry this game. He's got the percent pen boost. He's got the Spellslinger shoes from the Feats of Warfare, for the Feats of Strength rather, which means that he gets some percent penetration and also some more flat penetration for very, very cheap. These boots are utterly broken on the Rumble. It doesn't really look like BLG have much an answer to him. Bin has been bluntly just cut out of the game.
Yeah, he's got 2 items at least, and Sound could be pretty low economy, but there's still going to be rough and with the defensive front line. It comes to Nature's Grasp, look, he can pinch people inside the pit. Shadow may now be forced to flash.
That bush sapling just did a lot of damage. BLG, again, whoever controls the choke points with this kind of damage is insane. Elk can't spell shield the equalizer, just blows that for free.
Losing half the HP, and again, the burn from AL, the AoE zone control is so frustrating. 2-item Maokai. He hits those saplings, will burn you out for quite a lot.
Yeah, and even though the ults are down, I think the damage is done. Knight does have a lot of HP, but Elk doesn't have the HP to fight now, really. If Shanks gets onto the Sivir, it is fight over.
Another sapling onto Shadow chunks him down to half. He's got no flash, remember, so his ability to get into the pit is a bit limited.
Now, if you can get onto the wave, Alistair can get the Triumphant Roar and give some people some sustain around them. That's all they're working with, plus some Legends Bloodlines. Baron not started. I think Elk can finally get a chance to reset. I mean, I don't think he's going to get 3 items. Of course he won't at this one. We'll see if he gets it off this one. If he goes back now, AL will see an opportunity to go towards that Baron. It's getting started up. Elk hasn't completed his recall. In fact, On just used the heal summon a spell to keep their sustain up.
Going to try and stick around. Kyle now trying to body block. Where is Knight over the back of the pit, looking to find an angle with the soldiers. They can start pulling away a little bit further. Tarzan still aggroing it. Can throw saplings from miles and get value.
The ults are back up for Anyone's Legend. BLG must not step into the choke point. Anyone's Legend, they're playing a very tight rope.
Baron's onto Flandre. Managed to flash away himself. That means Bin is out of position. Gets rooted up as the Nature's Grasp comes across. Need to get an angle. Kyle only onto 1. Make that 2. And Knight's in danger. Fate Seal on top of him. Needs to run away. The shield is good. They've blown up Hope. Knight's got gone, but he's caught in the middle of absolutely everyone. It's getting messy, but the health bar finally drops to nothing. Flandre with the triple kill. Welcome to the barbecue. It's the heat of summer split, baby.
The engage from BLG is too aggressive and leaves Bin, On, and Shadow out of position to peel for their backlane. Kyle gets the clap back. Flandre gets 1,000,000 damage in the team fight on this ungodly fed Rumble, which is carrying Anyone's Legend. And BLG, that might be the fight which loses them the game realistically. They didn't quite have their 3-item marks. They didn't have the Infinity Edge, which they now have on Elk. But seriously, how much work was done before this to buy out that sustain? On blew the ultimate way too early. And you can see Bin whiffs his ultimate. This Scion game has just not been it from the top laner of BLG. It's been a long time now since we've been referring to him as the best player in his role in the world, and it leaves him out of position to peel for someone like Knight going in the back there. Knight does a decent job of getting some extra time survived in the play, but the front line is so out of position, it is very hard for the back line to play. Elk is lucky to live.
BLG and all those low health had to walk back into the river because the equalizer behind them was cutting off the escape. It was rough. Dragon alive.
BLG, yeah, they have a chance to clap back now. They could get themselves that soul, but they're behind. Let's see what the engage is like. Better now.
Bingo's on top of Flandre, trying to find his man with a Nature's Grasp, but Shanks keeps 3 busy. I mean, Bin's alone, and he burns out. Hope gets that kill. On will make his will unbreakable. His body significantly less so. Flandre burns him out.
Flandre, these ultimates don't need to be comboed up with CC. Just getting the tick is enough, and Bin has been utterly top-diffed in this game by Flandre. 4,000 gold the advantage. The player who was most criticized on Anyone's Legend at MSI, turning up absolutely huge here on game 1. BLG, they were hoping for a honeymoon phase with Shadow, new jungler coming in, their 3rd jungler of this year, trying the roulette to see who can work out for this roster. No longer Beichuan, no longer Wei. And Anyone's Legend will deny the soul, get themselves into a huge Baron power play, potentially after this too. We'll see how much they can do in the remaining minute and a half. BLG have been utterly destroyed by this Rumble.
Whoa. Well, 3 items on Shanks, on Hope. 3.5 on this Rumble. 6, 1, and 5 Flandre. Minder not so long ago was known as one of the very best carry tops in the league. Become a bit more flexible since then as On. Caught up by the Nature's Grasp. Mortal still goes wide, tries to headbutt his way out, but unfortunately he is quickly switched off.
On struggling to get the big engages. The poke has been too much. The zone control has been too much. The Maokai brush saplings have been devastating. BLG, they had some good moments in this game, but this is just a reminder, a statement from anyone's legend that they are the best team in the LPL right now, and BLG, they're going to lose their jungler potentially here.
Flandre gets knocked up, but he gets his shield. The hang on, Ricochet's beginning to fly through. I think Flandre might be in danger here. Goes golden. They still manage to kill off Kyle. I think Flandre's going to die here. Tries to use a bit of the damage in the back end with the scrap shot, but can't quite stay alive. Elk and Shadow alive. The shuffle onto the Maokai. Hope and Shanks still alive. They're looking for an angle. Bim was waiting with the decimating smash on the Soul Rebind. Hope now in danger. Uses the barrier. Misses the big one. Bing goes down, but now has a zombie to potentially kill some more people. Blast goes to get something, but will not be able to do so.
BLG gets some shutdowns there. That is important. The shutdowns also go on to Elk. Might have overstayed here. Shanks still has ult. You can't really stay there. It's a 3-item Yone. You don't want to be walking up into that Fate Seal. It's been a mixed game from Shanks. Had some great moments. I think his first team fight of the game on bot side was fantastic. Then obviously the teleport in mid lane, kind of struggling a little bit more. Got given a lot of side lane farm too. But now he's at a point where he's at 3 items, has that crit building up, 1,000 going on 2,000 gold lead over Knight's Azir now too, who has struggled to find position on the map because BLG, their supporting cast, their frontline has been so caught out realistically. Elk does a great job with the ricochets. It's basically in the first fight, the only fight really where he can get stuff. Look at the ricochet damage, utterly insane. This is why 3-item Sivir is so feared. Just half your HP bomb, HP bar, just completely deleted. Through the wave, through your own teammates, goes through into the back of it. Might get a good shuffle over, and then I think Bin just makes another big mistake here. I mean, you want to probably charge up your Q onto the Azir who's golden. Bin's front lining has been very poor this game. He's been misjudging his engages, he's been left out to dry, and he's not tanky enough to justify the way that he's playing.
Really, BLG, 3 dragons deep, couple minutes rather, until the next one spawns, but anyone's Legends Baron is stymied there, important, and again, the ricochet value was good. It is now a 4-item Sivir. Elk is up 1,600 gold because of all those shutdowns, which is valuable.
Going on 4 items now. I mean, that is a very fed Sivir. Okay, alright, we are now in a position, folks, probably have been for a while actually, with those shutdowns. Elk will bust. I mean, the Azir has the 3 items, going on 4 items as well. It will also be powerful. But there's no one tanky enough to survive good enough ricochets. Anyone's Legend coming up to this next Dragon, potentially the next Baron as well, which does spawn before that as well. Their job is make sure that Elk cannot cleanly get ricochets off. Maokai saplings will help with that. These poking equalizers will continue to do so. You can't spell shield though. Shadow can take a little bit of a chunk there from Hope. Elk has flash, has cleanse, has ult. If he can find a gap in the team fight, he does have the damage to turn it. No one's particularly tanky on anyone's Legend.
Again, the people who are tanky will have their stats swiftly stolen by the Trundle. And there's 2 Shadow, 4, 2, and 6 is having a pretty okay game. He's been quiet, but he's been hitting some decent pillars, trying to be obnoxious. Just been anyone's Legend on the whole, scary in these team fights. Flandre in particular, Tarzan in particular, the burn they are putting out has been so problematic. It's led to Force of Nature, it's led to Negatron cloaks.
Yeah. Even though it is, I mean, you do have the Rumble as well, too. Yeah, of course. Crazy amounts. I mean, there is enough magic damage on there. I mean, we see it. Wait, is there a sapling in that brush? Well, there was for a second. No. Next sapling that hits. Let's see how much damage it ends up doing to the first person that hits. Okay, that one's going to dodge away.
No one.
Fair play. Rumble over the side. They have the Rumble Maokai combo.
Maokai ult comes on through and Nature's Grasp is there. Spell shield on 1.
I really don't like the way that they're clumping in those retreats. Just feels like they're giving an angle. If they're a little bit closer for an equalizer into that flash Magnet Storm.
All I'm saying is Tarzan here as well. It's level 16 on the Maokai. You can throw these ults out defensively and it's already half off cooldown, so I don't mind him being a little bit over-eager with some of those.
On just got lost half stage, but you can't walk up the Fog of War like that. On, that's a bit of a rookie mistake there, really. I know you're trying to cheat vision in, but losing that kind of HP bar is not acceptable. 30 seconds till Dragon. Baron spawning now. On, does he have a spell? But teleport's the only thing which will get him back into the play.
He also want to pull the fight before the Dragon spawns over the wall with the Shadow. Shanks gets the kill with the assistance of Tarzan. Jumps onto Elk after. Will burn out to ends up being the 1-for-1. The thing is, the Baron is still going down.
And Sivir is so low HP. She needs to use her Vamp Scepter onto something. Does she need the full recall? Yeah, I think she does. But this all starts because On face checked and lost half his HP. He wasn't there to give anything. Shadow's dead. You can't fight for the Dragon. BLG have just lost the objective down to anyone's Legend, masterfully using vision control and using their range and poke to force BLG into awful spots.
It's like one of those dreams you used to have about turning up to the school dance and just face planting. Like you turn up to the Baron dance and it's all gone wrong. Horrible time. Dragon secured top point. Anyone's Legend with Baron again. This time they want not to get ricocheted as they siege on to tier 3s.
This is the difference between Anyone's Legend and other LPL teams. They are very, very good at setting up for objectives. They have a better draft for it, but they're so good at just saying, okay, well, we have a crazy amount of vision control with stuff like saplings. Tarzan's always been fantastic at it. Shanks did go too far, ended up dying to the last tick of the subjugate, actually, which is very funny. Ended up going down there, but Shanks doing the job. I mean, just taking the HP bar off of the Sivir is enough. Sivir is, again, hyper late game. If Sivir gets to auto attack, they will carry the fight. Doesn't have flash now, does have ult. Is that enough? I don't think so.
Right, hold on for Valkyrie. Hope has been pretty good at not getting caught by those bottles without having
these
combo! Equalizer plus, of course, the Maokai ultimate burns a few people down. Not as much as I think he was expecting at that point. Enough magic resist and tenacity built up to make this a bit tricky. Now what happens behind?
Shanks did teleport in, and I do wonder though whether BLG should have just walked up and took that extra auto attack onto that mid lane turret. That mid lane turret being up at 36 minutes is terrible for BLG's ability to play the map. If you can take the mid lane turret, you can at least get some shallow vision down, and maybe you can test Anyone's Legend around these objectives a little more. Anyone's Legend, they've kept the mid lane turret up. They'll take down the opposing mid inner turret now, and the saplings follow where they tread. Every time Tarzan walks forward, there's another basically fake ward in that brush which you try and contest. And worse than that, it's a ward which does about a third of your HP bar at this point. This is a 3.5 item AP Maokai. Now going into some more tanky stats later on. BLG, they're playing against the last minute of the Baron. Another Maokai comes in.
Oh boy, Knight tries to get the shuffle and doesn't land it. Hope got to Valkyrie away. Now Knight is way too deep. Shanks on the blank angle. Fate sealed in the backline. Elk is dead. Knight is dead. BLG, you guessed it, are dead.
Triple kill to Flandre, the hyper carry in this game. 6.4 thousand gold over Bin, the former best top laner in the LPL. Put in his place here by Flandre, also the former best top laner in the LPL, perhaps returning to that again.
Might be anyone's legend, but Meals at the minute like they are everyone's legend. They have done it again. BLG handed their asses in the team fights.
This is just a stark reminder of how good Anyone's Legend are. Wonderful objective setup, and BLG didn't have the composition or the gameplay to outplay the Maokai bush saplings and the significant map pressure which came across from Anyone's Legend. BLG just got schooled.
And your professors for this particular school? Initialise. Nymaera, you are watching the LPL live on one of 4 different channels. Could well be on twitch.tv/Nymaera_. Could well be on the YouTube channel for Alex Nymaera Hatwood. Could well be the YouTube channel for Anivia. It could also be for TikTok as well. I think we should view a high there on TikTok as well, which was really cool. So hello, TikTok viewers. Thank you very much for the gifts in there. Thank you very much for the shares as well. It does help kind of build up that new platform there as well, which is super cool. So much love to you all out there. For those of you at home, we are casters who do League of Legends things. We are also real-life brothers. I am Nymaera's older brother. We've been doing this together as a duo
5 years?
5 years now, which is kind of crazy. It's been pretty awesome. Thank you very much for coming and supporting us all. A couple ways you can help support us pretty helpfully. It's the usual, guys. Like, follow, subscribe. If you're not following the various channels, if you're only on one and you want to follow the others, please do. That's the Twitch, the YouTube, TikTok as well. Please do hit that follow button. If you were on various channels and you feel so inclined, you can also subscribe to things like the Twitch. You can gift on the TikTok. You can super chat on the YouTubes. All these things which do make a massive difference in terms of funding the pot that is our streaming. We are reliant on the support from the community to keep doing this. This is an unfunded stream, so it really is all of you back home who keep us in business, along with any sponsor we might be able to pick up. So if you know any sponsors, just, hit us up. That'd be great. We want more money. We want to be able to do this for a living properly, and that would be really, really cool. And of course, the last thing is we do now have a Ko-fi link, so please do, in fact, click on that Ko-fi to come support us in terms of our ability to keep living as casters.
So we're going to be chilling out during the breaks here as well. If you're on TikTok, I'm sorry, you will have to. Hey, Katari, good to see you over there too.
There you go.
We have to look over there to look at Twitch chat. But yeah, you will be seeing Horse Game during the break. I'm sorry, it's just the way that it is. It keeps me sane. First series of the day was a bit of a rough one. As in, like, the last game was a little bit there. And yeah, glad to see this one to, like, detox a little bit. That was good. I enjoyed that a lot. Anyone's Legend, clearly a better team around the objectives, but BLG not without hope as well, right? I mean, technically they were because hope's on the other side, but yeah, I think that, I think on the whole, BLG, my biggest issue was with Bin, actually. I think that Knight had a couple of duff moments. I think Knight's big plays on the Azir weren't great. I actually think his standard stuff, where he's just sitting and auto-attacking and playing defensively, that was fine. It was his aggressive angles which weren't fantastic. That being said, how can you look for aggressive angles when your front line does nothing? No, I think On was in a difficult position. It's very hard to play Alistair into Maokai. It's very hard to play him into that kind of like way to keep away from you. But the Scion for me, it needed more. That Scion was not problematic. That was the worst individual lead I think I've ever seen Bin suffer from.
And just look at the damage numbers. The Tarzan was basically doing over 30,000 damage. You're looking at similar things from Flandre as well. The AP AoE pairing was so brutal.
Yeah.
Hope was doing a good damage. It's not like, okay, Knight and Shanks were even up. But that's Azir into Yone. Azir should be out damaging there. It just felt like every fight, AL were able to do way more damage.
And the biggest thing is that BLG were hinging on the fact that their front line could allow their back line to do damage. This should be, if everyone's hitting training dummies, Azir and Sivir massively out damage as the mid AD carry. Yes, the Rumble adds in an extra kind of factor in there too. I think the biggest thing was just the amount of poke that AL managed to get on BLG, who were not, they don't really have sustain. They have a little bit of lifesteal on the Sivir and a little bit on the Triumphant War from Alta. That's it. That's all that they have. So that was yeah, it left a lot to be desired. A lot to be desired in the actual objective fights. And, I mean, credit to AL, come back from internationals, swing back into the LPL and look good. Okay, so we'll wait to see who the MVP is, and we'll, I don't know, play some horse game in the break. Oh, and then our last series of the day is JDG versus WE. JDG lost their first series, and WE feeling like they've just, yeah, I don't know. There's some questions about WE. They've been quite uncoordinated. Their team fights have looked quite poor compared to what we knew from last split. They did beat JDG in playoffs, so they have that last record against them. JDG looking for revenge against WE, which I didn't think I'd be saying this year, but hey, WE massively deserved that from their playoffs run. And yeah, that'll be a fun series after that. Got to finish off our finals rematch first, though. I mean, yes, On finds some angles onto carries, but the carries your own team is kind of like getting threatened by Maokai ult or Yone ult or Equalizer, so On was still going too far. I think this year, well, not this year, I think last bit of playoffs into MSI, On has had, it was an instant flash away from the Corki. So actually, it wasn't him missing it, it was just an instant flash away.
It was Valkyrie, actually.
It was Flash Valkyrie.
Right.
So, I mean, CC chain didn't last long enough. Don't even think he wins the fight, even if he hits that. So, yeah, that is what it is. I also wonder if he should have ulted the other way, too. Questions. On is trash? No, On is not trash. On is under a lot of pressure right now, and he's not on form. I think he's actually a very good player. I think that he has incredibly high highs. The only reason why BLG made it to finals and made it to MSI is because actually he was very, very good last split. Knight had flash too, though. Yes, but Knight has to save that flash for like Equalizer, for Rel, for Yone. Using Azir flash in that kind of game is offensively is not a very easy thing to do. And I think right there, because you don't know where Yone is, if you flash to get the Corki and then you get just pinged by a Yone ult, you lose the team fight that way, you know?
Look, exactly. That fight wasn't on Knight per se, but by the same token, like we did see Bin have a horrible game on the side, and Knight be fine on the Azir, but you don't want Knight being fine. You don't want Knight Bin being awful. But yeah, Flandre was really, really good.
Flandre was so good. Flandre was really, really good.
Remember to run ads when you get the opportunity. Yeah, also, 8,900 followers.
We just hit 8,900 followers on Twitch. Woo! Thank you, Wingardi, for that.
We probably ought to put up a little stream goal to hit 9k.
Yeah, we should do at some point. Yeah, good point.
What?
Good point.
Alright, I'm gonna go stretch my legs because my knees are not what they used to be. I'm getting old.
Jesus. Nah, you're only 30.
No.
Oh yeah, you're 30.
No, you've not got that.
I'm not there yet. That's a great combo. Oh, these equalizers are insane. Great game from Flandre. That was really, really good. Great to see him there, honestly. Okay, I should load up Force game again. Okay, alright, get this highlight through, and I should load up horse game again. And I should run some ads as well. Okay, let's run an ad break, and we'll get to chill out a little bit, because I got a detox again. And yeah, thank you everyone who's watching over on TikTok. It does make an awful lot of distance difference. We had a ton of viewers there just now, which is really cool. Okay, let's get into this again. Do I still have music on here? I think I do. I need to start another campaign, because I kind of threw the last one a little bit. Bin should watch this game to learn how to rumble. Damn. I mean, yeah, Bin's rumble has been less good on the whole. Okay, let's play horse game. Play horse game. Sounds that for now. Okay, so we do this during the breaks just because it's a thing to put on screen. And I guess I'll try and do it for another Majora run, I guess. I kind of... Wait, do I have... I don't have any guest slots, do I? Let's try another Majora run. Hopefully we'll get better luck this time. So we want the 8 here. Suzuka. Suzuka. I know it's not the best affinity, but the other one brings it up a little bit. And then we run the 33. Yeah, we run this. I think this is the one which we use. I think it is. Yeah, cool. Okay. We run this one. And we... Wait, do I want to change one of these? No, this is good. This is good. This is all fine, actually. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. We go again. And we're gonna skip everything. Sorry, folks who invested in story for reasons, you know. Okay, I only got the one hint for that, but I think that's standard. Actually, thinking about it. 2 on speed, 2 on power. Always go speed then. Yeah, I needed to train stamina or get a better stamina skill last run, which was a mistake on my part. 2. Let's try for more speed. So we'll do a wit now, just because there's 2 on it. Mood up is good. Gives us a bit of a buffer if we get a bad mood roll later. Get a lot of power from this too. Do you think BLG will turn it around? I don't see what Shadow would bring to... I don't personally see what Shadow brings to BLG, which Beitron didn't, because they're actually quite similar players. Maybe it's a communication thing, maybe it's a vibes thing. But yeah, I think... I personally don't see what Shadow's going to do, which Beitron wouldn't do, you know? Maybe we can go Pace Chaser, actually, with this. Oh, this is good. This is closer towards Swinging Maestro. We really want Swinging Maestro. Like, really want it. 3 on power. Yeah, 3 on power's fine. Okay, 1 minute until, get back into stuff. Max energy increase is nice. Should probably... 32%, I can't risk that really. Let's rest. And we got the full 70 up too. Nice, that's really good. Plus we already have the extra max energy, so that's good. Well, we can go for the 2 here, but then we'll probably need to like double train speed. Definitely need to double train speed actually. Stamina went up again. Yeah, we need to double train speed. We need to get over 200 realistically. Like is this? Oh, I died. What is that? This? Energy went up by 5. Nice, cool. I'm just kind of gasped what that was, I guess. 3 on speed, perfect. Cool. And now we're up to 200 speed, which is what you want for the debut race, really. Okay. We got 2 turns left. We can maybe wit, then go for 1 last training. Because we'd have to rest if we didn't go for a wit there. And we go for another speed. Yeah, go for another speed. That's good. Which one is this again? I think this one? Speed up by 10. Cool, nice. Yeah, you do want... do we have any skills we want? No skills. Hi, Ari. In the ground. Oh, yeah, let's, Are we into draft again now? No, we're not. Cool. I was like, wow, that's normally the draft thing. Okay, so we do the junior debut thing, and we see how this works. Okay, and yeah, we will be back with more LPL action soon, and yeah, we go front. I just think going front runner means you're so less likely to lose random races from getting blocked out. If you're blocked, you're blocked. Yeah, I still think BLG will be a top team in the LPL. I just don't think they will be the top team. I don't think Bin's been on good form for a while. I think On is struggling to find how to impact the game because On is made to look worse because he's had to change. On has had to play with 3 different junglers this year, folks. Like, how, as a support, how are you meant to work with that? Realistically, you tell me, how is a support meant to work with 3 different junglers and still compete against the best teams in the world with jungle support synergy? Like, this is, I think it's really unfair on in some ways what's happened to him this year, because I think him and Shun were actually pretty damn good aggressive jungle combo, jungle support combo. The more I think about it, the more unfair it is actually on, really. Thank you for the follow, by the way, I appreciate it. Back up to 8,900 followers. Someone unfollowed, probably because of the horse game. Oh. Yeah, it should be a pretty easy win, honestly. You know, I'm gonna put on 2 times for this one. I guess this is not like the important race. So. This is your first year watching? Well, I hope you enjoy it. The League is a wonderful game to watch. A wonderful game to watch. Not even close, baby. Cool. The synergy between Shun and On was kind of what helped BLG get as far as they did. I mean, having the 2 best solo laners in the world or vying for them helped them a lot more. Sorry. But yes, that definitely helped. For sure. Because I think at the end, I don't know, it's a bit of a mixed bag, right? It is a mixed bag. Okay, we're back into onto this soon, so I'll need to do that thing where I turn off the music on this. Way is better than Beitron and Shadow, but changing jungle is obviously about chemistry. For sure, yeah. It's not really about individual skills, it's about how they fit into this team. But it's really, really hard to do that when you have... Okay, we're into the game, folks. I think. Turn the music off here, and we'll get back into it. Okay. Let's get back into it, folks. Should be back into draft now. Nymaera, I should stream more gacha games. I used to play Genshin quite a lot, actually. I have a C2 Miko, Miko. Got a fun Yelan comp as well, but I haven't played it in years because the file size got too big for my PC. Hopefully, this game is not too big of an occasion for you to be daunted by it. It's words, I suppose. Into game again, folks. Into gamer, folks. Draft again. BLG, anyone's legend. Finals rematch, and anyone's legend clearly better around objectives, clearly better around team fights in that last game. BLG banning away the Ryze, banning away Orianna, really looking for specific mid lane matchups then. Do they want the Annie? Because these are 2 picks which do better into the Annie. Perhaps they want the Annie Wukong. Shadow, not a bad player of that. Why did Bin drop in performance? I really don't know. I really don't know. He's played... Look, in 2024, he was fantastic on both weak and strong side. He had a complete skill set, and I think he was absolutely fantastic. I don't know why he dropped off to the same kind of... Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. Lucian banned away, interesting. So, we have Gwen. Gwen is available. We have Talia. We have Annie Wukong. Lots of priority picks available. The Trundle is down, which means that tanks are more effective now. And we'll get ourselves Talia first pick for Knight.
Okay. Pantheon ban is then increasingly valuable. I wonder...
And the Orianna is one of the better laning answers in it. So now does Shanks divert towards the Annie?
Maybe. I think also Wukong is up, but I could see you could Annie Wukong. You could also Xin Zhao here, because I think Talia Xin Zhao has been the pairing of choice when the Pantheon isn't up. Galio is up.
I don't love the Galio into the Talia though, because
fun, I agree.
You lose lane prio. Your ult is a longer cooldown, and your ult also doesn't have the free targeting ability. It has to go on to someone. The Xin Zhao locked in for Tarzan, so you're absolutely right. Tarzan, by the way, fantastic Xin Zhao player. I think his game Is it his game 2 or game 3 win versus T1 in MSI lower bracket finals? That is what I would consider to be the perfect Xin Zhao game. He is such a good player of it. Wukong goes over to Shadow. Good against the Galio and the Xin Zhao later into the game, but bad against the Xin Zhao early, and they get the Gwen, which fell through the cracks.
What does Flondo want to do into this? Because he does often have some weirder answers. I suppose there is the Yorick he's been very good on. He could Jax, even if he's not been a massive Jax aficionado of late.
The two lanes which I see people most take into it are Jax and Jace. Jace,
That's
I
true.
don't think you want to play into Wukong. It's very bad into that. So Jax, maybe led by Flandre Jax. It's not been fantastic, I don't think, recently. It's not what I would consider to be his best. I think Jace might be better because you have the Galio which can jump onto you. Locking the Nico post-nerfs.
It's away from on, though.
And it's very, very strong in laning phase still. I do think it has less utility as it goes through the game because of the changes to the way that the W passive works, the extension of the clone for vision. And, yeah, second round, there's no Lucian, no Varus. In terms of lane dominance, you still have, I mean, you can go Ezreal Nico, I think that's fine. Kai'Sa Nico, hoped Kai'Sa is utterly disgusting. You let that one go through. Imagine anyone's Legend will still just lock in their top lane on forward and counterpick AD carry, giving Hope the best thing, unless he just wants to go towards Jhin. Jhin is actually pretty good into this comp. There's no one that's really up in your face, forcing you to flash, forcing you to play very defensively.
What the decision here is... few options, I think, in general.
Oh, and worth noting that too. Yes, what if it's a Galio top flex? There is some value in saying that too. We'll say, don't think Galio is actually that good into Gwen top lane.
I agree.
But maybe Flandre said, look, I just beat your ass on Rumble in Sion. I know it's a winning matchup, but he beat his ass badly. Maybe he just takes it up there anyway, opens up a different matchup like the Annie or something like that for Shanks.
See what he decides to go towards in the end of it all.
And actually, BLG are banning out mid lane. So, yes, you know what? That's completely fine. Locking in that Gwen. They saw the Galio, so they know that they want that matchup if it is there. And they just wanted to make sure... Oh, yeah, the Aurora top lane.
Would have been an option,
yes, they could have flexed that up there too. Plenty of options. Kai'Sa ban, Jhin locked.
And there's that Jhin. Now, we have got that potential for flexes around. You could... I mean, realistically, it's Galio mid. There is still a world where Galio goes top. There is a world, I suppose... where like Nico goes mid, but it really does feel like that ship has sailed really as a pick. But depending on how creative anyone's Legend of feeling, they are a relatively creative team. They could be willing to try something here in a new patch and a new split.
Yaya Khan has 4-5, has value here, really good value. The Nico finds it very hard to invade onto that now. Now Flandre, he is a chef. He picks in a lot of different stuff. We did mention the Jace and the Jax being common matchups, but in this game, the Jace being hard to play. I think Jace is hard to play into Wukong normally. I also think it's very hard to play into Wukong Rakan. This combo allows Wukong to invisibly go forwards into the Warrior Trickster. Rakan battle dances to the invisible Wukong unexpectedly, get the engage, which then follows into the Cyclone. Jace is locked in. It gives some range. Jhin Jace is...
solid.
It's solid in terms of range, poke potential, and setup. But I think BLG, for my eye, come away with the better draft.
Unless the Galio is really on point in keeping the Jace alive with re-engage with the hero's entrance, or the Nico has good roams, I agree that Wukong-Rakan combo, very difficult for Jace to manage, especially if he's looking to threaten for melee form attacks, God forbid, actually being on top of someone. It can be a pretty miserable time. There are just so many ways to get that one away. Either way, will be second game coming on through. Lots more scaling, been on a more of a carry roll this time, looking to change on out. Had a really, really rough game on the Sion. A lot of fumbled ults. Needs to be better than that coming into game number 2.
Into game we shall go then. Anyone's Legend bluntly out team fought BLG. Out setup, out team fought, outperformed, and massively diffed Bin in that top lane. He'll need to bounce back. He's a player with a lot of pride, of course. Bin was one of the very, very best top laners in the world for 2 years, a couple of years solid, really, between 22 to 24. He's not at that level right now. He needs to bounce back. Anyone's Legend looking to seal their authority here in the LPL. This matchup is always a good benchmark. Where are we starting with our 2 finalists for this split? Just come back from internationals, and Anyone's Legend with Tabe, Tarzan, that genius combination of player and coach, has ruled the last split. Finals in the first split lost to Top Esports. They've had their own issues. Anyone's Legend succeeding by virtue of staying stable, not changing players, keeping the course, and being provided results for it. Onto the Rift we will go shortly. See if it's a 2-1 or if we get a third game.
Feels like the BLG draft where maybe they've got a little bit more agency, don't have to play for scaling, don't have to play so slow. They tried the Sivir Azir combo. I think Elk had a pretty solid Sivir game. Knight was present on Azir. I wouldn't say he was bad, but I don't think he was exactly Knight per se either. And there was that really unfortunate slide in the jungle, which may have cost them a lot more than I think they were hoping for. And the less said about Din Sion, the better. All of this to say is your 2-star solo laners were not looking like stars that game for a variety of reasons. Some significantly less so than the others, and they need to bounce back a little bit here. It's a different look, it's a different draft, it's a different vibe. Where they can do it, and actually I think, Alex at the very least here, you're kind of preferring what you saw out of BLG's draft on paper.
I think the draft is better. Shin's out for Tarzan though. Disgustingly strong
Yeah,
pick.
very true.
And Anyone's Legend have been playing better. I think that their drafts have been better too. One of the biggest criticisms of BLG has been their drafting has been poor. Especially for a team of their caliber. For top teams, I think they're one of the worst drafting teams of their weight class, really. Internationally, Anyone's Legend have been one of the better ones. However, I just think AL have also been playing better too, which is not something which you used to say about BLG in the LPL. Even if things look bad for them, they would play well given the hard spots, and they would make them work. Remember T1 in like 2023 and 22 doing stuff like that too, where we thought, okay, a bit of a disrespectful draft. If they make a mistake, the game's kind of over. They need to stay ahead of the curve. But they were so good they could justify it. BLG, similar genre of team. They were so good last year that they could play whatever the hell they wanted, and largely they were good enough to make it worse. They're not really that team anymore, which means that they've had to now work in research and development, really, and figure out, okay, well, how do we draft like the other teams do? Now, yeah, gotta step up in that department. I think this one's a better one for it.
Diamond Dragon with the fabulous response there. I'm not repeating that one live on air, but it did amuse me. Just know that, Twitch chat, you have amused me with the misspellings being funnily responded to. Well done there.
No worries, Becca. Good to see you, Mecca. Hope you're doing well. Finals rematch. Looks like we've got a bit of an issue on stage right now, so we'll keep them up. It's fine. What I'm going to do, actually, because I want to do this anyway, do we have pre-roll? Yes, we do. It's fine. It's all good. I might go and get myself a coffee.
Go for it. Sorry, I should have made you one. That's my bad.
Alright, it's fine.
I'll look after chat.
I was too busy playing horse games then.
That's fine. How was the horse game?
I kind of threw the last run. As in, like, I'm trying to high roll now, so I'm not taking safe options. And I didn't get enough stamina, and I didn't get enough good enough stamina skill to do some of the long runs in Metro.
Should have given the Stamina X from the hit series Yakuza.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah. What a great game series. Hit with a tiger drop.
Hit with a tiger drop, yeah.
I know there was someone, God, there was a really funny comment about, like, wow, if Galactus came to eat planet Earth, there's nothing that this character is like, just Kiryu. Takes no damage. Yeah, he tiger drops and takes no damage.
I told you this the other day, didn't I, about the... you go get your coffee, I'll have this music in it. We could be yapping for a while otherwise.
Yeah. I don't know what happened regardless.
Yapping. Do a little yap for me. We are waiting. 4 pauses. You know what? I'll come say hello again. Hello, nerds. Welcome to the LPL. We were waiting to get in. There's been a bit of a technical pause. It's just us. I know. I've got one headphone can off my ear. I can hear Alex better. And because I'm a keyboard player at heart who used to not have fallback aside from via headphones, so I'll be able to hear my instrument through that ear and the rest of the band through this one, and pray we were in time. Yeah, Shin's has been known to 1v9 games. I completely agree, Carzo. Yeah. Flandre giving Bin the welcome back to China spiel. Yeah, a little bit of that. Ouch. Yeah, Ruby's correct, Mecha. You missed Rumble with R. If you get the chance, Mecha, go back and watch Game 1 Flandre. He did silly things. Do you think making AP junglers stronger again would be a path to potentially seeing an assassin or 2 in mid lane? Maybe. The issue that assassins have is, well, it's twofold, really. One is their lane control isn't fantastic. And they often don't have a lot of sustain. Talon, Zed, Blanc. I mean, LeBlanc's probably a little better. But AD1 Zed. Talon. Who else would be a mid lane? Kiana. Very, very limited sustain. Limited wave control. And they only do one thing, which is go in and kill. But they also bring a lot of CC. They don't bring a lot of engage. And that can be quite risky. So then you need to find engage elsewhere. So if you're doing AP junglers, a lot of AP junglers don't generally have engage. You've got a few. So Diana, for example, does. Lilia, tangentially with the sleep. Zyra is a bit more disengagey. It's kind of there. I'd consider that like additional CC, right? It's not quite the same. Elise, I suppose, if you want to go for the Cocoon and the pick style. But on the whole, the CC is not the same as your AD junglers who can find their way in a fight to keep brawling. Your Xin Zhaos, your Jarvans, your Pantheons. It's definitely a thing. But that tends to be it. So you need to find the CC elsewhere. The answer is possibly, but you basically need to make the assassins genuinely scary or have better wave control again. Or find a way to get them to sustain. Or better target access, all of which is scary to do. I wouldn't hate it, but again, I'm an assassin player. I'm an Evelyn player, right? So yeah, Kiana has pretty good team fighting CC. Exactly, she has very limited sustain, very rough early laning phases, and rough early laning phases at the minute in Pro are just very hard to justify. The assassins we do see are things like Akali, right? Who have ways to, I don't know, survive laning phase, play them out quite well because they've got so many tools to stay safe. Still waiting to get into game. I turned the camera off and we're back to this point. It's very annoying. Bit of a... I think so.
Well. I don't know. Okay, is that going back to desk or is it going to go?
Find out. Oh, that's cameras on. For real this time. Hopefully heading onto the rifts. Anyone's Legend versus Billy Gaming. BLG humbled in game one. The lights and the cameras, and finally, guys, some action. Apologies for the delay there. No idea what was happening, but here we are. Back into the thick of things. So, Gaio's completed. Night guy looking. He goes, woohoo! Throw some rocks at people. Psychopathic behavior, Talia. This is what you get for being trained by Yasuo.
You never done skipping stones before, Sam? You think that's
not
psychopathic?
at people's faces.
Yeah, no, that's true. Good qualification there.
I feel like that's probably illegal.
Knight gonna walk in, Kantazing at the... he starts to sweep it. Now, he's still gonna be spotted, and wards don't give XP anymore. He's still spotted on Raptors, the ward has done its job.
I don't think I realised they don't give XP anymore.
Yeah, they changed it about, I think, half a year ago or so.
I'd missed that change.
I am regretful to inform you, Zyra are not using matching skins.
Oh,
that is immediately a debuff. The Q trade, of course, can't always... been strong in, well, it was really strong ever since they made champion much more sustain heavy through that Q. Sponder actually playing very well up here. His team came up to give him that extra ward. You can see this too in there. Been losing the level 1 trade really hard. Now, if you're playing around very early level dominant top laners, particularly, you know, AD carry top laners, stuff like that, you do want to get those extra wards into the brush. Good level 2 push up there, gets the stack Q trade on Flandre and dodges out on that top blast.
Nice snip, actually with the skip and stash. I think Bin might be in a really good spot here. He's got flashed away. I think Flandre is dead. Doesn't follow the flash himself.
Forcing the flash. His team put an extra ward for him in that top lane brush, but Tarzan's hit level 3 and could go for a top gank. Now this could be a bit of an issue now for anyone's selection. Well, not just because they just lost that flash. Tarzan did a full topside clear instead of going to war and look for a top lane gank, instead of continuing his jungle path towards the bot side. He's now going to be late to finish his clear there. Shadow will be on the top side and be able to get his first recall of the game before the Shinzao can do, which is always a bit of an issue, really. He'll be able to get Scuttle Crab on top side, full clear, completely untouched on his own clear, whereas Tarzan will probably be about, I'd say, about 20 seconds behind on the clear now.
Bin there gets a lot of value, just playing for the level 2, gets that moment, can start skipping, slashing forward. It's pretty nasty, gets a grasp proc there. It's going grasp Gwemgwa, by the way. A little bit risky into Jace, I would imagine.
No, so weirdly enough, it's the safer laning choice, because it's much more about the sustain. You get the extra HP. All you have to do is like hit the one auto, and you get the HP healing from it. It's the best melee sustain rune in the game, which is very good, honestly. And then you still get your other stuff there too. Flandre has no flash. Shadow is going for his full top side, and he's going to turn on top lane now.
Flandre now in danger, needs to potentially knock someone away, but who? Dodges out of some of it. One last order would do it. And Flandre dead, and rightly so, bluntly.
And Shadow will get the top side Skull Crab. So Tarzan, when he went for the top gank, he hadn't finished his clear. He's delayed his clear by a very large amount. Knight's now going to get potentially looked at by Tarzan in the mid lane. I don't really think Tarzan can do... Look, if Tarzan goes forwards here, Shadow can potentially answer that. Tarzan, my dude...
A lot of mana there on Knight, and of course Tarzan's got red buff, Shadow doesn't, right? He can turn this around potentially. Shadow's now in danger. He needs to be wary. TP's coming on through. Knockup comes on through. Shock Blast! Just about gets the Warrior Trickster off.
Shadow losing out on that trade, but Shadow still got the kill top lane and hadn't got his first recall yet. One of the big reasons that actually works out the way is Tarzan had his first longsword, actually. He managed to get half his clear, get the recall through, use the longsword for the half of it. Shadow's gone back and got a full sheen, though, which is really nice for his burst. Longsword on top of that, too. The Shadow still good early pressure. Knight trading very well in the laning phase, however. And it does keep his flash there too. So Knight doing well in that laning phase. Kind of expect it for Taliyah and Galio. We'll have to keep an eye on that. First game, Knight was getting the better of Shanks in individual laning. It was really stuff after that, which became a bit more of a problem, really. Shanks much outperforming on the map and in the team fights.
I think I might have just seen some really diabolical mental warfare, Alex.
Yeah.
Did you see what emotes people were running?
No.
Gen G emotes.
Oh, that's really funny. I'd actually missed that. Running the Gen G. Wow. Bin has no flash.
Ooh. 3 Talon Strike knockup available. He's in Hallowed Mist, but it's now Hallowed Ground put to rest.
Gwen is not immune. Gwen is deceased. Has no teleport. Had no flash. Misjudged where Tarzan would be on the map. And that's going to lead to the death of Bin. Problem there. Just invested an awful lot. Good flick back from Knight. Getting some good damage onto Shanks. Really massacring this early lane against the Galio in the individual level.
He's got a pot to work with. Should be okay-ish there. But again, the phase rush value wasn't that great because he was CC'd for a lot of his speed up.
One of the great things about playing into Nico is anything which applies on champion effect does apply onto the clone as well. Great flick back, but still buffered through.
Well buffered there by Shanks. Gets the passive auto off ground and pound.
Then Knight also making sure he's casting Q before he gets CC'd, so the stones keep flying through that stun duration, the taunt duration as well. So you can see how heavy the trading is. Knight has level 6, Shanks has level 6. Knight will probably just clear out this wave, look to recall. And what you want to do is... that sucks. What you really want to do is make sure that you have your first buy before your first ult of the game.
There's a fair amount of those stray volleys. Tarzan was around clearing out the walls. Couldn't do too much further. I think Shanks was looking to reset there anyway.
I really love how interactive this mid lane matchup is. You know, when I see Shanks versus Knight, I want to see them have a fist fight. I want to see who can get the most out of this. Shanks has flash. Shadow could potentially jump onto him. Not going to be able to do so. He's just going to help mid lane push in. Knight really wants a clean recall if he can. Use the Warrior Trickster to get away from Tarzan. And Tarzan will do exactly the same for Shanks there, helping him reset it.
He's a bit wary. I think there's some roots available. On's coming down as well. Flandre maybe forced to flash again and does.
Ooh, Jace without flash into a Wukong coming up for the first fight of the game is a problem. Shadow about to hit level 6. He might just get off the Scuttle Trap too. Yes, he does. Flandre, if he recalls there, he's dead. He is a dead Jace if he goes there, I'm pretty sure. On will have his voice for extra back. He's not been spotted. Wasn't spotted. I think they were worried, BLG, that Shanks would be able to ult. And in fairness, he's walking down the lane. There's a teleport behind them. Elt doesn't spot it right now. It's going to be Jace coming through. Should be out safe, though. I would have to give up that way. But yeah, BLG, in the end, right call to not go for that play onto him. Shanks was there, hovering around with the ultimate. That would have been a lost play if he ended up getting that ultimate under tower. What it does mean, though, is that Shanks, because he walked bot lane instead of mid lane, will lose out in the mid lane shove here. 20 seconds till Baron. Way too early for Baron. Till Grubs.
Yes, the 9-minute Baron.
And you can see, like, I really like this early game map. Can you tell I really like this early game map?
I do.
Yeah. You know, sometimes it's great to just nerd out about, again, this mental tit for tat across the map. You know, people showing up in places where they shouldn't be. The timings of how people get about the place. If you're a pro player, that's the stuff which you constantly have to be communicating about around the place. And not saying, okay, well, Shank's not in lane. He might be hovering bots. It probably is, actually, because Flandre is taking a bad trade. BLG not going to be at the objective first. Then again, BLG are pretty much never at objectives first. It's not really what they do. Grub start up by anyone's legend, but BLG do have bot lane in mid, but it doesn't look like they're contesting anything. Wukong trading for the dragon instead, perhaps.
Gets one. On is around. The spellbook available, but I don't think he's going to get to smite here.
And Shanks is doing a really good job here too, just saying, I'm going to hover the Jace and just make sure I can be in ult range. Shadow's going to go down there. Not going to jump onto him. Plates for Knight. Now, the thing is, if you get Grubs, you kill towers quicker. So it's like
got a Jace.
But if you go choose a side lane instead while Grubs are being taken, you still get the instant gratification of gold, which can be very powerful. So Knight getting some value on the Talia. He is one of the best Talia players in the world. He's one of his best champions up there with his Ahri, his Silas, you name it. And Flandre has been zoned off with a little bit of work now.
Indeed, of course, does now have the Grubs to work with. Even enough with the Gwen. We'll look to try and get some more value in the next few minutes. Actually, a bit of a stop there on Shanks. Needs to put the shield of Duran down. About get out of there with the phase, right?
And you waddled away, waddle. Dragon,
waddle.
Right, so Dragon wasn't actually taken by BLG. Shadow choosing to take some camps on the other side of the map instead. He'll be able to get up in terms of farm now because he's got his own camps available. So he's getting a little bit further ahead of Tarzan. It is worth noting enough. Come into the mid game and going to the late game, there is a point where Wukong starts to really outvalue the Xin Zhao. It's really just early on with the Xin Zhao. I mean, sorry, the mid lane play where Tarzan very nearly killed Shadow, where Xin Zhao massively outvalues Wukong earlier on in the game and then around about the one item spike. Once you get to about 2, which is, I guess, mid into late game really for jumpers, they don't really get towards 3 all the time. That's when Wukong really starts to take off, especially into a comp like this where AO's comp is not fantastic against Wukong. Jace is pretty bad against it. Galio's not great either because he's not really tanking up too much about it. Xin Zhao early game is the thing which you really want to play around.
Xin Zhao gets over the wall. Could be okay here. On and L both spotted out. Then becomes lightning. Deadly Flourish has to be grand entrance away from.
On's Rakan escaping now. On's Rakan obviously been one of his very best champions across all time.
Him missing, trading off with it. Not so long ago.
Yeah. 2023 was a battle of pretty much everyone.
Nice body block.
Nice. Will we get the team recall? No, he wants to stay out. Doesn't matter. But yeah, on and missing. That 2023 JDG versus BLG rivalry was a ton of Rakan. Absolutely great that you mentioned that there. That was back when Knight was on JDG, of course.
Indeed.
And was on a historic streak of titles within the LPL. What was it? Something like 3, I think it was 3 back-to-back with
pretty ridiculous.
Then of course he got his 4th and 5th actually with BLG in 2024. On the top side, Flandre still a few seconds off of his flash, about I'd say 20 seconds off right now.
They're going to try and come up with Nico and the Generomi, but they might be a little bit too late on that reset. Trying to catch him out, gets towards the wave, should clear it out largely. Flash blown by Bin. It stays the wave, and that will stop turret plates going down, I guess.
There are only so many times that Shanks can hover with the Galio onto that lane. Cal doesn't get the recall interrupt on either member there. But yeah, Shanks has been doing such a good job of making sure that he was hovering the Jace, who was under threat throughout most of this game. BLG finally find the time to dive the Jace effectively because the Galio was on completely the other side of the map. Kill goes over to Bin as well. Obviously the Gwen loves that gold and we'll get good value.
And obviously, like, you could see Kyle and Hope looking to come up that lane, but it's 10 seconds too late, you know. Sometimes those timers are on very, very tight timings, but this time around it just goes that little bit wrong. BLG get the kill. Who picked it up? I think it was the Gwen who got it.
Yes,
That's good value for that for Bin.
You know so. I should just mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Going with a gold tends to help. Going towards that Rift Maker first. Shanks, there's no Cyclone in Shadow. It's not under that much threat.
Yeah. A few minutes until Dragon. It will know that AL did pick up that Dragon. I'm not sure whether Tarzan was taking it while that topside play happened. Didn't know exactly when it was.
I don't mind it for BLG. I think the early spike, the first Galio ult of the game yet to be cast, they're really worried about that, and they want to make sure that they are not overstaying places. Shadow's quite low HP.
Caught in the river here a little bit. Shank's going to try and buy some space. Splits on or off to the rest of the team. Shadow gets caught. Asta's on. And now they're all coming on in. TP comes flying from Bid. Elk in danger. Needs to flash. Does get the Featherfall. But look at Shanks in the backside of the Winter War. Bring down the Xayah. Tarzan flashed out the back of the pit. Bin trying to do some value. Doesn't have the Hallowed Missile just now. Is in danger. The curtains are being called. How much longer does the Mist have? Needs to hit the fourth shot on someone. And Knight eats bullet. It's the death of the Samurai as the weapons of war keep changing. Flandre turns up and gets a bird for his trouble.
Tarzan's Shinzao is so goddamn good, playing so well around that fight. I thought that Elkin managed to find the feather pullback that would give them the damage they need, but the Crescent Guard and the flash over the wall saw Tarzan to safety. BLG buy into an early fight, which they lose. Great catch up by Kyle. Even better capitalization by Tarzan, and anyone's legend that early skirmishing beats out BLG's here. Shadow doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the Cyclone. He's not at a strong point in this fight. It really shouldn't have been here in the Spot River. Playing red side against the Dragon Pit is a huge problem because you're stuck against the wall. Elkin walks over a Jin Trap, takes the damage, takes the slow. Shanks flashes over the Feather Pull as well, so he doesn't take the damage. And Elk ends up using his flash ult. Not really much avail. Thought it was the hero play, but masterfully disengaged from by anyone's legend.
Value is very strong. Curtains get called, damage comes on down, and that fourth shot, very easy at that point.
That one's the decoration shot. He was dying anyway at that point, especially with Shinzao tagging the W onto him, but it's nice to get that as well, and damage.
Oh, the cabbage.
The gold onto the Jin has now seen them to Ghostblade and Zeal. This is a zero tank team from BLG. No one's really going to be building that much armor, especially with with the Galio in mid lane. It's going to stop people going towards. Second Yon's going forwards.
Kyle might now be in danger. Deadly Flow is just wide. Pop loss and now comes on top of Kyle, trying to get on top of On, who does need a fair amount of damage. Just being ult for ult. Shanks now roaming down the river. He's pretty speedy at this point.
I think that's a win for BLG, because if Xayah can stand and fight, well, no, I take that back. Now BLG has 0 engage. Right? Look, it's pretty bad playing against the Nico ult as BLG. I mean, if Elk has ult,
seismic shove.
Yeah, that'll save you.
You've got feather pull,
but I think it's really hard to play into that on the whole. But BLG don't have that much engage. It really is on the Rakan. So burning quickness is not a thing you can do lightly. Elk gonna clear through this mid lane again. 700 gold down on hope because he got so much value from that early fight. BLG, 1,000 gold behind in 15 minutes. Fantastic. Yeah, Herald gonna get started. This is the better terrain for them. Top side, blue side tends to have the advantage because of the way that walls are positioned. Opposite for bot side, red side has the advantage because blue gets their back against the wall. If your back's against the wall, tend to struggle when you have more immobile carries.
Don't have the Talia there, don't have the Galio there. TPs, I think, are largely available. Down to 1800 HP. I think that Herald is gone. Tarzan went lurking and ends up a bit spit off. Doesn't get the Crescent Guard off quite in time. Is now in danger. Decent amount of healing, but he's just dead. In comes the Galio, but it's too little too late. Kyle is desperately low. Flandre trying to find an angle here with Shanks. I think anyone's legend has gone way too deep. We'll get off the Wukong. Hang on, Shanks. Not bad work. But they're still ending up losing 2 there in trade for just the 1 and the Herald. Battle Herald from On, who's going to try and find an angle here.
He will die if he does this. He will die if he does this.
Oh, full shot. Not quite enough. The heal was in inventory from the spell book. Deadly Flow is just wide.
Okay, he didn't die. Got damn close. I was like, I just look at the HP and thought, you sure there, buddy? I forget that you get... you know what? I completely blanked on the fact that you get a shield when you hop out of the Herald. On surviving that play, getting the Herald into the mid lane turret, and BLG get themselves... what was that? Was that a 1 for 1? 2 for 1? 2 for 1 because Tarzan died. 2
and they
for
got
1.
the Herald team.
And they got the Herald. So again, a bit of a clapback. I'm glad that BLG are not completely taking this lying down. I think clearly anyone's legend have been approaching early skirmishes throughout these 2 games a little better than BLG. But BLG do still have some fire in there too. Galliwalt doesn't really achieve what they want necessarily. I guess it saves Kyle and if he has to back off from it. Right here though, managed to get the double passive, I believe, in there. Got the and then On was so close to going down, but on hops into the helpful heralding its way.
Nice work there. We managed to get a chunk of the mid-tier one. Don't get much more than that. Oh, that was taking a bit of damage there. Dragon was taken by anyone's legend at the back end of that play by the buy.
Good double root there. Yeah, the double dragons there for anyone's legend. Definitely help. Once again.
Does he got Crescent Guard? Yes, he does. That one makes it a bit scarier than it might otherwise be. Deadly Flourish comes on down. On has to flash away. Jumping on to Shadow, who is dead to right. Tried to play Trixie with the clone. Topside solo kill from Ben onto Flandre.
Ben solo kills Flandre, but the jungle support is still in the ascendancy from anyone's legend. Later into the game, when you get towards 2/3 items, yeah, maybe you can start thinking about the Wukong blasting them. But Tarzan and Kyle get a great kill there onto Shadow. It's going to be either onto On or Shadow. This ended up being the monkey going down. Not the bird, man. Bin will get himself a Demolish on turret. Have himself a Nash's 2 first for that extra ability there. Kyle and Hope going towards topside now. See if we can make it out. I doubt he can.
Tricky. I think Bin is going to die, but he'll take the turret and the kill. So in the end, it's a low extended 1-for-1. And the gold is valuable. Ooh, my days, the damage ain't bad, but it's still not quite enough.
No Riftmaker for the extended trading potential there of the Omnivam. Knight has the ultimate going in. Shanks has flash.
Exhaust on a Tarzan, gets knocked away by something. Flashes forwards and is now in danger. Dives up the Seismic Shot. Gets a 3 Talon Strike knockup, and Elk survives as well. Burns flash, barrier, and ult by the buy.
So that's 2 flashes for 1. And On also blew the flash. So a couple of flashes down there for BLG. Tarzan playing again. Knife's Edge. You tend to have to do so on Shin's out. We can look towards this topside and the topside 1v1. Bin had the Hallowed Mist and Flandre front steps. And that stab kills him. I don't know whether he was thinking about auto-attacking the Gwen, but ended up just taking a step forward instead of auto-attacking because the Hallowed Mist means you can't even target the Gwen. Went down.
Yeah, and that was unfortunate. Flandre giving up some gold there. Now 700 gold ahead. The only person with a lead in gold on BLG. The gold is still on the whole relatively close. 1,500 or so towards anyone legend. So a lead there, but not necessarily unplayable.
The lead has shrunk a little. And given how early the gold lead was for anyone's legend, it obviously meant more. Early gold leads are more as a percentage of the gold, which is obviously directly translates into fighting power very, very different. BLG waiting to see what Bin can do now, going towards that Riftmaker second. Did go for the Nash 2 first. Typically don't see that, but better for tower killing. And right here, got a lot of value out of that. Knight, don't have ult just yet. Hopping over the wall. Jin trap will proc just now, so you will be spotted. Knight loves to do this, by the way. Just hop off the fog of war, hug that side brush, and try and look for flicks. Tarzan is now trying to camp the other side.
Spot him, yeah.
And see if he can jump over the wall, potentially onto him too.
Like nothing. They just need half a wave and no one there.
Yep, that's all they need. 1 or 2 autos will do it. They don't have any grubs for the DOT onto it. Can't really backdoor bonus. Can still take legitimately about 3 tower shots before they went down the backdoor bonus. That's going to come through for the wave player. Has fire cannon now as well. And the swiftness boots upgraded. So he's very, very fast with Ghostblade, fire cannon, and the swift march. This is one of the most annoying parts in the game for a feat of strength Jin. They are so hard to shut down now.
So swift. Roots. Also just in general. Passive speed up is nice, and again, Jin's passive, I think people just assume it's the 4-shot thing, but remember, you get a lot of move speed from your quick to a little less, you get them consistently. The other side of it as well, of course, once you do hit that 4th item, Jin kind of just hits a new kind of level of damage again. And until that point, his damage is a lot more incidental.
Won't be able to defend the turret, will go down, Elf will get some gold from that, even up a little bit of that gold towards the bot side. And yeah, crit Jin is actually much more about mobility than people realize. As soon as you get some crit chance, you get some value out of that. Tarzan doesn't have flash, and Knight does, but he'll need to... Ah, wow, I mean, Knight just doesn't flash.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he would have had the W mark onto him, but he's caught out. Bad mistake there from Knight, and Tarzan picks up the pieces.
Does. They did get that mid-tier 1 at the very least, but it came at some cost. Bot side turret also, because of anyone's legend now down 2 turrets. I think they're trying to trade that back here in the mid lane. They're the ones with 3 grubs. It shouldn't take that much work, but again, lots of people from BLG collapsing TP behind.
Gwen. Galliot's coming in.
Gonna try and jump on his shadow, trying to knock him up. There's a pop loss on the back end of it. Elk's gone! Nice work there from Kyle. Now the curtains get called onto Shadow, who doesn't have the warrior tricks anymore. It's early enough in the game that the cooldown's not quite there. One more shot would have done it, but unfortunately Hope only had 4 in the chamber.
Elk gets jump scared and dies before he can even cast ult. Anyone's legend getting a huge pickup, and this is the kind of play which breaks the game. First you kill off the global, you capitalize afters knowing that BLG can't do that much. Bin uses the teleport and doesn't get anything out of it. BLG invest a lot, get nothing in return. Anyone's legends start to break open the map.
Andre gets that wave shovel. Look at the replay again because it's Elk taking that tier 1. Tarzan is spotted.
He's spotted there, and they spot him on the Raptors. So what happens now? Tries to flick back, tries to steal the Raptors away from it. Just gets tagged by the W. Okay, well, sometimes you get tagged by a Shinzao W. Yeah, that'll happen. Chombo's the 3 talent strike into the Jin W. I guess he didn't want to flash early and get caught by the 3 by the W anyway from Jin. And then right here, I mean, Elk gets caught. Had the ult, could have maybe outplayed that. Gets caught anyway. Dragon started, and then it was like bluntly the hand stiff in BLG who are overstepping their safe boundaries.
A little bit. Over comes BLG though. Maybe you want to play this. Where is Finn? Kind of around here. There are the scissor swords on your screen. Frank's not around. It's dropping that wave top side. Anyone's legend pick up Soul Point. Ocean Soul available for them in a few minutes. Atakan.
Atakan available too. Of course, we've seen a lot of fights over that. 2 items hit across the board from anyone's legend. Mostly there for BLG too, in fairness as well. 2-item Monk, who's stronger. Completed Muramana on Flandre, but then again, Nash's Driftmaker on Gwen. Powerful, he can get the DPS in there. Forward is Shadow. Doesn't have boots. He's that's where his gold lead is gone. Doesn't have those boots yet. Good items for Knight. Does have that voice staff on the Seraph. It's a very good damage call there. Really think Hope is so much stronger though than Elk. I think that this build against a 0 tank team that has got 0 armor besides the Tabby from Bin. This Jin is going to hit like a truck. This hit is going to hit like a truck, and sadly, this is not going to be the one which sends you on an Isekai. This one sends you to the morgue. Trukkun! Trukkun!
Elk. You have to be a bit wary. Has the flash barrier and ult up, so that's all good. But I don't think AL necessarily need to force anything right now. Can wait until this next dragon fight. Feel pretty okay about it. The question is what other items will get completed. Can Elk, for example, get towards an Infinity Edge? Might be really valuable. Hell, can Hope get towards an Infinity Edge? It's building towards one, and that will be a break point for this Jin as well.
Fighting over bot side vision. Both mid lane turrets being down open some really interesting engage angles for the likes of the second like this. Yeah, like the Weaver's Wall.
Side steps to the seismic shove, flash over the wall. Now on, potentially in danger, but battle dances away.
So hard to catch them, Jin, with that much movement speed. They do get the flash. It was a good angle, and that's what we're talking about. The creative engage angles, once both mid lane outer turrets are down, become very, very deadly on quite low HP, but does hit a Q to sustain a little bit.
He began to wonder a little bit. Where is Hope? Hanging around the back end of this, wants to reset. I'm assuming he's got Infinity Edge on reset.
Perhaps, yeah. Oh my god, if he has that now, that is so game breaking. I don't know if he does. I think a little bit. Doesn't have it, just regenning a little bit more. Didn't want to be sticking around on lower HP. And this just ends up being a pick attempt. And Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend, I think clearly still a little better at approaching the map. Need to be very afraid of Knights to Leer though. Knights to Leer very good at those creative walls forced to find people out of position. Not really been about the side lane so far. Finn is 1,000 gold ahead. He'd like to push up on side lanes and have that wall in his back pocket as well. Anyone's Legend, they're not out of the woods yet. They'd like to get a really good fight around the Atakan. I think they can force BLG onto the anvil there, where they can hammer them with the likes of the 3-kill Galio and the Jin.
Oh, hang on, Atakan's going to get started now. It gets a bit interesting. Watch Tarzan coming on down, want to play this. On, he's going to try and keep him out of here. He's now going to spot it out. Looking for an angle, he's got 3 talent strikes stacking, going, getting back in. But the quickness comes on down. Stops Tarzan having any opportunity. The pressing God defense and his damage, the flick back is okay. Which largely goes onto the clone, and Atakan well secured there by BLG.
Yeah, that's a really good call. They knew they had the DPS between a Xayah with 2 items, Flicker Blades helping with the extra ability to get through those cooldowns as well, and also the Gwen on 2 items. They shred through it, and Anyone's Legend, who potentially were looking for, again, another anvil to bring BLG to. Can't do that around the Atakan. Overlook a little bit too much in BLG. You get a big objective there. Atakan gives you a lot of value in terms of XP and in terms of the adaptive force it gives you from those petals.
And the work from on there as well to just not give Tarzan an opportunity to press any buttons because he was stunned. Like, that's just really good value there. Stops too much of the value. Since that steal attempt, again, it is a Shinzao. Your win becomes slightly into Audacious Charge combo. It's very hard to deny access to a pit from a Shinzao who really doesn't need flash to get involved.
Been holding the wave here right now. Again, was 1,000 gold up, now only 400. Got some more from holding this wave. Seekers, Finn's in a good position. Say, you know, his Gwen was legendary back in 2022 when he won MSI, when he was on RNG as their top laner. I don't think his Gwen has ever reached that level of height again. It was still good throughout 2023 and then 2024, though it did fall off of priority. Not many people were playing Gwen. Now Gwen is back truly in meta. You see more of it, I suppose, when it's not banned, but I do think that Bin on Gwen, he's had a couple of duff games on it. You need to see how much teamfight impact he's got. 30 seconds till Dragon now. He'll have a great opportunity to. He's a big part of BLG's teamfight threat.
Warden's mail done from Kyle, by the way. Not running towards an arm guard, just wants raw anti-crit stats. Decent amount of work, but they're slow off the Warden mail on all this. It'll be quite nice well in things like the Gwen. 10 seconds. Soul here. AL largely the ones in control of the choke.
Knight trying to push up mid lane to give them an extra angle. Remember, there's lots of ways you can approach the fight because mid lane turrets are down, as are the bot lane turrets as well. All of the defensive structures gone, which gives you a lot of extra ability to approach these fights and on-rooted up.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's a huge loss. It's a huge loss for BLG. Great mind game won by Kyle.
Seismic shove is in danger, but then comes the hero's entrance. It's not enough to keep the Nico alive. She's dead to rights. Big now engaged onto Hope. He's trying to trade this one out. Tarzan's flashing on it. All the while Shanks as Knight gets Hope. Flandro trying to trade out here. Flash away. Elk into the sky. I think they've done it. Good work from BLG. Flandre goes on in, but Bin goes golden. They just outplay it all. Winds of War comes on down, but Bin just snips the statue short. Gen G emote for Flair.
What an awesome team fight from Knight. On Wasted engage after getting outplayed by Kyle, so Knight does it himself. A flick over the wall, a flash forwards to kill the AD carry and continue the DPS. That was a top-notch Talia team fight, which puts BLG into a winning position.
They can look for more. Baron's coming.
I mean, this has got to be the play. You have the DPS, you have Flicker Blades on the zone. Watch how awesome this fight was from Knight. Pushes in the mid lane to give him a good standing. You lose the quickness, which makes me think, okay, well, your engage is gone now. Blind flick over the wall, was not blind, but unassisted flick onto the engaged source. One threat gone. Continued DPS. Hope caught out by the extra plate. Wall off the peel from them. Flash over. Continues to get the damage down. Get the more damage onto Tarzan as well and stop him from dashing around the fight. What an insane fight from Knight. Genuinely one of the best ones I've seen from him in a while. Gets another flip back at the end of the fight onto Flandre as well. Great team fight in the clutch from BLG as a whole.
Shadow as well, dodged out on so many things, interrupted Hope multiple times, just the mid jungle doing so much work, and now they've got Baron, now they're the ones with the Goldie. It's looking pretty good suddenly for BLG.
Got the Adakan, got the Dragon, got the team fight. Knight has now got himself a death cap off that too. This is a really important fight for him. I think he's been struggling recently. Knight has forever been the best player really of the last few years in the LPL. He's not looked like it for a lot of this year. Last game on the Azir, not his best performance either. Lot to be desired, Darren, if you can say that. For some of his games across MSI and the likes too, and of course that last finals, fighting again on potentially caught.
Blossom into the hero's entrance. BLG, have you gone too far? They've killed off the Nico, but I think her work in some ways is done. They get the Wukong, no one else. Everyone else survives. Elk burns his ultimate. Curtain's now being called. Elk might now be in danger. Actually needs to dodge some of these shots. Weaver's wall interrupts
it. Does a good job there. Push on the top side. Bin, while that fight was happening, was taking the top lane in a turret. BLG ahead of the game, powerful solo laners. That has forever been how they played the game. BLG, sigh of relief, honestly, for them, probably their fans too. This has been a good slingshot back into the game here. They were quite far behind in this one, realistically. Tarzan was having a hell of a game, as was Kyle. He just let it slip around a couple of objectives, and BLG are back in it.
They are done yet. 4,000 gold, 3.5. Is very good. It wasn't the Infinity Edge for Zai. She's gone towards the Bloodthirster to try and mitigate some of the best.
A little surprised at that. I would have thought he would stop on the Vamp Scepter and then go into the full Infedge after that, if anything. Laundry at 3 items, has good poke. Maybe that can be the difference. BLG. Yeah.
Tarzan, might now be in danger. There's a lot of damage. 3 Talon Strike available. Don't want to overplay it. And the Regardless point, relatively slippery with the dancing the rest of it. Blue buff taken by L, trying to get some more value. Blast from on gets him out to safety.
Happening with the rest of the map. It just shuffled a mid-wave forwards into the inhibitor turret. Gonna move it to that bot side of the map. Tower's already gone. It's not that much for them to get. 30 seconds of Baron remaining. It's not really that much. Next gonna get that Winds of War onto the wave. I think AL should probably hold this in a turret. The damage of the Baron could have been worse. 3,000 power play. Good. Not breaking, I suppose. Well, no, I mean, I guess in this sense, BLG are very happy compared to where they were, but it's not the worst it could have been.
Completely agree.
They do lose that inner turret. Actually, I was wrong about that. Can't wave clear through that. BLG make that into... Okay, now it's... Okay, I thought they'd be able to hold that, because I misjudged how much time there was left on that wave, I guess. Yeah, 4,000 power plate, that's a lot more solid.
Now we've got a minute and a half till the next dragon. AL has fumbled the last few objectives. Not really gotten the value they want out of the Galio Heroes End. Not managed to keep people like Hope particularly safe in a lot of the back end of these fights. See how it all goes from here. But I think BLG have scaled pretty well into this game at this point.
No, I think that's a really good point, actually. AL have not been peeling very well for Hope. I think that Hope has been playing at range and I play at the right angles too, but I think that he's, given how much gold he has, 3 items, Infinity Edge, very strong Jhin, you would have expected anyone's Legend to get more value out of protecting him, and I just don't think they've been able to do that.
It's quite hard, right? You've got Khan, Wukong, Talia, all kind of jumping. You're still going to manage the Gwen. You've got to still try and look for your own engages. I don't think it's necessarily the easiest needle to thread, especially if, say, someone like Kyle is getting caught at the beginning of a play like happened in that last fight.
These solo laners are so scary from BLG. You have a little bit of defense now on Knights going towards the Banshees. It's the 4th item. That's important because Void Staff, fairly heavy AP item. Seraphs gives you a lot as well. Deathcap, obviously 120 AP. And then Banshees as well, giving 105 AP. Once that's completed, 9-stack Dark Seal as well. Knight is going to have just a truckload of AP, which anyone's Legend, they don't have good answers to. I know that the Galio technically, is an anti-magic tank. It's not going to be enough against that kind of item build as well, especially with Finn almost close to a death cap as well. These solo laners are going to hit like warheads.
They really are. Of course, you've just picked up a GA on Tarzan. That will help a bit. 4th item's got one done for Hope. He's gone for more of Malmortius to try and deal with the Gwen and the Talia. It's not an unreasonable idea. He's a little lower on the crit, though.
Only like 50%. Has some lethality, has some raw AD from the Maw. Dragon taken by BLG. Anyone's Legend rightfully realizing they can't contest. Do not walk through that warded up bot side of your jungle and don't risk a Talia Weaver's wall punishing you as well. AL, what they do by not fighting that dragon, one, yes, they buy more time. They can get themselves something. It's a little bit hard because I feel like they're outscaled in this game, but better than dying here. But what it also does is means they can serve their flashes. All of their flashes are up. Maybe there's a miracle flash Nico ulti. Maybe that's the play. As I was speaking about the Banshee's play, it's Knight. Gets the Magi's instead.
There he goes.
Knight is the
barriers enough.
Knight is the most prolific Magi's buy in the world. He's one of the few people that really understands the value of this item. Didn't get it early, but he does actually when he has the angle too.
Which we did earlier as a Ranger, so he has the angle late. That's what he's done it.
Actually, the Raptors can be stolen there, that's a W. BLG pushing into the other side of the map. Have Delay hanging around with that Weaver's wall. Adds a lot of threat. Jace teleporting. Oh, recall. I thought that was teleport animation.
He's going to try and get that TG bot side.
Get it very quickly too. If he does want to stick around for it.
He was nice ward. Thank you, Toggle.
Yeah, going towards, really nice play that. Nice ward to make sure that he could safely back off. Doesn't get the full turret because of it. Now on going forwards.
Ooh, tries to jump onto the back line there. Gets the seismic shot back, and Kyle is gone.
That time, the engage lands for the Rakan, and it's so much easier. Kyle is gone, the main engage is gone, and that is going to be a flash of minimum gone from Shaxx, you have to imagine.
Be behind. This might be a little deep, actually. Gonna try and punish this one. Deadly Burst goes wide. Bin looks for some value there with the Hallowed Mist. Shaxx in danger, flashes away. Shield of Duran comes on down. Redemption trying to keep on alive. Will do so. Now Tarzan in danger with Blonde Red Hope. Trying to throw some poke down the back end of it. Does Tarzan have the flash? Has got the GA to work with. Trying to punish Bin, who's gone golden. Seismic shove goes wide. Now they're calling the curtains. Remember, there is still no Hallowed Mist. Elf just not taking that much damage at the minute because again the Jhin has gone for a very defensive build.
On recalls, teleports back out onto the map with a spell book. And folks, I mean, the more these fights are happening, the more I think we're going to 3. Anyone's Legend, I think they clearly were the best team from the LPL for a long stretch of time now across this split. Ever since kind of playoffs run, Anyone's Legend looked like they were, clearly best team. They're getting brought here to 3. The roulette of the jungle position for BLG. Coming out with another honeymoon phase potentially. Shadow. Not necessarily the main carry of this game. But playing his role well. Playing that cycle and following up on the engage of on.
I have to say that dragon fight was him and Knight together had a really good one. So, they certainly had his moments, even if not exactly, as you said, being the main character. As far as the supporting Atcon, decent reviews first series on the squads. Baron now a consideration for BLG. A bit risky, actually, into a Jace and a Jhin. Of course, you can have the Nico flash in there as well. Not the easiest to do 5v5 and just try and turn the fight from.
And that's kind of where you gotta pray on it. You gotta pray for just a crazy Nico wall. I think that's why BLG have been focusing on the Nico so much, is that's the game losing threat. I don't think many other things lose you the game like that.
Frozen Heart, not Zhonya's as well.
Yeah, it's pretty common actually on these Nico anymore. It's a very cheap item, very effective.
He gets the shields around Torn, a little bit of work there onto On. He gets the hop away, just not quite enough to bring him low, so just gets the battle dance out. Does burn the heal, however.
Burns the heal, got the Q heal, his own, and then the Ocean Dragon's teching up as well. He's actually got a decent amount of HP from that too. Well, recall, get back out onto the map, and Anyone's Legend feels like the envelope they are allowed to play in is getting increasingly smaller.
They're only sending postcards now, not
full. You know, next time it's going to be post-it notes.
Oh, that's nice.
And then after that, I don't know, just a stamp. Just a stamp. You actually don't get the letter on it, just a stamp.
Just an empty envelope.
Anyone's Legend taking away the red buff. They've been starting to get crowded out now. Anyone's Legend, I don't think they have the burst damage for the engage unless Nico gets a huge Pot Blossom. I think it's GG.
Go again.
It's hard to do that into Zhonya's into Gwen. The ult of the Xayah.
Weaver's Wall comes across, trying to deny too much of an easy action. I don't think it's quite enough.
Steal
angle is definitely an option. Ooh, double smite will be enough there. Shadow and On both available to use that. On tries to go further forward, just rooted in place.
He's had that happen to like 3 times this game. Rooted as he tries to go in. Doesn't get the engage which they need. Anyone's Legend were looking.
Hang on a second. Shadow tries to go into Hope, who flashes away into looking to back up with a Pot Blossom. Now Shadow's in danger. Hope looking for some orders. They've lost the Nico again. Backline for Tarzan. Can't kill off Shadow. Hope trying to stay low. The more Malmotion and Elf kills him with the feathers. GA on Tarzan. They're just winning the fight. BLG have scaled too far. There is not enough damage. And BLG are bringing Warheads word.
Anyone's Legend fail their engage. Triple kill tonight as Kyle cannot find the Miracle Pot Blossom. We shared off at the stem, and BLG will force us to 3 in our finals rematch.
They just didn't have enough damage anymore. Into the base they go. Inhibitor down. BLG fight back in game 2. It took a lot of work. It took a look at back and forth. It took some clutch team fighting. But they will not go down 0-2. They bring us to 3.
We will have a minimum of an 8-game day. 6 from our first 2. Smiles as they walk off stage. Knight, what a Taliyah performance. Not great on the Azir. Need a lot more from him. Of course, harder to play that game too. I think BLG had a better draft, and this time they're rewarded for it. BLG have often had criticisms of that. Walk away with this one, showing that they can take games still off of Anyone's Legend. They got 3-0'd by them at MSI. That was honestly a bit of an embarrassment for them. I think Knight was hyper tilted, and you could see he was really not playing at his best there. I think he's diffed Shanks in both the laning phases, and this game here in the late game, what a massive Taliyah performance from him.
Exactly. I think, you know, like game 1, Shanks Knight was a much more even affair. This one was not close, you know what I mean? Actually, the Yone did really well for Shanks on the whole. This one, Shanks was there, didn't really get the game-changing ults off, and Bin, how much better was his solo kills? Big leads. Yes, there was more attention put towards him, but on the other hand, Flandre never really got to play the game, and you were a bit worried saying, look, the Jace this game could be really tough, and turns out it was. There was a lot of ways to make it not a 1v1, and the moment the 1v1 for the Gwen got a lead, suddenly you were flashing for solo kills.
So now BLG on the brink of potentially a revenge victory against Anyone's Legend, as rightfully pointed out in chat as well from Maker and others. Wouldn't it be so timely and funny that T1 break Genji's winning streak?
Oh my god.
And then in the LPL, BLG could potentially do the same to Anyone's Legend. Now, at Anyone's Legend, they will be on blue side. They will be have, I suppose, that advantage, and it is an advantage, I think, for the most part. But yeah, BLG with a chance now. See what happens to those drafts. BLG typically not the strongest drafters. I think Anyone's Legend typically have the leg up on that, but then again, Anyone's Legend, some of the international games they've had recently, particularly that Game 5 versus T1, really starting to haunt them. We'll get ourselves into a Game 3 here. I will watch through the highlights. I'm going to get myself drinks from the other room.
Go for it.
Pre-roll on, and then I guess I'll come back to the
Shaka in chat with the what's this? Is my team winning? Yes, they are currently. Doing all right. Tabe trolls drafts sometimes. He does win a lot of drafts too, but yeah, this one was a bit more awkward. BLG going to go out to G2 and Suez cars. I don't bring that kind of stuff down, but yeah, he might. BLG winning here would be a genuine shock. Yeah, it would be, kind of. I think it probably would be. I think T1 were a lot closer to Gen G than BLG were to AL by the end of the split and by the end of the international kind of tour. So, Glad to have you all in here, folks. I'm Initialise. The person who was normally sitting in this chair is Nymaera, whose channel you are on. They are my younger brother. We cast League of Legends together, and that's pretty damn cool. For those of you who are watching us on one of 4 different channels, thank you and welcome to one and all. Please do make sure you're following the various channels if you've got the capability. I know, like your TikToks, if you want to share the stream, be really cool. Still got another game to go, so that would be really appreciated. I know that makes a massive difference in terms of viewers coming on in. It's kind of nice to have that because I know there's not really that many people doing live League of Legends stuff on TikTok, and we're one of the few that are, so please do come and say hello and help that one out as well. I had something more to say. Oh, yeah. For people who are Twitch enjoyers, consider dropping your Prime sub on the Twitch channel. If not, consider really subbing. Consider gift subbing. All these things make a massive difference to us as streamers, as our ability to keep doing this. So please, 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 please do come and show us some love. Makes a massive deal. And yes, outside of that, we've got a Ko-fi link as well. Do the exclamation mark Ko-fi. Do come and join us. Does help us do the cool things. So if you've got that capability, buy us a coffee. Buy us a coffee. There's the link. Come say hello. Oh. Highlights coming on down. See exactly how it works. Could use a little. I need a bio break. What's the best way to support Nymaera? A few different ways. Either subbing here or there's Ko-fi link. If you use the Ko-fi link, that's a really good way of supporting us at the minute as well, because that's kind of like agnostic of what platform you use. The coffee, straight over to us. Yeah, that makes a massive difference as well. Though possibly not Nescafe. I'm not the biggest fan of their coffee and practices.
Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of Nestle, which reasonable. Okay, I'm gonna play some Forcing, I guess.
Do it.
I've got a coffee on the brew.
Please, did you do a pot?
No, sorry, it was just the. Sorry. That's all right.
You did actually ask for last night.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Oh, the headphones. I don't put them at all. The fun fact redeem. Who did that? How nice. Let me think about it. Fun fact: I did physics as my university degree, and my lab project, my second year lab project, was checking if taking coffee beans, ground coffee, and then instant coffee as well had any difference in the amount of potassium in it, because coffee does have an amount of potassium, and you can tell that through potassium 51. No. Yeah, the isotope of potassium, which is gives off a radioactive signal, it's not harmful or anything. And I found out there's absolutely no difference between any sorts of ground coffee, even though they kind of take some stuff out of ground coffee and put it back in. It ends up being exactly the same amount of potassium content, which I found very interesting. Maybe you do too. And there's no difference in radioactivity and stuff. Okay, ooh, I can't go for 40%. I gotta rest. And we're doing the G1 at the end of this. We'll wait for that. We'll biggest MVP? Knight, right? Yeah, Knight was insane. Okay, we'll do the G1 at the end of it. Yes, plus 70 energy. Nice. Yeah, I did pick coffee to study, yeah. We're really close to swinging Maestro now. Ooh, it's 4 on whip. Fuck, I need to go for the 4 on whip, don't I? Gotta talk about medical soon. Yeah, right. I'm gonna play horse game in the break because I want to. Something. 4 on that. I have to go 4 on that. I don't like training guts. You should never train guts, but it's 4 on it. Okay, do we get swinging maestro? Swinging maestro, please. Okay. That's good though. I mean, we get the friend training on here, which is good, and we get the extra person on there to train them as well. Nice, good. Okay, let's go speed. 3 on that, perfect. I'd really like to get Swing Maestro before the next thing comes around. 24%, nothing on there. Even though there's 5 on that, I have the rest. I can't take the 21%. That really sucks. Go for the 3 on here, I guess, which doesn't feel great again, but yes. Okay, Swinging Maestro. This saves the run. This is like I said, it saves the run. Only got the 1 hit, but Swinging Maestro is just so ridiculously good. It is so good. This is still training 2 up. Oh, we failed. Oh, poo. Poo. I should have paid attention. That was a really low percent fail though. What? Oh, that sucks. Picking coffee over Tears of Chrome. I pick both. Yeah, I pick both, in fairness. 0%, 0%. I mean, we do this, right? Although I don't need that much power. I guess I rest now for the next one and try for a better thing on the next turn. Yes, I know. Oh no, I do this because, yeah, I do this because I have Swing Maestro almost ready. Straight out up is very good in fairness. We try and get the max energy back, I guess. Oh no, that's, wait, what the heck was that? Was that the wrong thing? What was that? Oh, energy. An idiot. Okay, skills. We definitely want corner recovery. Do we want it now though? I think we actually go straight away. We kind of need. I don't think it's worth getting corner recovery now because we don't have the. What date is it? December. We should be okay. No, you know what? No, I gotta go just because like our stamina's too low. We need to go for that. Stamina's too low. Okay, do I have anything else I want to get? No, I don't. Okay, and we do this, and then we just hope we get a good run. The mood down sucks because mood does affect your stats in races quite heavily. Number 1 favorite. We got some stats. We should be fine, but you can never tell, right? And we do have decent wit, so our skills should activate. Not that we have many. But... is it just corner recovery? I don't think I bought any of those. Yeah, I don't want to have a 9-game day, Frag. I really don't. Okay. Wish me luck. Okay, no late start, that's good. We need to not get rushed, and then I think we're fine. I think the way you lose these kind of races is by randomly getting late start and then rush. Especially before you get any stamina. Okay, looks like we're doing pretty well on this one. With these teams and these matchups, should have been expected to be a 9-gamer. I don't think first game should have been 3 games, and I don't think this should have been 3 games either. I think that BLG with a new jungler being subbed in, I would have expected AL2. First game, I think NIP looks a lot better than Ultra Prime. If we get into a 9th game, Maya says she'll cast a game for you. I mean, I'm so ready for the Meow cast. Yeah, I expected 4 games by this point. But again, it's the LPL. LPL loves to throw you a curveball. Okay, right. Not a bad spot, this race. Oh, hang on. Do we have enough stamina for this? We might need our ult. I don't think second place... Whoa! Is second place catching us? No, not quite. And we get the ult. We get the anime ult. Nice. Am I playing? Uma Musume. Very popular right now. Caedrel's playing it. Holy crap, that was close. That was really close, though. What? What is this? It's a very popular game right now. Uma Musume. Damn, that was close, though. Yeah, horse girl game. Basically horse racing, but with anime girls. Okay, well, we get the first place, which is really important. It gives us, like, a lot of fans, which means that we don't have to take an extra race later if we don't need to, which is good. Okay, let's go for the high roll. Yes! Perfect, got the high roll. Only 5 energy down instead of 30. Oh, you grew up with horse racing? I mean, Sam and I grew up in a town with a huge race course in it, actually. We just, you know, didn't... let's get energy back. Oh, I should have gone for skill points maybe, just because 3 on there, 1% failure. I really don't want to train guts, but it's a hint and another French. I gotta do it. I don't like doing that, but yeah. This is a rest, maybe? Yeah, this is a rest. You never really want to rest that too much, but... This is a good event chain as well. This gives energy back, but the other one is... Remind me what it is. It is... Straightaway Adept. Did we get Straightaway Adept yet? Did we get Straightaway Adept? No, we didn't. That actually might be worth not taking the energy for, because that's a really good skill. Did we already get that? Swinging Maestro. Let's go. Swinging Maestro is so good. And now we have the max off for Straightaway Adept, which we definitely want. So that is good. That is good. Okay, what do we have? Stamina. We definitely want stamina up. We should probably... But this gets us another friendship training. We'll do another friendship training. Okay, enter draft anyway. So horse game, be gone! And into the draft. Once again, we go. Game 3, Anyone's Legend BLG. First bans coming through. Pantheon, Permaban, no surprise there. Jax banned away? That was a little... I suppose it has gone... I don't know, I don't think Bin's Jax has been that terrifying this year. Not really. Comparative to other things. Braum banned away. Does that mean you want to pick in something like the Nautilus early? Or other melee supports? Perhaps angling for something like a Kai'Sa Nautilus lane? Hope's Kai'Sa is very, very good. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Varus, of course, on the ban list. No surprise there. BLG walked away with a better draft last time than I've seen them for a little while. Typically, AL come ahead of these. And AL are definitely trying different things in these last bans. Poppy away from BLG, they had play it in technically in 3 roles, but you know, Shadow plays it much. I mean, it was Beichuan that was playing a ton with it, right? And now they're not playing with Beichuan, they're playing with Shadow. Hope Kai'Sa is deadly. Hope Kai'Sa is very, very, very good. 5 banned away last as well. I think with a lot of the AD skirmishes out, makes a lot of sense. If you go for Rise, I would expect Aurora or Annie from Knights. You willing to take that trade? You could pick the Aurora yourself. You can flex it. Really? If you pick the Jarvan, I think Knight must go Aurora. Aurora Jarvan is too good of a combo to give up. You must pick Aurora now, I think. You can't allow both. You cannot allow both. I want to see Knight Aurora. What else do you pair up with that? It's just on Shadow to think about what matchup he wants in that jungle. Is there another blind pick you'd want as well? Go for Sejuani's not awful. Tanky enough. But I think you have to pick the Aurora. I think Tarzan or Shanks will go towards... I guess Knight could go for Sylas if they see the Aurora, but I think it's a very powerful combo to give up. I suppose on the other side, if you pick the Aurora now, they go Sylas. That's not the worst thing into the Aurora. Thinking hard about this one. Shanks is also very good on Aura. Indeed he is. Indeed he is. And it's been banned so much recently. Lucian instead is mobile. Gets out of the Jarvan Cataclysm. I'm surprised they locked the Sejuani on 1. There is no contest on the Sejuani. That feels like it's just kind of hide to pick for later, I suppose. But I'm surprised. I think that now Anyone's Legend, they can very much look towards the Aurora. Aurora's great in doing mixed damage. They go towards the Ryze instead. Shanks is a good Ryze. Ryze is pretty good versus Sejuani. I still would have taken Aurora here. I think that champion is super busted right now. And the Yorick as well. Now that makes a little bit more sense. If you're going to play towards the Yorick, you roll him up into his lane. You have a global to go up towards the top lane split pusher. It does make a lot of difference there. That being said, the teamfight combo from Anyone's Legend, not as effective now. Sejuani Renekton, hell of a combo. Shadow on tank duty, he does it occasionally. He's done his time. Every jungler's done their time like that. So the Renekton comes in. It is a good matchup versus the Yorick. It's pretty well versus stuff like the Ryze too, on occasion. Even Jarvan can really struggle against the Renekton, because if he jumps into him and doesn't get the knockup, Renekton just stuns you up and kills you. Anyway, the Renata, lane pressure bot laners. Anyone's Legend, they got to ban away some of the choice mid laners, right? Suppose you could ban away Orianna as well. Decent lane matchup into the Ryze, can stand far enough away from the Jarvan to cause some issues sometime. Thank you. All yours. Wait, BLG swapped junglers again? Oh yes, they did. 3rd jungler this year.
There's Cacao in the back room, by the way.
Yeah, Cacao has also joined their laning their staff as well, and he banned away from Knights.
If Cacao starts playing again, I'm gonna scream.
What else do they ban? Because there is also an angle where Knight goes towards Sylas as well. Stealing the Cataclysm is busted, and it gives you a triple melee topside, which normally I'd say is pretty bad into stuff like Ryze Jarvan, but you have the Sejuani, so
be alright.
That makes sense. Especially with Sylas when he jumps in, getting the increased attack speed when he gets his passive active, which is every time he casts spells, right?
Yeah. Of course, in the stack that passive with the Sejuani, as you're noting, I think it's also pretty valuable.
One thing which I was saying earlier before you walked in was I'm very surprised Aurora was not even picked on 1-2 from BLG.
I think
Aurora it's a flex pick for Anyone's Legend. I'm surprised that they didn't pick it. I don't think there are bad laning matchups now for it left in there. Aurora wins lane against almost everything but Orianna, I suppose.
Debating a couple different things, and the Orianna is up and being considered as the Victor.
I like the Victor actually in some ways, because in some ways Jarvan jumps onto the Victor who has loads of HP, he gets stunned up by the Grav Field, the Chaos Storm, he just gives himself a free kill onto the Victor. However, immobile carry will be target numero uno. What is going to be the job now for BLG is to peel like a mother for this Victor, because there's going to be a ton of damage heading their way. I don't want to see that Zig. Smolder is much better if you're going to go for a combo there. Senna also acceptable too, but I think Senna can struggle in lane versus the Lucian sometimes.
Do go towards Senna. Of course, it's worth noting Ziggs did get some insane buffs recently, which is why we're starting to see him now a little bit. So
I just remember
everything but his satchel's been improved.
I just remembered the Ziggs game from Anyone's Legend at MSI, which ruined their tournament.
That's fair. Obviously, he did get a lot of AP ratio buffs, basically. So the later the game that goes, the more the damage Ziggs does. What are we going for last here then? Realistically need a support to go with the Lucian, unless On is feeling very spicy and wants to do something like Sejuani.
Please, come on, dude.
On does have... He's probably the most successfully creative of our supports. Has gone towards something a little bit normal in the Leo.
I think Leona makes sense. Again, tanky front line, stacks up Sejuani passive very, very quickly with auto Q auto, and can just lead into an infinite CC combo. I actually think BLG walk away with the better draft. I think it is very hard for AL to complete a combo onto the Victor without a ton of CC hitting it. I think that the Victor's good in lane versus the Ryze. I think that bot lane is fine as well. Nautilus, Leona, a bit of a wash with the Lucian being very dominant. And Renekton's good into the Yorick as well. Dare I say it, I think BLG now have had 2 out of 3 better drafts against Anyone's Legend. Even Jarvan doesn't like playing against tankier members, really, and there's quite a lot of that inside of BLG.
What you do have is double global to support the Yorick with the Dawning Shadow and the Realm Wall.
Yes.
And that is valuable. And again, I think in some isolated 1v1s here, the Yorick could be a bit of an X factor, the Ryze could be a bit of an X factor. In the front to backs, though, you're kind of right. Unless, of course, Senna stacks really well. If we get to a point where Senna's like 100 souls deep, few items in, Senna could prove really obnoxious, because then you do start to outrange things like that Victor again. You do start to be able to keep your front line alive through the burst combos of a Sejuani Renekton, and then they go, oh dear, which can be a bit problematic.
Into the game we go. Deciding game between our finalists from last split. Anyone's Legend, of course, the champions. BLG losing a title to Anyone's Legend. 2025 has not gone the way that they would have wanted after having one of the most dominant years in LPL history in 2024.
Race for impact, folks. We're into our 6th game of the day. Is it the fabled 9-game day?
I can't say I've missed them, Sam.
No.
I can't say I've missed them.
No, neither have I. Alas, here we are. Gaio was pretty evenly matched there. A little bit more energy in the BLG fans after a good game 2. Yeah, and Anyone's Legend had that game, and then Kyle got picked, and the team fight began to go wrong, and all these things started to come across.
I was checking the post-match threads and stuff, and saw that a lot of people saying, "Wow, you know, vintage BLG game." No, it wasn't. I actually don't think it was. I think that you look at that game, they were getting hammered until they snuck Atacon, which AL overlooked, and then that huge pick around Dragon.
Yeah.
Knight with an all-timer team fight on that Taliyah, which I think much needed. I don't think Knight's been on great form recently, but that was a return to glory for him. What a great Taliyah game he just had. His Victor, not something which people often associate with him. However, the more I've seen it, the more I've appreciated it. I think he's a very good Victor.
That he is. Seeing exactly how Anyone's Legend do here, because again, there's some decent combos here themselves between Nautilus, Senna, Ryze, Jarvan. Decent amount of CCs between the Dark Procession and the Cataclysm as well. You can put people in double baby cages. It can be a little obnoxious, and there is that kind of ability to punish someone like the Lucian if they overplay their hand, or the Victor who can be quite immobile.
Double tap.
Double tap come on through. The turnaround is solid enough, but hope someone eats a bit of that damage. Of course, you are a Senna. You've got a little bit of sustain in the kit, but that was this early.
But they get the level 2. Yeah, that Zenith Blade into the double tap, proccing the Searing Dawn. It's all pretty nasty, honestly. The Sunlight passive, by the way. I think it's Searing Dawn's the name of the passive. Yeah, applies Sunlight, please.
Pretty sure I thought Sunlight was the passive.
Okay, Searing Dawn is the version of it in Arena, so I thought it was
maybe it is that then.
It probably is Sunlight, actually. Finn going on to the Renekton versus the Yorick as well. Typically a pretty good matchup into it. A lot of the time when we see the Yorick, you do see Renekton bans. That and Jax ban. They banned the Jax in the first rotation, actually, which is probably highlighted that Yorick a little bit early, which showed the priority on the globals for them to see.
Andre's win rate on the Yorick is pretty high as well.
It's insane. Yeah, it's insane. He's a very good Yorick player. It's a very good Yorick player. He's always liked a bit of a duelist, right? Back from his early days in the LPL. Oh, no, well, I don't think... Did they spot them? I actually don't think they did.
No, they know they're stood on a ward, so they know they're there.
Oh, I thought you were talking about BLG.
Sorry, no, I was talking Anyone's Legend that's stood on a ward.
That one, I did see that, yes. But Alkanon trying to...
talking about who they were.
Avoid... Yeah, because there were actually 2 wards. I was like, okay, stood on a ward? No, they're in the alcove. What do you mean?
I also just appreciate the fact that Flandre always runs the Panda Chroma.
Yeah.
To, like, probably be on brand for Anyone's Legend.
Technically, they just have their own skins already.
It's true.
The Ryze tends to get better wave control than the Victor early before Victor gets his first.
Move yourself and...
Ryze.
Yes.
By the way, if anyone ever... Oh, Searing.
Good hook.
A good hook. That's the match between Leona and Nautilus. Leona has learned to hate that matchup a little bit early on. Later on, of course, you ping the ult onto them and they can't do nearly as much about it. And of course, you tend to be tankier as Leona compared to the Nautilus, who gets a shield but doesn't get the resists that Leona does. But yes, right there, you see you can hook them out of the Zenith Blade before it completes. Right there, does it again.
Oh, nice
the Searing Dawn, the Sunlight passive, does apply to both all the same. So if Elk can get the double tap, it will still apply Vigilance because they're rooted, and then the Sunlight as well. But at least what On is doing here is just making sure, again, making sure that the hook is on cooldown, because now it means that Lucian can dash forwards like that. Getting some good damage down, double taps coming through. I don't mind On casting Zenith Blade on cooldown at Anyone's Legend if it's just going to lead to stuff like that. It leaves Lucian so much more free to dash forward and do damage in a way that normally Lucian is quite good, quite bad into Nautilus, because you dash forwards and you die to get hooked. If Leona's blowing that hook for you, you get a lot more time to do stuff. Pushing in another wave, great wave control here from Alkanon. 10 CS up right now, we'll go down to about 5, I suppose, once they go through here. As well. Knight's wave control in mid lane. They say that the Ryze tends to have better wave clear than the Victor, but that means sometimes you can overpush and Victor can hold it in. Right, by the way, though, Knight just showing off the, I suppose, the very standard Victor mechanic for people who play it, but the Q auto resets, you kind of get the instant Q pop, which is very good for turnaround. In early lane, sometimes you don't want to do that because you want to use your regular auto attacks as well. But when you get later into the game, getting that Q quick
regular
prop,
auto attacks?
because regular auto attacks do damage at early levels. They don't always later on. Not everyone gets to be Orianna with a passive, you know?
Clockwork wind-up is pretty good. Do you think she's a bard, just sort of yelling insults to people? This is vicious mockery.
Why?
Wind-up.
Oh, yeah, winding them up. Right, okay. I got it now. It took me a while. Lane swaps coming through. I think Anyone's Legend were really hoping to dodge this matchup. They weren't quite able to do so. Teleports were invested to try and get these. But BLG seems to be fairly on point, actually, with how they've approached these lanes. And BLG getting ahead in this bot lane, quite valuable here now. Levels not hit by Shadow, just hovering around this bot side. I mean, if you get Renekton into the with the Sejuani combo, it's pretty disgusting. We don't see Renekton and Sejuani that much anymore, but it's such an early game powerhouse, and they're going to go for it again.
Here we go. Going to make that wrap around happen. Flandre in danger. Had the Dark Procession, but a flashing forward from Bin into the passive stack, and nowhere for Flandre to go.
So I guess you haven't seen Renekton and Sejuani in a while.
That's what it does.
There you go. Empowered W is 3 auto attacks. Procs the Sejuani passive almost immediately. Only need 1 extra auto attack after. Flandre flashed. Thought he might be able to get out of the tether range from Sejuani where the passive was applied. Obviously not the case there. And a good kill picked up by Shadow. New jungle for BLG.
Well, now a few quite important best of 5s in particular gone against them because Flandre's been attacked early and kind of taken out of the game. AL honestly based around playing around Flandre, and it's definitely been a way to get on top of them and mess them up, especially if Tarzan hasn't managed to make early things happen with some crazy early pathing, and it could prove problematic here. This Renekton Sejuani could definitely get the Yorick out of the game a bit.
See that both top laners gone for anti-heal items because they're both playing as, you know, obnoxious sustain champions. I will say it is easier for Renekton to apply it by far than the Yorick because Bin can use his empowered Q before auto-attacking, just ping him off the wave instead of going for the empowered W all the time, which if you don't get the healing debuff on it, that'll be a bit of an issue. Of course, it will apply for your Qs when midway through heavy trades. Bin, significant XP lead now over Flandre too, and this is one of the reasons when I saw the Renekton into the Yorick, I got a little bit worried. AL need to get Victor online realistic, not Victor online, Ryze online, so we can ult into a side lane and make sure that Yorick's got some backup in a way which he doesn't currently have.
TPs from both supports to mid lane. Leona v Nautilus. I feel like I've seen that match a fair amount. Nice recall location.
Remember the years of 2020 to 2022, Leona Nautilus, hell.
All the time. Fervor of battle Leona back in the day.
Oh, here comes Hope actually. He managed to roam down here in time. Does he have the extra E? He doesn't have E, and he's going to be in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, that's a lot of Graves. That's a lot of maiden damage. Bin's in danger. Has got dominance. Will he need to proc it? Yes, he will. Now Kyle looking for potential flank angle here. Across the ward. Get the ult out of Bin and force the reset.
And this time the rotation there did Bin. Didn't expect Hope to be turning up in the lane at that point. What this does mean is Lucian gets some alone time in topside, and Bin can go forward and powered Q the wave potentially. If you're afraid of a Nautilus, so I won't do it immediately. You'll at least get the wave on the bounce back. AL try to take down the Renekton, can't quite do so, and they give up 3 grubs to do that as well. So that's away from the Yorick. They won't get any grubs for that, and also, you know, AL don't get the best cross map. I guess getting the dragon now, that's actually something more important, but then quite slow to start it. There is actually a chance that you get a big fight here from On a Knight.
Yorick's in mid lane of the tower picking up that wave, so Yorick isn't going to be here. On into the back lane with the Leona, trying to make that steal happen, but does not happen as Tarzan picks up the...
Wow, the CC!
They're trying to CC Tarzan down forever, and do so. But now what happens at the return? There's a lot of ults blown to finally kill off Tarzan, and On's going to have to flash on over. Still rooted in place by that Rune Prison. Flash on over from Hope, looking for some more damage. Some autos keep on flying, still very tanky here on the Leona. Last auto should come on through. Hope will get that one down, trying to get away from the Permafrost passive, and does so.
That was 4v5. By the way, BLG did not call the Lucian down to that fight, and they walk away with a 1-for-1. That is still a 1 fight for BLG. Knight gets the kill. That is very bad news for anyone's Legend, because he will be their primary target later on. A reminder, if you want another good example of this, go watch Team WE versus Invictus Gaming. I believe it was game 3 of that series where Rookie got gold. Oh, sorry, it was game 2, I think it was. Game 1. Yeah, it wasn't a 3-game series. Game 1 of that series, where Rookie got some extra gold in that game, and it meant that WE would dive onto him, not kill him because he's tankier than he should be, and then they've ran out of steam in the team fight. Similar things can happen here. If you use the Jarvan and the Senna to go forwards, and Victor gets tanky, that is a problem. Great CC combo, solar flare, everything into the grab field, into the Sejuani ultimate. Tarzan has lost his rights to move.
He got to press 1.5 abilities.
Yeah, he
and part way through a Q.
And yeah, Jarvan really not allowed to play that fight. Remember, again, this is a 4v5. Also, you get Hope blowing his flash in this play too, almost, and his cleanse at the end of it as well. Hope gets the kill back and turns it into a 1-for-1, but losing both summons for it is not a small investment. That can be punished. BLG, dare I say it, in looking like they are in a great position here in the early game in an all-important game 3 as Sam punches the microphone, our daily tradition.
Yeah, I need to move this mic around a bit. There we go.
Say that every day, Sam.
I know,
it still happens.
It's in a really awkward spot for my like general arm movement. I feel like my elbow back behind my body.
The problem with casting from a cramped bedroom setup. Shadow. You know what? Not bad day at the office for him. It's a bit of a, cursed position right now, the BLG jungle role, but Shadow, not a bad day here today.
No.
Is Sejuani really good early impact? I'm glad that someone's pulling out the Renekton Sejuani comp again. I think that's pretty nice to see it every so often. I understand why it fell off. Eventually you get to the point where they are not dealing enough damage to one-shot people, and they fall off as the game goes on in terms of tankiness as well, particularly in the case of the Renekton. But right here, it completely shuts down the Yorick.
20 odds, yes, maybe 30.
Remember, folks, Flandre started this series by being over 6,500 gold ahead of Bin in the Rumble versus Silent matchup. It was one of the worst games I've seen from Bin in many a year. It was very, very poor from him. Bin since then solo killed him in the Gwen versus Jace matchup multiple times, escaped his one play in this game, had Shadow come in and set him up for success, and now he's 1,000 gold ahead. Bin has been awoken a little bit since that game 1.
And Elk getting all that free time topside as well, put him about 20 odd CS ahead as well. So both lanes doing really well. Got 1,000 gold lead or so top, and it is about 2,000 gold lead overall. Yes, AL want to scale this game a fair amount. They've got the Senna, they've got the Rise, they're still a little bit wary. Gonna try and turn this one around actually with the Realm Walk. Dawning Shadow comes on down, on in danger. He needs to be aware. Flag, drag, kill, but it's a 1-for-1. As Shadow helps turn that one around, it's Knight who picks up the kill actually onto Tarzan. Sure who picked it up for anyone's legend. Either way, it's a 1-for-1, and I don't see who picked up that blue buff. Bin had to burn the Dominus. Have some angry cat-like pandas step on forwards and some horrible amalgamation and crossbreeding of animals. If they start yelling Edward, I will scream.
Bin really making this matchup quite hard. Hope, remember, he invested those summoners earlier. He doesn't have plans on flash now.
His cleanse not up, and that means Elk gets donated a kill, and that probably means the turret as well. Yep. Remember the 3 grubs. BLG are on the warpath.
Just before Hope gets his summoners back up as well in terms of that cleanse. Worth noting as well, Sejuani actually very good for Lucian in that kind of combination too, because you can apply a double, maybe sometimes triple CC combo to get his passive online.
Very, very scary indeed. Tarzan goes stepping on forward. Shadow could put a slow down here. Start stacking some stuff up. Won't quite happen. And Elk won't get the turret. But again, reminder, folks, for those who weren't around for the last Lucian meta, Elk was one of the very best, most aggressive Lucian players out there. The amount of gliding, the amount of walking the line this player does on Lucian is pretty damn scary. When he is on, he is really, really on. Of course, it comes with a little bit of a risk, but when he is firing all cylinders, that Lucian is arguably the scariest in the LPM.
Longer kind of just recoups some farm here, but I mean, Anyone's Legend, they really do like to get the most out of side lanes when they have picks like this. I mean, they are one of our teams that really do like to. They'll flex between giving Shanks a load of farm or Flandre a load of farm. Because Victor is so strong now, and because Bin has gotten that early lead from that one gank on the Sejuani, this game becomes very difficult strategically for Anyone's Legend. I don't think they have a better frontline than BLG. Typically, I do think that, Renekton Sejuani can fall off, but I don't think Anyone's Legend are the best tank killers. Yorick needs to be in melee range, which sucks against Victor.
Yes.
Really sucks against Victor and Leona and stuff like that. Senna's not great at killing tanks. Can do fine against stuff like the Bruisers, like the Renekton. And Jarvan is not good at killing tanking units. In fact, I seem to remember watching a stream from I Will Dominate a while ago where he was talking about why Jarvan wasn't seen as much back then. This was like about a year ago. He basically said, if I see more than 2 tanky people on the enemy team, I feel bad as Jarvan. And I think here you've got Renekton, Sejuani, Leona, even Victor eventually becomes...
He's got a Rod of Ages, right? And a
Rod of
mask.
Ages.
Like, Haunting Guys has some HP to it.
Yeah, and he'll likely go, you know, something like Bloodletters or Riftmaker. Hope has Cleanse Flash.
Doesn't burn either. Turning around, actually. Huge damage on Dale. Tries to Relentless Pursuit away. But that's a big 6-foot hole he dropped into.
Big step forward from Elk, which is punished. That might open up the Herald. Anyone's Legend, Kyle coming to the rescue there. Saving the AD carry who doesn't have to blow any summoners either, importantly. And that's a spark of life there.
Good dice over the wall, actually, to make sure that he can threaten Flandre. They're TPing bot. They want to play for this turret. They, of course, got the first 3 kills. TPing down here with the aid of Night. I think Flandre's being left alone again. Herald secure, but now Flandre will be a known quantity as alone here. TP coming on in. Will they be able to dive anyway? Gravity Field comes on down. Flash from Flandre. Keep them out of the Gravity Glacial Prison range. Permafrost comes on down for the turnaround to Bin, who is taken out by the turret. Continue to buy time. Shanks goes down as On is there as well. 4v2.
Double kill to Sejuani. Tower gold shared between these members, and I think AL might have just made the mistake which truly seals this game into like Struggle Street territory. This Victor has a ton of gold. The Sejuani's not getting any easier to kill. The Herald will go into mid lane and open that up, but the more they give gold over to BLG in situations like this, the harder it gets. Of course it does, but particularly here, you can't afford to give, particularly this Victor, tons of gold. They will become such a menace. Even if they just put down a Grav Field and Chaos Storm in the team fights, I think AL don't have the tools to deal with that.
Man, if Shanks had been there a second earlier, 2 seconds earlier, maybe that goes different, but it just doesn't happen. Credit to Flandre for outplaying best he could. Flashes the Glacial Prison, gets out of the Gravity Field, puts the Dark Procession down, but it's still a 4v1 for long enough. Flandre's just not tanky. He's got a Bramble Vest of the Dream.
It's been put behind, and it looks like that in behind he'll stay. So what's the hope here for anyone's Legend? Let's think about the hope game. So I think that there's a chance they can look for an Atakan fight. I think that's often how losing games are turned around. Of course, can put it into the Abyss as well. That's how BLG came back in game 2, actually. They were in a losing game position. They snuck that objective away and had a great dragon fight just after. Is there a clutch engage duel from anyone's Legend? Yes. Yes, there is. You can have something like a crazy Realm Warp. You can have Flash Nautilus and Cataclysm, stuff like that. You need to find BLG out of position. You need to find them in a position where, you know, particularly the Victor, is not in the right spot. But this is not great, and they're fighting into a choke point.
Kyle's going to be in danger, but maybe so is On. Dawning Shadow comes
they're too
down,
tanky.
But the Permafrost comes on forwards. They really are somewhere out there. Xpeke understands. This ain't a Mal fight. Still doing some damage back as Flandre now going to go low. They do at least bring down the Renekton. Shanks flashing on in, trying to get the overload damage. Flash to the shield of Daybreak. Shanks still doing some work. Behind them, Hope still untouched.
Shanks shreds BLG. BLG go too deep, stay too long, and he'll Realm Warp forwards. This is the fight they were looking for.
He can't quite get in range. He had the phase rush to maybe get some more, but my god, Shanks flashed on in and Hope just keeps him alive.
I have no idea how they put out that amount of damage. Shanks, what an incredible team fight. That is the kind of fight which can turn things around. We were saying, look, this game is going to get out of hand fairly shortly, and the tankiness of BLG really shows through. You can see that Elk makes a big mistake. Honestly, the biggest thing which happens here is Elk is zoned off by Flandre. A lot of the damage is missing. The fact that the Lucian is not in the fight means that actually BLG are missing a big chunk of their damage, and Shanks is untouched. If the Lucian was there, I think a huge amount of change would happen to it. But Elk really getting zoned out changes the fight.
And the overload into a last embrace that pins 3 people in place gives Shanks the license to flash forwards. It's not everyone, it's not everything. Brings the gold lead down to 2,500. It's gold on Shanks.
And it's a blueprint for how they can potentially play out in the future as well. Shanks gets a ton of gold. That is huge, because if Ryze gets popping, well, maybe you do have the damage to kill the front line. Ryze has always been a hyper-scaler. I just didn't expect him to do it right there and right then. And Elk was out of position, took the dangerous way to the team fight. Even if he'd taken a little bit longer and went the other way around, I think that would have made a huge difference. Didn't even get to really put any damage down, even from the culling or something like that. And the gold is not as bad as it once was.
I mean, Hope is now ahead of the Lucian, but he's 3-1 and 3 himself. He's matching the Ryze. He got a lot of value from that fight as well. His soul count's also pretty solid here. 63 odd souls at 19 minutes. You'll take it.
Hope really, really helping. If Hope can keep Shanks alive to keep gunning down, awesome, great. Now, the thing is, Shanks doesn't have a cleanse, and it's not like... we have seen, actually, Kyle do Mikhail's Nautilus before. I actually wonder if it's worth going for here. There's a lot of CC to come through. He's gone for the Locket first. Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds. And BLG, I wonder if they're shaken by that fight. I wonder if they're shaken by it, because I thought this game was hella done. Knight has 2 items now. Sounded like it too, absolutely it did. Dragon coming up in 10 seconds. Worth noting the Heart Stealer from Shadow is actually really stacked at this point. After a bit of a cheap fight there onto Arms. Fairly tanky, takes up a little bit of the HP off of that. And Neil's Legend have first swing at the objective. BLG, really not fantastic at getting to the objective first and sticking on it. They like to do kit retakes instead. Push out a side lane and come in from a flank. But Neil's Legend, they're pretty good at just going to an objective, putting the vision down, and then they actually just give a bit of a safe pocket around it. They don't stick on the objective all the time themselves. They go in, put the sets up, and then they look to do something similar. None of our LPL teams really like to sit on the objective itself unless they're top esports, really.
Flandre maybe just doesn't want to join. He's got a split push angle here. Probably wants the gold individually at this point. I wonder whether AL just say, look, we'll give this one, get shove in mid. We've already got that tier 1 down earlier from the Herald play. So we've got that to work with. I think we'd rather get the standing gold. Renekton sent to deliver Flandre the bad news that it will not be free. We do need to look topside, just as Slice the Dice came on through. Been looking for the all-in. Prison goes wide. Gravity field down.
That would have been nice, because that would break up in the mid lane turret if that pick ends up working out. That's a decent culling.
Watch the pings down there. He was really chasing Flandre.
I think what he just wanted to do is make sure that he was spotted on vision, so he couldn't just come in for like a random big fight. Yeah. Particularly if Jarvan's off vision, Jarvan flies in, out of Fog of War, and then Flandre gets there before Bin. That's how you lose another big fight. So I don't think that's bad. It's not like the wave is getting pushed into his tower topside. It's just doing the due diligence, right? BLG losing some bot side, river control. And Neil's Legend playing a lot more confidently now. They have the 2 items in center to push out mid lane. I think the Elk... yeah, not having... hang on a second, onto the Walker's Carbon. Kyle follows him with the Zenith Blade.
So Flare comes on down. Tarzan tanky enough with that shield, though. Dawning Shadow across 3, buys time. Permafrost begins stacking and teleports once again. Fly, Permafrost into Kyle. Needs to flash away. That Nautilus is not that tanky. Still, though, Flandre's TP'd in. Gets over the wall, but so does Bin. Doesn't get any kills. Hellfire's low. Atakan's around.
That was risky by On and Shadow. Their damage wasn't in position yet. Knight had to walk up about another 5-10 seconds to get to the play, and that's not really the position you want to be in. Anyone's Legend were more prepared to take that fight. Even then, but a little bit spooky. Had to flash out of Chaos Storm and the threat of the gravity field afterwards. This Victor at 4 kills, 2 items going on 3. Upgraded boots as well. The Spellslinger shoes very much helping. They are very efficient pen items for what is a very good damage build for the Leandri's point of view as well.
Ooh.
See, actually, he's doing pretty decent damage with just 1 E there, really. And this is a tankier Victor. It's not like it's full bursty stuff. It's not the Blackfire into Bloodletters which we saw from Rookie just the other day as well. That's Khan. Potentially starts it up. Shadow walking in. He's very tanky. He feels pretty brazen here.
Flandre's coming on over. The thing is, they haven't been able to reset all their health bars still low. Kyle now in danger. He's going to go down surely. In danger, just about gets out. Flag, triple, Cataclysm. He gets out. Turn around on the Kyle, who does go down. Managing to get the battle back in the back end of it. Over the wall, they go. Trying to get something. Shanks is in there. Goes golden. Does get the Leona. What about the rest of the damage? Trying to get the Lucian. Does so. Dies for it. Flandre and Hope now playing on out. Healing going on down onto the Yorick, who stays alive. Ends up being a 2 for 3, I think, in favor of BLG.
Yeah, 3 for 2 for BLG. And that is in a fight where Tarzan gets a triple flag drag into the Cataclysm. That is as good as it gets for the Jarvan in that sort of position. But they can't quite finish off these members again. These fights are becoming increasingly more about how much can this Rise do? And the answer is not quite enough to win them cleanly. Shadow is so tanky. Because he procs the passive, he knows if he just throws the ult in a straight line, someone's getting stunned. Either someone body blocking or Kyle himself again. Ends up just about living until I think an extra E comes. Okay, Kyle, buddy, you probably shouldn't have eaten the Cataclysm ball.
That's not great. Yeah.
Shanks is trying his goddamn best. Shanks is having a great game on the Rise, and he is saving this. Flashes to secure the kill onto the Lucian. Investing that flash, very important. Now, you can't escape something like a flash Renekton in the team fight, or flash out of a grav field, or something like that. That can be very important. Atakan hasn't been taken yet. We're going to go return back to that scene. BLG have much better vision control yet again. AL will have to go through enemy territory to get to the objective.
Tarzan face check, Bin, Shadow, known quantities. Going to try and make this play regardless. 9k HP on Atakan.
Tarzan has no flash, has flag drag. You can always get onto this. This is where you can lose fights, though. It gets to shred you.
Does get a lot of value back.
This is looking bad for BLG.
Now, actually, they've got to re-ingress onto the Atakan. Shanks stepping on forward, dark possession by space. They can definitely look to take this one down. Into the backline they go. Shadow gets knocked up. Atakan taken by Leona with the spellbook smite. God damn, it's a nightmare for junglers out here. Lucian gets a double, looking for more. Bin slides on in with the slice and dice. Shanks trying to run away, but they're already on the other end of it. They've always been faster. Welcome back to Halo. Cortana needs to be doing the navigations there as the pillar of Shanks goes down. Hope in danger to the back end of this behind the alcove, trying to get some autos down. He is doing all right, gets on the other side of the gravity field, but unfortunately, the 1v2 is just not a win. Ace for BLG.
Not even the slip space drive of Shanks' Realm Warp can see him to safety. Punts himself into the Netherrealm. BLG win a huge fight, and this is the kind of team fight which we were afraid of for Anyone's Legend once BLG started getting some more damage down. That started good for Anyone's Legend. BLG did not confidently hold the choke points, and they were tanking Atakan at the same time. Even then, BLG have too much burn damage from the Victor, they have too much spread tankiness, and way too much CC from all the melee synergies and the Leona as well. BLG are now on the cusp of getting their revenge against Anyone's Legend, at least within the regular season. It's only a best of 3, but God, it means a lot to them. I'm sure it will do. Right here, this is after BLG had tanked everything. On's engages, honestly, have been great. The Leona has done so much, and he steals it. I think On is having a great game on the Leona, and it would not be possible to have this kind of game without him activating so many of the Sejuani passives too, by going in with autos and Qs. On, for me, has maybe actually been the MVP of this game. I think he's been very, very good at allowing the rest of the team to team fight in the way that they need to, even by putting his body on the line.
3 smites went down on that Atakan.
Ridiculous.
3 smites. Spellbook, baby, is just something else. Well, Shadow gonna pick up this dragon. That'll be soul point for BLG. Hex Soul. Yes, please. Not there yet, of course. Still need to get the dragon on that one. Down 6,500, nearly 7,000 gold. Last Whisper being stacked. Shanks has finally got the Zhonya's. Maybe that's enough.
Yeah, okay. Yes and no. Because if he's in Zhonya's, he's not DPSing. No. If you're not DPSing, I think Anyone's Legend lose. I genuinely think that could lose the game. It's decent resists. The AP's not bad, but I do wonder whether he should have been building more towards something like a Zhonya's, more towards a Void Staff, or even towards something like a Death Cap. If Shanks is not exploding people in these fights, I struggle to see how AL win them. I think he had to go more risky.
Potential other win condition. Senna at 97 souls.
It's very, I know, it just feels like it's not quite there at the same time. I know it's a slower stacking. And even then, I don't even think later into the game the Senna deals with like the Leona and the Sejuani quick enough for it to matter. Maybe it does. Maybe they can disengage with good enough Ws, good enough CC.
Range and the crit from that. You never know. There is a world. About to hit that again. That 100 breakpoint is often the moment when you sort of say Senna's kind of hit the critical mass.
Yeah, it's the extra 50% crit, the extra 100 range or whatever it is as well.
It's significant.
Like
there it is.
Shanks might be caught out here. Shadow ult onto Tarzan.
Nice angle. Tarzan gets zoned off, and now Shanks trying to turn it around. He used to go golden. Instead, trying to turn one around as he will try and time that one out as the Creator Stone comes on down. Trying to get value onto Knight, who's also in danger. Cataclysm, but look at the cunning on the other side. Finally killed off Knight, but not before the damage is kind of done. Hope now trying to get behind Tarzan to body block. Tarzan's missed the flag and drag. It's left Hope out to dry.
Tarzan can't finish the fight, and it was foreseen. Anyone's Legend have to waste way too many cooldowns to kill the Victor, and the damage is done. BLG flash up another Genji logo and remind AL of some of their recent failures. BLG looking to add to that, pushing in the mid lane is Bin, who didn't even feel like he needed to stick around for the end of it. Of course, he didn't need to. BLG, much better drafting today, and these games in Game 2 and 3 have been much better play from them than we've seen in recent days.
Another tremor across the surface of the waters of esports. Genji fell down against T1. Anyone's Legend might be doing the same here against BLG. Rivals getting some vengeance in their matchups on the return to their local regions. It's not done yet. Feels as good as 10,000 gold lead. 7 and 2 on the Victor. 5-0-15 on this Leona as well. Shadow, looking real nasty.
Yeah, I think that Shadow and On have had a really good game. Now, this combo plays itself. Bin, so that's what happened. He found Flounder.
Oh boy.
Stride breaker value, I guess. Wow, he didn't even need to kill the cage. He just killed him at the other side of it. He has to auto attack. Right? He's very long range for that now, I guess. Shadow got a really good Hex Gate over. Shanks and Tarzan were trying to get some vision down. And they have to use so many cooldowns onto the Victor. Blows the Nautilus Soul. Cataclysm has to go onto him too, and he still gets a huge Chaos Storm. Bin is now getting collapsed onto. That could be a problem.
There's been a fair amount of healing. Cataclysm guns on down, but Tarzan's just not tanky. On now in danger. May have to be wary himself. Does go down. Flash on him for Bin with the Ruthless Predator. Trying to go into Hope. Shanks is dead. Rise sinks. Tries to find some value. Hope trying to get something. Flashes away. The piercing darkness. But on the other end of it, BLG just wants it more. The Nexus turrets fall. And BLG reverse sweep the best of 3.
Knight moves to put AL into checkmate, and we knew that Knight only moves in L's, hands it to anyone's legend, who lose to BLG in the LPL for the first time since regular season last split. BLG get a small slice of revenge.
Welcome to the squad, Shadow. He's on the camera there, steps in first series. Brings down the LPL Spring Split winners.
Just one more jungler, man. Just give me one more jungler. It'll be all okay if we get one more jungler. Shadow comes into the team, and as both teams come back from their international forays, BLG, that's a lovely smile there from Shadow as well. So he slightly falls backwards after the bow there. He had a decent series today. I think that he did very well, particularly in that third game, setting Bin up for success with the Renex and Sejuani. I think he showed some good gameplay there. I hope the honeymoon period lasts. We saw similar things with Beichuan. We saw him on Pantheon and stuff like that, where he looked very, very good. Need to see this last. BLG, this was a better drafted series for them. This was a better played series for them in some ways too. Needs to stay this way though.
Yeah, and again, look, great Wukong game 2, great Sejuani there. We like the drafts game 2 and 3. We both came out of those going, yeah, not sold on the game 3 draft. Felt like there was a lot of triple lanes. I think game 2 was even worse. But either way, it has become BLG winning here, and the honeymoon phase, at least a series long.
BLG win the series, and that will be our second series of the day. We have, I was about to say, it's the end of the series. We have another series.
Yeah, we do.
We're in 6 games deep already, and I try to keep above my head instead of going under.
Scared of going under.
Scared of going under.
Is it scared or is it instead
of going under?
Instead of going under. I think I heard it. I'm scared of going under for a while.
Sam, it's one of those songs where it was before we had lyrics on like Spotify and stuff, so I can't.
I think it is instead of going under, but like. But I think I'm scared of going under would also work.
That also works, and now you've made me question what I thought I knew quite well. The next series coming up will be JDG versus WE. WE knocked JDG out of last playoff, so there's a hell of a lot of rivalry there too now, and a bit of revenge too. We've got 2 different revenge matches from this one, but yeah, BLG, great series from the. I mean, the game 1 was pretty pitiful, honestly. I think the draft was quite poor, and I think that Bin in particular had a very bad day there. His games 2 and 3 were much better. I think that, I think that Knight had a very good game 2. His game 3 was good too. I'm glad On was playing a lot better in game 3. That Leona was critical. He's my MVP for that game 3. I think that the way that he just threw his body into the fray to get the engage down and get the Sejuani passive rolling as well was so important. Good to see On back in decent form on game 3.
Good work from him. We find ourselves waiting for our next series, which of course will be JDG versus WE, which should be a fun one. WE, of course, coming in after a 4th place finish last split. JDG crashing out in playoffs last split to WE. Worth noting as well, of course, that WE did kind of get schooled in their first series or so here in LPL Summer. So we'll see exactly what form people are coming in, because JDG also lost theirs. Things get a little interesting here, I think it's fair to say.
Okay, well, we'll wait until our highlights. The freaking Uzi Hall of Fame segment. You know, Mazel has some of those glasses. We got some while we were out in 2023. I didn't get any. So yeah, we'll have a break before we go into that. We'll play more horse game. It's on a decent run again now, actually. I think a lot of it is on RNG. It's apparently like I don't have the best like level support cards because I'm not whaling. I'm just kind of going free to play and stuff. Yeah. Bin, BLG is back. Yeah. I don't know about that one. Look, once you get like actually through the regular split and we've seen a trend happening, that's when you can start commenting on stuff like that, you know? Okay, do I need an MLB Kitasan Black? I have followed some people who have a level 50 Kitasan Black, so actually I need other stuff. Oh no, hang on, wait, no. I have my own, like, blank Kitasan Black, so that's okay. Because I'm now getting, like, the Special Week support card instead, basically. So I've got Super Creek, and I've got... these are, like, base levels, so they're not, like, level 50, but, you don't have any other damn. I mean, we should follow each other anyway, just because friends and stuff, you know. But, yeah. Okay, get into the highlights of the game, and, we will... I should put on... Should I put on adverts? Oh, we've got 7 minutes left. Yeah, I'm going to put on adverts now. But yeah, no, obviously, Dark World, if you go into the gaming chat in my Discord... by the way, join my Discord as well, by the folks, if you're interested in talking LPL and stuff like that. That's just for people who are not part of that. But yeah, you know, join the Discord if you would like to talk about that. Yeah, we do play other games in there too. But yes, I've posted... oh, shit. Whatever. Okay, whatever. Yeah, oops. Yeah, sorry, Darkhold. Oops, just forgot about it. My bad. Yeah, that was a bit of a pop-off, mate. All good. All good. I'll message you about it. But yeah, no, message me about it. I'll give you the code, no worries. Where are you? What was my friend code again, actually? What was it again? Oh, I can just send you the image, actually. I haven't saved it. Cool. I sent it to you, Darkhold. Cool. Alright, watch some of the highlights. We'll, I don't know, get through some freaking horse game. Horse game. What game is next? The game that is next is JDG versus W. Do you mind just typing that in chat, Sam, just in case they didn't hear? It's JDG, because I don't know when they typed that. But yes, it's JDG W next, which should be a good series. You know, JDG just lost their own series. W are looking less coordinated than last split. I think, you know, they definitely deserve that best of 5 win over them in the last time. But yeah, there's a hell of a lot to... Ooh, that's actually pretty good there. Can do that. Get another friendship training. The headphones are on? Yeah. You can't put certain symbols in there. Probably. Ooh, that's not bad actually. We need some more stamina. We definitely need some more stamina. Okay, we got a bit of a mood up. That's good. This is fine. We already got Swinging Maestro, right? Can WE win versus W? Yeah, no, W can definitely win versus JDG. I mean, JDG have looked very fallible, actually. They have looked that. Another wood training? Yeah, just like, yeah, it upsets, yeah. There's some really funny emotes on Northern Lions channel, which is glue and elug. So there's glue, which is the horse becoming glue because you think they're washed. And then there's elug, where you think they're washed, but they're not, and they win in the final straight, and it's a glue turning into a horse, which I'm like, what the hell? 76, wow, we got some huge stuff from that, actually. Front runner Savvy's fucking huge too, actually. Wait, is that actually less than 60 now? Front runner Savvy's pretty damn good. All of this is good. Did we get anything else? Early leads, 40% off of straight air, that's what? These are some really good rolls, that's really nice. Elug is so fun. Honestly, some of Northern Lions chat is just fucking hilarious, man. 7% we take this. Nice. What game am I playing? Uma Musume. Oopsies, what am I doing?
It's basically horse racing, but the horses are anime girls.
Yeah, exactly that. It is in fact exactly that, Sam. Yeah, how many fans have we got? 13,000. So we might need to run. Oh, I forgot I'm logged in. The thing there. This is giving charming, right? That can give us some extra friend training, but we already. This is better to get early rather than the other thing. I don't want to get the minus. I don't want to get the minus energy, so I'm just gonna do this. Charming's fine. It means that you friendship train quicker, which is fine. Nothing. That's okay. Who's MVP? Hang on. Well, I'll take this off. Shadow MVP. Awesome. 6-0-19. Look, personally, On was my MVP. I think Shadow was great too. I'm glad it was one of them. I think they set up the game for so much success. I think that Shadow ganking Bin's lane in the way that he did, getting that kill and the flash out of the Auric, very, very good for him. I think Shadow was great. I think On might be MVP. I think for the story of it, Shadow winning a deciding game versus the top 2, top 3 international finishing LPL reigning finals, reigning champions, as a new jungler in his first series in. Obviously, that's very emotive. It's great to see that. I think he had a good game. I personally think On was better. I think Knight was very good too, for sure. But I'm happy that Shadow gets it for, like, the narrative reason, right? And I don't think that's irrelevant. For sure. BLG bow announcement, true. Yeah, that'll be sure 7. Do we just go power here? I think we just go power, right? Especially since we just got Charming, we can level up friendship more. By 9. Oh yeah, Charming's helping that now. That's cool. And we have enough. We have what's the call it, training coming up soon. We can get. Ooh, that's really good. 0% failure on that. Nice. Do we get horse kill? No. I feel bad about joking about horse stuff because, like, I do care about animals and that it does upset Angie, and I try not to, you know, I do try and be aware of that, you know. Do I take a whip than a rest?
I'm less obligated.
Yeah, you're much less obligated
to. Factory.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna send this off and I'll turn the music back on here till the interview comes back up. The music in this game is actually very good. I actually want to rest here because we've got the summer camp coming up. Nice, it's not bad. We should be okay with 1 wit training and then the rest of them. Wit training's fine there. Speed is also fine. Let's do this. I need to make sure I do have swinging maestro now, so I do have some sustainment. 3 persons. Oh, 3 friendship training speed on like the summer camp. Fucking great. That's because you get better training while you're at this location. It only happens like in June of each year. But you also like it maxes out. Yeah, but also friendship training increases the base value of it. So that's insane actually. So let me put it in.
Hello， 大家好，我是 BLG 的新打野沙豆。
好的，欢迎 Shadow。今天再出来之后啊，场下一声声的强哥打得好，你已经迷失在其中了。那今天呢，也是首战告捷，也是来到 BLG 的第一场比赛就获得了胜利。那此时此刻跟大家分享一下让1追2鏖战3局最终拿下开门红的心情吧。
Or Professor Gerbscher. 3 for that is really good too.
好，非常的谦虚啊，但是你的第3把可是拿了 MVP 的哟。那你先来说说吧，我们说一说你来到标记的时间其实不是很长，那大家都想知道，看起来从你的微博来看啊，融入的是很快的，想问问你觉得跟大家相处的怎么样呢？
Okay, what skills have we got? 94, full on the map. I think we've got enough for anything else. Front runner savvy is actually pretty damn good.
啊，看得出来你确实也是一个非常乐观也积极向上的新打野。那要问问啊，第1局可以看得出来，你们在第1局之后呢
Wait, Shadow saying hello, I'm the new Did he actually say that? Shrimcakes, did he actually say that?
主要是第1局我感觉我们有点急吧。
Oh yeah, after I'm out of this campaign, I'll add you back.
然后第2局就慢慢找到感觉来了。
Okay, so we're decent on this. It's a medium. It's a medium. We should be fine. Medium should be fine. Even really? So Shadow said, "Hello, I'm the new jungler for BLG." Are you kidding me? That's so funny. Okay, what skills do we have? We have Swinging Maestro, and that's it. Okay, so we literally just have Swinging Maestro. We need to get some more skills at some point. When is that? It's coming up literally just after this. It'll be coming up right now. Like it'll be after this game. That's so funny. Okay, I need to get another skill at some point. I like how they have like bowling alley animations for their intros, particularly the G ones. Okay, let's hope. Okay, front runner savvy helps with positioning, which yeah, that can be helpful. I don't think you ever want to put 2 points into it. 1 is not bad. And we've got Swinging Maestro to get at some point too. Hopefully, it's a medium race, so it's not that much time to get it. We get Swinging Maestro this game is just completely done. Come on, yeah, there we go. Okay, and this race is now done. Like Swinging Maestro covers up our deficiency in stamina super well. I did do Akashi's fun fact, yes I did. What was it about? Was it the coffee one? I think it was the coffee one. Thank you for checking it, I appreciate it. I'm really bad. I basically never open the activity feed to check it off, so that's my bad. I forgot there was a freaking... Darkwell actually requested a VOD review like months ago at this point. Was that a different one? It wasn't Ghost, was it? Oh, my bad then. I didn't know there was a VOD review request another one in the train. Because it's the Oscar night one you asked for, right? I just have no... I need to get back to doing VOD reviews, because I think I actually get more of it... I get more viewers for VOD reviews than I do for, like, doing gameplay and stuff. Yeah, no, I forgot about it too until I just thought about it and I was like, oh yeah, there was actually Oscar night VOD review. I think we should be fine with this now. This is a decent race. Oh my god, we're so far ahead, actually. This actually might be by distance, folks. We actually might get by distance in this one. Because, like, it's normally, like, you know, like, head length, or then, like, length, 2 lengths, 3 lengths, stuff like that. We actually might get by distance here. We are so far ahead of them, and I don't think they're even closing the gap. Okay, it's not distance. It'll be, like, 7 lengths or something. Oh my god, this is just not close. Yeah, okay, alright. Yeah, that's... yeah. Are they even gonna be on screen? They didn't even get to go on screen. Jesus. Distance, yeah, we won by distance. Let's fucking go. Nice. That's like 10 lengths or more, I think. That's insane. Nice, 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 nice. I don't think that changes anything, but that's a really good finish. Nice. Oh, nice. Okay. And then we want to run in the Japan Cup if we can, I think. Because that gives us like a ton of fans. And that'll mean that we get all of our ult upgrades. So we want to... Oh, we have one for that too. So we don't have to do that right now. I'll do anything here, right? 21. I can't do 21%. That's too high for wit. 21% failure for that is pretty bad. Is this the long distance one? Long. I'm actually gonna go recreation then. Okay, get the energy up and the one up. That's good. Which one is this? I actually can't remember this at all. Can't remember this at all. Okay, now we're into JDG's arena. Right. Okay, I'm not doing the walkout just yet. Bargain find. What is that? Speed or guts? Speed. Guts is basically never worth getting. You get it some tangential stuff. As long as you get like 300, it's fine. Ooh, 10 energy ups. Pretty good there, actually. Do we have enough for anything here? No. Okay. We have Swinging Maestro. We don't have that much. We don't have any wait, do we have any Pace Chaser stuff? It might actually be better for us to go Pace Chaser for this race, because we don't have the stamina just yet. Yeah, I actually think this is one which we go Pace Chaser for, because we're not that reliant on front runner stuff just yet. And we don't... a lot in here. Oh, Qatari, sorry, yes. I knew if you were running in this race, Qatari, you would win it. You could run whatever you want. You'd win. You are truly the greatest, Musume. I think because our stamina's low, I think we go this. So I think front, our stamina might catch up to us. We have enough power to do this. This might be inting. I think this is the play. I don't get front runner savvy. That's not the worst thing ever. It doesn't give us many stats, but it just changes positioning. Now, I am going into a block with 6 fucking other races, but we do have decent amount of power. So hopefully we don't get blocked. I'm just hoping I haven't inted this. Please no late start. Okay, late start is gone. That's fine. That's good. Do I just speed this up to save myself the anxiety? Because this is like, this one could be pretty problematic. Oh, shit, hell. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to like do that. I've given myself anxiety fucking thinking about this. Jesus Christ. Am I blocked in? What the hell's this? No, okay, that's not bad. That's not awful. Decent positioning, not locked in, but it's a long race. Okay. Need Swinging Maestro, probably. Still probably need Swinging Maestro. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, I think Pace Chaser was the right call here, I think. I need Swinging Maestro still. Still need Swinging Maestro. Please. Please. Yes! Okay, we got Swinging Maestro. I think this is okay now. But the front runners are so far ahead. Making a bit of a chase now. Okay, we'll put it down to regular speed now. Okay, we didn't get rushed. We didn't get early start, late start. We did get Swinging Maestro. We don't have that many skills, though, is the problem. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I just gotta put it on 2 sides because like the shit's stressing me out for reasons. I don't know why. Okay, good power. Can you get through that group at the front? Yes, okay, let's go. Let's go. And now, because we're beyond the front runners are not good at taking back the front spot. So we've probably just won this, I think. And now we can possibly get ult as well. Yeah, we are only onto the 3rd series now, MacLane. It's crazy. Oh wow, this is not actually close. Yeah, Pace Chaser was the right call. The only sometimes Rice Shower goes mad in these ones because I think the last time I ran this Rice Shower beat us. Okay, yeah, that was the right call actually. Nice. I made the right choice. I don't bet on LPL, no, I don't bet on it. I mean, people in my chat do, and they're allowed to ask what I want, but holy shit, this is not close again. Nice, okay, I think Pace Chaser was the right choice. Maybe we go to Pace Chaser for the super long ones then. I think that might actually be the only obligated long race we have left. No, do we have our McKinnon? Maybe we do. Yeah, BLG won versus AL was honestly very fun series. It was messy, it was really messy, but in some parts, but it was good. Okay, all right, that was really good. It's really good for us. Oh, sorry, let me put them. Oh yeah, Xiaoxi not new top laner for Hydrate. Okay, now we can actually use alarm clocks on the other things.
也是找到了问题所在，相信今天会有更好的发挥。那第二个问题也是想问，我们也知道你是在第3赛段新加入到京东的这个大家庭当中，那对自己第3赛段的一个期许会是什么呢？会不会有一些压力？
压力肯定是会有的吧，因为队友都比较优秀嘛。然后对自己的期许就是把自己能做的，就是尽量做到最好。
好，也希望你能把你的能够转化为动力，有一个好的发挥表现。我们一会儿赛场见。
Japan Cups today, right? And we should be first in that.
好，欢迎来到我们的前彩环节，我们同样也是请来了
We do need to run another
打野
race.
选手 Monkey 进行我们前彩。
I think we do run this still.
Hello， 大家好，我是 WE 的打野选手 Monkey。
Straight away out.
好，欢迎 Monkey。那第一个问题呢，也是想问，因为目前队伍遭遇了暂时性的失利嘛，那也急需一场首胜。想问问，从你的视角当中，想要去获得这场胜利，你觉得队伍要做到的一个关键点是什么？
Yeah, Shadow's the new
就是我
jungle
们
for
打团的
BLG.
处理吧，然后把我们的优势团都打好，然后劣势团的话尽想办法拿下。
要更冷静和细节的沟通一下。那第二个问题，我也是从 LDL 呢就开始认识你了，包括第2赛段你的整体表现给大家呈现出的都是你是一个操作型的。
I think we just go to front runner where we can in like the mediums. I think we're a better front runner if we can do. We have enough stamina for it. It's just the long ones we don't have the stamina for.
打谁都能赢，就是这种心态。
Are you ready for the bowling animation?
都不要诺吧。
就希望能够给队友一种感觉，就是大家都能够很自信的去赢下比赛。也谢谢 Monkey 接受我们的前彩，一会儿赛场见。
Like, look at this bowling ass animation. Look at it. Two-1 JDG. I mean, I could see this going 3 games, folks. I don't know, I think WE have been less coordinated. I think JDG will really be taking this seriously after coming off of a loss and also facing the team that knocked them out of playoffs. Okay, let's go. Front runner, we get front runner savvy for this. We didn't get late start, that's good. Because late start is the kind of shit which, again, randomly ruins this stuff. Nice, straight away adept, awesome. That's one of our 2 skills. Straight away adept is very good too. They're coming out on stage now?
25英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，今天的比赛将在北京 JDG 主场进行。让我们有请双方对阵战队。
What about the new? Yeah, it's like, you know that scene in Scott Pilgrim? No talk about any girlfriends, whether old, new, or new. Okay, we're still in a decent spot at front running. Falling behind a little bit, it's kind of spooky. We have enough power to make it through here. Yeah, we actually have decent power, which helps us like actually break out of packs like this, which is not normally a thing which front runners do.
首先欢迎先 Team W 上单 Q，
haven't been able to fully break through. But...
Monkey
Should still be okay, right? We got swinging maestro, and we should be fine with this. We have the best stats, and we haven't got any of the negative rolls. So we should be fine with it still. Come on. Do I need ult for this? Oh, they just got some instant velocity up. That's kind of nasty. Oh, please don't tell me I'm going to activate everything. Oh, wait, no, we're on first. Okay, cool. Yeah, we've got more. We got more go. We got more legs on him. We've got the best power and the best strength, so we should still win in a home stretch run as well, I think. We need ult. I don't think anyone's catching up that fast. Vodka's going pretty fast. Should be fine. Nice, yeah. Vodka made that pretty close though. This one's called Vodka, by the way. Okay, that gives us all the fans that we need as well. It's good.
Okay,
so that's gonna give us a ton of fans. Yeah, it's gonna get like 80,000 or something. 100,000, holy shit, that's insane. Is that because we came first in the other race this time? I think we came second in a race before this. In the campaign before this. Nice. I'm not gonna blow for the high roll, this should be fine. Okay, energy recovered by 10, that's good. We do a wits because we can, basically. Okay, mid one's great, it's good. This gives friendship training. And we still have charming as well, so that should level up quicker. That is not very much friendship training we've got with them. We get the energy back. This is 5 stats up to everything. I think actually we want the skills. We have some really good skills. Okay, we should be, anyway, we should be, let me turn this up. We should be into draft soon. Let me turn the music off on this. Okay. We definitely go for this one. Probably do need some extra... Probably do need some extra stamina at some point. Raffle time, what do we get? Okay. You can get some really cool things from that raffle. Power's not awful. This gives us plus 10, so I guess we just do this. Pretty close towards draft now, as we were saying. Okay, there we go. In fact, as we talk about it, that is our draft coming in. First draft of our 3rd series of the day, which has been going, folks, pretty long. Into JDG's home territory, JDG versus WE. WE knocked out JDG from last playoffs unexpectedly. That was the story of last playoffs for WE. They made it to top 4 for the first time since 2021. First pick Talia comes through. Rumble is available. Shinzao is available. Orianna banned, which is one of the better matchups into the Talia. You could go Annie Wukong. Karis has been playing a lot of the Orianna, so that being taken away from him is a good takeaway. That's not an emulator, by the way, Zaref. That's just the Steam version of the game. It's just the Steam version. And the Rumble is locked in for Cube. No surprises there. Xiaoshu... I mean, Gwen is available too. They choose the Rumble over it. Xiaoshu might still go for the Gwen. Gwen Rumble is a fairly studied matchup at this point. I think both sides are happy with it. And Monkey gets his Wukong, which is very good. He is a very good Wukong player. Name aside, he's just good at that. Shin, however, very, very good. Shinzao, I'd argue. Shin... What are Shin's best champions? Kindred and Shinzao? I think in the past it was Nidalee for a while. Jarvan's hella good, by the way. Yes, TikTok is down. It's just restarted, right? Sorry, we're just starting it again because it helps with the algorithm doing that, because we can just throw likes on it and people walk into the stream and they see the draft instead of seeing our faces and break stuff. So they're more inclined to watch, which is cool. So you can refresh TikTok and go find it there now, which is cool. So, what do you lock into that Rumble? Ornn is good disengage. Very good at buying space for the Talia. And now the Rumble... The Rumble doesn't love playing into the Ornn, you know? Xiaoshu's been playing well too. Xiaoshu has been playing well too. Enjoying watching him recently. Xiaoshu... yeah, I play that. Spend some time, you know, on the likes of Rare Atom. And the Alistar locked in for Vampire. Vampire is a big Alistar player, of course. Loves that engage. Gonna be quite hard to play into Talia Ornn. There's a lot of stuff to slow Alistar as he tries to walk his way into the team fights, to stun him as he tries to dash in. Much like we saw in the BLG AL series. If there's stuff to slow Alistar on the way into a fight, he hates that shit. Whether that's Maokai saplings or bits of slows from other people's random skills coming through. If Alistar is slowed looking for his way into a fight, it is a big, big problem. So watch to see if JDG go towards something. Yeah, I mean, the Talia is already part of that round. The Ornn is another part of that. Second round of the draft. Some melee, some of the harder matchups for the Alistar band away. Rel likely the remaining option for Wink. Works quite well with everything else. Could also go for a Lucian lane. Lucian could work well here. Good mobility against the other team. Haven't seen Pastes play too much of it. Could go for Jhin as well. Just try and stand your ground. I would imagine Taeyun goes for something like the Jhin, actually, instead. They need a little bit more setup. A little bit more room to go crazy with it. Welcome back, sir. Silly band away from Taeyun there. Stop her. That would have been a way to help him get into it. Taeyun didn't have a great series last time. Now, a lot of people were blaming him on the Smolder for not flashing at key moments, and while I think that is a valid complaint, I think WE as a whole has been team fighting worse. I think that they've played around early pressure fairly well, but they haven't capitalized well on it. I think that when they played against IG and Weibo, they were hands diffed, bluntly. I think they were just hands diffed. Taeyun gets Ezreal, it's a big pick for him. They focus on giving him resources, they tend to leave the side lanes out to dry, but it does give a great angle for Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is great into Ezreal. Or Alistar, it's not a winning lane for the Ezreal into this either.
You got 3 wonderful setup pieces for it.
And now you can go for the Rakan. Yeah. Rakan is fantastic into Alistar. You've got multiple engage threats. And I think JDG have mashed this draft. I think that the Rumble into Ornn is not as good a matchup as people think. I think that the Talia is completely fine playing into something like the Sylas, and now you've ended up picking a quad melee comp. Yes, Rumble's a little bit different. Call it a triple melee comp into Xin Zhao, into Talia, into Ornn, into the Kai'Sa disengage and the Rakan peel as well. WE are going to have to dive into Hell's Mouth. I don't like this draft. The Stolen Call of the Forge God is very good. These are good ultimates, but the identity as Sylas as a champion is very hard to play into all the anti-melee champions. The ults are good, you'll have to use them well. I think W have an aggressive combo that can work well early, but I think JDG have the better tools to work around the team fights with their disengage.
I kind of agree. Of course, Karras is a good Sylas player, he's a known Sylas player.
He did get destroyed on it versus IG, which was
tough. Exactly, and you've got some tools like the Alistar, the Wukong, the Rumble, all layering together as you go in, and that's great, but it will have to be an overperformance. The floor this game is quite high for Karras.
Coaches will fist bump, casters will shout many things. That's us, we'll do that. And players will play some League of Legends, isn't that right? And you out there, you're going to like, comment, subscribe, and watch! And bear witness to whatever the hell this is. This matchup has become a little bit more emotionally laden than it was before. WE, one of the oldest fan bases within the LPL, had a spark of life in them last split, which they've not had for many a year. WE back on the radar, an exciting team, an upstart team. However, bad start to this split, look uncoordinated, their team fighting has been off. Many players which you look towards to carry the team have not played well. Taeyun taking a bit of a step down. Monkey and Vampire struggling as well, despite them still being amongst the better players on the team. This whole team needs to step up to match what they did last split.
Welcome to the Rift. That's what the crowds yell. JDG's home arena, Beijing, is where we find ourselves.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Jingdong's usual chat leader back in action. It's the Jingdong rather than the JDG. We had some war over who was leading it last time. Drama in the fan base. Worth 30, of course. It is worth questioning which arena we're in, because WE also from Xi'an, they have their own little bit of a tie to some cities as well. Karras, Scond of Dark, lands at the level 1, but here comes everyone else at the flash. Oh dear.
So started with the E, blows the flash, lose half the HP, and if Scout can walk up and Q him and stop his recall, that is... Hang on, can you spot the recall? He's not walking up in time, so we won't stop the... Hang on, he stops his own recall.
Oh no.
Karras, my dude, we were saying he got a little bit diffed by Rookie when he was playing the Sylas in one of the games versus Invictus Gaming. Yeah, this is going to be an even bigger problem now. Scout getting basically a free lane. It's an E-start Silas at half HP. He can't jump in. Karis' early lane has been shot to pieces.
I think he stopped his back because he saw the potential inframe from Shun, and I think Monkey called for some assistance, but that's now left him in a horrible spot here at the level 1.
Scout getting standing just outside tower range, getting just look at the extra auto attacks. You just got an extra 3 free autos. Now at level 1, what's your AD? Like 60?
Something like that.
Yeah, as a range is lightly, let's call it 58, something like that. Still like an extra 100 with armor factored in, like an extra 130 damage in. When your HP bar is like 700 or something, that's like that's a lot of your HP.
Heal. Doesn't necessarily save Vampire from getting knocked up. We'll look to turn it around here. But how far has he gone forwards? Hang on, Vampire. Gets away with it, but bloody hell.
I have to say, Tane and Vampire's 2v2s have not been as good recently. They had, against Weibo, I think it was. It was the game 3, which looked really good, I think it was. And then it fell apart. But everything, the game 1 and 2 in that series were also not fantastic, actually. In terms of purely the 2v2, I think there were some things they did in terms of the early rotation, which is fine. Karis doesn't have Flash, which means that Scout should still be fine here. Now, this is the point where you would love for the Silas to have Flash. It's going to come out of the Warrior Trickster now.
Boy. Karis going to find his way in, but the Unraveled Earth comes on down. Scout still got Flash to work with, and Shun is here! Turning around to Wukong. Monkey managed to Warrior Trickster away, and Scout just holds the line, doesn't blow the Flash.
Great discipline. Karis has no Flash. He can't force nearly as hard as he could do, and honestly, Scout was threatening the kill. Shun now walks into the enemy jungle, doesn't have red buff, but has bot fire, which will definitely help. Single target Q from Pays onto Tane, also helping a lot.
And try and move up. Vampire still at the level 2. Will headbutt away briefly, but now Shun's coming on down. Vampire still got the pulverize, but the headbutt will be on cooldown for a couple more seconds. Doesn't lead to all that much. Wukong should secure this blue buff.
Will do. Having said, Shun will get the bot scuttle. I'll be happy with that. I think we'll double scuttle, actually. That might be quite powerful. Now, what might happen is Pays and Wink might take this wave to recall, and then Shun can go towards top scuttle. And kind of like switch around the map. You can do that if you want to play for jungle advantage. They get the wave push in now. If they get to recall, Shun might be able to go towards his bot camp to clear up towards the top scuttle and then fight over the top scuttle too. If Rakan had reset now, he could run up to the top side of the map, help with that scuttle, and then get, you know, get the extra numbers advantage on there. Karis is teleported back in towards mid lane. Monkey is clearing from bot to top. Shun is not going to be that clear, so not going to go for something quite as ambitious as that. Just going for his regular clear.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Happy enough with the Scuttle Crab, with the invade to keep things under check, and it's passively having a pretty good time. An early cull for this Kai'Sa feels pretty good on that back.
Yeah, hugely so. This was really discovered around the 2022 meta, where you bully out the first few waves, go back, get a cull. It's actually a decent laning phase item because the health on hit, which is supposed to be what Dawn's Blade used to give you 3 HP back to hit. It's basically what Cull does now without giving the same stats. Look at that from Xiaoxi. Yeah, Rumble actually not that great into Ornn if the Ornn's good at laning, you know. Burst combo stops him from getting the extended trades which he wants. We do get that lane swap coming out. Tane trying to escape that bot side. Doesn't have ease. Tane looks like a decent trade there.
You do still have to be aware of Yorn, because if you do go in and then you're stuck there and you've burned your Searing Charge, it's like, well, now you can get run at with Flame Spitter, having shredded the
like
the overheat.
If Ornn doesn't get a good combo, then yes, Rumble will shred your magic resist and kill you for sure. And there were definitely some conquer builds. So Vampire might try and punch Shun over the wall, but I think if he does, he might just get run down and die. Vampire going to be just getting eyes on Shun. Grub's not up there just yet. Bot side, Plate's getting hit by Pays and Wink. Wink Q at level 5 does have some extra wave play now from that Q having a couple of levels. No real kill threat onto Xiaoshu. He's going to get himself a recall. I mean, you don't really want to take tower shots here as Tane and Vampire, I don't think, to stop that. And a wave clear as much as possible. Plate for plate currently between bot lane switching around the map.
He's doing his very best to be stacking this tier up. See how he does with that. Can be pretty valuable.
On the other side, though, I do feel like the Cull is such a cheat code here for Pays, though. Demolished the early lane. I think Vampire made a pretty big mistake trying to one-man combo the Rakan, especially when he had the Plasma stacking up on him. That was a mistake. Scout, just gonna, again, stand his ground, 1v2. Scout has played this early lane very well, actually, very confidently. Walking up and making sure that Karis and Vampire and Monkey can't get kind of freebies onto him. He's just calmly sidestepping, calmly holding onto his flash and making the most of it. Grub's not up for another 2 minutes. Dragon is up already. Does Shinzai go over the wall? No, just putting a ward down there. Uses pink ward, actually. If you get your full clear of your first full clear plus Scuttle Crab, your first recall of the game is often Longsword, Ruby Crystal, and a pink ward as well. Sorry, Control Ward. It's been like 8 years since they renamed it. been a long time. But yes, you often use that spot over the wall to do that here. Just make sure that there's more vision. Will go down, but that was used from that first prequel mission.
When the rename came on through, would it have been with the rift change in Season 5?
Oh god, it might have been. Oh, don't remind me of that. I know, season, no. I think it was Season 6 or something like that. Okay, so, potential fight around the bot side, level 16 for Scout, in from Karis as well. He can steal out the quickness, that's a pretty good one to choose.
Definitely gets away there. Pays on the other angle. True shot barrage. Doesn't really tag onto anyone. Oh, Dragon going down. Man, maybe in danger with Vampire. Stolen by Kaiser!
Hayes, what?
Nah, I refuse to believe that's real. Now Monkey's in danger. Flash, ult, Monkey's down, and now Cube might be getting squared. We'll not have that happen quite yet, as the routing is not going to be available to the mathematical functions. Avoid taking on the Rumble.
That is a horror show for Team W. Taylor has the counter stacked onto Xiaoshu. Won't hit the W there, and he'll safely get back the turret. But they didn't call Ezreal down, so that's a large part of their early damage not there and available. I think it would have been, I mean, I guess you have to leave someone up there, but still, Ezreal's really good in these early fights, and you don't have him available. I think Vampire went for a combo a little too far out of range of his team, and then you look at Monkey somehow losing a fight. As Cannon was missed there, but somehow losing a smite fight to a freaking Kaiser of all things. That is a horror show. We'll go back into the replay, because right here, I mean, Karis does have the quickness, but a great flash from Scout leaves Vampire out to dry. He didn't get the AoE knockup, so he was just going to be onto the one person. Not the best early game from Vampire on one of his more iconic champions. And then, of course, the spike, I have no idea how that spike fight worked out the way that it did, and they were just on a full retreat. No HP left on their front line. Can't really play around that. That's a huge win for JDG.
I have not seen a fumble like that in a little bit. That's really unfortunate. And now JDG in a very good spot, up nearly 1,000 gold.
And particularly for WE, when I think of this team, I think of, and the success of last split, I think of Taeyun being an absolute monster and stuff like the Ezreal, getting huge leads and stuff like the Ezreal, the Kai'Sa. What else was he good on? Those are the two big ones that I identify. And the Varus, of course, too. And then Monkey and Vampire being dynamic playmakers who look for the flashy big team fights. I personally don't think any of them are playing at the level that they were last split, and I think that goes, I'm not pointing out on anyone in particular. I think probably Taeyun had the least impact. Yeah. I don't think he's been bad, I just think that he was so important last split, and he's not having that impact right now. He caught out by Shin's out.
We have the Crescent Guard to work with, double Crescent Guard available, as actually the Weaver's walking, Karis split off!
And that Shinzo ult means nothing for Karis stealing it. Vampire had used that flash around the dragon fight, achieved nothing with it, and now doesn't have the flash to disengage on the top side. WE, it's going from bad to worse. So often, they are the ones skirmishing through the early game and getting their advantages. Now they are the ones falling behind early, and that doesn't bode well for them. I think JDG massively outscale them. WE cannot afford to give up these early objectives. They're down in early gold. They're down a dragon because it was stolen by a freak Kai'Sa steal of that dragon. And 3 grubs go over. That is hell for WE.
Monkey, I think, also having a bit of a rough game now. Misses that dragon smite, has to get killed for first blood. Kind of getting fumbled a little bit there as well. It's not been an easy time, but this is someone actually I think we've both been pretty high on.
For sure. I mean, he was the reason they made it through into Group Ascend, into Group Ascend in the last split because of his incredible Skarner versus EDG and Arn's Kai'Sa, where he's catching him time after time, like mid-Kai'Sa ult. I think that you look through at their last playoffs run, Trundle was magnificent. You look through at the start of this split, though, like he's in a theory game, constantly diving too deep. He's had 1 or 2 good games that I'm not going to say is completely off form, but I think that he has been misjudging fights which last split he would have been much more precise about. I think that is something that W is missing as a whole. Precision. JDG, I think we can say that about them too. I mean, they also have a 0-1 start to their split where they also lost their first series coming out, and particularly Pays didn't look good in that first series, you know, really caught out by IG. Wade just dunked down on them time and time again. IG versus J, it was a great series, by the way. Go back and watch it. One of my favorite series I've seen recently. Really, really good. All these things out. But both of these teams looking for a bit of redemption. JDG have the added emotional burden of playing against a team which knocked them out of playoffs, that light fire under them. Make no mistake, both these teams are the incomplete product so far.
Again, this is second series we've seen with Wink in for support for JDG. They had an interesting first series, and WE again 0-2 right now are struggling for a variety of reasons. I think particularly their carry's just not been really holding up the end of the bargain particularly well so far. It's been quite tricky. But it does mean that one of these teams will at least be coming away with a series win for the first time in the split.
True.
A little bit of growing to be done, of course. BLG. Who was their first opponent? Was
IG.
it? I was IG, and again, that was always going to be a
It
challenging
was Waze Jarvan dunking them time after time.
That's the one.
It was a really good game. It was the rookie on Victor, which was it went
yes.
super crazy on them with the Blackfire Bloodletters build and the Aurora and Java combo as well.
I feel like WE has also had a similarly nasty experience with IG. Thought I might have heard something there. Do you want to go investigate, Alex? Well, then we might have had the doorbell ring. Let's see how that goes. 10 seconds on the dragon. Must admit, WE just not looking good right now. Vampire in the river right now, clearing out vision. Dragon alive. 2-shot barrage. He tags Wink, who all that bothered by it. It's only a non-item Ezreal versus a Kraken's a recurve bow on the Kai'Sa, by the way.
Yeah, that's nasty as hell. Has actually forgone the Q upgrade, but does give you a bunch of on-hit damage. Your extended DPS is insane, and it means that if you get into a long fight, your lethal tempo gets up quicker, and you get to use it more often. Teleport in, coming in from Alistair, using the spellbook. It's currently 4v5 as a Rumble teleports in, Ornn coming in soon.
Oh, here we go, turn around, quickness burn, but hang on, Karis, no! Just about survives the knockup, stays in line, but of course the dragon's still secured by Tarzan. Fight continuing, Pace in danger, flashed out to safety, but how much burn damage is going to go on top of him? He just about survives the shield from Wink, keeps him up. What about Vampire? Just about survive for a second longer until Scout brings him low. Taeyu, the barrier! Scout coming on over as Shun tries to keep him up alive. He is so damn low, they keep going! Xiao Shu tries to look for a little bit of a knock from the other side, and somehow, some way, Pays and Shun survive.
A team fight of not just that's a team fight of millimeters. Shun gets the Sundered Sky clutch heal and also his passive also on hit as well, the healing there. WE will feel so gutted they didn't walk away with kills there. They were just a little shy of damage. Go into the replay, they end up getting themselves the dragon in another clutch smite fight. And another big thing again, Karis has had a bad game again on the Sylas. He was really struggling on this the last time he played it versus IG. It's not about Cyclone from Monkey. Pays actually has a very bad fight hit, positioning poorly, and means he loses all of his HP. What that means is that the consistent damage of the Conqueror stacking Ezreal is the biggest DPS threat on the map. But Shun hugs vision, gets a Triumph, gets the Sundered Sky, gets his passive, and somehow makes it out alive on under 30 HP, 21
Oh, that shove.
And the last shove gets the last kill. I'm so sorry. That is just, it feels so unfair.
They should have had that fight, it felt, in so many different ways. In fact, Taeyu was very lucky he didn't get hit by the Ornn from around the wall with that knockup. Scout now 2-0-1.
And I think that team fight is a core of why WE have started 0-2 and are looking very, very vulnerable in this first game. WE rely on big, flashy team fights. They are not winning them anymore. They are getting hand stiff. They're not getting the calculations right. They're not quite finishing off the targets they need. Whereas before, they were much more clutch, much more precise, and you can see just there how close it was, but they don't have the precision they did last split.
Not at the minute, anyway. They had to do a bit of growing last split as well. See how they do.
It's a double round robin too. There's plenty of time for it, but not the start WE would have wanted. I think one thing that's worth noting as well, personally, I think that WE are a team which were disrespected last split.
Yes.
Teams didn't necessarily prep for them. They were going into playoffs, and most of that split a mid-table, decent, plucky upstart, but didn't have the firepower of bigger teams. Now I think teams are taking them seriously, and makes it much harder to do things. Okay, we're trying to fight around the choke point. Wall going forwards.
Cube might now be in danger. Ornn coming on down. Herald secure, but what about the rest of the play? Cube is a dead man.
Herald's gone down. Will the fight continue? Rakan not going to go for anything more. If it's one for Herald, that's fine for WE, actually. Karis, he's on vision. If he hops over, that's a problem.
Oh, shove. Rocket Bug keeps him safe.
Not quite close enough.
Pace so much time in mid lane with 3 grubs. They've had to retreat so long. I think Pace is getting 2 waves crashed down here.
Oh, this is a bad retreat. Lands this time. Karis forced back into the team and becomes another stone in the ground.
Just takes a second attempt. Karis thinks he's safe the first time, tries to keep going around, and is punished. It is the cannon minion shoved in. It's just the full turret in mid lane.
WE are fumbling the macro. I feel like they're going for very aggressive angles. They have no right to with the stats which they have right now. And Karis is having a nightmare game. WE, sometimes they've had issues with Karis falling off on an individual level. He had a good last split on the whole, but this is unacceptable levels of deficit for this level. 2,000 gold individually, an 80 carry and mid lane at 17 minutes. That's ridiculous.
And Scout, bluntly, last time in playoffs we saw him, he was very poor. There's no other way around it. That Yone in particular was just not it. It was really sad to see. Couldn't make things happen. They were deservedly taken out. And now we're in a position where Scout is 4-0-1. Shun's having a good game. Pace has got a great start. He's on 2 items as well. 1 bad dragon fight notwithstanding, which he survived regardless, by the way. So a bad fight where all he had to do was look a little bit awkward. Not the end of the world. He just finds another shove.
Tell you what, Scout is having a wonderful game here too. He was also someone that was criticized an awful lot for their playoffs run. However, it is worth noting, Scout has always scaled into Summer Split. His Summer Split is where he goes absolutely mental. First start of he is the opposite.
Drains the power to Xiao, yeah.
He drains the power of the Emperor of Spring and somehow makes it work in Summer. He so often end up, I think that for so many years, he always won 3 best-of-5s minimum in Summer Split. Absolutely, and in the second half of the year, basically. Didn't get the knockup, nice hit.
Speaking of that one, that's what could be a shoot here. Right, over we come. The Ornhorn summon tries to get the knockup and just messes it up. No! Oh, no.
Oh, no. Misses that second part of the ultimate. I guess you can just use it for the dash backwards, but that's not what he was trying to do, folks. He just misplayed. Went in, missed the knockup, didn't end up seeing that that Vampire was going to be there. Good roam from the Alistair, getting his first impact of the game. W get a tower, they'll be able to drive that into the inner turret as well. That's a good win for them.
How much more can they get here? JDG collapsing. Vampire's low. I'm not sure he can be here. Has popped the heal to get the phase rush. Flashes away. Shun gets it. And now they're going to get more onto Monkey, who managed to cycle him away, but he's still going to be on Vision here. And I think they can keep chasing. Shun should be able to get in Vision here.
He has Flash and Shun has none. I think Monkey's safe.
Watch Wink.
Unless Wink has a Flash combo.
He's got ult and Flash to work with. Flash is on in. Monkey just about safe, but only for so long. The wind becomes lightning slowed down now off Vision, but over the wall goes Paige, not letting him escape. Cost 3 flashes to bring him down though, but Dragon is up.
Exactly, Dragon dead for Jungler dead for the Dragon spawn. WE once again not that precise in the way that they're approaching the sideline plays. Vampire was not safe going into the jungle where he was. Not at that position, not without ultimate available. Pace tags him, not a great deal you can do after that point. So a missed position from him, a poor retreat from Monkey after that point too. Again, not much you can do. They're seeing themselves in the wrong parts of the map. JDG get another couple of kills, get themselves another objective. We're going to the replay. This is after the play. Why are you sticking around at this HP? He heals, doesn't dodge, doesn't flash the W either. That also would have saved his life. Yes, he ends up taking a flash from the Shins out too, but you shouldn't have been there in the first place. Very disrespectful overstay from Vampire.
And look, I get you got Monkey around, I get you're trying to make sure that the Herald comes in, you're trying to play the front line, but you don't have the Unbreakable Will, and you can't be greedy with the heal. At that point, just flash. You've got the Herald charge, you just take that as the done deal and you've lost the flash.
Exactly.
You dodge that W, you're fine.
Yeah, and this is the imprecision, which I think is a team-wide phenomenon from WE. I mean, for want of a better word, they're not locked in. I think that they don't understand what's killing them. I don't think they have a clear identity of how they're playing the game now either, or understand their winning steps to it. JDG move around the map again, go towards the bot side this time. 4 turrets to 1. They've broken the entire outer ring, plus getting the mid lane inner as well, and they'll start the Atacon. But Ezreal goes chunk them out. I don't think personally, I don't think JDG should be doing this. You want to peel off of this.
The Intercon angle.
This is how we get the Intercon.
Monkey lost half his HP bar though, so that definitely hurts. Cube coming on over though, equalizer value could be potentially high. Vampire in the back lane doesn't have the spellbook smite. Atacon secured, Ornhorn stolen. That was the call of the forgery god, but unfortunately for them, the authorities aren't believing it. Cube now in danger, needs to flash away, got the Nimbus scope for a bit of speed up. Should be okay to get out to safety.
Vampire had an interesting angle there, try and headbutt the jungler out of smite range and get Ezreal to steal it with the Q. It's not a bad idea, but ends up, I believe, using his flash again there. Of course, he's just using the top lane.
Hex flash,
yeah, use the Hex flash to get in. It's not a bad angle, but in many ways, the damage has been done from WE. If you are even or ahead, you can make those creative plays and punish around those fights. You are 5,000 gold down for 21 minutes. That is too much gold to really be fighting back in a team-wide sense. And WE have been punished for their early mistakes.
I wondered whether Vampire might have the smite when he did it, and he didn't. Because if he headbutts out and then uses the smite himself off the spellbook Alistair, could maybe look for the secure there, but didn't have the heal in inventory, I think. If we maybe get the replay, we'll see that, but that will be a little bit risky to track. Scout coming on over. A bit of damage down. Hex Slash out from Vampire, TPing him, but there is no mid lane. Top lane rather. Tier 1. Shun looking for more. Chain Lash comes on down. Wink looking for an angle. What can he find? Wind becomes lightning into the audacious charge. Vampire headbutts him away, maybe looking for an angle. Body blocking from the squad. Does have the unbreakable will, but I'm not sure how much longer his body can stand up to scratch. Karis with the Crescent Guard buys some time, but has to flash himself. Not pretty at all there. The equalizer dissuades JDG from looking for too much more. To be seen. Scout maybe in danger here, but tell you, not willing to oversend it. What are we going to do now? 2 minutes till Dragon. Atakan already taken. JDG very firmly in command of this game. Ain't looking all that easy. Karis in particular, for all he's only 0-1, has not been an easy Sylas game. Really not found all that much value. 2,000 gold lead bot lane, 2,500 gold lead mid. Vampire been the sacrificial cow a lot of times as well, trying to find space for his team, but it's not been very easy, especially when then backup of the teammates hasn't really been there. Really sure at this point what you do as WE. You can't give up Ocean Soul. I think then it really is lights out.
That would be the final nail. Let's be honest, there are a lot of nails in the coffin. This one would just be another one to kind of go in there. It's kind of like one of those ones you've hammered so many into. It's kind of jutting out of the different sides. And yeah, well and firmly secured in place that. Very hard to cut down someone like Scout as well. Ult onto Cube, doesn't have flash.
Up, tries to shove over the unraveled earth, and Cube is again flattened down into a plain old square.
I mean, it's just like calling in an airstrike. Like, Sharashi just calls in the bombing run. Just a huge knock-up, easy to CC after that. W don't have any grubs. They'll do decent damage to the turret, but Shun's going to be here to potentially help. Hang on a second.
Forces David to hop away, keep the turret alive. Now Wink's coming on down. Actually, WE might now have been forced in a really awful retreat path. They're trying to turn. Shun gets the Crescent Guard up in time to avoid the True Shot barrage damage, but in they go. Vampire tries to get the kill. Can't do it now. Vampire's too deep.
Here comes Paze. Paze has his
can't quite get off Monkey. Needs to back away. Staying alive. Karis is dead.
Paze keeps going forwards, Void Seeker after Void Seeker. And WE, they try and find a last gasp effort, but they can't manage it. Vampire will be exercised from the Rift, and JDG, with 10 seconds left on the Dragon, kill 2, send Monkey back to base, will teleport back onto the map with the Rakan, secure the Ocean Soul. That is a clean sweep of this game.
Can't even get the mid tier 1. Vampire, I get it. Try and jump forward and get something there. Buy some time. It just doesn't happen. And then losing an additional member afterwards, it just gets worse and worse and worse. Soul secure. JDG teleporting in to catch people out. I don't know about this one, Vampire.
Oh dear. Oh dear. No flash. It's just more stakes on the shelf.
We'll see whether they want it medium rare. Karis trying to buy some space, another Acathian Rain, and it just falls on through. Vampire just doesn't like getting wet. Holy water coming on out of Haze.
No. And this was a bad teleport, obviously. But what else are you meant to do in WE's position? Baron has spawned. You must get some vision down and look for a hero play. I actually don't fault Vampire for looking for a teleport onto the map. Let's be honest, you don't expect them to see you going up into a random lane that's not been pushed up just yet. Gets punished for it though, doubles down, 0-5 on the cow. Poor game in terms of impact from Vampire, sadly.
It has not been an easy one, make no mistake about it. Pick up a fair amount of that. Baron goes down, they'll take the turret down in bot lane. That's your silver lining, that's your bounty gold at least, but it's pretty narrow win conditions. You've got 2 items on the Ezreal, 2 on the Rumble, but you're looking at 3 mostly on the other side, or at least towards it. Haze in particular is very, very scary right now on the Kai'Sa.
There's a ton of move speed between Kraken Slayer and Phantom Dancer as well. Has the E upgrade, he does that, it's a ton of work. And yeah, right there, yeah, there's a good chunk back. Ocean Soul starts to regen him up. Kai'Sa is not meant to have sustain, gets a little bit from that, can be really annoying if she hits a W onto you. Dodges out on the Ezreal ult just there. Another tower come in, teleport back into the mid lane from Xiaoshu to keep the Baron buff running over. It's not the biggest Baron power play right now because of the bot lane tower being taken, but the map control is crushing.
Yeah, and you were kind of talking about between Phantom Dancer and Berserker Creeps and Lethal Tempo, like this Kai'Sa can glide around the team fight. It's going to be so hard to keep a. You're so melee ranged as well. Everyone but the Ezreal has to kind of just deal with the fact that Kai'Sa outruns them.
And Ezreal, yeah, he gets some extra movement speed if he auto attacks with the Phage or the Phage part of the Triforce, but he's never going to be able to escape Kai'Sa if he gets anywhere near them. He needs to get over a wall. If you use your E, you are a dead person. Vampire, not going to be finding a creative angle. I mean, JDG, real credit to them that they have taken very good fights against WE. They hand-stiffed them in the early game where it mattered, and then after that, played it by the book, punished things well with globals, with long-range engage, not giving W time to breathe or put down creative wards, and crushed this game. This has not been close. It's almost a 10,000 gold lead. You've got the soul. 3.5 minutes until Elder comes in as well. And JDG are also starting to hand out some extra goodies as well in form of Ornn items. Bloody hell, Rakan has a second item. He has an Abyssal Mask.
Oh, man.
He is not normally.
Well, the Phantom Dancer's got great as well. So you know what? Kai'Sa needs more move speed, more attack speed.
It's a hell of a drug right there. Yeah, Pays is all he needed was a bit more, just a bit more attack speed, man. Just a little bit more move speed.
Just a little more attack speed.
Just a little bit more. I'll be fine if I get a little bit more move speed and attack speed. He's gonna be so hard to catch. Hang on a second. That's an ult being killed on the turret. Here comes the Weaver's Wall as well. Lines getting drawn.
And anyway, here it is. Won't find too much more. The oasis of safety found by WE. Unfortunately for them, the people popping the champagne at this particular podium looking like JDG.
Oh, not sure about that
they
one.
will super over their way into an explosion in the backline. Damage going on down. Cube trying to find the two-man knocker. They will make sure that everyone else gets melted away. Cube goes down. Into the backline with a killer instinct, looking for another one. No more taking their time. They'll say as they say and do what they want to do and ensure that the Nexus falls in favor of JDG.
28 minutes, a fast one to start off the series, and WE, despite knocking JDG out of last playoffs, were not even in reach of them. So far ahead of them were JDG after a couple of fights went inches away from WE, who have so often relied on those clutch, flashy team fights. They're not working for them this split. Reminder that JDG did start 0-1, yes, but W had started 0-2. They've lost their first two series.
Tough.
And now going game down in this series in that kind of fashion as well is absolutely not what you want to see if you are fans of how they performed last split. But I feel like people are respecting them now in a way that they didn't last split, and sadly what comes with that respect is less of those wins which people wouldn't expect as the underdog. The underdog buff is gone now.
It's tough. It's really tough. Xiaoshu getting a lot of the MVP votes here currently. Good for him. I wonder who actually ends up getting it. Scout had a really good game.
I personally think it's Scout. I think the way
Hayes
that
might get it, I suppose.
Scout tanked so much early pressure in the mid lane, destroyed carrots, had great plays around the map with the wall, was there at every single play. I think personally it's Scout. I do think the all notes were absolutely clutch as well, though. Absolute credit to him. It was honestly an ensemble effort from JDG. For me, it started with Scout, and that's important because Scout has been playing poorly recently. In the last split, the last playoffs, I think it wasn't fantastic. But Summer Scout is a known phenomenon.
So,
that's your word, isn't it?
It is. When I'm tired.
Yeah.
And we are 7 games deep. There's a potential for the fabled 9-game day. I don't think I've ever actually done a 9-game day yet.
I have done so many 9-game days. Sam, I'm not going to lie. After you do your first one, you say you've done it and you don't really want to do it again. First game's down, we'll wait until those highlights. And yeah, I guess we should do our checklist of stuff. My name's Nymaera, this is my channel, this is my brother Sam Initialise, who I couldn't do this without. We share some time here and share the proceeds of whatever you give us to cover the LPL, because there is no official LPL broadcast anymore. It's only folks like ourselves, LPL English, and other co-streams which are trying to bring you a more professional broadcast experience, telling the stories, the analysis, and give you some entertainment of these teams and players. We love these teams. You know, I love Team W, I love JDG, I love the stories which they have, and I love that we get to talk about these historic teams in their new era here and now. It's very cool to do that. However, it's not something we're going to be able to do for forever unless, you know, we get supported by it. And the same thing with LPL English. They have like a dozen plus people involved with their project as well, which makes it very hard to fund that kind of thing. For ourselves, it's no less difference as well. So if you do have time to drop a sub, there's a Ko-fi link which you can put into, which you can prompt in Twitch chat. You can drop subs, likes, anything like that. It does make an awful lot of difference. And yeah, if you're on TikTok as well, which we've been streaming on for the first time this week, Please drop a follow, drop some likes. Hopefully, you know, if followers keep going up, we can get towards the TikTok creator program and stuff like that too, and that allows us to get something out of that. So yeah, thanks to everyone for watching these games, and I'm very... Anonymous Gifter gave out 100 community whoever that Anonymous Gifter is, you are a beautiful, beautiful person. Thank you so, so much.
I hear, Alex.
Yeah, that makes an awful lot of genuine 100 gift subs. Now what that does mean is now the alert bot is going to go fucking mental for a very long time. I'll let it run for like a little bit longer, and then it's probably then it has to be silenced. But thank you so much. My dream for this channel is that we can support ourselves, we can support the mods in the community as well, and we can hopefully build something, a little piece of the esports scene for ourselves. Yeah, totally not Mecha. I mean, if they're anonymous, they're anonymous. Thank you so much for the generosity. It means an awful lot. It means an awful lot, of course it does. Yeah, obviously we're streaming over on Onivia as well. Onivia has been kind enough to allow us to stream towards a very large audience. That obviously is still on the fucking stream. We're putting yeah, whatever. But it's yeah, it's really, really cool. Thank you so much for that. It means an awful lot of difference. And yeah, it goes a long way to paying rent, paying bills, and all that stuff. Okay, well these are the highlights. Did we get the MVP yet?
No, it's just highlights. Cool. Last thing as well, there is the Kofi link, so obviously that is on Twitch. Yeah, let's put the link into the different chats while I'm thinking if we can. Sure. And we'll get that one over. Thank you everyone on TikTok as well. We've seen there's a few followers coming on through. Thank you for coming and tuning into different series. I know it's like a different world in TikTok.
Oh Jesus Christ, it's gonna take. Okay, now I'm sorry, the alert box has to be turned off. It will yap for a very long time. I never figured out how to do the alert box, but like do the alert but for gift, like a gift bomb instead. Yeah, I never learned how to do that. What even happens when so you get people who've watched recently, Akashi, basically they get that as well. It happens quite a lot when people gift bomb for like smaller viewers, it does. But yes, obviously it means an awful listen. Here is the Kofi.
Like I've randomly gotten subs to a few of my friends who I watch occasionally. Says like, you know, like
yeah, because it random rolls throughout the community basically.
I mean that's how I ended up with a.
So if it kind of like viewers in the chat, and then people who've watched recently, followers, and then yeah, and then just people who random basically. Yeah, sometimes it'll do that. Basically, it's people who watch streams which your viewers share streams with as well.
So yeah. It even brings first-time challengers in, like Curry Mutton here getting on in it.
Very cool. Okay, we'll wait until the MVP. Put on some... Well, now you're not even going to see it. Wonderful. Now you don't even get to see the adverts as well. Isn't that great? Isn't that great?
Very lovely. And Scout, very fair.
Yeah, Scout was awesome. I think Scout had a really, really good game. And you know what's another really good game? Horse game. We're going to play some horse game during the break because I want to, basically. And it is actually keeping me sane during the breaks. Good detox. Okay, I'm going to put on some ad break. Let's give that low. What's this? 18%? A bit much, actually. I'm going to do this just because it gives better friendship training. Does he have green? No. 11%. 8%? We can do it. It's fine. Please don't fail. Nice. Oh. Okay, what do we get here? I need to rest, really. Good, 50s, not bad. We are doing pretty well on this event, actually. What is this? Is this speed? I think this is... What do I get from that? Skill points went up, that's fine. Yeah, I thought that was skill points. Speed or wit with a hint. I think we go speed there. You okay?
Just saying hello to Aragon, seeing you ready for the 9-game day.
Oh my god.
Gonna ban it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty rough one, right? Like, yeah. Has he been live for all of it?
I don't know. He is only 4 hours deep, so no.
But god. Oh. Yeah, my voice is actually feeling a bit... I feel a bit of a ping there, actually. Ooh, that's not... Those are good stats.
Do you want some honey do you want some honey water?
I would really like that, yes, please. Yes, you can refresh so you don't get ads if you're... What is this? This, I think? You never really want to rest if you can help it. Will I be going to China for Worlds? I've not currently got plans to. I mean, if I get contacted for the event, then yes, I would do. But does this give you hydrate? This is hydrate gives, right? Gourmand. Gourmand is a really good skill, actually. It's a very good skill. Aragon had NLC. Oh, okay, NLC meetings. Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. Cool. Yeah. Plus, honestly, if I wasn't doing things like as crazy as I am right now, I probably wouldn't do this as well, because it's kind of stupid, you know. Early lead's not bad. Sprint positioning's whatever. Late surgery we don't want. Long we don't want. Front runner straightaways is really good. Pace chaser I don't really need. Tail held high is actually very good. Front runner savvy we don't want another rank in. We have... I think this is fine. Is there anything else we want? We've already got corner recovery. I guess we're going front runner. We're going front runner, so the rest of this... And we're not going end runner. We could do Sting on savvy here. I just don't... Maybe you could do it. I definitely want this. Oh yes, and also, yeah, drop your primes and stuff. Okay, so 107. That's not important. This I don't want right now. This one I want when it comes through later, so we'll work with that. Okay. Do I have music on here? No, I don't. I turned it off, didn't I? Okay. Right, let's go do the race. Is this top 2 or is it top 1? Okay, so whatever. We can re-roll this if we don't get first anyway, so that's actually fine. Our stamina's not fantastic still. Yeah, we haven't trained stamina that well. Is that going to be a problem? No, if we get Swinging Maestro, I think it's okay still. We'll try one as front runner. Oh god, we really don't have the stamina for this. I'll try it anyway. We might have to go... I should have gone pace. I still should have gone pace. We have the stats for pace. I don't think we have it for... I don't think we have the stats for front runner for this. Yay, the base... not the baseball, the bowling animations. Yeah, because this is a campaign mission and you have to, like a guaranteed campaign mission, and it's got like a finished top 1. If we don't win, we can basically retry the race 3 times maximum. Which means we can... Okay, alright. Please no late start. Okay, good. Front run savvy helps. And now we pray. You're good? Good thing is we're alone as a front runner, which means that no one's actually stopping us from doing our thing. Which means we're not losing speed to other people blocking us. Sorry, I'm just... Now they will close the gap eventually, but we've got a good lead here. And we're just hoping that we get like a ton of skills activating. We do have good wits, we should get skills activating pretty regularly. I do really need stamina, like really need stamina. Like, what I really need is like straightaway recovery or something like that.
Yep, wanted to go meet with Aragon briefly.
How did that go?
Well, so he's playing a Nuzlocke run in the break, while you're assuming, and he named the Bagon he called after me.
Oh,
very nice.
Cute.
But it's random evolves, and I evolved immediately into a Salamence.
What?
So he's not even, I just got the Salamence. So
Jesus Christ.
So I'm the goat, what can I say? Bless the run.
Maybe need more guts. Always need more guts. Yeah, everyone should train guts in Human Sim. It's by far the best stat, right?
Stop it.
Don't do it.
Do you want a honey tea out?
Oh, hype chest. Yes, please. Just chuck some ginger in there. Ginger and honey will do it.
That can do that, yeah.
Okay, we need some good stats. We need Swinging Maestro. If we don't get Swinging Maestro, I think we're so cooked. If we don't win it on this, I think I just like auto-resolve it on Pace Chaser. I think Pace Chaser will probably be better actually. Yeah, we've run out of stamina. We don't have the stamina for this. Because that's a Pace Chaser like passing us right now, which is a problem. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is kind of... I think we're cooked. Yeah, we're so cooked. If we didn't get Swinging Maestro. Can we get it on this one? No? Oh, it's so... Yeah, it's so doomed. Yeah, we ran out of stamina. Oh well. So we gotta retry this then. Okay, 10th. Fucking hell. It's bad. Okay, we'll try Pace Chaser and we'll just... Yeah, we'll try Pace Chaser, and if not, we'll go back to Front Runner and just hope it's fine. Okay, number 3 favorite. So for the best. Come on. Come on. No, fuck. Do we try Front Runner again? No, we try Pace Chaser. I think it's better. Yes! There we go. That's why we have alarm clocks for. That actually saves us massively. When Cube is our only kill, there's a problem. Hugely so. It's depressing being a WE fan. I mean, the worst thing is you got hope from last split. Because they were genuinely good last split. But, yeah. That was messy. That was really messy. I really, really need more stamina. Really need more stamina. Double HUD is meh. I think I do this. No, that's a lot of wit. 24%? I don't want to risk the 24%. This has front runner skills, I'm pretty sure. Good. This one has front runner skills. That's probably a pretty good roll. Front runner corners, nice. It's good. I do like how the best option for that event is just a gaslight. Yes, like, yeah, you definitely just meant the best things for them, right? Right? It was really funny, actually. Okay, try some more stamina. 6%, we're good, right? Nice with it. Okay, what skills do we want? So we already have Maestro. This is really good normally, but I don't want to get that right now. Early lead is fine. Deep breaths is actually pretty good. I actually think I go this, right? I actually think I go deep breaths. Isn't that super good here? I can just go for like long instead. Yeah, this is good, I think. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, this is good, I think. Yeah, I go for this because I'm not getting any other... Wait, are we in draft already? They're back on stage. We'll wait until they get back into that. I think I saved this race until after them. Let's see if we have anything more from the rest of the day. Yeah, I think I go for that. I think I go for, like... Also, it's technically better for score as well if you go for... By the way, if you want higher score, go for specific skills which you have an aptitude rank of A or S in. It will give you a multiplier towards your final rank based on the amount of points spent on that skill. That's before discounts as well. So if you discount... So, for instance, you have like a 40% discount on something which is like a front runner, blah, blah, blah. That's going to give you a ton more points. It's very efficient to get your career score up. Very efficient. Like, oh, dude, I got a super good run on Vodka the other day, which was, I got corner recovery and straightaway recovery from the acupuncturist event. That was really good. Well, folks, enough talk about horse gaming. Going into more wizard gaming. Varus very early locked in the bands. Very quick. And off we go. Varus, first pick. Very strong. Giving Taeyun Varus, of all things, pretty big. You can somewhat nullify with Jhin. We have seen a lot more teams give up Varus and take Jhin instead now. That's been like an accepted trade. I'm not going to say it's a great trade, but it's an accepted trade, right? Wait, copying Cacturel? I'm pretty sure I was playing Musume before Cage World, by the way. I think I played it a little bit before this, so I ain't copying. Now, he ain't copying me because he doesn't watch me, but like, I wasn't copying him. I watched Northern Lion play it. Jarvan for Shun. He is a very good... He is a very, very good Jarvan player. And it is into a Jhin. You need to take away the Aurora now, because Jarvan Aurora is way too strong. Can vouch this, I've watched both of you play. Nice, cool. I think the Annie's not a bad pick here. Does fine into the Aurora. It's a decent laning phase in a way that most things aren't into Aurora, actually. Still, not a bad front-to-back setup from WE. There's no Trundle, because that's been banned away. What anti-tank are JDG going to lock in? Can they lock anything? They don't have great anti-frontline damage. Annie's not fantastic at it. Can be okay with Leandries. It's not fantastic. Jhin can struggle on that front. JDG are probably going to look to ignore the Scion if possible and just dunk the backline. Viego banned away from Monkey, one of his choice champions. Wukong's already gone. What other junglers would he play? I don't think you care as much about supports. I don't think you care about that, because, let's be honest, Vampire will still have an engaged support. We're only in game 2. Rel's been banned away. Wink won't get that. Rakan's gone. Alistair's gone. So you still have Nautilus Leona. What do you ban away from Monkey? I think that's who you ban out. Could ban away the Lee Sin, maybe. I don't think that's awful here, actually, for WE. Lots of targets you can ping onto pretty well. Nocturne, better, of course, that is. Nocturne would have been nasty with the Aurora, for sure. Okay, so Nocturne's gone. What does that leave Monkey with? Maybe it is the Lee Sin. Last ban for WE. Nico. Wink was a very good Nico player, actually. He was. Can take the Nautilus away from Vampire. I mean, Nautilus into Jarvan is pretty... There's so much point. Like, thank you, Sam. Appreciate the awful. Ow, no, it's hot. Owie, owie, owie. Ambessa instead. Well, I mean, Ambessa does well into Sion, well enough, and very good at diving onto the backline. This is a hard game to be a Varus. And if Varus dies early, WE needs something to fall back on. Aurora's not bad, actually. Aurora can dunk on the backline at the same time as JDG is dunking on theirs. Nautilus is a good enough pick-in for WE. It's not really anyone who wants to tank a Nautilus hook. And that's pretty good, actually. And it's a Vampire specialty. Had a bit of a duff game on it versus Weibo. He had a... Yeah, they ended up winning that game, but it was mechanically very off form for him. I think Skarner's good. We were talking about earlier. Jarvan not great into multiple tanks. And, you know, Nautilus is pretty good at denying his flag drag. Sion is Sion, and Skarner... Yeah, not the easiest matchup for Jarvan either. Jarvan will need to find a way past the front line and onto that Varus particularly.
I feel like Aurora, Skarner, Nautilus, Sion sounds like a miserable set of CC and damage to get caught in.
Yeah. So, last pick for... Wink. Picking for himself. What do you want to pick into that?
Jarvan support, flexing the jungle. Into Jhin, who really loves that attack speed, you know?
Well, yeah, I know. Jhin is not the best user of the Jarvan flag, actually. This is why Azir is so good with the Jarvan Jhin. Oh, Jarvan Azir, fantastic. I think WE would walk away with a much better draft. However, JDG do have some very good comfort champions and good pick tools. If WE are imprecise and out of position again, Annie stun, Ambessa all Jarvan dunking, Jhin following it from long range. If you step out of position, you die. If it's a 5v5, WE have a huge advantage. Yeah, huge advantage. So it's about the picks, it's about the early game, and it's about not allowing WE to set up for the 5v5 for JDG. On the other side of WE, you want to play through strong Aurora lane, strong Varus lane. Don't flip the fights if you can help it. Eventually you should outscale, especially if you play around objectives.
Yeah. I see Solo in Anivia's chat feeling a bit frustrated about being a WE fan right now, and I can't blame you. Can't blame you. Again, I just went to go chat to Aragon as well. He's just saying, yeah, no, I hate to say it, the team's ass. We just need to stop being ass.
They're getting hand stiffed, and that's the problem. They're a team which rely on those flashy team fights, and they are losing the flashy team fights. They have better tools for it this time. JDG have much worse ones. That should help. Will it help enough?
Question for this game, and again, Taeyun, exceptional Varus, could help. The Aurora for Karis is something he had a lot of success on last split as well. And again, if you're looking for Monkey's best tank option, it is the Skarner. See whether they can make the combo work. On paper, nameplates off. I like that comp, I do. As long as the Annie stun into everything else doesn't land onto someone like that Varus or that Aurora for free.
If you're caught out of position as WE, things go from bad to worse very quickly, because there is a ton of follow-up. WE have great peel tools, though, in terms of Nautilus ult, the Skarner driving people into walls. I think Jarvan is likely to die on the engage if he's imprecise as well, so Shun is a good player. The Jarvan needs to make it work. Let's hear the Beijing crowd cry out again.
Glowing flag. 敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
We haven't needed anyone to replace Caster Jun. Jing Dong's chant leader has got the chords for it.
I love that guy so much. So, I'm using your word now. I've been saying it as well. When you're tired, you run out of options. You just need a fallback word to start a sentence and signify, I'm starting to talk now. So,
it has come to this.
So it has come to this.
I actually got a joke for you, because you're saying, you know, Skarner drives me to the wall. I said, oh, I'm used to that, because you drive me up the wall. So it would have been funny, because you're my brother, and therefore sibling bickering.
I was wondering whether there'll be a Zenith Blade thrown out by Wink there, choosing not to. Spellbook on both supports. Sometimes, I mean...
Sometimes we see the Aftershock occasionally, you feel like you really
sometimes
need the front line.
Yeah. Or it's just very necessary for the matchup. Good double arrow there from Taeyun. He's going for the on-hit, but getting a double arrow level 1's really nice, actually. Hook as well. Why are you positioning that? I guess the Q's nice with damage back, though. Vampire thought he had a free free hook in, actually takes a lot of damage in response.
He didn't have the aftershock, right? So the hook isn't actually giving you tankiness, not at the level 1 anyway.
That and also Taeyeon didn't have his arrow back, flashing up again, trying to get that Searing Dawn, but
cleanse away from Taeyeon's state, keeps him alive, but hang on, the turnaround, not quite there. Heal burns. Actually ends up being more summoners burned by JDG in the long run.
This is a much better 2v2 from Taeyeon and Vampire. Now, Varus Nautilus is a very good laning duo, and it should be doing this, but remember the last time they played it against, I believe it was versus Weibo, it didn't actually work out that well for them. Hex Flash to the side, Vampire's hook is off cooldown, they'll be hitting level 2 just now, and yeah, Pays and Wink, they lose that level 1. Yeah, not what we expect out of them, really. They've been, well, I suppose their last series wasn't fantastic, but Taeyeon and Vampire making their champions work there. Good combo for it. It looks like it should miss, shouldn't it? But it doesn't quite. The hitbox a little bit misaligned. Shun does his top side, going to cross over mid. Karras doesn't have his E up for a little while, actually. Where's the stun from the Annie?
There's a level 3 though, across the veil available.
Stun now.
Stun's now available. Stun, it means he's going to come out from invisibility. Flash forced.
Shun should have known where that was going to be. He didn't flash for the knockup. I think that's a kill if he does, but I guess the level 3 means that it's harder to do so. I feel like that's a real miss there. Flash for it should have been a kill.
He can punish now, potentially.
The wave's coming in. I don't think there's much you can do here. Like, realistically, this is all you can do. In fact, actually, Monkey's showing that it's a bit of an issue. They now know where he is. He's a known quantity.
Watch Vampire here. He was just having a look in that tri-brush. I wonder with where Monkey was pathing there for a second, whether there might have been a thought on the blue buff invade.
I really think that would have been over-aggressive. Let's be honest, Aurora doesn't have the cooldown to the damage at that point. And you have a Jhin who can follow up with a W from long range, whereas the Varus not in position to do so, particularly as the on-hit version, and they hadn't moved up quite like that. Typically, yes, you do when you get that push, look for it. Xiaoshu level up, a little bit of HP down though, because you hadn't evened out that wave, and Xiaoshu getting a decent trade back.
Bit of a question for Jack, but why aren't we seeing Zac jungle at the minute? And I think the honest answer from my end is the clear speed's not enough. Is the real answer.
Clear speed's slow. People actually answers engage very well, and he dies too quick.
Yeah, there's actually a few things that interrupt his slate shot.
Like, I mean, things which are kind of like half tanky but not full tanky aren't fantastic right now because of the amount of Leandri's Riftmakers that are in the game.
Yeah.
The amount of DPS mages.
Trundle.
Trundle as well. Yeah, there's just you can't blind pick them. Sometimes, so for instance, you could pick it in a comp like this if you need an AP jungler with backline access. AP junglers in general, not really in vogue right now. They fell off after they were ruled last summer pre-Worlds.
And the Fated Ashes nerfs, basically.
The Fated Ashes nerfs and Leandri's nerfs. Bunch of things really, and then obviously a lot of
the AD mid laners in
AD junglers getting nerfed as well too, so a whole bunch of things worked in tandem with each other. So early games ended up being a little bit of a wash, and well, I mean, he's going mid lane again technically, and there's no flash for Scout this time. Karras does have his W and his E, walking up again though.
Stun, flag and drag, doesn't get a chance to press W until just now. He's slowed down, gets to walk up with half his health bar gone again.
No teleport, half his health bar. Shun didn't even hit the combo the first time, so that's it's better for that. And with no red buff, it's much harder to really finish that off. Karras will have to... Is he going to recall in the next wave? He's got a pop range, so should actually be okay there.
Nice idea.
Yeah, not quite that. Xiaoshu has teleport and get back out of the map, has core filter ready, so his first back is fairly successful. Other side, the Barmy Cinder gives Cube decent wave clear and a bit more presence in the actual push of lanes. Karras has been zoned completely off of this. It does give JDG much better entrance in this topside river, because then he can walk up there.
Flash from Wink. Won't turn into all that much.
Vampire being zoned off of this top wave, actually, because if he'd walked up towards Leona, there's a chance that Scout can walk up there and stun him. There was a break in the wave there, just as he was looking towards. Has to walk the defensive way around town.
Monkey's around. Hang on, this gets interesting because the level 6 just got hit by Karras. Gonna get driven into the wall by the Excelsior, but now Shun's coming on over. Scout gets hit with the stun, turning it around. Can't quite do it. He goes for lost the vision because it goes across the veil. And now Shun is in danger. Hook on the other side, as it's going to continue to be some violence. Pays now in danger. Hail of Arrows comes on down. And all the while, WE make it work. Shun tried to come and defend, and the invis from Karras proved too much.
And Scout had dropped off the wave too much. I think also Shun and Wink being in his lane leached some XP. He was too far off level 6. If he had that, that is a return kill. For all the effort put in mid lane, I think Shun really copped up that first gank by not committing the flash to it. Flashing early, you know that point and click stun can come through. And that was while he had the red buff. Didn't do so. I think missed a golden opportunity to actually swing this mid lane. It's been a lot of half attempts which haven't worked out that well. Another Zenith lands.
The cleanse out, Vampire. Now, potentially getting some value. being a bit awkward there.
He missed the hook, tried to interrupt the Zenith Blade, missed it, sadly for him. Wink uses the heal, no, uses the spellbook rather, he can get that back from that. Waited out the Ignite just in case he did need to use that heal. And did manage to do so. He'll teleport back now to the top side of the map, one of the bonuses. Wink can just regen all of his HP. And Vampire can do exactly the same thing.
In fact, they have set up to do the same thing. It's be interesting. Do they want to teleport towards the dragon? No, it's the mid lane tower, so kind of.
Well, yeah, so this is kind of both, right? Because you don't have to teleport directly to the thing right now, because let's be honest, supports don't need to be DPS on the objectives. Hold the wave there. And I think W have a great advantage. You have the mid lane push. Scout has 6 though.
Oh, there goes Tibbetts onto Monkey, but remember, they've still got the potential to hit the Impale. Flash away from Monkey. Stays alive, but there's the Drake count step, and the Shao Shu goes on forward through the repudiation. Gets some value. Weirding comes on down to Wink, who's now in danger. Vampire gets the staggering blows, but Scout's still looking for more. The Across the Veil already burned, now trying to get some more damage onto Shao Shu. Gains the Drake count step away with the Lacerate to bite to value, but Taeyu with a great arrow from downtown.
Harris, no flash just yet, but JDG go a little too far. W are getting the better of the early skirmishes that they've been losing recently here. It's the better start for them. Dragon was peeled off of the support teleports in a showcase that everyone wants to fight. JDG, they're the ones who are a little more imprecise this time, particularly Shun on the Jarvan. I think I needed to see a little bit more from him in the attempts which he did have. It felt they were a little half-hearted going through mid lane. It's quite hard to play Jarvan in this kind of comp. Scout ended up getting the massive dunk onto the Skarner, who gets blasted. Start of it, blows that flash. Didn't quite cleanly take this play though. And one of the big problems is you don't have your AD carry at the play. Actually, in last game, there was a similar moment where Hayes was topside, killing that topside, hitting the topside turret while they weren't there for the bot side play. Flash arrow, Aurora pullback as well. The Hayes only turns up now. They took a fight without their AD carry. In an early game, I don't like that at all.
No, I'm right there with you. On the other hand, I think if Taeyu had managed to get an auto off of the Shun there, it might have been 2 kills for him. Doesn't quite end up. Wait, Grub's picked up by WE. Dragon still on the table.
The on-hit Varus getting great value there too. Not sure I love the on-hit Varus actually versus this team comp, but I guess it gives you DPS in a way that you don't have from other members of your team. Scout behind in the individual matchup. Kill first off, of course. Blue buff not going to be stolen. Once again, Taeyeon has ult, so you don't want to walk up too far. Nautilus just behind them too, resetting back onto the map. Monkey doesn't have flash. They don't go for anything more.
Play around this mid lane wave. Dragon, offhand available. No one's taken as yet. Karis at this point. 3 stacks on the Dark Seal. Ahead in farm. Feeling pretty good here. You said already that actually W, if it does come down to these big AoE team fights, they've got the more circles of death, the Venn diagram of doom, as one Frostgoran used to say.
Scout drops the ult for wave clear there and to force Karis off a little bit. Uses the Molten Shield to give some of the thorns onto him. Basically realizing, look, I'm not going to be making a play for the next little while, just teleported in. Just want to make sure that I'm stuck in this lane. Probably, does it signal that they don't want to fight Dragon? I mean, Karis has teleport, and then Scout doesn't. It should does telegraph that. Karis drops off the top wave. She doesn't see it. Scout can obviously very easily cancel that teleport if he does it too close to him.
Very much so. Shao Shu does a bit of work there.
Of course, one of the new members of JDG. For those of you who weren't here for their first series, talked about the squad a lot. JDG made 2 changes. Cleanse available for Paige. Doesn't actually use either of them. Vampire doesn't have flash to follow up. The hook would only be onto Leona. They do have a Skarner flat hold low.
Impale, and the Eclipse time's out. That means that Wink is going to be closing both eyes this time around. The Solar Flare buys some time. It doesn't really lead to all that much. Does Paige want to open up the curtains? I just don't think so with Monkey able to body block.
So that was just very greedy from JDG. You could have blown the cleanse, got out safely. You could have blown the flash, I suppose, from Jhin, but they think they can get out with just using body block from Leona. Not the case. It does end up using triple ults, though, from WE, which means that they, especially with their only first rank, those are long cooldowns to use. So potentially, JDG can get something back while those ults are off cooldown. We'll see what their moves are across the map. Push out that top lane. That's a cannon missed, and Shun also stole a bunch of that farm, too.
Yeah, I don't. It was really odd, because he went looking to see whether the Aurora was still there, and really wasn't.
It's good from W to pick up that kill. Take the freebies that are given to you. JDG, though, I don't love the fact that they're not positioned to do anything once those cooldowns are down. This is a moment you can do stuff. Still got half the cooldown on Varus, on Skarner, and on the Nautilus ult. This is where you should be fighting the game. Don't find a window to do so. Shun will go in and take a Gromp. I suppose they think they can do that. Again, given those cooldowns are down.
Scout gets the wave shove, about half HP here, got chunked out by Karis. Karis in a similar position. They want this dive. Skarner's coming, Varus is coming, but how long will they take? Keep your eyes on it. Deadly Flourish stands onto the Nautilus. Monkey goes through, between worlds, comes across. Wink now in danger. Fadela goes in the backline. Shun gets in, but Otayun already takes out the Leona. Damage onto Scout, who's just not got any more cooldown. He's out of mana, and now Shun in danger. Public execution onto Vampire. Does go down. Cataclysm onto Karis. Flash off over the Martial Cadence, and the Dragon Strike skewers the Bunny Rabbit. Taeyun flashes over, fourth shot. Potentially available! Comes on forwards. Now Cube in danger as well. JDG skirmishing well with the Ambessa, who continues to hunt on forwards. Cube hit with the smite, but he's unstoppable with his onslaught, and JDG come out the better somehow, some way.
I think it still ends up being a 2 for 2. Did Wink die again in that play?
Vampire died. Wink died as well, so yeah, 3 for 3.
Well, Vampire's on Team W too. So that would have ended up being, I believe, was that a 3 for 2 then?
3 for 3,
because
yeah.
Scout ended up dying at the back end of that play off screen because Cube ended up getting that kill there. A mess all the same, and JDG do what we asked of them. They end up fighting while the ultimates are down. I think this is a mistake to look for this kind of play when you don't have, you know, your big ultimates from Varus, from Skarner, from Nautilus as well. They do get good damage, but a lot of it's onto the Leona. That's a lot wasted for a support which just used their whole rotation. Vampire, starting off that play, I guess you have to do it because they're trying to avert the dive, right? Say, well, we want to get Karis out. You can see right there, Shun dunks down onto Karis, has the Q afterwards. Taeyun gets caught by a wonderful 4-shot. Using the flash hit, kind of important. Now, you don't have that flash to avoid the Jarvan later on. So yeah, I think it ends up being... Oh, sorry, yeah, it does end up being 3 for 2. 3 for 2. All over.
Yeah, it is. A little unlucky to lose Scout there. Could have been a 3-4 minute in danger.
Scout is going to get dove. You have Nautilus ult back up. You have Leona's coming. Leona's coming. It's not going to be enough. Scout will die here. Goodbye, my friend.
How big a stun can he get? That's not awful, actually. Still not enough.
Dead. He's very dead.
It does take that one. Going to keep people trapped under the turret. No one's taking aggro right now, though, so it ends up being okay.
Cube ended up juggling it. So again, like there were 4 people there. Scout obviously goes down very easily. Monkey going behind it. That's quite far. He does have the ult, though.
Flash out of the Impale. Pays now potentially looking to punish.
Oh, the wall.
And Vampire hits the wall. Decimating Smash, so it doesn't change the corruption. Begins to turn this one around. WE, much better. The Cataclysm dying. Decimating Smash on a pace, who will try and get, but is hit by the hook. And WE find everyone.
They send 4 members down to the bot lane, and Scout had no chance of outplaying. And turns out the next members to the tower also had nothing in the tank as well. JDG will have their first turret in top lane, I believe, after all things said and done. But JDG, they are the ones losing these messy fights now. And a reminder that WE are a team which flourish in these kind of skirmish heavy games where they can get everyone on the ball with big counterplay.
Karis will trade ult for ult there. WE up a significant amount of gold. That's 2.3 or so thousand gold ahead, which is very significant. The majority of it currently in Taeyun's Varus.
So, I mean, they see Skarner coming over the wall. Wink does, I mean, the flash out is good from Pays. He just doesn't have the damage yet. So hook into the wall, but you can see the decimating smash. Everything flies over the wall. This time it's really JDG who don't have the cooldowns to be really playing around this. You just lost your Annie for a big CC and damage in there too.
So, in a position now where next objective would get WE the feat of strength. They are in a great position here, all things said and done. Again, just look at the Varus. It's supposed to be a tough Varus game. It's not going to be as tough anymore, I feel. Early Blade of the Ruin King gives him a lot more value. It's ahead of the curve. Of course, you can bring him down. There's bounties to be found and flashes to be blown.
But with the Aurora getting 1,000 gold ahead, I just don't see how JDG get to the Varus without losing most of the HP bars. This is the problem with playing Jarvan into multiple tanks. Jarvan also doesn't have great synergies in this game.
No.
You picked an AD carry, which doesn't really benefit from attack speed. This is a lot of disparate pieces, and JDG needed to win the early game. They needed to win the early game skirmishes. They've not really done that. Their way out of this game is Xiaoshu having a miracle fight, I believe, now at this point. He needs to ping an ultimate somehow onto the Varus. Doesn't have flash for the next, I guess, 20 seconds. Coming up just now, actually. I was wrong. That thing's just baited me. They'll be coming up right now. Herald being taken. Scout on the flank has flash.
Gonna stop Blonstalk, come on forward, trying to get onto Pace, doesn't quite catch him, but now Pace is slept off, and he gets hit by the Impaler, the decimating smash. The Varus is going to try some value on the other side. Public execution. AD carry, ready for AD carry. Started the backline. Wink trying to find some value.
The damage
They've
is
got
gone.
the Aurora, and now Cube and Monkey alone trying to flash away another disintegrate coming on forward. Do they have the damage? Decimate comes on down. They probably just have to leave it there.
Bit much flashing forward against 3 tanky members, but JDG show the concept of full contact team fighting. Your AD carries jumped on, okay, we can't save him, but we can trade. They leave Jin out to dry, but they kill Taeyun. Forces flash again and use the dive combo. It's a one-team fight, I think, strategically for JDG, because they end up blowing the summoner of Taeyun, which I think is more important than their own summoners, and also get the Herald afterwards to give them something else to play for on the map.
Found. Old lead half. Have a look at this again, because it starts with what looks like a disaster. Pace has to back away from the Sion.
He does back away from that, but what it has done is left the front line out of position. Shun goes over the wall, finds the Varus who flashes away, doesn't have flash then to avoid the Ambassador ultimate, and then this play afterwards with the flag dragging the center plate onto the Aurora takes out all of the remaining damage. It's a good full contact team fighting play from JDG to say, right, we're going to take your carries out and trade carries for carries.
Vampire hanging around. Again, Vampire's been known to overplay from that bush once or twice. Of course, this time around, it's a bit more of a weird game state. W still with the nominal gold lead, but that was a rough set of shutdowns to give over.
Really got to call it out there too. WE, their front line got very hypey. They're trying to catch out the AD carry. Left theirs out to dry too. That is not something you can afford to do. This Varus has so much damage. If he gets protected, he will carry you. You need to play for Taeyun. Right there, they left themselves out trying to get pace, which I do understand. You want to kill the AD carry, but you can't do that at the expense of your own one, especially when yours is more fed. You don't want to trade AD carries in that situation.
Look, if Xiaoshu gets into the backline, at this point he's the most fed member in the game. He's got Shojin, he's got Eclipse. He will hurt a lot. Yes, Cube has got full mail and Sunfire, a lot of AD. It's tricky. Dragon's being started, second Dragon coming on down, but JDG is saying, screw that, we want to take the turret in mid lane with the Herald.
You take a big chunk out of it, and yeah, Xiaoshu, importantly there too, didn't have to use flash in that play, so for the next couple of minutes, he will be able to potentially use that flash to skip over a Varus ult, flash ult someone, flash follow, if they manage to get some kind of escape. And you're absolutely right, he is very, very fed. And I think that's the weapon which JDG have to use now. You need to use this Ambassador to get onto the carries. If the front line do not land immediate CC onto the Ambassador, your Varus is dead, and that is going to be potentially a lost team fight.
They get some value where they can. Does want to be the X Factor. You say it would likely have to be Xiaoshu. WE, great start to this game, it really was. But that last fight was a little bit awkward. Still, I think, on the whole, we prefer the team fight shape of a WE.
Yeah, no,
for sure.
It's by far the better 5v5 comp. JDG have some tools, but realistically, they're diving into a lot of peel, and Jarvan is going to really struggle to have impact if the frontline positions properly. Last fight, the frontline didn't position properly. They positioned to catch out the enemy AD carry, great, but you cannot do that at the expense of your own, as we've kept highlighting.
Clump up. Suddenly Jarvan Cataclysm sets up easy shots for Paze, easy big stun for Scout, easy ult for Xiaoshu.
There's actually quite a fun thing which happened in that last play. Very rarely do you get team fight damage from Jin's E, the captive
audience, yeah,
captive audience should be dead before. Going through all, he does have all. I don't really think there's much to do here. He's probably gonna flash out of that, and indeed he does. Flash gone. Other side, what's happening? Ambassador pushing up top side. Flash away from Wink was no small deal. You would use that normally to catch out people. If they'd gotten the kill on him, could have potentially started Atakan. Xiaoshu has teleport. JDG should know that Atakan is being spotted. And a little bit of a slow burn hit. They don't have the best damage unless Taeyun's there. He's only got there just now. Has that Rage Blade and the Blade. Teleporting in now. WE, this is kind of how you can throw the game. Be very careful tanking this too much.
Jumping on a Cube. They're still doing Atakan at the back end of this. Keep your eyes on it. Trying to jump onto Cube. Down to 2,000. I think they've got the Atakan. What about the fight afterwards is now the question we must ask ourselves.
Xiaoshu's dead.
Xiaoshu is caught by the Impale. And Wink already taken low by the Between Worlds. Going to Solar Flare the Bunny Rabbit. But the burn is enough with the two-fold Hex coming back. Pace trying to buy some time as is Shun, who flashes away, but to what end? Commando Jarvan, unfortunately for him, looks like a casualty of this war. The hook lands, Vampire finds it. Turn around from Scout and Pace, but they've already lost 3 members.
JDG make a lot of rookie errors moving down towards that Atakan. Xiaoshu goes way too deep trying to finish off a Sion who's not your primary target, and WE get the Atakan, they get the fight afterwards easy as you like. and that's going to be JDG just running out of damage. If they don't have Xiaoshu going onto the backline, it's a big, big issue. And WE, this time they're making the team fights work.
And suddenly the gold lead balloons to 4,000 after that. They get a load of turrets, they get the Atakan, they get the petals. That is a 40 petal difference near enough. That's like 4k of stats.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. And like, you haven't set up for the Atakan. You moved down late because you greeted for a red buff on the Jarvan. You haven't moved anyone over into position. You don't have vision control. And you don't set up for the Ambessa, who's going in first because no one else is there in time. It's a big mistake from JDG, but this is the problem with their composition. Going into 5v5 is very, very hard. Twofold Hex gets the kill onto the Leona, who was there way too late, trying to push up through that bot lane. And JDG, they've been out-fought, they've been out-macroed, and I think really they've been out-drafted in this one. They've been struggling to make this one work. Great hook for Vampire at the end to kill that off. WE, a much better game from them. I think the draft is great. I think their frontline play, besides that one other one where Barrett Scott has been largely very good, JDG are struggling to find answers.
I think, Alex,
it's a 9-game day.
It's a 9-game day.
Yep, I think that too.
Well, never let it be said that the LPL doesn't deliver in terms of its silliness. Sometimes it's a deeply unserious region. So, 4,000 gold lead over to WE. Karras will pick up another turret. It's now 4-1 in the structure department. Atakan, 2 dragons. 40 petal difference, as we were saying. Yeah, this one is unfun.
We did warn about this in the draft from JDG. It felt like it was hard to play, and, you know, based on game 1, you say, well, maybe they're playing well enough to do it. Obviously,
no.
This is not the same as game 1. The Bloodletter's coming in from Karras now. That'll make things even worse for JDG, where even their slight magic, because this is going to get shredded. Pays has gone for the higher damage option of the Blood Dominates Regards second. Kind of needed to do that, but game's already fallen away for you, mate. Can't exactly do that much damage to the front line. Thornmail, Sunfire, Aegis, Tabby, Cube. Yeah, that's
I mean, like, there's a reason to go collect a Lord Doms on Hayes. Try and find some way through the front line. He needs a third item. Solar Flare as well, wide.
Fight comes in afterwards. Shun gonna drive back. Still knocked into the wall. Xiaoshu, their main damage caught again.
Hang on the other side, though. Might be able to get some damage back on the Karras, who does go down, but they lose 2 as a result. Scout trying to flash on out. Wink in danger. Blast Cone away. And they will lose 3 and trade for just the bunny.
Scout, it's gonna go down. Skarner finds his way into the backline. They do get 1, but it is so little damage. They can't do enough. They lose 4 in return, and the tankiness of WE comes out on top.
It's pretty hard to watch. And again, Kayun's on his Varus looks so much better. Monkey on the Skarner as well. It's been one of his kind of pocket team fighting picks. 4-1 and 13, involved in nearly everything aside from the 1 kill. All over the shop this game.
WE get themselves everything, really. So far ahead in kills and objectives. 3 grubs as well. Very much a mirror of what happened last game. But that being said, you know, yeah, I think JDG, a lot of things just went wrong for them, even in stuff like laning phase, right? I think that draw eyes back to... Oh, it's fine, Victor's going to get caught out again. Gaz Flash, I think he'll survive. Maybe, will be just about, but it'll be tight thing. And in picture, yeah, Hayes. We were talking about, both of us talking about that itemization before that fight. Lord Dominates Regards. It's just too much HP. It's too much HP. You got armor, Ben. Okay, well, where's your percent HP?
You need 4 items. What you need, you're not going to get there.
You're not going to get that one, no. Rough, that.
Infinity Edge would help. Again, you really are. Again, Jin's profile changes again at 4 items, just off the passive. But
there aren't many people who don't have that approach change things. Like an Infinity Edge will help most people. Do you remember Infinity Edge Rek'Sai?
Yes, I do.
So cool. Was that a self-made thing? You tried to play that?
He did as well. I think he back in the day as well.
Yeah, I think they.
Rest in peace.
But yeah, no, the Infinity Edge kind of like just auto attack resets with a 20% crit back then, and just think, okay, well, hopefully it'll work out. That was back. Shun.
Back out again. Wink, though, again, is blinking quite a lot here. Shun flashes out of the Impale. Wink will likely die. It does take a little bit longer to die than I anticipated, but the Chains of Corruption snipe claim a 9 for Tae.
Very rare you see the actual cast of the Chains of Corruption get the last hit, but I mean, it works. I guess his arrow's on cooldown. They'll go towards the Baron. There is a smite on Shun. I don't think he's getting anywhere near the pit. So.
Well, he was felt like he had to come on face check, but it's just rough. TPing in is Scout, but it's tier 2.
Trying to do something. Shun's found out. He's going to get zoned off by the supporting members. Can he get anywhere close? Pace.
Just dodge the weirding, but Karis is so damn quick, it doesn't matter. Now the Unstoppable Onslaught comes on through. Shum has nowhere to go. Flag and drags through. Cataclysm out. Does he need to flash? Doesn't have it. So really does mean nothing. In comes the hook. Decimating smash. Karis is there.
9 game day. 9 game day. 9 game day. God, it's been a long one, folks. We've had some quick games, but there will be 9 of them. WE have Baron. They've killed off most of the enemy team. And JDG, well, you can't draft like that and expect it to go well after losing the early game as well. You need to see them step back up. WE, a much better performance from them. They need to be more precise like they were in this game. Better draft, better play. Game 3.
The Nexus turrets, we go. WE, March 4th, find a game win. Felt like they were losing all hope. Good for them. It is a solid game. 10-2-7. Taeyuth delivering on an iconic Varus. And they bring us to a 3rd, a 9th for the day. The hour draws late. JDG versus WE. I've still got one final after hours game for us to enjoy.
Okay, 9th game. It is a long-ass day, folks. So thank you for sticking with us for this one. God, my voice is shredded. Glad we stuck around for it, though. BLG earlier was very entertaining. I think this one is promising to deliver an interesting Game 3 as well, because they're both buying into such big team fights. And God, I need to not use my voice nearly as much. But yes, thank you for joining us. If you are enjoying what you're seeing here, please drop a like, follow, subscribe, all of the regular stuff. And whether that is on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, or on Nivea's highlight channel as well. Yeah. Show some support, please, if you can. We've had a lot of support today, which makes an awful lot of difference. It helps us keep doing what we're doing. Very hard to keep doing this sustainably because it's a long day and we do this an awful lot. We try our best and we try and bring you a fun LPL experience, but it is just a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, I think realistically we are going to stop doing this, just taking a day off a week, just on a sort of well-being front. Maybe we do something like just have the game on without the cast, but then we have to get up and
yeah, I still have to wake up early and still turn on the PC and do all the regular stuff. It is how it is. Going to a 9-game day. Screw it, I'm just going to play some horse game. We're going to put on some pre-roll ads.
Give me a mug, I'll stick the ginger back on.
I've got enough, I've got through half anyway. Alrighty, let's...
He's going to stretch his knee out, he's getting very unpleased with me.
Just do that sometimes. Alrighty, let's get into it. Let me just turn the music back on for this. Okay. Oh, God. Where are we at again? Race day? We don't have enough points for anything. And this is a... Wait, which one is this? Is this a medium or is it a long? It's a medium, so we can go front runner for this. We have the stats for medium and front run. We don't have stats for like front run longs. Yeah, there was 100 gifts orb, which was fucking huge earlier. Thank you so much to the anonymous gifter which did that. Makes an awful lot of difference. We don't want to be stuck in the... So one of the big pitfalls you can get into... Can W win? Of course they can. Did you see what they did that game? They can win, yeah. This is a big thing to note, by the way. You see the stuff here? Like the 3, 5, 8, 1. That's the amount of other races which are doing that strategy. The way that you lose, despite having very good stats, is by getting caught in a clump and getting blocked, so you can't use your power and speed and stuff like that. Let me just see exactly what's happening on that. I mean, the damage graph is fucking insane. Not sure if this is viable for you, but what Doinby has been doing is he'll invite someone onto stream for him on his account, and I think LS did that too. I just don't know anyone who really... I don't really know anyone who would stream on my channel, though, is the thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, like, have... I don't really have, like... So this is a 3-star. By the way, the max you can roll is 3-star, and then you can level them up to a 5-star afterwards. And they're called Medjaro McQueen. This was I think they were a racer which was racing around... Did 93, 94 or 95, 96? So that would have been about 30 years ago now they were a racer. And they very famously won the Double Tenno show, both the spring and the autumn. They didn't get the 3-peat. They were denied by Rice Shao, who's another character in this game. And then Rice Shao also denied the Triple Crown from Mihono Bourbon. And then Phil kind of got quite popular, but also like in an anti-hero way. So a lot of people quite annoyed with it. And sadly for Rice Shower, ran in another famous race, which a lot of people bet on. They had a fall which broke their leg, and because they lost so much money, they put him down, which is really fucking sad. And yeah, I hope that. Honestly, one of the things which I hope for with a game like this is that they it raises awareness for like some of the mistreatment of horses. Okay, front runner is fine. So Medjaro Orion is like the I don't know, I guess from the same sire or something like that. You have a 3-star Opera. Opera is really fucking good. Opera is really, really good. The top tier are... what's the name? Oh shit, Suzuka, it's really good. Top ones are Bakushin is really good. Even as a 1-star, Bakushin is really good. Augury Cap is very good, and TM Opero is very good. I think they're the top 3 right now. Haru's clearly the best, one of the best dirt runners, so yeah. But for TM Opero, I think you're a pace or late, so you want to focus on speed and power. Trying to remember what I did. Their ult is okay, it's not the best. Suzuka is really fucking good if you get really good stats, by the way, because their ult basically seals any kind of fight. If you're slightly if you manage to maintain the lead until the last corner, you go to completely shit on that. And then most importantly, you need to kind of like figure out what your support cards are. You want to make sure that yeah, you want to make sure that hang on, did we not get Swinging Maestro? That could be a problem. Wait, did we get any skills? I don't think we got any skills. That could be a problem. I don't understand how I win or lose race, how I succeed. Is it true? It's not all RNG. There's always some RNG, but it's not all RNG. Okay, do we get any skills? We might need a skill. Can we please get our ult? Okay, no, we might still be okay. Medra runs okay, front runner straightaways. That's pretty good. I don't know. I think Medra might catch. I think Ryan might catch his. Maybe not. Nice. Okay, cool. We take the win. Take the W. But yeah, you want to make sure... So basically, never train Guts if you can help it. Friendship train early. Send the link for this game. You can get it on Steam. You can get it on Steam or the app or any app store. So it's Uma Masume. Okay, good stuff. And we won by 3 lengths, which is actually pretty good. And we got tons of fans, so that's fine for us. And player of the game was Monkey. Nice. How are you perma winning? I finished last once. So it's about stat balance. I also have good support cards. I've also got very good inspiration. Another thing is that add friends, or you can just follow people. You don't have to be friends with them, as long as you have their friend code. Oh, I need to rest like really bad. Unless there's a good wit. No, I don't want to do that. So yeah, you want to, so for instance, I borrow like a level 50 super good support card from someone because it's really fucking good, obviously. Make an Umumasume guide. There are plenty out there. There are plenty out there, so it's not really, 22, I think I actually need to rest again, you know? That sucks, I don't want to rest again. I really want stamina as well. Oh, that's an extra friendship training, we take that. Although I really need stamina. I really, really need stamina. Where do you do friendship stuff? So when you go to training, you see the icon above each thing. Try and get as many in there as possible all the time. That is, I can't turn it down a 2 speed. But want to listen to you? I mean, I can do some stuff. I just don't know where I put it, because let's be honest, people are not watching, like, my thing for 2 turns left. I think I rest, actually. Unless there's a race I can do. G2. Oh, no, that's not, you know, G2. That's a medium. That's okay. That's a medium. I really need, what? Yeah, so if you see the icon... So, hang on, I'll show you this thing. Let's try and get the max energy. Cool, nice. Really want stamina. But also just really good speed. But yeah, you see, like, the icon of the friends on the side here? That's where you get friendship stuff. Which one is this again? See, pineapple... skill points or stamina? I mean, we definitely go stamina. Definitely want stamina. Yeah, I just don't know where I put that kind of content. So we want to go full front runner stuff, really. This, I don't particularly want that. This is not great for front runner. This is okay. This is good. This is good. Yeah, that's good. It's so number go up dopamine measure. It is. It hits on a lot of levels, because actually it's like, if you're into like visual novel kind of stuff, it's actually pretty good, and they've actually been quite respectful to like the stories of each of the characters, I guess. Our stamina's gonna be still shit, isn't it? Oh no, it's okay actually for this. Nice, cool. Yeah. So actually the stories are like, and you understand like what their goals are. Some of the characters you'll vibe with, some of them you won't. Some of them are annoying, some of them aren't. There's there's like okay PvP and friendship stuff and like friend connection stuff later. Number one favorite. Yeah, we should be completely fine with this. We should actually get an undefeated run here, I think. From this point, I think we should get an undefeated run. I think. I mean, I guess it depends on. It really depends on stamina stuff now. I need to get more stamina. I've not rolled good stamina. Honestly, I haven't rolled fantastic friendship training. Because what you're meant to do, some of the support cards mean that it's more likely for multiple people to turn up on the same thing. And if you get like five people on the same thing, it will literally go up by 100, which is insane. It depends on the support card. So your support cards can give you stuff like friendship bonus, which when it kind of goes rainbow, it means it increases it by 1%. Or it gives you like a base bonus, and you try and do the maths between that. So for instance, sometimes the super rare cards don't actually have that great extra bonuses. Sometimes they do. But yeah, I want to start on Steam and try a reroll because I just hit 100 pulls without an SSR. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's insane. Oh, I'm so sorry, man. That sucks. Yeah, what you can do is, like, in a lot of these... Okay, this is over. We already got Swinging Meister and we didn't get a late start. It's just so over. One thing to race these horses, but then they have to... Yeah, so you can just skip all the concerts. And I'm doing... It's not my thing. I'm not, like, into idols, really. So you can do that. Okay, so yeah, we're just getting all the skills now. That's good. Okay, so.
比较偏向于打架，然后他们更多的时候是围绕资源去进行争夺。感觉Vampire的话，就是他的泰坦跟瑞尔玩的比较好吧，然后他们野辅联动比较紧，然后这个版本结合下来的话，打他们下路就只要正常 VP 就行。我自己的目标的话
Yeah, we shouldn't really be losing this now. We didn't get rushed. We didn't get late start. We got a bunch of skills, and we were already number 1 in stats. So. No. I have really good cards, and I figured my shit out. And I have really good skills. And by the way, if you don't have Super Creep or Kita-san Black as a support card, follow someone. Skills are not automatic. Skills trigger based on your wit stat. But you don't want to level that much. But wit also regains some energy, so you will naturally get some as you don't want to rest and use wit instead. Oh, Augury Cap. Oh, shit, and hell, Augury Cap's actually really fast. Oh, bloody hell. Are we actually going to go second? I think we are. Oh, it's fucking close. But yeah, the higher your wit stat, the more likely it is. Oh, we just don't have stamina, man. Nice. Cool. Jesus, though. Okay, so we're going to get all of our skill level ups, at least, I think. Hey, thank you so much for the sub there, Waller. Yeah, that was a lot. I don't have this. I think it's like so. Basically, if you sprint, you need 400 stamina. Medium 600. Oh wait, no, is it? I think basically each step up is like 400, 600, 800, and then yeah, or something like that. It's like you do need a gymnast.
That you're the greatest Ari player.
Oh my god, all of this is still going to go through the backlog of all of the things. But yes, skills aren't.
User gifted a tier 1 sub to Snackboy Supreme.
I hear, Alex.
Oh my god, it's just keeping going.
That you're the greatest Ari player ever.
Okay, well, we've got 5 turns left on this. I guess we just wait. How many extra skills do we want? Because we can get an extra bunch of skills. I really need some. Wait, hang on. Can I do? I already got deep breaths or whatever, right? Didn't I? Deep breathing. Cooldown. I don't think I want the full cooldown thing though. It's okay. They bring power over 500 as well. It's pretty good. Yeah, this is. I don't know. I've just not rolled it. This is actually not going to be. I might get an A, maybe if I'm lucky, but I don't think this is going to be like good. You get what I mean? Like I shouldn't have 400 stamina because I'm doing long races. I should have like 600 or something. Oh shit! Really? It's kind of annoying. And now I get a fucking special one. Okay, I gotta rest now. Yeah. But we did get an undefeated career, which is still pretty damn good. This is gonna level up the ult again. Nice. And now we wait for, like, good skill training, basically. Not skill training. Yeah, like friendship training, basically. Okay. And now we do the post-campaign, basically. Which is basically fighting for extra stats. Yes, thank God. We need more stamina badly, man. I just didn't get good stamina training. Do I get anything for 90? Do I want anything for 90? No, I don't want full runner. Sometimes I think you can roll for stuff like that. I just don't want to. 40% on that. Pretty good. It's in mediums. This should be fine. Yeah, in mediums we're fine. Do I have long corners? Did I get that? Because long doesn't matter, obviously, because that depends on your thing. Front runner, front runner. No, I didn't get long corners. I could do. And what's thing we're using? We're using front, okay. Hey Nymaera, where is the man that used to be shown on the Onivia highlight? That is Onivia. That's Onivia themselves, by the way, so... yeah, they're the owner of the channel. So this is like the post-campaign where you, yeah, get to do all your funky stuff. But honestly, this has not been like... It's been a good campaign. It's not been fantastic, you know what I mean? Okay, we go again. Okay. Yeah, Onivia's cool. It is cool. Obviously, we wouldn't be on their channel. No worries. I keep an eye on chats when I can. FBI? What do you mean by FBI? Front runner corners. Do we get Swinging Maestro? I mean, Swinging Maestro just kind of wins anything for us. Swinging Maestro is the best skill in the game. And the reason why Super Creek is such a good support card is because it gives you Swinging Maestro. It's the only way you get it. So Swinging Maestro gives you so much stamina back that you only need it for like... Okay, if you're going like long races, you should probably get two stamina skills. But Swinging Maestro will get... Hang on, we're actually into game and I need to... Okay, that means I need to really shut this off, which is a problem. Let's hide the horse game. I'm so sorry if I was going to have to hide the horse game and get into the game itself. I'm so sorry. Let's get into it. As we get into the picks and bans yet again. Trust me for trying to get things done in time and do that. Okay, so Nico, Lucian, bot lane dominant picks being banned out currently. Gwen. Wait, was that was banned last game too? Very common ban, of course. What's left up on the table which is really powerful? What junglers do we have? Pantheon is not banned just yet. Which can be, yeah, a bit of an issue, can't it? Pantheon very, very, very strong. Trundle banned away. Of course, Monkey loves playing that. Vibe Pantheon first pick? Question mark. Pantheon left up and available for a very rare time. Comes through, showing a good player of it. Did W have a plan? We won the race, by the way, just so everyone knows. Right. We got first place. There we go. Cool. I'll show you that. And Senna Braum on the other side. So Pantheon has to deal with a pretty good anti-melee comp. Senna has the global to fire it at Pantheon's dive target as well. Questions about what you can combo this Pantheon up with now. Rise, Pantheon, double global. Could be okay. Sivir really helps people follow up that Pantheon as well. Ooh. And honestly, I don't really like Senna into the Sivir because Senna can't pressure lane. Braum is awful and stuff. They lock the Corki instead. More lane pressure.
It could strictly be a mid laner too.
No, not anymore, really. I think that especially not blind. I think in some cases you can, but what happens if they lock Orianna into the Corki? You get blasted, you basically can't play the game at that point.
Yeah, there's a world where it gets flex, so I wouldn't be surprised to see top lane on 4, especially now you see the Cassante and then see whether you can flex around if you have to.
Well, JDG would have to pick... they would have to pick both their champions once they've seen that anyway. So they won't be able to properly see that matchup. It's likely jungle on 4 for WE, hide the mid lane pick, and therefore you never want to blind pick the Corki. Yeah, the Corki. Corki in mid lane already not fantastic. Doing it in that kind of situation, that feels hard to do. So second round of picks, banning out some of the anti-tank stuff topside. You've already got rid of so the Rumble's gone, the Ambessa's gone, the Yorick's gone. These are all champions which tend to deal better with the Cassante. The Aurora is gone as well. Played in the mid lane last game. That was also a decent matchup into the Cassante. You could play Smolder into the Cassante top lane. Play something like a Galio mid instead. Where's Galio still up? Yeah, you could play Galio mid.
Don't worry about it. I'm speeding the stream up. And forgot to move my volume back down.
Yeah. Braum counters all 3 champions? I don't think Braum counters lots of AD carries. I think he actually struggles versus lots of ranged champions. I think Smolder just keeps burning him down eventually. And Braum can't jump onto a Smolder in the way that a Leona or Nautilus can.
So I do grant you that Corki wanting to Valkyrie forwards at a miserable time into Braum.
But then you can just Valkyrie backwards. You just walk at him and you Valkyrie backwards and he struggles. He doesn't want to walk over the Valkyrie. The Shred is still nasty. I mean, I think that currently JDG have the better laning phase, the 2v2 out of the two. Center Braum's not bad. Poppy locked in with jungle. Good versus the Braum, the Poppy, the Rel and the Pantheon. Now JDG, you don't see mid lane matchup. You know top lane. Do you commit to something like Smolder into the Cassante? Orianna, very good blind pick here for the mid lane. It's pretty good versus stuff like the center Braum, who are out until they get hyper ranged on the center. Really struggles with it. Braum often kind of snarled up from going in too early, and not many things beat Orianna in lane nowadays.
No Renekton yet this game, so it could be a blind pick. And again, you've got 2 good ball carriers already in the Rel and the Pantheon. Renekton doesn't exactly hate getting enchanted and sped up either, so can be a decent enough link or lock-in, and therefore that's going to be Xiaoshu pulling that one out. Mid lane for Karis. I've seen a bit of Hui here and there.
Yeah, I like the Hui into the Renekton. I like it into the Orianna a little bit. It can be a little bit of a hard laning phase, but particularly the Renekton it's good into. I think the Victor, I don't know. I don't love the fact that they're going towards... I would have almost preferred something like the Akali, I think. But I guess you want to play for range. You have the front to back. They go towards that Victor. Double long range carries. I think Orianna is one of the champions which does beat Victor in laning phase, though, which will be a problem. I think you have technically 3 winning lanes for JDG with a jungler which can leverage on that. Now, Poppy can slap back quite well. I think WE need level 1 plans. Potentially, they need early game plans to make sure that JDG don't just walk away with 3 winning lanes and then walking into really nasty Pantheon ulting across the map and catching out people like the center if they're out of position.
Okay, if they can play defensive, they can play back with the massive front line and the Victor and the center being artillery pieces behind, that's great. But JDG, much better early power. They tried to play with similar early power. Last game, it didn't work out, that we thought compositionally it was a little bit more disjointed, and that definitely hurt. This time around, not so sure.
Last game of the day, 9 full games we've had here on this wonderful Saturday over in the LPL. It has been a slog. Thank you for sticking with us or just joining for bits and pieces of it. Either way, thank you for being here. It helps us do what we do, and I hope you're enjoying yourselves along the way. WE knocked out JDG in last playoffs, embarrassed them on their own stage. JDG were massive overdogs in that series and bombed out at the earliest possible opportunity in playoffs. They reached top 4 to WE, knocking out top esports as well, believe it or not. What a run they had. Can they do the same in terms of the matchup? JDG looking for a bit of revenge. WE on a slump at the start of this split. Perhaps the underdog bonus gone. Perhaps form waiting to be refound.
These questions and more to be answered as we head on to the Rift. Skin selections there. Nothing for the Pantheon. Nothing for the Rel. The Faker school of thought as we head on to the Rift for our final time today. Welcome to Game 9, folks. Poor Jingjong voice leader beginning to go there. I can hear the croak. It's late, folks. I can't imagine what hour it is over in China right now. What time is it in Beijing?
Late, Sam. I think it was 8 hours ahead or something like that of us.
Oh, it's the early hours then.
Maybe slightly less than that, but it has been 3 game series all day. And this is without having the 1v1s as well, which of course did add something else into it before. So it's 11:03 p.m. Sorry, yeah, okay, so it's a little bit, yeah. So it's we had
6 hours.
Yeah, 6 hours. That's the one. 8 hours. Then my bad. So Vampire on the Braum, double tap from Taeyun. Doesn't get it onto Wink. Wink dodges the Q. Pace doesn't. Good damage onto the AD carry. Always matters more. Good level 1 so far from Taeyun and Vampire. Wink, does he crash down onto someone? What you can sometimes see is as the minions start to get low, Rel will crash down level 1, use the shield. Not necessarily go for an all-in, but just try and buy some auto attacks from the enemy teammate into the shield. Q start from Victor, and Scout not landing his own Q means that Karis actually doing okay at level 1 here too, which is often a bit of a tricky part for the Victor versus the Orianna.
Land your Q, you tend to have better time as long as you can outspace the side from power. as it stands.
Oh, it is the pool public misfortune. Yep.
Because I'm not sure, it might be Caitlyn with that rifle.
It's the hat though.
Doesn't Caitlyn also have a hat?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, welcome into chat, Cookie Chat. Yes, they had some huge gift subs earlier. Welcome into chat. And yes, streaming all the places today. Level 1, push for Pays. And for Wink, not over pushing right now. Good boss bomb onto Tay in there. Q missing. Oh, and that's the flash forward. Q going down means that you have a lot more HP to play with.
Crash down, but the Unbreakable did come up, and that means that Parabolic Frost passive comes down onto Wink. Sorry, Concussive Blows passive comes down onto Wink. And Sejuani in the other game today, and I was thinking of the similar passive from the Freljord. Either way, someone gets stunned in place for a little bit. He's trying to stack up his Honk a little bit. Shield for the boss bomb. Hides behind the Rel Vampire, missing that Q, importantly that. Wanted to get damage on the Corki, instead ends up missing both of them. Red Ward to protect against any kind of invades from Pantheon into the jungle. You see, of course, top lane as well. Push for Renekton, no surprise there. The way that Cassante tends to work in matchups like this is less into Renekton, I have to say. He has to make a choice of using his HP and starting Q to get wave push, or saving his HP and using E to tank up a lot of the damage. Right now, it looks like Cube is pretty happy to just tank things up and maintain a little... Push, yeah, just deal with a little bit more. Shun, level 4, bot side scuttle coming up. But actually, Vampire and Tane have got the bounce back in bot side. Shun either way, though. Going to go towards that bot side. Monkey spotted walking across that, so they'll know that. Scout not having a great time in this early lane, especially with this matchup that's not great. No, it is not. JDG find themselves a decent amount of shove there. Taeyun potentially in danger here, actually. Ate a lot of HP. Has got no cleanse, by the way. No heal on Vampire. Shun could dive this.
Yeah, they could. No Guardian or anything like that either. The wave is not going to be pushed in that easily.
Can Comet's Fist off?
Can do. Just the shield comes through. No. Stacking up the Conqueror is Shun.
So it comes on down. Actually buys a fair amount of time. Going to get rooted up. Where is the Poppy coming over from blue buff? Does manage to get a little bit of assist. Delays Taeyun and Vampire's backs. Monkey, not spotted, is now potentially a moment here as Monkey might be looking for a stun. Needs to be a bit wary. Steadfast presence reactively there, expecting the Q to potentially be that W.
When you're at that kind of HP, a flash wall stun does end your career. That they don't buy into that. Not the best early lane. Monkey helping the shove out by smiting the cannon minion. I haven't seen that one in a while. Doesn't take it himself. Good on him for helping the push in. Helps Taeyun and Vampire get their recall. They survive the early levels, which can be a problem here, and they can get themselves a reset onto the map in force.
Doing their best. Crash down from Wink as the passive is beginning to get stacked. It's a bit of a weird one for Rel to brawl. If you overplay your hand, you can end up getting stunned up with no way out, and that feels pretty miserable.
It's a problem with any melee support, really. He just missed the cannon there, by the way. Oopsies.
Cannon in chat, folks.
So Taeyun gets himself Swifties, goes back out onto the map, get himself a free reset. Monkey happy there. W hits onto Renekton. Doesn't have himself the Rage Bar stacked up just yet. Just be careful. Dodge that Q though. She should be safe.
The heal on that one. We want to reset at some point soon-ish. Both have TP'd. This wave crashing will take a little while, so should be able to walk back to lane without losing too much. Somebody wants to get on the back. We'll be looking towards some boots at this point. We'll see. It was a long suit.
Vampire and Wink rotating about the place. This is a problem again. Kara's much better wave control this game. He's gonna stop Scout from recalling, and look at this. You know, the wave can be completely frozen out in front of the tower. It will be a 5 minion advantage, which is more than enough using the grab field. The Victor Classic, you stun up the wave, means that you don't have to tank it nearly as much. This will start taking turret shots, it's a bit awkward, I think. Just outside. Alright, well played, Karas there.
Nicely done. Here they come to try and push it. Of course, Pays and Wink have come in to clear out this wave while the Orianna goes bot side, so an early rotation through. Dragon is up. Grubs will still be a minute and a half or so away, so really fighting over those as yet. What's part of that ward in that bush behind the red buff, actually? So I think Shen is a known quantity right now.
Thinking red ping's down there. Yeah, they should know. It doesn't have his passive up just yet. Monkey walking out of the brush. Could be a flash wall stun. I don't think they have the damage, which is Poppy and Senna for like a full 100 to 0. Should be flash at best coming out, and then of course you're walking potentially into a shockwave too. What of Ages Orianna? I'm sure I love that from JDG's mid laner Scout. Actually, I think that's a bit low damage for what they need in this game. It's going to be harder to kill, but worried that they will run out of damage.
Charging just ulted there. Probably the best moment of all time, but either way.
Helps him push out. And what it does do is help him push out. And I think he'll still have... Oh, no, it's not a 60-second around rank 1, but you should have it around the grub spawn, I suppose, after popping that a little earlier. Shun will get the Scuttle Crab because Pays and Xiaoshu both started brawling a little bit in their lanes as they came up there. So that's Scuttle 1 for the Pantheon.
With that all-out discrepancy, maybe find some value. Shockwave comes on down onto Karis. Grabs the field now timed out, and Karis needs to be really wary here about getting run down. The speed comes on through. Grand Starfall, flash for the shield bolt. Dawning Shadow comes on through too late, and he's gone.
Too late, too little. And Karis blows the flash and dies. The Senna ult hits nothing, and Taeyun wastes that cooldown too. They didn't expect Pantheon to be going so quickly bot side. That's a big win. Some gold over towards that Pantheon after just getting that extra Scuttle Crab as well. Yes, he's going to lose himself a topsides camp potentially. Trying to see it. Yeah, Monkey's going to take away that blue buff, at least I think. He has the smite, should have cleanly take him. WE disrespecting the global.
Oh no, a single blue buff stolen. I think, you know, it's annoying, but it's not exactly the value of a kill.
Yeah, and Monkey, the reason that Scuttle Crab is so important, it got Shun the level 6 to go bot lane.
Yeah.
That was the importance of that Scuttle Crab. Often, like, the respawn of the Scuttle ends up being so important because if you're an AD skirmishing jungler farming at the rate that you normally do, that will be your level 6 a lot of the time. So yeah, again, around that 7 to 8 minute mark, you're looking to, 7 minute mark for these junglers can be really important.
Yes, anywhere between 45 and 50 CS, depending on how many kills you got involved with, tends to be a level 6 marker for your junglers. And because of that, good amount of Scuttle Crab stuff picked up to get that level 6 on a nice time. We've got to go and get involved. TP in towards this bot side. Braum turning for the spell book. Will spot out Wink.
Leached a bit more XP as well, so has that level 6 before. Wink had decent game in the RAL the other day versus IG. Had some really big individual combos, 4-man, 5-man Magnet Storms. Didn't win the game, but still pretty cool while he was doing it at least. Monkey getting some help from Braum, walking to the enemy side of the map. Okay.
It's just a way of saying pretty cool.
Oh, right.
I went for I'm 9 games deep and I'm running out of references for a moment or two.
True. Yeah.
So 9 games deep and I'm trying to keep all the champion ability with my head.
Missing the stun there. Monkey could get a double steal away here. Scout, I mean, dude, you literally saw Vampire clearing the ward here.
I mean,
Shockwave's himself.
Shockwave, but there's going to be the passive coming on through. Misses the Winter Spite. No way does he just get to walk away.
Phase Rush is an OP tool that has enough HP from the Catalyst to see him out safely. Scout buying up the attention of Vampire, uses his ultimate. You know, Vampire used the Summoner spell, walked in. Maybe you could have ulted him and forced the flash, but chose not to. Monkey gets himself a red buff steal. I think he does anyway, actually. Did Shun get the steal? No, wait, no, I guess he didn't, because Shun just has red buff there. So I guess Monkey didn't get that steal right. I just I was paying attention to what was happening in bot lane. He didn't steal the red buff, because Shun has it. And that's what they were showing.
Yes.
Good on Shun, I guess. His ult's coming up now.
Shun the non-believer.
Shun the non-believer. He's going to magical Scuttle Crab. So is the way.
Shun the heretic. Very hardcore name.
It would be. What's Xiao even going to go as a second item? He's got the Rod of Ages. You don't get, like, that much cooldown reduction from it. You know, I don't like Rod of Ages Orianna that much. I feel like you do so little damage. We saw it, you know the 5-man Shockwave Chove the other day? It's so little damage because he was that Rod of Ages Orianna. You do have Clockwork Wind-Up, and you have enough HP to brawl with that. That is a positive thing, I will definitely say that. Monkey spotted...
4 damage to you, so you possibly don't need speed.
Hang on. There's actually a problem. If they'd stayed on those Krugs there, Cube could have dragged them over the wall into Monkey. So they have to be careful. They take the small Krug, push the wave under turret again. And Scout will bully out the Gasante. Again, Clockwork Wind-Up and the Qs are pretty nasty, and you have more hate. This is where the Rod of Ages is good. You have too much HP for people to bully you out and like extended trades, because your Clockwork Wind-Up is really obnoxious, and you have enough HP to stand around, tank a couple of hits, and keep autoing.
Cube doesn't have TT, but Victor does. Got his own Rod of Ages. Will be a stack or so behind, but we'll be able to try and match that vaguely here.
Yeah. And the thing with Victor is, like, he has so much damage from his burns and his gravity field. Extended team fight value. So the Rod of Age actually does make a difference in terms of him being able to walk up and battle maze in a way that he can't normally do.
Shoot. Clearing out that wave there. Eclipse Renekton, by the by. We're seeing more and more with that really these days. Not seeing outside to the Sun Sky build.
I was watching a Renekton main's videos and stuff where, you know, we saw that one Terminus build? There is a crazy Terminus build where, you can do that, where you kind of go like Eclipse, Terminus, Death Stance, and you go kind of crazy with it. You can sometimes go 3 points Q into W max into some matchups too, just
to get as many Eclipse shields and
well, it means that when you get to your core items, you know, with Eclipse giving you some cooldown reductions and Death Stance Q or Black Cleaver or whatever, you get like a 5-second W cooldown. Like,
okay.
When you max it out.
Basically, people can't move for a large portion of the fight.
It means in extended combos you get ridiculous on-hit damage, like on-hit damage from the Terminus in terms of like the Shred and whatever. Obviously you don't go with Black Cleaver in the Terminus build, but I think Black Cleaver is typically better, by the way, but in solo queue can be very, very high damage because of just unexpected bursts. People don't really expect it.
Looking to abuse your W trades, I can see it. I know, I think Aragon was the one I remember tweeting out in rage. He wasn't a big fan, but again.
Yeah, well, so the thing is, and you know, I very much respect his opinion on the Renekton, but I've seen a couple of Renekton mains talking about it now.
What the concept is.
Yeah. Because, you know, an Empowered W, like, it does stack most of a Terminus.
Because we were wondering ourselves, thinking that feels very unusual.
Yeah, and in fairness it is. But if you go something like Blade Eclipse Terminus, your burst is absolutely obscene, yeah.
Oh, Cube. Here we go. This is a Cassante. I don't know how much damage they have here.
Do they just hit the turret? I don't know. Maybe
the turret, actually.
They do have 3 grubs. Damage on top side.
Xiaoshu in danger, trying to buy time. He's got the wave going down. Shun took turret aggro. They've killed off the Renekton. Now Cube may be in danger himself.
And he's just going to head back under turret. Topside, no plates have been taken just yet. Scout used the shockwave. Cube has flash, has ult. He's going to try and flash and bring someone over the wall.
Dawning Shadow. Nice. Manic Storm denies that potential angle. Still going to have to W back towards this turret.
Well, I think they're going to go towards it anyway. Again, remember, Cube has flash, has ult. Wants to get someone over the wall.
There's the stun, all out the other direction. He's trying to buy some time, trying to get somebody. The heal comes on through. Flashing. Flash away from Wink. It is a hard-won fight, but they finally kill off the Cassante and get the turret.
Cassante Gaming, they get the turret, they get the kill. Teleport topside might stop it answering in kind. Xiaoshu doesn't have flash. Will get the ultimate out of Monkey. I don't think that's fantastic, actually. Xiaoshu will still get there for the next wave. That's a bit of a wasted Poppy ultimate. And at the end of the day, it's a funny clown car, Fiesta, whatever the hell in the bot lane as Cube really outplays about as well as he could there. You can see how many ults and flashes he blew over there. W don't get the turret on the other side of the map. Xiaoshu will be able to take up his station here again. He'd be more than happy to just keep wave clearing. And WE are now down map pressure for the cost.
The only thing really he could have done better is maybe find a better angle to get someone over a wall. Couldn't quite do that, but considering that, tried pretty well.
Xiaoshu can even get 3 grubs and a demolish proc on top side as well. Looks like he's going towards the Shojin second, by the way, for, you know, increased. Lots of everything. It's not necessarily the anti-AD item. The Black Cleaver is going to be built up by Shun. Cube, hang on a second. Cube he doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult. Now, he outplayed the first one. This is a bit much there, mate.
Flash down. Good W there. In comes Shun, looking for the Comet Spear. Into the back of Cube's skull.
From 0 to 0, Cube outplayed the first dive, overstayed the second, and this is a big problem. They didn't get the tower on the first trade. They got a kill. Now they've given over tower gold to the Renekton. And yes, they will answer with the bot lane out of turret. They're still in the grand scheme of things, trading 2 turrets for 1 because JDG's top turret stands. Dragon, second one, will be claimed for WE. Herald will be taken up by JDG. And that's very dangerous because if you slam that Herald into mid lane turret, JDG can come across different angles. That'll be a huge problem after that point, but in terms of taking the outer turret itself, if you slam the Herald down, you can come at it from multiple angles because there's no side lane turret to stop JDG from kind of coming around the back of your mid lane turret. So right now, look at where they're trying to move to put vision down. It's just around the red buff and around that sort of area. If you start pushing in here, you can start approaching from different angles. Look at Shun now. He can actually go around the Raptor pit if he wants. Gonna drive it into mid lane turret instead. I'm not sure if he intended to do so. I guess he did. Gonna slam into the turret.
Find that drive on in. He's a bit wary because Poppy was behind him. Shun in danger. Is going to die.
Shun should have never jumped in that. A rookie mistake from Shun gets blocked by the Poppy W, and W, great punish there. JDG had a great angle to approach that the objective of the mid lane out of turret, but they go way too far. Mistake from Shun.
Maybe still do this again though. Vampire at half, Taeyu with not a lot of mana, no Dawning Shadow, no Glacial Fissure. Shockwave
misses.
Went wide. Wink now in danger. They'll still get this tier 1, eventually at the cost of their jungler.
Vampire still very low, has flash, not going to be forced to blew that heal instead. It's always very funny seeing Spellbook supports just blowing like another different summon at every single team fight. WE will get themselves that top lane out of turret. However, once again, have to mention that they are... God, no, they're not. Okay, right. Scout will able to take that down there too. I guess worried about Wink coming up the river, which he was. So WE, I thought it was going to be 3 for 2 in terms of turrets, in terms of the grand scheme of all of the trading. It ends up being a 3 for 1. It's even worse for WE, who are getting a bit outplayed around the map. Now, not the end of the world. Only 1,000 gold behind, and they have a great gold lead on Victor. Victor is going to be a problem. Going to be a problem. I will say I think JDG have better access to deal with the Victor than previous teams we've seen beforehand. Like, if a Renekton goes into the backline, still a problem. I also think that, you know, Pantheon dropping in can stop him from safely farming in some places. I think this is a better anti-Victor comp than some. Not all of them. But still, yeah, a big threat. Karis, a player which we were criticizing awful lot for that first game and his previous Silas games and the like, having a good show of it here.
1,000 gold, as you said, up in farm. And in fact, honestly, the fact that WE only 1,000 gold behind, considering they're down 2 turrets, is pretty okay, all things said. Good farm. The center in particular is doing very well here, very happy.
Teleport in. What's Cube's plan here? So he's stacking up his Q. He might want to go through the wall, but if he drags Shin through the wall, he's going to meet Wink instead. And he gets stunned out.
There's the shield vault, trying to find an angle yet to do it. Goes all out the other direction.
That's not going to help their friend.
He's just going to die now. Loses all of his stats. Magnus Storm comes down. Pays. Will Valkyrie in and has donated the kill.
I am really starting to dislike how WE leave Cube out to dry. What is he meant to do that? You need someone else coming to his lane, whether that is Monkey or Vampire helping him out. Hell, even send like Senna up there to double push in with the Shiv at some point. Cube has been left out to dry a bunch of times this split, and we're only like 3 series in. He had it on the Gwen versus Invictus Gaming. He's had it a couple of other times too. There was a Rumble game, I believe, versus Weibo, which was similar. Cube is now behind by such an amount, he is not going to be able to frontline in the same way. That is a huge problem. Monkey stunned.
Let's get the W up. It takes a lot of damage. My days.
And now that means he can't defend the top lane turret. They can probably siege onto this. Remember, they have the 3 grubs. Shockwave there just to poke. Not that much, realistically. But JDG really just targeting the 1 weak member, bullying them into the dirt. And WE are starting to lose massive control of the map.
The Orianna build, again, it's more about damage over time, getting as many rotations as you can. But the shockwave damage now is relatively limited, it has to be said.
So WE, we're 1,000 gold behind, now stretched out to about 2,000. Cube gets himself a wave to farm. I just don't get what Cube is meant to do in this game. Every time he's pushing up, WE have left him on an island. I think, you know, the first dive was well played. I think the overstay on top lane, not great. And I think this last one there too, that's just a bit of frustration. Scout does have phase rush. He'll be able to run away from the Brawn passive. Really hard to catch. I think very little engage.
Phase rush 2,500 HP makes this Orianna quite challenging to mess with. Xiaoshu coming along. Could be dangerous here with that Shojin on top of everything else. 5 seconds and Atakan's spot.
Morning right now. Here comes the Pantheon. Here comes Monkey's ult.
Grand Starfall looking at the backline. Monkey trying to find some value. Does not quite get it as yet. Wink potentially in danger. Has the Arcane Storm on top of him. Needs to remount. Down in the backline. As Xiaoshu finds way onto the Brawl. Trying to turn it around his Cube. Doing his best. Dawning Shadow comes on through. Goes all out. But Shun just does not give a damn. At this point, the Death Ray comes on down. Flash on board from base. Doesn't quite get the kill as the shields come on board from the footwork.
Shockwave still available, Scout. It came off cooldown in that fight. Lots of low HP bars. I don't know if you can do this. This is very dangerous. Aton does a ton of damage. And while we're off screen, Shockwave comes out from Scout in a 1v3 under the mid lane under turret. Scout takes matters into his own hands and gets a solo, well, not a solo kill, but in a 1v3.
And now we'll be able to get much there. All the while, though, Monkey said screw it and reset and go for Soul Point. Going to try and get to Mount Soul Point, which I think is not an unreasonable option.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It is a Mount Soul. It's valuable for the Cassante, but JDG have done very well at managing the map. Their macro has been better this game. They were first to the turrets. Typically, when Scout is on teams, I do look to see how they play around outer turrets. There is a trend of teams that Scout is on taking the outer ring of turrets very effectively. LNG 2023.
JDG 20,
yeah, and this is no, and I think that JDG in this split have managed to do something pretty well with that as well.
One time as well.
WE will get themselves that soul point. That is important. However, down 4,500 gold, and the Atakan definitely not helping things as well. I think next time, I mean, so what happens here is the Poppy ult is early. It's early, it doesn't hit the Pantheon out. Bad mistake by Monkey, who Look, I know that people are saying that Monkey's still, you know, playing one of the best players on his team. I think it's technically true. I also don't think he's playing that fantastically well right now. Look at this Nymaera game that he played before. Look at this. Henry mismanages that play there too. Hang on a second. Winker's gone too far and he's died. Was he pulled out by an all-out? No. I don't know what the hell happened there then. He's done.
Warding mission, probably.
Good job,
Scout. You and the footwork to attempt to save him.
I mean, he didn't have flash as soon as that starts winding up. I mean, good job on Scout. Has the Leandries now similar to Karis. Bit of extra damage there. Red buff stolen away. Monkey's sadness there. 1,000 gold down behind himself. Xiaoshu, 1,700 gold up on his opposing number. He's done a great job of snowballing that lead through the macro play with JDG.
Again, there's been a lot of attention onto cubes. That makes some sense to why that lead is coming on through. And, you know, don't get me wrong. Back to that Monkey discussion. He had a really good Skarner game. In fact, did he get MVP for that game?
Yes, he did.
No.
Yeah, he did.
But again, the games 1 and 3, I think it's fair to say he wasn't it, especially.
And this is the thing, you got to put things in perspective. Like, I still think Monkey is playing worse than last split.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's still probably the best player on his team, but I don't think there's anyone on W who's playing the way that they did last split. I do think there was a, again, I think they had an underdog bonus. I think they'll have to build up to that again.
A little bit of a shout out to Monkey there. Did get the flash over the wall
nice.
to throw Rel backwards, basically, from under his own tier 2, which is quite nicely done. So I'll give some credit there. That was nicely done, and a much-needed pick as the game is falling away from them. They've got Soul potential to play for in 3 minutes. Could potentially trade that out for a Baron or something as well.
Yes, I think also now you've got the point where you can get a fight for Soul with a Poppy ultimate. That's not bad. That's pretty good, actually. You know, you are behind a lot of gold, but given the state it's in, you can still look at potentially getting a Mountain Soul. JDG, the best late game damage. Again, it's the Rod of Ages Orianna. It's not going to be huge damage coming out of that. Corki going for full crit. Yes, that will be a bit of a pain, but again, it's not like he's the biggest hyperscaler either compared to a bunch of other things there. Root lands onto the Corki. Teleport coming behind. Here comes Orianna.
The angle. Shun goes forward.
W late.
Assault, but now Scout can look for something until the Keeper's Verdict comes on down. Damage back now. Condensed to get interesting as Wink in danger. Gets a bit of a shot for the crash down, but just dies.
Shun doesn't get blocked by the W, but the shockwave from Scout doesn't land because he's punted away by Monkey. JDG really disrespecting the Poppy ultimate. Didn't work in that top lane fight, but WE, again, they're not in that bad a spot right now. The damage from JDG is not something that will be that threatening for forever.
No, important pick off there. Wink did have the flash, decided not to burn it, and I think with things like the Soul Point fight, or Soul Fight rather, coming up in a couple minutes,
yes.
Probably
No,
wise.
I completely agree. You need that flash cooldown at that point. I will say, I mean, I thought that with the W not being cast well from Monkey there, it didn't stop the Pantheon W. I thought that there was a flash engage angle. If Wink had done that to cancel out the Poppy, it could have been big. Now, Scout has phase rush. There's a teleport coming into him. He's going to be safe. There was an angle from WE there.
TP for TP. Renekton TPing. Worth noting on the other side, I think it was Karis coming on in. So yes, it'll be the Renekton and the Victor down that summoner.
Yeah, I really like how Victor's going towards the Zhonya's third as well. I think you have enough damage. Look, again, it's not that tanky team from JDG. We've seen that. Wink getting punished quite a lot. I think Xiaoshu can also be on that list too. Shun, his E was very good in that last fight, but if it's not, you will shred them. Karis just needs to put a grab field down, the Chaos Storm, and go golden. That can be enough to kill the first person, especially if they're hit by Senna W, by Drawn Passive. They will be taking most of that Chaos Storm. The base damage of that is going to be absolutely obscene. Minute Dragon, WE, I think they should be feeling confident. No, it's not been a good game macro-wise. I still think they've got a great shot at this Soul.
Definitely trying to make it happen. Victor being the richest character in the game is good news. If there's a 1v5 option at this point, that would be it.
And he just hit level 16. Yeah. So he's got the rank 3 of that ultimate, ticking up with the extra bonus damage from the Leandries as well. He is going to do some big work. Pei's trying to get some work done. He needs to, honestly. He can get some good poke down before the fight. That will make a big difference. He's trying again to just get 1 or 2 auto attacks down.
I think
great from Pei's.
The exhaust has to come on down from Vampire.
Yeah, this is great from Pei's. Take some HP off of that front line, make it harder for W to play. The engage here comes the Rage Bar.
He's trying to bind onto Karis! He's in danger! Goes golden, Poppy knocker back away. Karis flashing on out, trying to find value, but Xiaoshu gets loads of work done. Can't quite kill off the Victor. Scout now in danger himself. He has to flash. Cubis is the N3, trying to find some more, but won't find that much more on top of it. Cube low, knocked down. Flash is blown, but WE very low here.
Monkey's still alive, still has flash. You can flash wall stun into that brush. The banana brush is not safe for you. I still think WE should probably peel off of this, call this a bit of a draw. You're no worse off, really. Baron, I don't think it will be killed on the other side, but they might be able to start it. JDG will end up taking the dragon, stopping the first attempt at Sol, but that was potentially a game-ending angle. It just ends up being a game-delaying angle in sense, right? They get the dragon, it's not bad. W will go towards topside, set up vision, and look again.
So, 2,500 gold difference for JDG. Picks the dragon, goes to the river. Wink is back out. Third item done for Corky. There is that Infinity Edge. Damage onto Monkey. Shockwave back. Pulled away. Does have a flash. Maybe forced to burn it. Karis now turning him. Remember, he doesn't have the flash. Did pull it, pick up the dog. Scout. Golden. Scout begins to throw out more and more autos. Horizon focus damage. Pretty good there.
Yeah, it's given him a lot of the cooldown reduction he's missing with this build. Yeah. It's going to give him the ball mobility to get that time and time again. Shockwave, of course, down right now. Recoil's coming through. Going to get himself another item. No, not completion of the Infinity Edge just yet. Can they fight over this red buff? It's worth fighting over this red buff. Questions. Wink doesn't have flash, but still has that Magnet Storm.
Yeah, he's slow and heals. He's pretty valuable. Taken there by Shun. Going it in. Pace gets on the wall and immediately has to cleanse as he was shoved into it. Wink tries to fight his way. He crashes back down over it. Damage back still pretty good here. But it's still going to be a little bit dicey. Pays playing with fire there.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Pays bought the W out of the Poppy, which meant that the Rel had a much more clean fight. It is risky as hell. I think it just about works out. The start of the Baron. What ultimates are there on the other side? No Chaos Storm, importantly. Center ultimate is up. Scout has Shockwave. Might try and play Gatekeeper here. W need to try and retake the pit Valorant style.
Monkey is spotted, trying to find that angle. The retake of the pit will be important. Shockwave onto Monkey.
Xiaoshu!
And Xiaoshu is waiting. A ruthless predator. An ambush hunter. And the poor little Yordle with the hammer is snapped up in the pit. Was Cube trying to find an angle. Xiaoshu goes down to the piercing darkness through Wink. Fortunately, Chloe Cube will go down and does so. Scout buying time. The burn onto Vampire. Pretty brutal, but he does survive.
Ends up being 2 for 1. Baron up as well. Monkey killed on the entrance by Scout and Xiaoshu combining forces, and WE, their map play has been just a little worse than JDG across the game. It started with the outer turrets, it ended up being around some of the objectives, and now at this Baron, they're a little slow to it. I think their composition is getting to the point where it's very hard for JDG to deal with them, but their objective work they've done before is making the difference. Poppy Ultimate was getting charged up. Didn't quite hit the Orianna, was blind onto him, got hit by the Shockwave in the back of it too. Monkey, I'm not gonna lie, his Poppy's left a lot to be desired this game. There's some crucial W stuff like Pantheon onto Rel. There, missing the ultimate, like he did around the Atakan too at the top side of it. Monkey, sadly for him, not his cleanest game on record.
Nice attempt from Cube there, gets Shun and Pays low. Can't find the full kills. Dragon still in a couple minutes. What can JDG do to through the front line here? And again, it is getting towards the later stages. Senna is now 3 items. She's got Infinity. She's got 85 stacks. Karis is still really strong. Corky begins to fall off a bit as the game goes on as well at the minute. As I was looking at some of the numbers, and it was kind of wild that Corky is the worst scaling win rate AD carry in the game.
Damn, so weirdly, I actually thought Kai'Sa in late game was one of the worst. I think in solo queue, it's actually Kai'Sa really.
Huh, I can see that.
Overforce. Yeah, it turns out that if you've not won the game with huge leads, then, well, you know, it's really hard to make the plays late game as everyone one-shots you. Pushing him. 1 minute left, have a decent power play. Who's pushing in the mid lane? Of course, it's Xiaoshu. There's an engagement. Monkey misses the wall stun. No!
Temp can't quite find it. What about the damage back as Pace begins to unleash? Dawning Shadow comes on down, but they still get one. Going to try and find the rest of the play. Damage is good as Victor pops too. Now Pacey's off away. Now far really low on WE. All the while, look at the Renekton breaking down the base. Shun going to come back and try and interrupt the resets. Comet Spear gets onto Karis. They do get the double resets off as the inhibitor turret goes down.
It's not a bad engage, but Monkey misses the wall stun. Just as we were saying, he's left a lot to be desired here. I think that could have been a much better fight. JDG leave themselves open to be engaged onto. There's no flash on Scout. Wink wanting to save his again, I guess, for a bigger play. And WE find a couple of kills, break the Baron power play, makes it less than 2,000 gold, but the base is broken. One of those inhibitor turrets is now down.
Not the inhibitor itself, and that is good news when Soul Point is again still on the cards for WE. They can play for the Soul in about 50 seconds. Here we go.
I think he misclicks on the Rel instead of the Orianna. Clicks on the Orianna. It's a flashless Orianna. He should never be stood there in the first place. Should have been dead from the straight. Does end up being okay anyway. He gets the right fight at the right time. Hayes doing his best actually to get some damage down. I think he's actually playing his Corky very well, playing it as brazenly as possible. W has ult, has flash rather, escapes that marauding Senna E, giving move speed in the mid lane.
As the Black Mist is alarmingly good at giving you move speed. Now with the rapid fire and the 6 souls, not quite that 4th range increase. Bit, I apologise.
Turning as well, Scout not going for any kind of magic penetration. He's going towards what looks like a death capping up next. Dragon up now. WE, good position for it. However, no, JDG do have angles. Their map presence is very, very good. Shun, you don't want to walk too close.
Slow down. Gonna keep jumping at him. H-Stock comes on down. Where's the rest of the squad? Has to flash.
So that means he doesn't have the aggressive flash angle. It does mean WE have given up their position in River for this. Shun, flash down. Yes, that's important. Sentinel will keep sustaining as well. Look at that. Not bad. Pays. Good chunk onto him as well. He'll need to lifesteal from somewhere.
Good value that the Senna slows. Karis also getting really, really obnoxious.
I think WE... Look, this composition is coming into its own. What is Scout going to do with the Shockwave? The Shockwave is very powerful. Only catches Monkey. That's not good enough.
Xiaoxu potentially in dangerous position. He can look for an angle. Poppy ult away. That's 2 out. Can look to get some value on a JDG. Scout needs to run. Does so. Hey, danger! Valkyrie out. Into the back. I go Xiaoxu and Shun. Trying to get him to Taeyun. He doesn't quite down. Dragged all out by Cassante. Taeyun surviving. Exhaust all down. Taeyun has no mana. Xiaoxu finds 3. The Renekton is a monster from an age before. Digital art. He finds more value. The dragon is surely JDG's.
WE find themselves their death in the river, and I think the river is the Nile as they are in denial. Crocodile kills them all. Xiaoxu carrying the late game fight.
Oh, what a beautiful play. Taeyun ran out of mana. He had nothing left in the tank.
What a team fight from Xiaoxu. The Renekton scaling into the late game, gets onto the Senna, who flashes, dashes, tries to do everything she can and can't find it. WE will go 0-3 in their first 3 series.
They blow up the Poppy. 5 seconds on Taeyun, but it will mean nothing at all. Jing Dong Gaming in the home arena in Beijing find the series win in our 9th game of the day.
9-game day ends in revenge for JDG. Not clean, but it was revenge. WE, the team that knocked them out of last playoffs, not able to secure the win here. A torrid start for WE. They're not as clean as they were. The team fights were not as clean. Individual levels dropping as well. Even some of their players which were really core to their style last split, struggling more now. Eyes particularly on Karis though. I think he's had some duff games. Here was a better one. I think he's had some redemption. JDG will get their win. Of course, they changed 2 members, support and top lane. Arla and Missing gone from the roster. And WE, what can you say? 0-3, losing to IG, Weibo, and JDG. Not easy teams to beat, but this team they are no longer getting that underdog buff. I think that, the playmakers of Monkey and Vampire, they're struggling. I don't think they're consistently having impact. I think that they're still amongst the better players on the team, but they're not good right now for their own standards. I think that Cube has been left out to dry on a strategic sense. I don't like how WE leave Cube out on a side lane to die game after game. That Cassante really struggled.
You know what I do like, Alex? People who follow the channels that they're currently watching. Make sure you're following both of us on social. I'm an Initialise Cast, that's at Nymaera. Please do make sure you're following the YouTube, the Twitch, the TikTok, all the socials. Makes a huge difference. For those of you who have got the cash, consider subscribing. Again, this is unpaid. We want to make sure we can do this properly. We want to be making sure that as professional casts we are getting that bread where we can. So for those of you who can help fund the grocery shop, consider donating a Prime sub, a regular sub on Twitch. There is a Ko-fi link. I'll make sure that Ko-fi link goes out to all of you as well. Another great way to support us. Thank you again for the gift subs earlier in the day. That is a huge, huge deal. Thank you one and all. If you have liked what you've seen, make sure you're following us. Make sure you do the sharing thing. We're probably not going to be around for too much long because it's a very long day.
And I completely agree with what Zara saying in chat there too, actually. WE lost this game by letting Cube get dove 3 times in 5 minutes. That's utterly true. That was also what happened in IG as well when he was on the Gwen in that game 1. Same thing happened. I think WE have some strategic foibles you can exploit. I don't think they play around side lanes very well, which is something they did do well last split when they had the globals on people like Karis when he was playing towards Ryze and towards Talia. I think that Monkey and Vampire are very talented playmakers, but I don't think they're good at supporting their side laners when they're under threat, and that is something which is becoming more and more exposed. And yes, for sure, Cube also disrespected. He absolutely did in some of these games. I would say it's about a half-half split. Maybe that's being a little favorite to Cube, but I do think that Cube doesn't have anywhere else to bloody farm. And either way, even if he was standing back from the dive, he'd still be down a similar amount of gold. He's just trying to greed for that last bit of farm because no one else is coming to help him. And yeah, I mean, even with that, I think WE had a great shot at that late game. They should be sad that they couldn't make it work out in that last fight. I think they had a better composition for that hyper late game. Just Xiaoshu. Magnificent flank on the Renekton. Magnificent.
Okay. Well. We end up with a little audio delay at the end of that.
So the thing about TikTok is it always has audio delay. I don't know why. I have literally set it to minus 800 milliseconds.
That's wild.
Sam, you know that's what I was fixing the other day.
I do remember,
I literally cannot fix it anymore. I put it down to as much of it as possible, but it is just how it is.
Unfortunate.
Okay, folks, that's going to do it for today. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time. If you're on YouTube, auf Wiedersehen, and if you're on YouTube, on Twitch, we'll find someone to radio over to. Thanks for everyone joining us.
See you